A world-shattering conspiracy envelopes the globe. Natural disasters and human calamities abound, with hordes of zombies roaming freely. Do not lose yourself in the shadows. May the light of dawn endure eternally. Chapter 1. The Tower of Dawn. On a clear day, September 15th, 2025, Wang Ji sat before his laptop, as he often did, typing away at incomprehensible lines of code. After a brief moment, he stretched lazily. Mission accomplished. He had been working on a project to crack automotive electronic keys for several months, and it was finally complete. With this software, one could bypass a vehicle's electronic key and start the engine. Though it was not entirely lawful, the prospect of profit made it worthwhile. Wang Ji rose and drew back the living room curtains. The long confinement in his room made him squint against the sudden influx of light. This software will surely fetch a handsome sum on the dark web. At last, I can enjoy a proper holiday, he mused, gazing longingly at the view outside. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang. Wang Ji turned in surprise to face the entrance. Since moving in, the doorbell had never been pressed, and the unexpected sound filled him with unease. Who is it? He inquired cautiously. Hello, delivery, came the voice of a courier from outside. Delivery? It must be a mistake, I haven't ordered anything. Wang Ji frowned. He never engaged in online shopping and took care to leave no traces of his activities on the internet. So, why was a package suddenly arriving at his doorstep? Sir, there's no mistake, this is the correct address. All right, just leave it at the door. Skeptical of the courier's identity, Wang Ji instructed him to place the package outside for safety. He watched through the peephole until the courier departed, then cautiously opened the door. Once the package was inside, he shook it and confirmed it contained something. Upon unboxing, he discovered a black card. Wang Ji inspected the card for a moment. It was made of metal, its specifics unknown, and it bore a precise design resembling a spinning top. Moreover, the back of the card displayed a numerical ID, 6911. ID 6911? He read the ID aloud, pondering its significance. In his contemplation, he noticed an envelope at the bottom of the box. Upon opening it, he found a piece of parchment. The message inscribed on the parchment read, "The apocalypse is nigh, please present this card at the designated location." The address given was a series of numbers, which he quickly deciphered as geographic coordinates. Wang Ji smiled wryly, wondering who orchestrated such a juvenile prank. He carelessly tossed the card and parchment aside, more concerned with whether his software would thrive on the dark web and allow him to indulge in leisure. As he returned to his computer, boredom set in, and he remembered purchasing a membership for a project called the Tower of Dawn on the dark web a year prior. The project promised, when darkness descends, the Tower of Dawn shall be the final beacon of light. Price, 0.1, a bargain indeed. However, it was unsettling to realize that he had merely completed the transaction without providing any personal information. Yet this card had arrived unbidden. When he attempted to search for the Tower of Dawn again, he found no trace of it. Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback. This unexpected black card disrupted his plans. Yet, since he was already planning a vacation, visiting the location wouldn't pose a significant issue. Resolving this, he retrieved the earlier parchment and noted down the geographic coordinates. Afterward, he headed to the bathroom to tidy his disheveled hair. Gazing into the mirror, he shook his head. At just 25, his relentless dedication to research had aged him to appear as if he were nearly 30. After a good half hour, satisfied with his appearance, Wang Ji began gathering his belongings: laptop, phone, clothes, wallet, and the crucial black card. As for food, he had depleted his supplies during his days of seclusion and planned to buy some once he arrived nearby. By now, it was 9 a.m. Wang Ji hailed a taxi to the airport, where he purchased a ticket to his destination. At 1 p.m., the plane landed, and as he disembarked, he surveyed the unfamiliar city and its strangers, feeling as if he were on a vacation, an adventure, or perhaps even a pilgrimage. Since the apocalypse loomed, adopting a mindset of cautious belief, Wang Ji first sought a large supermarket to stock up on provisions, self-heating meals, energy bars, chocolate, beef jerky, and bottled water. Due to the volume of goods, he also bought 2 wheeled suitcases to carry them. Exiting the supermarket, he now found himself burdened with a suitcase in each hand and a travel bag slung over his shoulder. To the outside observer, he might appear deranged, but he understood his intentions clearly even in the event of unforeseen circumstances. This food would sustain him for quite some time. Wang Ji checked the map, pinpointing the exact location, which seemed to be at Zhengjian Park. He then hailed another taxi. Once inside, the driver inquired, "Hey young man, where are you off to with all that luggage?" "To camp," Wang Ji replied, concealing his true thoughts from anyone, knowing even he found them hard to believe. If he tried to persuade others, they would only think him mad. Upon reaching his destination and unloading his bags, Wang Ji gazed across the street at the park. It was now 3 p.m., and elderly folks were gathered in groups, playing their favorite instruments. Noticing nothing unusual, he wondered if this was merely a prank. Just as he hesitated, he spotted another man dragging a suitcase, much like himself. The man appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a black hat, glancing around as if searching for something, starkly contrasting with the others. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Ji approached him. "Excuse me, are you looking for this?" He brandished the black card. The man in the black hat assessed Wang Ji for a moment. "You believe in this too?" He replied nonchalantly. Wang Ji, sensing the answer already, chuckled. "Well, since I have some free time, I might as well treat it as a holiday." "And Wang Ji, what do I call you?" "Just call me Lao He," the man replied succinctly. Wang Ji observed Lao He's physique, even dressed casually. His muscular build was apparent, indicating formidable strength and an intangible aura of sharpness. Wang Ji quickly deduced that Lao He was likely a trained soldier. "So, Lao He, have you made any discoveries?" Wang Ji asked, surveying the seemingly ordinary park. "None so far, let's venture deeper." Lao He replied casually, appearing unfazed by Wang Ji's presence. The park was situated on a small hill, with undulating terrain. Wang Ji, unaccustomed to such exertion and burdened by his heavy luggage, soon found himself drenched in sweat. "Let's take a break," Wang Ji gasped, lagging behind. Lao He glanced back and, noticing Wang Ji's condition, settled on the grass. "Hey Lao He, how did you come by that black card?" Wang Ji inquired, taking a seat beside him. Lao He shot a sidelong glance at Wang Ji, but remained silent, seemingly unwilling to divulge much. After a brief respite, the two resumed their search. By now, it was 5 p.m. They continued to scour the expansive park for the so-called Tower of Dawn. Oddly, there were no tower-like structures in sight. They had even searched through dilapidated temples, but found nothing resembling the Tower of Dawn. "Where else could we look?" Lao He asked, turning back to Wang Ji. Consulting the map, Wang Ji noted they had searched everywhere. Could it be buried underground? "Wait, underground?" A spark of realization lit up Wang Ji's face as he exclaimed, "Lao He, there's one place we haven't checked." "Where?" "The air raid shelter." "The air raid shelter? I believe there is one, let's go." The two hurried towards the park's sole air raid shelter. Chapter 2. The sudden appearance of a woman. Upon reaching the entrance of the air raid shelter, they found it stood about 2 meters tall and wide, with an impressively heavy and intricately designed iron door. Approaching the door, they realized there was no lock or visible seam, imparting an indestructible impression. Wang Ji began to look for details on the door since the instructions indicated to present the card. The black card he held must surely be the key to unlocking it. After searching for a while, they finally noticed a design matching that on the card on the right side of the door. There was no card slot, so Wang Ji pressed the black card against it. Identity verification, successful opening now. A mechanical voice echoed from the door, which then creaked open. "Let's go in," Lao He said, and as they stepped inside, Wang Ji instinctively glanced back. To his surprise, he noticed a woman stealthily following them. Lao He quickly sensed Wang Ji's unease and turned to see the unfamiliar figure instinctively poised to act. He was restrained by Wang Ji. The woman had managed to trail them unnoticed, indicating considerable stealth skills, though her intentions remained uncertain. More importantly, she appeared to harbor no ill will. Even Lao He, being a soldier, had no reason to act aggressively. If she intended to strike, she would have likely done so before they turned around. As Wang Ji held Lao He back, the woman approached slowly, and the iron door closed automatically behind them. Tension filled the air as the three of them switched on their flashlights, revealing a stairway leading underground. Wang Ji observed a woman of similar stature beside him, her long silver hair standing out conspicuously in the pitch-black staircase. Even in the dim surroundings, her exquisite features could not be concealed. Despite the smile adorning her face, she emanated an aura of extreme danger. In a confined space, maintaining a smile while facing 2 men appeared nonchalant, yet she remained acutely aware of the elderly man. Lao He, nearby, ready to devise a different strategy at a moment's notice. My name is Wang Ji, and this is Lao He. May I ask how to address you, miss?" With the three of them caught in a stalemate, Wang Ji was the first to break the ice with an awkward introduction. "You can call me Sakura, don't be afraid," she replied, her smile unwavering as she stepped to his right side and gently brushed his hair aside. Wang Ji instinctively wanted to shy away, but soon realized there was nowhere to escape. Her positioning was deliberate, effectively trapping him in the middle. Even if Lao He intended to take action, he would have to maneuver around Wang Ji first. "How about the three of us team up?" Let's move forward and see what lies ahead, Wang Ji finally suggested. Upon hearing this, Lao He showed no inclination to move instead. He remained vigilant, fixated on the woman, as if ready to act at the slightest hint of her unusual behavior. Ultimately, Sakura glanced at Lao He and then at Wang Ji, scoffed softly, and took the lead. As they proceeded, Wang Ji, aided by the beam of his flashlight, discerned that Sakura's backpack was of military design, with a dagger secured at her waist. Initially, he assumed she might be a soldier, but he quickly dismissed this notion. By the way, Sakura, do you think that a single backpack's worth of supplies is sufficient? Wang Ji questioned, puzzled by her minimal gear. You can't possibly believe that the apocalypse is genuine, can you? Sakura mocked him lightly from the front. Wang Ji found himself at a loss for a retort to her statement, as he had no grounds to contest it. The trio continued their cautious trek for quite some time until they finally reached the end of the staircase. Wang Ji mentally calculated that they had descended a total of 1024 steps, estimating each to be approximately 20 centimeters. Thus, they were now over 200 meters underground. Nonetheless, the oxygen remained ample, likely due to a large ventilation system. Ahead lay another iron door, identical to the one above. Just as Wang Ji was about to proficiently scan his card for verification, he was halted by Lao He. Wait! Lao He pulled a handgun from his backpack. Wang Ji turned to see this and felt a surge of surprise. Although he had suspected Lao He was a soldier, witnessing the firearm in his hands was startling. Growing up in a time of peace, he had never seen a real gun brandished before him. The thought of someone using it against him in this place, where no one would know, filled him with apprehension. What's wrong, Lao He? Wang Ji asked, concern evident in his voice. Lao He appeared somewhat anxious. Even a well-trained soldier could feel trepidation when confronting the unknown. At that moment, when he turned to glance at Sakura, he was taken aback once more. To his astonishment, she too brandished a handgun. Wang Ji looked between the two, realizing he was the only one unarmed. However, considering it from another perspective, as long as the two refrained from harming him, in a sense, they were offering protection. If danger arose, they would likely band together, and only when they could no longer withstand the threat would they consider betraying him. Get ready, I'm opening it, Wang Ji declared as the two positioned themselves on either side, placing the black card against the reader. Identity verification successful, a mechanical voice announced. The iron door swung open. Contrary to the trio's expectations of imminent danger, they were greeted by the interior of an elevator space. Wang Ji scratched his head, retrieved a length of rope from his bag, and tied one end to a bottle of water, tossing it into the elevator. Seeing no traps triggered, he cautiously stepped inside, with the others following suit once they observed no peril had befallen him. Once inside, Wang Ji examined the surroundings. The elevator appeared to possess only a single button, devoid of any additional options. Beep! Upon pressing the button, the iron door began to close slowly. The elevator was illuminated, yet visibility outside was obscured, leaving the trio unaware of its direction. They stood in silence, each observing the others in their respective corners. Hey, Lao Ge, Sakura, could we perhaps stow away our firearms? Since our paths have crossed here, it must be fate, who knows? We may need to support one another soon, haha. Wang Ji chuckled awkwardly at the sight of their weapons. Forming an alliance was paramount for him, as he currently lacked any combat capabilities, while these two were optimal companions. That makes sense. You lead the way, Sakura replied with a smile. Fine, Wang Ji conceded reluctantly, feeling quite powerless. Approximately 10 minutes later, the elevator emitted another beep, signaling that they had reached their destination. The trio, previously at ease, once again focused on the iron door. As it opened, they were met with an expansive base of immeasurable size, bustling with guards who wielded automatic rifles. Moreover, numerous individuals like themselves had also recently arrived. At a glance, over 30 people were gathered in one area, seemingly engaged in some form of processing. Adhering to their earlier discussion, Wang Ji stepped out of the elevator first, intent on investigating the commotion among the throng. Hey, newcomer, get in line at the back. Can't you see everyone is queuing? Wang Ji had barely positioned himself among the crowd when he was unexpectedly shunted to the rear of the line by one of the individuals. Chapter 3. The afterglow of the setting sun. The trio stood in line for approximately half an hour, during which 4 or 5 others joined them from behind. Hello. Welcome to the Dawn Tower. Please present your magnetic cards. The person attending to them was a woman in her 30s, and all individuals around her were clad in matching uniforms, exuding an air of organization and discipline. This left Wang Ji perplexed as to why such a mysterious base would exist underground. As for the magnetic cards she mentioned, they were the black cards held in their hands. Are the three of you together? The woman inquired, glancing at the two individuals behind Wang Ji. Yes, he replied. Very well, you may form your own team, or you can choose to join an existing one. Would you like to create a team or join one? Upon hearing her introduction, Wang Ji turned to look at the two companions. This glance proved revealing. One was idly tending to her nails while the other seemed to be surveying the surroundings, apparently unaware of the conversation taking place. Wang Ji understood that, given their capabilities, either of them could fit comfortably into any team. However, he could not afford to let the two armed individuals leave his side. Then let us create a team, Wang Ji said tentatively to the woman. Very well, please hand me the magnetic cards of the two individuals accompanying you. Lao He, Ying Jia, please give me your magnetic cards so I can register you. Wang Ji requested, handing over the cards to the woman. Please provide a name for your team, she prompted again. Since this place is called the Dawn Tower, let us name our team the Afterglow of the Setting Sun. Wang Ji suggested, turning back to his companions. Sounds good, Lao He responded nonchalantly. The name is rather poetic. I had no idea my younger brother had such literary flair. Ying smiled, ruffling his hair as if in approval of his choice. All right, then our team shall be named the Afterglow of the Setting Sun. Your team has been successfully created. If you have any further inquiries about this place, you may consult the intelligent robots in the dormitory. The woman stated as she returned their magnetic cards and opened the passage behind her. Ultimately, the three were assigned to room 033 in Area A on the second floor. Following the directional signs, Wang Ji found the elevator leading to the second floor. As he stepped into the elevator with his luggage, he felt it descending, which raised his curiosity about whether the levels here were arranged inversely. Upon reaching the second floor, the left side led to Area A, the right to Area B, and directly ahead was a spacious training hall, which also housed a cafeteria and several vending machines. The cafeteria was bustling with individuals enjoying their meals, while others were engaged in various training activities within the hall. The plethora of advanced equipment and facilities undoubtedly provided an optimal environment for those present. The three quickly navigated to their designated room, following the signs. The room was modest, roughly 50 square meters in size, with about 100 rooms in Area A, suggesting that the entire second floor spanned over 10,000 square meters. Constructing such a facility deep underground would require not only substantial financial backing but also governmental support, making the sheer scale of the forces behind the Dawn Tower quite unfathomable. Contemplating this, a sense of admiration welled up within him. The overall environment of the room was quite satisfactory, featuring a private restroom and 4 separate beds, indicating that a team could accommodate 4 members. Additionally, a display screen was mounted on the wall, which, as anticipated, was likely the intelligent robot the woman had mentioned. Wang Ji casually selected a bed in the middle, placed his luggage down, and activated the display. Welcome to the Dawn Tower. I am your intelligent assistant, Ling Ling Yao. Please feel free to address any inquiries you may have, the screen chirped in an electronic voice. Ling Ling Yao? What is the purpose of this place? Ying was the first to ask. This is the Dawn Tower, humanity's final refuge. Huh? Humanity's final refuge? Are you implying that the surface will be destroyed? Ying inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. A global catastrophe is imminent. Humanity will descend into a state of living death, yet it shall not face complete extinction. Gulping, Wang Ji swallowed hard. Were they referring to zombies? As long as one was not entirely dead, those creatures could mindlessly attack the living, feasting upon flesh. Any injury sustained could lead to infection, ultimately transforming one into one of them. Ling Ling Yao, what is the cause of this impending catastrophe? When exactly will it occur? Wang Ji pressed on. Insufficient permissions to access the primary cause of the catastrophe. Currently, the Dawn Tower is in a closed mode to ensure everyone's safety. Closed mode. Does that mean no one can enter or exit? This sounds suspiciously like a scam, Lao He remarked. Ling Ling Yao, how do we survive here? Lao He inquired. The Dawn Tower has an independent survival chain in place, so there is no need to worry about food, clothing, or shelter, though survival points must be paid. What are survival points? Wang Ji suddenly sensed a hint of currency in the air. Survival points are the sole medium of exchange within the Dawn Tower. These points are managed through the magnetic cards in your possession. As the team leader, you have the authority to allocate and utilize the team's survival points. Upon hearing Ling Ling Yao's explanation, Wang Ji recalled that he had been implicitly designated as the team leader when they formed their team. Do either of you have any objections? He asked, turning to his companions, who were both shaking their heads in silence, indicating their lack of dissent. This left Wang Ji somewhat bewildered. Did they fear he might abscond with their funds? Did they not worry that he might betray them? Well, if the team leader were this uncle, I would certainly have objections. However, since it's you, little brother, I have no issues. Ying chuckled. Don't you both wish to be leaders? Wang Ji queried further. Whichever of us takes on the role, there would be objections from the other. Therefore, let the position of team leader be yours, Lao He stated. Is that so? At least we can resolve matters with you at any time. Lao He casually explained to Wang Yi. That's rather blunt. Wang Ji replied with a wry smile. Himph, I say, uncle, the way you phrase that is quite alarming. What do you mean by resolve? What if you frighten the younger brother? Upon hearing Lao He's teasing, Ying immediately stood and pulled Wang Ji to the side of the bed. Once seated, she draped an arm over his shoulder protectively, embodying the role of a guardian. Don't worry, little brother. I won't let this uncle bully you. However, you must treat your sister kindly, Ying said with a hint of teasing. Wang Ji nodded repeatedly, aware of Ying's other hand brandishing a knife she had seemingly pulled from nowhere, twirling it with an alarming flourish just inches from him. He could hardly fathom that he was sharing a room with two armed strangers, let alone engaging in such intimate proximity. Ying Jia, Lao He, after a long day, why don't we eat something first? Ha ha, Wang Ji laughed awkwardly, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Yet, to show his sincerity, he stood up to unpack his luggage, bringing forth the food he had purchased from the supermarket, intending to treat them to a hearty meal. Chapter 4. Gone now that they had formed a team, there was no need to hide anything. Wang Ji piled the contents of his two large suitcases filled with food onto the table. The sight of the provisions momentarily startled his companions. How come your two suitcases are filled entirely with food? Ying leaned in to ask. Well, in an apocalyptic scenario, food is of the utmost importance. Are you suggesting we survive on gunpowder? Wang Ji half-jokingly retorted. Of course, gunpowder isn't edible, but it can be used to make you feed me. Now, hand me that box, Ying replied with a mischievous laugh, pointing her gun at the self-heating rice on the table. Wang Ji fell silent and handed out the self-heating rice, realizing he had momentarily overlooked the potential for robbery. By the way, didn't either of you bring any food? He asked while sprinkling seasoning over the rice. I brought some compressed biscuits and water, Lao He responded. Ying, on the other hand, remained silent, her single bag likely containing insufficient food for all three of them. Lao He, are you a soldier? Wang Ji inquired, sensing a more congenial atmosphere. Yes, Lao He replied without any hint of reservation. What brings you here? Wang Ji hesitated before continuing. Lao He remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, This card was actually given to me by my father. He instructed me to come here but told me nothing else. Wang Ji fell silent, realizing that if this was indeed true, his father had entrusted him with the last glimmer of hope. What about you, Ying Jia? Do you know the saying? Heroes do not inquire about origins. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before questioning us? Ying countered. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Ji scratched his head. I am just an ordinary citizen, making a living by doing some programming. There's nothing particularly special about me. Who would have thought my little brother was a programmer? Ying remarked. And you? What about you, Ying Jia? Oh, I'm just an ordinary person too. Who enjoys wandering around? She replied. Ordinary people. What ordinary person carries a gun? And what ordinary person casually twirls a knife in their hand? Wang Ji thought to himself, though he decided not to pursue the topic further. If they were unwilling to share, he would not press. She is an international mercenary and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should be affiliated with the Black Rose organization. He suddenly interjected coldly from the side. Ah, I hadn't anticipated that the uncle would possess such discerning insight and recognize her. Humph, the Black Rose organization is especially adept at assassination, and the rose tattoo on her collarbone is their emblem. Therefore, you ought to exercise caution while you sleep, he warned. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji felt a wave of unease wash over him. No wonder he had been so vigilant. It turns out she is a killer? Despite this, considering that they had already formed a team, Wang Ji feigned indifference and said, You needn't frighten me. Even if you say to be cautious while sleeping, let Sister Ying sleep in my bed. I will still sleep soundly. Oh dear, who would have thought the younger brother so open-minded? It seems Sister will indeed be cuddling with you tonight. Hearing Ying's seductive laughter sent a shiver down Wang Ji's spine. And he realized that his previous words were somewhat inappropriate. That's Sister Ying, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart, haha. Don't take it to heart, TSK. A lustful heart without the courage to act. Ying remarked disinterestedly. He thought to himself, this is not merely a lustful heart without the courage. It is a life that can boast but lacks the means to enjoy. Speaking of which, Ling Ling Yao. How many floors does this Dawn Tower have? Wang Ji seized the opportunity to change the subject. The Dawn Tower has 5 floors. What are the purposes of the lower floors? He queried. Insufficient permissions. How can one enhance their permissions? Wang Ji inquired. Increase team level. The team level can be raised by completing team tasks or individual tasks. Team levels range from 1 to 5. Level 1 has a maximum of 4 members. Level 2 has a maximum of 5. Level 3 has a maximum of 6. Level 4 has a maximum of 7. And Level 5 has no upper limit. Ling Ling Yao, are there any rules within the Dawn Tower? Old He asked. Do not disrupt public order. Do not maliciously harm others. How can we acquire survival points? Wang Ji, having grasped the significance of survival points, was eager to begin accumulating them. That moment. A task list appeared on the display screen. Task 1. Train for a cumulative 8 hours to earn 10 survival points. Time will be automatically recorded upon entering the training area with a magnetic card. Task 2. Labor in the ecological industrial area for 8 hours to earn 15 survival points. Wang Ji noted that while training yielded 5 points less than working, it offered personal improvement, conservatively estimating that training for 8 hours daily would net them 30 survival points for the 3 of them. He still remained uncertain about the consumption levels within the Dawn Tower. If a single meal required 10 points, they would be left with scant survival points. After pondering for a moment, he voiced, It seems we must be frugal. Let's consume our own provisions for now, but we should still reserve some high-calorie, long shelf-life food just in case. He proceeded to categorize all the food he had purchased: chocolate, compressed biscuits, noodles, beef jerky, ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating rice, canned meat, and water. These constituted all his possessions. Now, let's rest for a bit. We'll head to training later to earn survival points. With that, Wang Ji returned to his bunk and quickly fell into a deep slumber after a long day of exertion. In the hall on the first floor, people continued to arrive in succession, transitioning from anxiety to astonishment and shock, ultimately settling into a state of confusion regarding an uncertain future. Time passed, though how long was uncertain, before Wang Ji slowly awakened from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the unfamiliar surroundings, and he abruptly sat up. Once he regained his composure, he remembered that he found himself within the Dawn Tower. And at that moment, he was alone in the room. Old He and Ying were nowhere to be found. Furthermore, the food that had previously occupied the table had vanished. A jolt of panic surged through his heart. Had the two already abandoned him with the provisions? The thought made him feel inexplicably distressed, berating himself for his naivety. In the apocalypse, who could one truly trust? He lacked power and resources, with only enough supplies to last himself a month, all the while expecting others to act as his bodyguards. It turned out the fool was none other than himself. Chapter 5. The new recruit knock, knock, knock. Just as Wang Ji wallowed in despair, a sudden knocking echoed through the room. A flicker of hope ignited within him, and he hurriedly rose to open the door, only to be met with disappointment. Standing outside was a young chubby fellow. Excuse me, is this the room of the Sunset Afterglow team? The chubby man inquired at the door. Yes, I am the captain, Wang Ji. How may I assist you? As he spoke, Wang Ji assessed the newcomer, who was slightly shorter than him and appeared to weigh around 160 pounds, though he didn't seem excessively overweight. So you're the captain. My name is Li Feihong. I just arrived today, and noticing that your team is one member short, I wanted to ask if I could join you. The chubby man promptly explained his purpose to Wang Zichida. As Wang Ji contemplated, he noticed the 5 luggage bags behind the chubby man. This was more than he had. He had struggled to drag 2 bags here, and his arms were still sore. How had this guy managed with 5? For someone who currently possessed nothing, these supplies were of utmost importance. If they could venture outside, that would be one thing. But here, in a closed system, where entry was permitted but not exit, these resources made everything seem trivial. With that thought, Wang Ji swung the door wide open. Stepping aside, "Welcome aboard, please come in." Wang Ji smiled warmly and even leaned down to assist the newcomer with his luggage into the room. "All right, thank you, Captain Wang." The chubby man brightened at his agreement. Wang Ji observed the chubby fellow, who seemed entirely unguarded and even hummed a little tune, and silently shook his head. He had yet to experience the harshness of society. Should he consider swindling some supplies from him? Just to let this guy taste the bitterness of reality. But that was merely a fleeting thought. He would never engage in such reckless behavior, for the Dawn Tower was not large, and they could not leave. Under the same roof, they would inevitably encounter one another again. Unlike old He and Ying, who could act with impunity, he would have to remain passive, perhaps even calling out to Ying's sister. "Li Feihong, hand me your magnetic card. I will process your team registration." Wang Ji instructed the chubby man, who was busy arranging his belongings. The registration for new members required the captain's direct involvement, and he needed the magnetic card to complete the process at the first floor administration office. Without hesitation, the chubby man handed over his card. Indeed, this fellow was utterly unguarded. In this place, the magnetic card was akin to a wallet. How could he just hand it over so readily? Wang Ji tucked the card away, reflecting on how fortunate it was that he had encountered the man. Otherwise, if someone else had been given the chance to abscond with the funds, it would have been a regrettable loss. Exiting the room, he observed many people hurrying through the corridor. Some men, some women, some dragging various bags, others empty-handed, and a few, like the chubby man, requesting to join teams at their doors. There were even smaller, weaker individuals who seemed to be overlooked by any team. Wang Ji hurried past, unwilling to engage with them, for his situation was not significantly better. Upon reaching the hall and preparing to take the elevator to the first floor, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon Ying, who was seated in the lounge area. Beside her was an unfamiliar man, seemingly engaged in conversation with Ying. This sight stirred a disquiet within Wang Ji. He intended to act as though he had not seen them. But to his surprise, Ying, sitting afar, had also noticed him. Their eyes met, and Ying smiled, waving him over, indicating for him to join them. Wang Ji hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied, aware that avoidance was not a sustainable solution. Upon reaching Ying's side, the ensuing events caused Wang Ji's scalp to prickle. Ying stood up and leaned against him, addressing the unfamiliar man. "This is my captain, Wang Ji. If you wish for me to join your team, you must first seek our captain's consent." Good grief. Was Ying attempting to instigate a confrontation between the men? Or was she deliberately using him as a shield? Wang Ji glanced at the unfamiliar man, who was wearing glasses and appeared somewhat refined. Although not particularly tall, he was certainly more muscular than Wang Ji. The refined man's gaze gradually filled with provocation and hostility as he regarded Wang Ji. Indeed, without uttering a word, hatred had been effortlessly ignited by Ying. At this moment, Wang Ji faced two choices: to concede and agree or to stand firm and refuse. A woman as shrewd as Ying must certainly discern the refined man's ulterior motives towards her. Thus, her current actions seemed highly likely to be a ploy to use him as a buffer. Therefore, even if he chose to concede, Ying would ultimately reject the man. But this would not only be a wasted grievance, but would also cost him the dignity that a man should uphold. With that in mind, Wang Ji resolved to stand firm. After a brief internal analysis, he declared without hesitation, "I am the captain of the Sunset Afterglow team, and she is my team member." The refined man, noticing Wang Ji's lack of intimidation, sneered, "Newcomer, you should inquire about the prowess of my captain from the Crimson Flame team. Some things are not simply taken by desire." Wang Ji mused that this fellow was rather naive. How bold to threaten a killer. "I appreciate your goodwill. I am quite aware of my desires. Moreover, she is not an object. She is my person." Wang Ji coldly finished his words and was about to turn away. Not worried about a surprise attack from his opponent, for there was a clear rule within the Dawn Tower prohibiting malicious harm. The thrill of posturing was too exhilarating. Were it not for the stipulation against inflicting injury, he would scarcely dare to act so brazenly. After he departed, Sakura promptly followed, leaving only the refined man behind, who stood there watching their retreating figures, his fists clenched tightly. "Where's my brother heading off to?" Sakura casually draped her arm around Wang Ji's neck and inquired. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ji felt a twinge of confusion. Sakura's demeanor was as if nothing had transpired. Could it be that he had taken the food? "I'm going to the first floor to handle some matters. By the way, where did the food on the table go?" Wang Ji could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "The food? That uncle put it away in the cupboard." Sakura replied, her eyes darting mischievously. "Hey, I thought something seemed off about you earlier. You weren't thinking I had teamed up with that uncle to steal your food and make a run for it, were you?" "Oh dear, did I scare the captain?" After hearing Sakura's explanation, Wang Ji felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out he had been overthinking. So that was it. He had been too hasty. Wang Ji recalled that there was indeed a cupboard in the corner. That cupboard had a temperature control function, making it difficult for food to spoil. Understood. With that, Wang Ji finally relaxed, knowing that since everyone remained, he was the one to benefit most. Sakura, observing his strained attempt at nonchalance, was amused and chuckled. "Why do you have such a serious face like that, uncle? Give your sister a smile." "All right, Sakura, I must attend to serious business first." Sakura cocked her head. "Oh, what serious matter?" Chapter 6. The second-level team, a new team member just arrived, and I'm going to assist him with the joining procedures. Wang Ji recounted the earlier events. "I see," Sakura murmured, falling silent thereafter. Expecting Sakura to continue her inquiries, Wang Ji noticed her sudden reticence and queried, "Aren't you curious about who it is?" At this, Sakura revealed a sly smile. "No matter who it is, they only have you in their heart." Wang Ji chuckled awkwardly in response. Were it not for his knowledge that she was a mercenary assassin, he might have genuinely thought he was in love. He even suspected that this person before him would smile while committing murder. It's a plump fellow, carrying 5 boxes of luggage. Wang Ji, not one to play coy, readily divulged .5 boxes. Sakura raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. "Indeed, this will significantly enrich our supplies. By the way, have you seen he? That uncle? He is in the training hall working out, quite diligent, actually, good. Then let us call him over later to check out the new arrival." As they conversed, they made their way to the administrative office on the first floor. Along the way, Wang Ji felt a surge of confidence, flanked by a beauty like Sakura, attracting glances that nearly made him question his existence. Even upon reaching the office, some self-important teams approached, attempting to poach their members. Fortunately, Sakura did not use him as a human shield as she had before. Instead, she opted for a less harmful yet highly insulting disregard. This alleviated Wang Ji's worries. If things continued as they had, he swore he would quickly become a public enemy. The administrative office was not particularly busy, and within a short time, they had processed Li Feihong's application to join. After locating Old He on the second floor, the three returned to their room together. Ding Wangji swiped his card to enter, only to find the plump fellow lounging on the bed, munching snacks while enjoying a film through Ling Lingyao, appearing quite content. Hey, I must say, you really know how to indulge, don't you? Wangji teased, observing the leisurely plump man. Wow, where did this beauty come from? Hello, beautiful. I am Li Feihong, the flying phoenix of Huang Feihong. How should I address you? The plump man exclaimed, turning to see Sakura enter, immediately springing from the bed in a clumsy tumble, attempting to grasp her hand while introducing himself. Ouch, 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 help! I won't do it again. I was wrong. Just as the plump man was about to touch Sakura's hand, Wang Ji, quick to react, witnessed Sakura deftly toss him to the ground. As he regained his senses, he found Sakura gripping one of his arms with one hand and pinning him down with her foot on his back, the plump man pleading for mercy in agony. Sakura, he simply doesn't know better. Wang Ji exclaimed, seeing that the plump man's arm was nearly being twisted off. Sakura released her hold, calmly returning to her bed. This was Wang Ji's first experience witnessing Sakura in action. From their first meeting, he had maintained a sense of awe. Had she acted recklessly, his fate would likely be no better than that of the plump man. After all, she was someone capable of killing. Wang Ji approached the plump man, helping him up. At this moment, the plump man was in tears, whether out of grievance or pain, he could not tell. We are team members. The one who disciplined you is Sister Sakura, and the gentleman beside her is Brother He. Wang Ji introduced the two. Noting the plump man's silence, Wang Ji encouraged, don't feel too wronged. Sister Sakura is only looking out for you. Being humble and honest is wise. This place doesn't have the legal protections of the outside world. Go apologize to Sister Sakura. The plump man hesitated, sniffling for a moment before awkwardly limping over to Sakura. That moment, Sakura was casually playing with a dagger, a smile on her face as she watched him. I am sorry, Sister Sakura. I was presumptuous just now. I hope you can forgive me, he stammered, bowing his head in apology. Very well, a teachable child. You may rest now, Sakura replied, gesturing with the tip of her knife toward the nearby bed. Wang Ji silently gave the plump man a thumbs up. A true gentleman knows when to yield. He, thank you, Sister Sakura, and greetings to Brother He. I'm Li Feihong. I was a bit over the top earlier. Please forgive me. The plump man grinned as he extended his hand toward Old He. Old He glanced at the plump man's snot-streaked hand, his lips twitching, then patted him on the shoulder. Welcome aboard. Li Feihong, your joining has been processed. Safeguard this magnetic card well. Do not give it to anyone outside our circle. Wang Ji instructed as he returned the card to the plump man, then elaborated on the circumstances within the Dawn Tower. Upon concluding his explanation, he recalled the harsh words that Captain Qi Yin had directed at him earlier and asked Ling Lingyao to investigate the Qi Yin team's details. Qi Yin team, second-level team. Captain, Zhao Yang, team members, 5. A second-level team. Wang Ji mused, Ling Lingyao, outline the criteria for team rank advancement. To advance to a second-level team, the total survival points acquired must exceed 1,000. To advance to a third-level team, the total must exceed 10,000. For a fourth-level team, the total must exceed 50,000. For a fifth-level team, authorization from the Tower Master is required. After reviewing the advancement criteria, Wang Ji calculated roughly, with 4 individuals training 16 hours daily, they would accumulate 80 survival points in a day. If they forewent food and drink and trained relentlessly, they could reach a second-level team in 13 days. With this thought, he exhaled softly. It seemed the gap was not insurmountable. What is the deal with the Qi Yin team? Old He asked, approaching after noting Wang Ji's inquiry. Don't mention it. That Zhao Yang was bothering Sister Sakura, suggesting she join their team. Naturally, I refused, so I might have provoked them, Wang Ji shrugged. Old He glanced at Sakura, likely piecing together what had transpired. You should refrain from wandering about alone for now, he advised before returning to his bed to rest. Understood, Wang Ji replied, moving to the plump man's luggage. Get over here and open your luggage. I want to see what supplies you've brought. All right, Captain Wang. Once the plump man unlocked the suitcase, Wang Ji's mouth twitched in disbelief. The boxes were filled to the brim with food. instant noodles, biscuits, chips, soy products, bread, drinks, and even 3 packs of cigarettes. Hey, do you run a supermarket? Wang Ji questioned, bemused. Not quite. I'm a mechanic, the plump man scratched his head in response. I figured as much. Otherwise, you'd be losing money running a supermarket. Wang Ji jested. You've misunderstood, Captain. My size is due to my physiology. I don't eat much at all in a post-apocalyptic world. Food is paramount, which is why I brought so much, the plump man explained. Indeed, you have a point, but it's not entirely accurate. What if Sister Sakura decides to take your food? At this, the plump man's expression shifted to one of fear. Why you want to kill me? Will you? Wang Ji was taken aback by his words. What are you talking about? Are we that kind of people? Besides, we have food ourselves. He gestured toward the cupboard in the corner. Phew, that's a relief. You scare me there. What I mean is, just because we want tea, doesn't tea mean others want tea. I'm assigning you a task. Go out daily to strengthen your training. We'll need to fight in the future. Understood. The plump man stood at attention, awkwardly saluting him. Wang Ji couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. This plump fellow was quite the character. Chapter 7. A tense standoff as Wang Ji and the others were formulating their training plans. In another room, Zhao Yang was fixated on the screen, seething. Humph, a mere first-level team dares to disregard me. What is the matter, Captain? Is someone here foolish enough to provoke you? Indeed, that person is itching for trouble. The speakers were Su Xiaoping and Li Dakai, who, noticing their leader's anger, chimed in supportively. Its just some new arrival. That kid truly hit the jackpot to encounter such a stunning beauty. TSK, just thinking about it drives me wild. Zhao Yang lay on the bed, reminiscing about Sakura's flawless figure, feeling a surge of wild energy within him. Zhao Gu, do take care. If Shaolian hears you utter such words, you won't escape unscathed. Aha, I told you, Xiangzi, I could very well bed that woman right in front of Wei Shaolian, and she would still praise my prowess, leaving me unscathed. Can't distinguish between the big and small kings. Can you? Wait for a moment. You all come with me to the hall to deal with that brat. And while you're at it, bring that woman over here. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Yang stood up, ready to head outside. Hey boss, if we proceed like this, what about the guard team? What is there to fear? I have connections, you know? The guard team will merely turn a blind eye. Seeing this, Xiangzi immediately followed suit and turned back to say, Da Ping, go find Lianjia and bring her along. Meanwhile, Wang Ji had finished organizing supplies and estimated that the food would sustain the 4 of them for about a month. He then inserted the magnetic card into Lingling Yao's screen and checked their team's survival points. Upon checking, he found that the team had a total of 40 survival points, which meant each member had an initial fund of 10 survival points. Spending 8 hours in the training ground each day is not particularly challenging, as even idling there counts as time. However, compared to idling, it would be more beneficial to toil in the industrial area, where working for 8 hours would yield an additional 40 survival points. Nevertheless, they were bound to choose training, as the Dawn Tower had its reasons for mandating it. On one hand, they must confront the zombies post-catastrophe, and on the other, they must enhance their strength to secure a place in this apocalypse. Let us train diligently in the days to come and accumulate survival points in preparation for this calamity. Wang Ji urged the others. Captain, what do we need the survival points for? The fatty inquired. Leaning forward to save up for later use, Wang Ji replied. But when is later? Fatty pressed on. Sakura, please teach him a lesson. Wang Ji said, feeling exasperated. If it weren't for maintaining his image, he would have gladly slapped Fatty himself. No, I was wrong. I won't ask anymore. Fatty's face turned pale at the thought of retribution. All right then, let us strive together from now on. If there are no objections, let us proceed. Upon their arrival at the hall, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind them. What a coincidence. We meet again. Wang Ji turned around and instantly recognized the visitor as Zhao Yang. Accompanying him were 4 other members, evidently there to instigate trouble. He anticipated Zhao Yang would come looking for trouble, but he did not expect to be cornered so swiftly, and he retorted helplessly, What do you want? We don't want anything. We merely desire that beauty behind you to come with us. Zhao Yang pointed at Sakura. Are you out of your mind? Isn't there a woman in your team? Why must you pursue mine? Wang Ji said, somewhat speechless, yet his question left Zhao Yang momentarily at a loss, for he could not possibly say in front of Wei Shaolian that she was inferior to Sakura. You better behave yourself. Come with me to the arena. Zhao Yang barked at Wang Ji. Zhao Yang could not afford to make a scene here, so he insisted Wang Ji step onto the fighting arena. Once there, it would not be classified as malicious assault. As tensions rose between the 2 teams, the crowd around them swelled, buzzing with speculation. Looks like a good show is about to unfold. Which team is provoking the Chien team? Quite unfortunate. Haven't seen them before. They must be newcomers, it goes without saying. It's definitely for that silver-haired woman. Alas, such a beauty wasted on that Zhao fellow. At this moment, Fatty seemed to comprehend the situation. This group intended to tarnish his goddess Sakura. He immediately pointed at Zhao Yang and shouted, "You beast! You dare lay your hands on my goddess? Come here. I, Hong Yi, will take you down first," as Fatty yelled. Wang Ji felt an avalanche of expletives rushing through his mind. Did he not think his enmity was already ample? "All right, Fatty, stop wasting your breath. We're not going," Wang Ji declared, leading the others toward the training area. "Ha, Captain Wang, weren't you quite formidable just now? Why do you suddenly seem so cowardly like a woman?" Zhao Yang taunted upon seeing their lack of response. "My legs belong to me. I will go wherever I please." Wang Ji retorted, "Very well. If your legs are yours, then today, I shall make them not yours," Zhao Yang exclaimed, launching himself forward. Wang Ji's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Zhao Yang would disregard the Dawn Tower's rules and directly attack them. As Zhao Yang delivered a kick, Wang Ji managed to react swiftly enough to adopt a defensive stance, but upon impact, he felt a tremendous force. Bang! Wang Ji was sent flying 5 meters, crashing hard to the ground and rolling twice before coming to a stop. "Captain Wang, are you all right?" Fatty rushed over to check on him. "That I'm fine. The opponent is quite strong. Do not engage with them," Wang Ji said, cradling his nearly bruised arm. Just as Zhao Yang was about to deliver a follow-up blow to the fallen Wang Ji, a figure stepped in front of him. Seeing Lao He stand up for him, Wang Ji felt a surge of gratitude. Observing Lao He blocking his path, Zhao Yang sneered, "Your useless captain was just sent flying by me. Do you wish to share his fate?" After seeing Lao He silently standing in front of him, Zhao Yang cursed, "Damn, another fool." With that, he swung a punch at Lao He's head. Slap! Zhao Yang's arm halted midair, his wrist firmly grasped by Lao He. Clearly, he had not anticipated that this fool could seize his arm so precisely. Go break free. Zhao Yang lifted his leg to kick at Lao He. Just as he prepared to strike, Lao He exerted force on Zhao Yang's arm and executed a throw, sending Zhao Yang crashing to the ground. "What are you dawdling for? Everyone, join in and incapacitate them," Zhao Yang shouted to his teammates on the ground. The 3 men behind him immediately joined the fray, engaging in a melee with Lao He. Meanwhile, the woman named Wei Xiaolian slowly approached Sakura. "Little vixen, once I ruin your looks, let us see who will fancy you," Wei Xiaolian hissed, drawing a knife from behind and swiftly aiming for Sakura's face. Clang! The knife clattered to the ground, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. They beheld Sakura's dagger poised against Wei Xiaolian's neck. "Oh dear. Why must women make life difficult for one another? You wish to mar my beauty? How ruthless of you," Sakura remarked with a smile, gently piercing Wei Xiaolian's cheek with the tip of her blade. Wei Xiaolian, however, remained stoic, enduring the pain in silence. "Xiaolian, release her at once, or I will ensure you regret it," Zhao Yang bellowed. "Still entangled with Lao Hidato, now that you mention it, I am even less inclined to let her go. Who knows when I might truly ruin her looks," Sakura replied, holding Wei Xiaolian effortlessly. "Everyone, cease this at once." At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from a distance, and a contingent of fully armed guards appeared in view. Chapter 8. The guard team. As the crowd heard the order, they turned to see the source of the voice. "It's the guards. Don't just stand there. Run. The guards are here." The onlookers, upon realizing the guards' arrival, scattered to avoid unnecessary trouble. Leading the group was a woman. Wang Ji frowned. Another woman? Her golden hair cascaded over her armor, and a large sword hung at her waist as she approached them with a cold demeanor. "Bring them all back," the woman commanded with a wave of her arm, and over a dozen guards immediately advanced to apprehend the 9 individuals. Each guard was armed, leaving them no choice but to comply, yet Zhao Yang's side was far from compliant. "You think you can capture me just like that?" he scoffed, knocking down the guard attempting to seize him. Seeing Zhao Yang resist, his teammates also broke free from the guards and joined him in confronting the others. The golden-haired woman, witnessing this, handed her sword to a nearby guard and slowly walked towards the 5 of them. When she was within 5 meters, she propelled herself forward, swiftly arriving in front of Zhao Yang and landing a punch squarely in his abdomen. Pfft. Zhao Yang spat blood onto the woman's armor, and his 4 teammates stood frozen, too shocked to breathe. "On what grounds?" the woman sneered, instructing her subordinates. "Capture them." A subordinate promptly offered her a handkerchief. After receiving it, the woman wiped the blood Zhao Yang had splattered onto her armor. Wang Ji and his companions were escorted into a small room within the guard department on the 1st floor. After a while, the golden-haired woman entered their room. Qian team, maliciously injuring others, confinement for 1 month, with a deduction of 750 survival points for meals during the confinement. After delivering her verdict, she turned and left, shutting the iron door behind her. leaving Zhao Yang and his team's discussions unheard. In another room, Captain, are you all right? Fatty inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit sore in the arm. Clearly, I need to strengthen my training, Wang Ji replied, shaking out his arm. Oh dear, did my little brother get hurt? Do you need your big sister to rub it for you? Sakura chimed in, moving closer. No, Sakura, I'm perfectly fine, quite robust. In fact, Wang Ji hastily waved her off. He was fine, but if Sakura were to give him a rub-down, that would be a different story. Creak. The door to Wang Ji's room swung open. The Crimson Flame team's malicious injury will result in a month of confinement and a deduction of 750 survival points as punishment. I hope you will take this as a lesson and adhere to the rules of the Dawn Tower. The captain will remain. The rest may leave. The blonde woman addressed the 4 individuals. Are you the captain, Wang Ji? The woman fixed her gaze on Wang Ji for a moment before she spoke. Yes, Wang Ji replied nervously. You need not be anxious. I am the chief of the Guardian Department. Jieshi, half of the survival points deducted from the Crimson Flame team will be transferred to your team. Follow me to facilitate the asset transfer, Jieshi stated with an impassive expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji felt a surge of joy, considering it a blessing in disguise. Thank you, Captain Jieshi, for upholding justice. I shall certainly treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises, Wang Ji said cheerfully. No need for that. It is my duty. Instead of treating me, you should spend your time honing your skills, Jieshi replied, patting Wang Ji's shoulder and then pinching it, causing him to nearly cry out in pain. I will certainly remember your teachings, Captain Jieshi, Wang Ji responded, suppressing his discomfort, puzzled by her unexpected strength. After Wang Ji completed the asset transfer with Jieshi, he emerged from the Guardian Department to find the other 3 waiting for him not far away. I have good news to share. Half of the 750 survival points deducted from the Crimson Flame team have been transferred to our team, Wang Ji announced, waving his magnetic card at. That's splendid. What are you planning to do next? Captain? The chubby one exclaimed with delight. Well, we haven't had a proper meal since arriving here. Let's head to the dining hall for a feast, Wang Ji suggested, and seeing no objections from the others, they made their way to the dining hall on the 2nd floor. Upon entering the dining hall, they found it not overly crowded. Glancing at the price list, they noted that vegetarian dishes were 2 survival points. Meat dishes were 5 survival points, staple foods were 2 survival points per pound, and purified water, 500 milliliters, cost 1 survival point. All prices were standardized, allowing them to order whatever they desired. As for tobacco and alcohol, those had to be purchased from specific shops. The 4 of them spent a total of 39 survival points on their meal. Wang Ji felt it was a bit extravagant. Spending 30 survival points on a single meal meant that with their 8 hours of training and 3 meals a day, they would end up with a deficit of 50 survival points. Fortunately, they had brought their own food. Otherwise, they would have been struggling to make ends meet in the industrial area, and at times he even questioned if this place was a veritable den of iniquity. After the 4 had their fill, less than a pound of staple food and a small plate of vegetables remained on the table, which they packed up to take with them in the current circumstances. Anyone wasting food could only be one of 2 types. Either they had an abundance of survival points, or they were deluded by a sense of luxury, believing that the apocalypse would never come. Even more astonishingly, he witnessed someone in the dining hall scavenging leftovers. In this world, how could such individuals still exist? Indeed, here they were, driven to do anything to conserve survival points. After their meal, the 4 of them strolled through other shops. Apart from the dining hall, there were weapon shops, hardware stores, clothing boutiques, and general stores. Surprisingly, there was even a bar, a CAF, and a beauty salon, not to mention an adult novelty shop. The weapon shop, being the largest and most intriguing to Wang Ji, caught his attention the most. Inside, whether it was firearms or melee weapons, anything imaginable was available for purchase, and if it wasn't, they would simply create it for you on the spot. The armament selection was impressively comprehensive. And even He Ying and the others were exclaiming in delight from the side. Unfortunately, given the limited survival points available to Wang Ji's team, there were many items they could only admire from a distance. And when it was time to leave, the 4 of them felt somewhat reluctant. Sister Ying, do you have any spare guns in your bag? Could you possibly give me one? Wang Ji asked tentatively. After browsing the weapon shop, he was filled with excitement. Although the request may have seemed excessive, he truly desired it. What? Sister Ying has a gun? I'm in awe. The chubby one exclaimed upon hearing that Ying possessed a firearm. I do have one, but can you handle a gun? Ying inquired, regarding Wang Ji thoughtfully. Does a toy gun count? Wang Ji replied awkwardly. Forget it. Since you took a kick for me, I'll teach you how to use a gun when we get back. Ying said, while also suggesting that he instruct the chubby one. Brother, he has a gun too. I am utterly floored. Wang Ji observed the chubby one's astonished reaction and found it somewhat amusing. Those who were aware of this were fine, but those who were not might think he was a simpleton. Chapter 9. The The cataclysm, the four returned to their room, wherein gifted Wang Ji a pistol. For Wang Ji, who was holding a real gun for the first time, an exhilarating thrill surged within him. The cold, heavy metallic feel in his hands, embellished with a black rose design, still bore a faint fragrance. This was custom-made for me by a German master. Since this gun's inception, you are the first person to touch it, apart from my sister, so cherish it well. And remember to return it when you procure your own gun. Ing said, her hands playfully caressing Wang Ji, causing him to break out in goosebumps. This is amazing. Sister Ing, please teach me how to use it. Wang Ji exclaimed, enamored with the exquisite handgun. Why the rush? I'm a bit tired. Come and massage my legs first, and then I'll teach you, Ing said, feigning fatigue as she reclined on the bed. Wow, Wang Ji, you are living the dream. A beautiful woman and a gun at the same time. Why do I suddenly feel a tinge of jealousy? The chubby one remarked, nearly drooling at the scene. Enjoying it? Why not join me? Wang Ji shrugged. The chubby one glanced at Ing lying on the bed, then recalled his near defeat, and quickly shook his head vigorously. No, I think I'll stick with brother He. I fear sister Ing might shoot me dead. After the chubby one scurried to old He's side, Wang Ji approached Ing once more. Sister Ing, shall I begin? Wang Ji confirmed. Yes, Ing replied, eyes closed. This was Wang Ji's first intimate encounter with Ing. Through the sheer stockings, he could faintly see numerous scars of varying sizes on her legs. It is a woman's nature to desire beauty. Could she truly be indifferent to her appearance? What are you staring at? Get on with it. Ing playfully nudged Wang Ji's daze with her foot. Oh, right. Wang Ji snapped back to attention and resumed his task. After Wang Ji finished massaging Ying's legs and feet, she began instructing him. She explained the proper grip for the handgun, how to disassemble and reload it, aiming techniques, and how to control the trigger. Ing shared her insights, and Wang Ji listened intently. That's about all for the handgun. You must glean from practical experience. Fortuitously, I see there is a shooting range available here where you can practice. Also, be sparing with the ammunition. I don't have much to spare, Ing concluded, handing the pistol to Wang Ji. How's it going, chubby? Wang Ji inquired as he approached the chubby one. All good, brother. He explained everything expertly and understandably. The chubby one said, his face brimming with excitement. Great. Let's head to the shooting range together and find our rhythm in practical combat. Sounds good, Captain. Now, everyone get some rest for 6 hours, and then we shall train together. Wang Ji declared, turning off the lights in the room. September 17, 2025, foggy. Uncertain how much time had passed, Wang Ji awoke from his dream, haunted by the image of a blood-soaked individual. No, to be precise, a zombie. It lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his neck. In the darkness, Wang Ji fumbled for his phone from his backpack to check the date and time. It was now 10 a.m. on the 17th. Time had become irrelevant to Wang Ji. Here, day and night were dictated solely by artificial light. His phone had no signal, serving merely as a note-taking and photography tool. Wang Ji rested on the bed for a moment before turning on the room's lights. Everyone, rise and prepare for training, Wang Ji called out. Once all were awake, the four gathered in the training hall. Wang Ji planned to go to the shooting range with the chubby one, while Ing and old He were free to go as they pleased since he couldn't offer them guidance. Before departing, Ing handed him 100 bullets. Wang Ji stared at the ammunition filling his backpack, wondering if this was indeed what she meant by not much. Upon arriving at the shooting range, Wang Ji took the handgun Ing had given him, which utilized the most common 9mm bullets, with each magazine holding a maximum of 9 rounds. His goal was to empty all 100 rounds. Click. He pulled back the gun slide to check if it was loaded and then disengaged the safety. Bang. Wang Ji fired his first live round. The gun appeared delicate and elegant, yet its power exceeded his expectations. The strong recoil left his hands tingling. He missed. The first shot did not hit the target. However, despite the miss, Wang Ji felt a rush of adrenaline. This was the essence of manhood, and the first shot had left him craving more. Bang, bang, bang. After a few more shots, Wang Ji gradually found his rhythm, managing to hit the target's abdomen and arm a few times. He removed the magazine and began reloading, 1 bullet at a time. How's my shooting, chubby? Wang Ji turned to inquire, but upon seeing multiple bullet holes in the target's head and chest, he felt a blush creeping onto his face. Chubby, your shooting is impressive. Have you trained before? Wang Ji asked, observing the chubby one's confident stance. Yeah, I loved guns as a kid and bought many replica ones to play with. The feel is quite similar, the chubby one replied, raising his hand to fire a few more rounds. Wang Ji watched the chubby one handle the gun with such ease that it seemed to have no recoil at all in his hands. After expending 100 rounds, Wang Ji had also grown more adept. While he couldn't claim to be perfect, hitting 8 out of 10 shots within 30 meters was no longer a challenge. However, he suddenly became aware of another issue. When confronted with zombies, effective shooting requires hitting only the head. Upon this realization, Wang Ji gazed at the dummies in the training area, recalling that he had only managed to hit one headshot out of 10 attempts, and that was against a stationary target. The zombies, on the other hand, are moving targets. Hitting their bodies is already a challenge, let alone accurately striking their heads, which is an even greater difficulty. It seems he must practice diligently, as 100 rounds of ammunition is far from sufficient. This raises another concern. Wouldn't this be an excessive waste of ammunition? During his previous visit to the weapon shop, Wang Ji had noticed that 9mm ammunition was priced at 5 survival points for 100 rounds. This is not particularly expensive and is manageable for a daily practice of 100 rounds. After both men expended their ammunition, they departed the shooting range and returned to find He Ying and the others, where they shared their shooting results, only to be met with a suggestion to practice more. Under Lao He's guidance, Wang Ji and the fatty were instructed to focus first on their physical conditioning. They began with running on treadmills, pushing themselves to exhaustion before lying down to perform some bench presses. Lao He and Ying engaged in somewhat similar exercises, both focusing on explosive power. After more than 4 hours, Wang Ji and Fatty were completely exhausted, with Wang Ji faring slightly better due to his lean physique, while Fatty struggled, having expressed his desire to quit within the first hour, claiming he would rather work in the industrial district than endure such torment. As for why Fatty remained sprawled on the ground 4 hours later, it was purely because Ying was circling around them with a dagger, ensuring they had no choice but to keep going. Hey, Ying, during your training, did your captain also push you like this? Wang Ji gasped, lying on the ground. Pretty much, but I am the captain, Ying replied, looking down at Wang Ji. What? You were the captain? Wang Ji asked. His expression tinged with disbelief. What? It seems like the little brother is a bit unconvinced. Ying quirked an eyebrow and squatted down to pat Wang Ji's head. No, I concede. It's just that you're so beautiful. I didn't dare to think in that direction. Wang Ji admitted his true feelings. I feel the same way, Ying laughed. What is there to be hesitant about? The organization has killed over 100 people that I know of. She is a globally wanted criminal. If it weren't for this situation, I would have captured her long ago. Lao He interjected with a hint of annoyance. Oh dear, uncle, how cruel you are. She is perfectly fine. And yet you want to capture her. Besides, you're somewhat unjustly accusing her. We're also getting paid for our work, Ying said, feigning innocence. The state has laws, and it's not up to you to enforce them. Lao He retorted. Well, I haven't seen you enforcing them either, Ying countered. Witnessing the two diverging again, Wang Ji quickly intervened. All right, you two. Let us put the past behind us. We're not outside. This is the Dawn Tower. And we're a team. We must unite and not dwell on previous matters. After Wang Ji spoke, Lao He gradually calmed down and returned to his workout, while Ying looked at Wang Ji with an expression of feigned innocence, seemingly on the verge of tears. Damn, what is her deal? Why is she here instead of in Hollywood? Wang Ji thought to himself. Thus, the routine persisted for a week, with the four of them engaging in a monotonous cycle of eating, resting, practicing shooting, and exercising. Their food supplies had already been depleted by more than half due to the intense training, significantly exceeding the budget. Initially intended to last a month, it now appeared they would run out in just a week. On September 24, 2025, amidst thick fog, the individuals 200 meters underground were completely unaware that the surface had been engulfed in an 8-day global FOG. By the third day, it had already incited worldwide panic, with various rumors suggesting this was a harbinger of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, those with forethought had begun stockpiling food resources, while the government was desperately attempting to control the narrative, maintaining that it was merely a normal, natural phenomenon. However, such absurd claims were only credible to a fraction of the population. One might buy into the notion that a localized fog could be normal, but a prolonged global fog over several days certainly could not be deemed a natural occurrence. This was evidently abnormal. On September 25, 2025, the global fog persisted, but today's mist carried an acrid sting, causing some who ventured outside to cough and subsequently develop high fevers. On September 26, 2025, the world had irrevocably changed. Familiar yet strange zombies emerged across the globe, frantically hunting and feeding. Within a mere hour, a significant portion of humanity on the surface had succumbed to infection, plunging cities and villages into chaos. Simultaneously, while Wang Ji was exercising, he suddenly heard an announcement. Attention all personnel, please proceed to the first floor conference hall within 30 minutes. Repeat. Attention all personnel, please proceed to the first floor conference hall. The Dawn Tower is convening a general meeting. What is happening? Wang Ji jumped off the treadmill and turned to the others. Something must have occurred. Let us go check, Lao He said, and the four of them hurried towards the conference hall on the first floor. Chapter 10. The Tower Master. Light upon arrival at the conference hall, they found that more than half of the seats were already filled, and they settled into 4 available spots. Half an hour later, nearly everyone had gathered in the hall, and Wang Ji scanned the room, noting that, including the guards, there were approximately several thousand individuals present. Fully armed guards stood motionless in various corners of the area, each holding a rifle. At the front stood a massive platform with over 10 individuals, one of whom Wang Ji recognized as the captain of the guard. JXIS, this preparation for war? Fatty leaned in to ask. What did you say? Speak up. Wang Ji could see Fatty's lips moving but could not hear his words. The noise in the hall, filled with thousands of people engaged in loud discussions, overwhelmed Fatty's voice. Silence. Just as Fatty attempted to speak louder, Jieshi's voice blared through the hall's speakers. At this moment, Jieshi stepped forward to the front of the platform with a microphone. As the person in charge appeared, the entire hall fell silent. I am Jieshi, the captain of the guard. Now, I will introduce the heads of each department at the Dawn Tower. This is Sophie, the head of the medical room. This is Adam, the commander of the troops. This is Zhao Yin, the head of logistics. This is Yang Lifeng, the head of the research room. This is Li Wan, the head of the resource department. This is Wang Yaoxing, the head of the industrial zone. This is Chao Mei, the head of the ecological zone. This is Ellerin, the head of the biological research room. This is Fan Qi, the head of finance. In the future, should you encounter any related issues, feel free to reach out to them. Now, you must be very curious as to why you have been confined here. Why are you not allowed to go outside? I understand that some of you came here because you believe the apocalypse is imminent, while others are here out of curiosity. However, at this point, your motivations are no longer important. The following video will provide you with the answers. Upon concluding, Jieshi gestured, and the large screen behind her suddenly lit up. The screen displayed a chaotic scene in the streets. Vehicles were strewn haphazardly across the roads, rendered impassable, and smoke billowed around. As though the city had experienced a massive disaster. On the streets, some individuals appeared to be madly lunging at others, tearing them apart alive. The massive screen then split into several smaller frames, each repeatedly showing the initial chaotic scene. In an instant, they witnessed countless urban landscapes, scenes that had never appeared in their prior experiences, neither online nor in films. This was genuine footage from surveillance cameras. After a while, just then, one of the frames displayed an indistinct object flying through the sky, and the image zoomed in. It was a missile. The moment they recognized the missile, the footage was abruptly cut off. This must be a trick, right? Indeed, this video is clearly edited. It looks real to me. How can you be so naive? If it were real, wouldn't we all be doomed? Up to this point, some remained unconvinced by the unfolding events. Survivors, I am your tower master, Light. The screen image suddenly blurred, followed by the appearance of a figure donning a platinum mask and a red robe, with golden hair akin to Jieshi's. The tower master was seated at a desk, hands naturally crossed, eyes beneath the mask fixed on everyone in the hall. First and foremost, I can assure you that the content of the video you just witnessed is real and has already transpired. I must congratulate you. You are the fortunate ones. Since you all are willing to believe in us, the Dawn Tower has fulfilled its promise. When darkness descends, the Dawn Tower shall provide you with a beacon of light and a glimmer of hope. I hope you will cherish this opportunity. The Dawn Tower does not permit the existence of mere bystanders. Each of you must have a purpose for being here. You can either fight for the Dawn Tower or cultivate for it. Finally, let us embrace the new dawn together amid this endless darkness. I wish you all good fortune. Once the Tower Master concluded, the large screen on the platform promptly shut off. Wang Ji's eyes fell upon the Tower Master for the first time. Though obscured by a mask, the air of dignified authority emanating from her was unmistakable. Yet, one couldn't help but question the righteousness of this Tower Master. How did she possess foreknowledge of the impending global catastrophe? If she was aware in advance, why did she not intervene to prevent it, instead choosing to construct a vast underground base to hide? Was it a matter of incapacity to halt the disaster? Or was it a deliberate choice? What manner of being was this Tower Master, truly? An array of questions echoed within Wang Ji's mind. Esteemed colleagues, the apocalypse has arrived, and the Dawn Tower will be issuing new missions, necessitating your participation in outdoor endeavors. Concurrently, each team must undertake an external task at least once within the month. Should any individual or team wish to forego these missions, they may seek the ecological or industrial district leaders to formalize their status as permanent laborers. However, those brave enough to venture outside will be rewarded handsomely, along with the boon of personal freedom. This proclamation was made by Adam, the head of the command center. The wave of unrest rippled through the crowd. Many were visibly unsettled. Outside, what could possibly await them there? They had all witnessed the scene. The outside world had become a veritable hell on earth. Wasn't venturing forth tantamount to courting death? Yet, for Wang Ji, The prospect of signing a permanent labor agreement in the ecological industrial district felt like binding oneself in servitude. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it would mean a lifetime of mere survival in the underground. Conversely, to brave the outside world promised not only freedom but substantial rewards. Yet, the inherent risks were immense, with the specter of death lurking at every turn. Servitude was not an option. Better to embrace the freedom of the outdoors than to languish as a mere laborer in the shadows. I urge everyone to deliberate carefully and maintain order upon departure. Do not rush, Adam concluded, stepping away from the podium. Let us return, Wang Zhi said in a low voice, rising to depart. The four of them walked in silence, each lost in contemplation of the events that had just transpired. Even Ying, typically frivolous, wore an unusually grave expression. Upon returning to their dormitory, Wang Zhi immediately checked their remaining survival points. After 8 days of training, they had accumulated 800 survival points. I have a proposal. Our remaining food supply should last us about 7 days, and we must accept an outdoor mission before we run out, Wang Zhi shared with his companions. What? So soon? We could stretch it to a month. Why rush to go out now? The plump one exclaimed anxiously. Because we need survival points to replenish our equipment. Once our food is depleted, the points we earn daily from training will barely suffice for our sustenance. At a rate of 40 survival points per day, each meal costs at least 25 points. And the water we consume during training requires at least another 5, if we delay our departure by a day. We will lose 50 survival points that could have been used to replenish our gear. Wang Zhi elaborated, turning to Lao He and Ying for their thoughts. I have no objections, Lao He replied succinctly. His mind seemingly preoccupied with other matters, perhaps thoughts of family, comrades, or his country. I'm on board. I've longed for a breath of fresh air, Ying chimed in, having returned to her usual light-hearted self. Wang Zhi couldn't help but admire her formidable ability to adjust her mindset. As for the plump one, he had been clamoring to sign the permanent labor agreement, but it was only when Wang Zhi discreetly disengaged the safety on his firearm that he finally quieted down. I plan for us to attempt accepting a mission in 4 days, which will leave us with 3 days of food left. In those 4 days, we can accumulate around 200 additional survival points. If we can gather up to 1,000 survival points before then, we can also promote our team to level 2, Wang Zhi concluded. Noticing no dissent among the group, he proceeded to the training hall to pass the time. Chapter 11. Outdoor Mission Inside the Training Ground. Hey, Team Leader Wang, have you truly grasped the reality of those individuals displayed on the screen? They are bloodied and cannibalistic. Are you certain we should go out? The plump one asked nervously. Wang Zhi set down the dumbbells and shot him a sidelong glance. Going out is an inevitability. We should seize the opportunity while we still have resources. But, I'm afraid. I've never even been in a fight, let alone killed someone. The plump one lamented, his face a mask of fear. They are no longer human, Wang Zhi retorted. The plump one, now seated despondently on the ground, replied, I know, I've watched plenty of zombie films, but I never imagined it would become a reality. Plump one, we must confront the inevitable. Rally your spirits. Consider this life as one handed to you freely. Do you truly wish to live like a coward underground for the rest of your days? Or do you really believe you can survive here indefinitely? Surviving indefinitely isn't impossible, haha. He scratched his head sheepishly. Do you genuinely believe the resources here are inexhaustible? Wake up. We have 4 days. Adapt quickly. Improving ourselves is the key to survival. Go learn some skills from Lao He. Wang Zhi advised. After a period of training, Ying gradually approached Wang Zhi and asked, how is your shooting practice coming along? Quite well. I've achieved an 80 accuracy rate with stationary targets, but only 20 with moving ones. Wang Zhi replied, ha. You're still far from proficient. Come here. Let me teach you how to use a dagger in your hands. A gun is a waste of bullets, Ying said, her critique unrelenting. With that, she tossed a dagger to Wang Zhi and began demonstrating various techniques, guiding him through the motions. Over the past few days, the plump one had been learning from Lao He, while Wang Zhi had been under Ying's tutelage. Having spent more time with Ying, he had come to understand her temperament. As long as he indulged her, she would not make things difficult for him. However, if he opposed her, she could be more ruthless than anyone. Regardless of her emotions, Ying maintained a smile, making it essential to decipher her true feelings through prolonged interaction and keen observation. For instance, while instructing Wang Zhi, she wore a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure, drawing his gaze more than once, which he promptly noticed. If you wish to look, then look boldly. Sneaking glances is hardly satisfying. In such situations, if one were to take her words at face value, they would inevitably meet the same fate as the plump one. After a while, Wang Zhi observed Ying, who was diligently teaching him how to wield the dagger. Thank you, Sister Ying. For what exactly? Ying queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Oh, just I'm very glad to have met you all. Oh, just how glad are you? Ying teased, her eyes glinting mischievously. Wang Ji found himself at a loss for words. Enough. Focus on your practice. Only by living can you find reason to be happy, Ying said, turning away. Indeed. The apocalypse had descended, and with zombies rampant, they were about to embark on the Dawn Tower's outdoor mission. With a singular goal, to survive and return, after their training concluded, the group returned to their quarters. Wang Ji activated Ling Ling Yao, noticing an updated task list with an additional entry. Task 1. Accumulate 8 hours of training to earn 10 survival points. Task 2. Outdoor mission, reward survival points. Random, remaining acceptance time. 28 days. Since Wang Ji had yet to sign the labor contract with the Ecological Industrial District, the labor task was removed. Everyone, I am about to accept the mission, Wang Ji announced. Hey, Team Leader Wang, you need to think this through, the plump one interjected, standing up to emphasize his point. Yes, I have considered it, Wang Ji replied confidently. Seeing that Lao He had no objections, Wang Ji proceeded to accept the outdoor mission through Ling Ling Yao. Ling Ling Yao, accept the outdoor mission. Task distribution in progress. Task accepted successfully. Congratulations. You have become the first outdoor team of the Dawn Tower, which will grant your team 500 survival points as a courage reward. This outdoor mission entails rescuing survivors. Location: S City, S University. Mission objective: rescue as many survivors as possible. Mission reward: 100 survival points for each survivor delivered to the Dawn Tower. Please execute the mission within 48 hours. Current team total survival points: 1,400, meeting the conditions for promotion to level 2 team. Please proceed to the first floor affairs office for promotion. A flurry of information appeared on Ling Ling Yao's screen. The Dawn Tower had granted them a courage reward of 500 survival points. Wang Ji felt a surge of joy. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Initially, he intended to seize the opportunity before exhausting their resources. But now he had unexpectedly gained 500 survival points without any expenditure. Wow, 500 points. That's enough for me to train for 400 hours. The plump one cheered, seemingly oblivious to the imminent confrontation with the blood-soaked zombies awaiting them outside. This mission won't be easy, Lao He interjected suddenly. What do you mean, brother He? The plump one inquired. The location is a university, densely populated, which poses a significant disadvantage for us, Lao He analyzed. Notification received. The head of the guard division invites the captain of the Setting Sun team to the first floor guard division. As everyone pondered, Ling Ling Yao chimed in once more. Huh? Why is she looking for me? Wang Ji mused internally. I'll be back shortly. You all rest for now, Wang Ji said, turning to exit. He quickly arrived at the entrance of the guard division. Hello, I am the captain of the Setting Sun team, and I have been invited by your division leader. Wang Ji addressed the two guards at the door. One of the individuals stepped forward to verify Wang Ji's magnetic card. After confirming his identity and reconfirming with Jie Shi over the walkie-talkie, he finally allowed Wang Ji to pass. Following the instructions, Wang Ji made his way to the innermost room and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, Wang Ji found only Jie Shi inside, still clad in her armor, intently studying something on the computer screen. Please, have a seat, Jie Shi said in a nonchalant manner. Hearing her invitation, Wang Ji cautiously took a seat opposite her. It's good to see you again, Captain Jie Shi. Given the cold demeanor of this woman, he felt it prudent to tread carefully. Chapter 12. Preparations for the mission. After a moment of busy work, Jie Shi finally shifted her gaze to Wang Ji. First and foremost, I must commend your audacity. I truly admire it. Secondly, I must inform you that the situation outside is chaotic. The majority of humanity has already succumbed to the zombie infection. Their Achilles heel lies in the head. Severing it will incapacitate them, as she spoke. Jie Shi slid a rolled-up map across the table towards Wang Ji. This is a layout of S University. It may prove useful to you. Lastly, I hope you all return safely and contribute to the Dawn Tower's greater purpose. Wang Ji was somewhat taken aback and quickly rose to accept the map. Thank you, Captain Jie Shi. If we return safely, I promise to treat you to a meal. Very well, then prepare to depart, Jie Shi replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. Wang Ji was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had witnessed any expression on Jie Shi's face, as she had always appeared expressionless, almost emotionless. Exiting the room with the map in hand, Wang Ji felt that Jie Shi's gesture was indeed a timely boon. Armed with the layout of S University, they could better navigate the campus buildings. Upon returning to their quarters, Wang Ji unfurled the map, and the others gathered around. What map is this? The hefty man inquired. This is the layout of S University. A gift from Captain Jie Shi just now, Wang Ji explained it. Oh, why is she being so generous to you? I haven't seen any other captains from different departments offering gifts. Is it possible that the blonde woman has taken a liking to you? Ying interjected teasingly. What nonsense are you talking about, Ying? After all, We are the first expeditionary team. We can't venture out blindly and risk total annihilation. If we return, it will also be a contribution to the Dawn Tower. Wang Ji replied firmly. The pressing issue now is how we get there and back, Lao He said, furrowing his brow as he examined the map of S University. Indeed. How do we even get there? We don't even know where we are right now, the hefty man exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Perhaps we should consult Ling Ling Yao. Ling Ling Yao, how do we reach our mission destination? Querying mission. Analyzing mission. Analysis successful. First combat mission, helicopter transport available directly. For evacuation, please improvise. Nearby stronghold located to the northeast of the destination. After Ling Ling Yao's report, a map of City S appeared on the screen, with a flashing dot indicating their destination. The group quickly took notes. A helicopter? I never imagined my first flight would be during the apocalypse, the hefty man remarked. Taking a helicopter would indeed help us avoid dangers along the way. But it complicates matters when we need to return with others, Lao He pointed out. Can we drive back during the evacuation? Wang Ji suddenly suggested. Drive? That assumes we have a vehicle, Ing replied. We'll just find one when the time comes. Even if it lacks keys, I can hack into the car's internal system to power it up. It's a skill I developed just before the apocalypse, Wang Ji stated confidently. Driving sounds good, but I saw on the screen in the hall that the roads are nearly blocked. It might be better to walk back. Whether those people can make it to the stronghold depends on their luck. Ing expressed her thoughts. That's not acceptable. What would be the point of rescuing them then? Are we merely treating them as tools for survival points? Lao He said urgently. What's the matter, uncle? Do you think you're a savior who can rescue anyone you wish? If you want to throw your life away for them, we won't stop you, Ing retorted dismissively. Lao He gritted his teeth, saying nothing further, knowing that self-preservation was paramount. Yet, as a soldier, he found it shameful to ignore those in peril. Let South first attempt to drive. If we hit a blockade, we can disembark and proceed on foot. As for protection, we'll do our best, but we must avoid sacrificing our lives, Wang Ji concluded. Everyone should rest for now. We'll prepare our gear for the mission tomorrow. After washing up in the bathroom, Wang Ji lay down on his bed and fell asleep. September 30, 2025. Overcast. The fog outside had dissipated, revealing zombies wandering aimlessly in various corners of the world, both on the streets and within buildings. The usual clamor of human life had vanished, as if the world had been paused, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Ding ding ding. Wang Ji awoke and turned off the alarm he had set earlier, switching on the lights in the room. For them, it was a new day. Wang Ji decided to improve their breakfast fare, as they had grown weary of subsisting on biscuits and bread, nearly forgetting the taste of warm meals. Before long, he returned to the room carrying a bag full of meat buns. Here, everyone gets 3. Wang Ji distributed the buns. Delicious. How did I never realize these buns were so good? The hefty man exclaimed. Devouring his portion. We have just over a day. Once we finish, we should see what else we need to buy, spending all our survival points. Otherwise, if an accident occurs, it would be a tremendous loss. Wang Ji stated. Captain Wang is right. If we die with points left unspent, it would be a bitter end. The hefty man nodded in agreement. By the way, Ing, do you have the gun silencers? Wang Ji inquired. Yes, they're in my bag. Are you worried about attracting zombies with the sound? She replied. Yes, they likely lack vision and primarily rely on smell and sound to hunt. Therefore, our firearms must be equipped with silencers. Otherwise, the gunfire would attract all nearby zombies. Wang Ji analyzed. I didn't bring any. Lao He admitted. Well, we'll buy some later. After breakfast, the 4 of them headed to the weapons hall, where they equipped Lao He's handgun model with 2 silencers, costing a total of 20 survival points. Each of them was allocated 500 rounds of ammunition, totaling 100 survival points. As they already possessed daggers, they bypassed that section. Subsequently, they purchased 4 sets of tight-fitting biohazard combat suits, including gas masks and protective night vision goggles. The suits, made from high molecular fiber, boasted excellent durability and dimensional stability, costing 400 survival points in total, since the biohazard suits needed to be tailored. The sales personnel took their measurements and assured them, the clothing will be delivered to your residence within a day. Please wait patiently. Wang Ji considered their need for more powerful weapons, realizing that relying solely on handguns and melee combat wouldn't suffice when facing a horde of zombies. Thus, he decided to supplement their arsenal with 3 explosive grenades and 3 incendiary grenades for each person, totaling 80 survival points. Is there anything else we need to buy? Think it over, Wang Ji prompted. Adrenaline, Lao He suggested. Adrenaline? What's that for? The hefty man asked. Adrenaline enhances cardiac contractility, increases excitability, accelerates conduction, and boosts cardiac output. To put it simply, if you're exhausted, a shot can revive you, Lao He succinctly explained. Wow, why not buy more than 1 for each of us? Wang Ji shot a glance at the hefty man.
Overdosing can lead to severe fatigue or even shock. Do you wish to die? Now I understand. Is there anything else we need? Let's buy some tools. In the end, they purchased 4 vials of adrenaline, 4 grappling hooks, 30 meters of steel wire rope, and 4 tactical backpacks, totaling 70 survival points. We still have 700 survival points left. There really nothing else we need. Wang Ji mused, surprised by the remaining balance. It seemed that dining here was slightly more expensive than purchasing ammunition. Since we have so much left, let's buy another dagger. Ying suggested. A dagger? Don't we all have daggers already? Wang Ji questioned, puzzled. There's always a chance they could break. With all the cutting we'll be doing, they dull quickly. The dagger I'm eyeing is made from excellent materials. It can slice through flesh with ease, she explained. As they discussed, they arrived at the place Ying had mentioned. Wang Ji examined the sample of the dagger, a golden blade with a double edge. Its sleek surface exuding sharpness, accompanied by a sheath priced at 100 survival points. Chapter 13. A New Dawn. How about we buy 4 of these? Wang Ji asked the others. Sounds good. After coming to an agreement, Wang Ji handed the magnetic card to the attendant, swiped it, and completed the transaction. Shortly after, the staff at the weapons store brought the daggers from the warehouse. Ying took the dagger, inspecting it closely. Not bad. This will make a perfect backup knife. She looked at the dagger in satisfaction. Wow. Wang Ji gasped at Ying's casual remark. This level of dagger really just a backup knife? Before Wang Ji and his companions returned, they each purchased military backpacks and spare magazines for their handguns. Since Wang Ji's firearm was homemade, it required an additional day to replicate. The 4 of them collectively spent 100 survival points. On their way back, Wang Ji noticed that the training hall was noticeably more crowded, with unfamiliar faces doubling the usual attendance. Wang Ji's team had already met the requirements for upgrading to a level 2 team. But they had been preoccupied with training and had no time to process the upgrade. Now that they had ceased training to maintain their optimal condition for the upcoming mission, they made their way to the administrative office on the first floor to upgrade their team status. The process went smoothly, and during their wait, another team even offered to let them cut in line. Furthermore, the number of people attempting to approach Sakura had significantly decreased. They all knew the reason well. After Zhao Yang had fought with them, it was evident that a level 2 team had not gained any advantage against Wang Ji, underscoring the prowess of his group. Soon, Wang Ji's team was upgraded to level 2, and the staff informed him that they needed to relocate to room 007 in Area B within 24 hours. As the team limit had expanded to 5 members, necessitating a move to the level 2 quarters in Area B. During their time in the administrative hall, upon learning that the team setting sun had achieved level 2 status, numerous individuals approached with inquiries, eager to switch allegiance. However, Wang Ji declined each one, as he had no interest in those who would waver in their loyalty. When it was mentioned that they were about to head out, the prospective recruits quickly lost their enthusiasm and hurriedly departed, unwilling to entangle themselves further. Observing this, Wang Ji silently shook his head. These individuals were merely seeking to benefit without contributing, entirely devoid of the spirit of camaraderie required for shared struggle. As the saying goes, one must be wary of treachery from within. He knew he had to be judicious in selecting his teammates. Upon returning, the group began transporting their belongings to Area B, and passers-by commented on their actions. Arriving at room 007 in Area B, they found it approximately 10 square meters larger than their previous quarters in Area A, featuring an additional bed. Each member chose a bed and stowed their belongings, leaving the innermost bed unoccupied. Meanwhile, within the Dawn Tower, word of the impending mission had spread, and some had even begun to place bets on whether Setting Sun would return alive. Inside the room, the 4 of them silently cleaned their weapons. On the surface, Wang Ji appeared calm, yet inside, he was gripped by a profound fear. He was about to embark on a path of violence, facing the relentless and heartless undead. He struggled to convince himself that he was not contending with humans, but with zombies, in an attempt to assuage his guilt. The situation for the overweight member seemed dire. Typically jovial, he now wore a heavy expression, repeatedly practicing the loading and unloading of ammunition. Lao He leaned against the bed, eyes closed in contemplation, leaving Wang Ji unable to discern his thoughts. Meanwhile, Sakura, nonchalantly wielding her golden dagger, appeared unconcerned about the mission the following day. Sakura, we're going out tomorrow, aren't you afraid? Wang Ji could not help but inquire. Afraid? Afraid of what? I'm not afraid of the living. Why should I fear the dead? Sakura replied dismissively. Then you have no worries? Wang Ji pressed on. Worries? None. Sakura hesitated before responding. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Wang Ji chose not to press further, respecting her silence. 10 hours later, the staff from the weapons store delivered the combat uniforms and magazines that Wang Ji had ordered the previous day. With 8 hours remaining until departure, the 4 of them headed to the training hall. Since they would be traveling by helicopter, they needed to familiarize themselves with parachuting procedures. Consequently, the two experienced members began instructing Wang Ji and the overweight individual on the nuances and techniques of parachuting. The rationale for parachuting was straightforward. If the helicopter descended to a lower altitude using a soft ladder, the noise from the rotor blades would attract nearby zombies, jeopardizing their landing. After several hours of practice, they headed to the cafeteria for their final meal, taking a brief rest before donning their newly acquired gear and stepping out of their residence. As they made their way, onlookers expressed admiration for their bravery, while others believed their fate was sealed. Each person harbored differing sentiments. Many, upon learning that Wang Ji's team was now a level 2 group with only 4 members, resolved to seize the opportunity to join them if they returned safely. In this post-apocalyptic world, might makes right, and survival depended on strength. If they could survive the mission and return to the Dawn Tower, their prowess would be unquestionable, and aligning with such a team would ensure longevity. Wang Ji focused intently on the road ahead, unaffected by the gazes and murmurs around him. All he desired was to carve a bloody path and return alive. Moments later, the 4 arrived at the readiness hall, where Captain Adam from the command center directed them to the elevator exit at Zone C, number 2. Checking the time, Wang Ji noted it was just right and proceeded toward the C-Zone elevator. Upon pressing the button, the doors opened, and the 4 stepped inside. 10 minutes later, the elevator reached its destination, a vast warehouse housing a helicopter, with the pilot already prepared for takeoff. "Let us go," Lao He declared. Leading the way onto the helicopter, as the helicopter roared to life, the overhead hatch slowly opened, and it began to ascend. After several days, Wang Ji once again beheld the grim and overcast sky. Chapter 14. Discovering survivors. The helicopter carrying the 4 had ascended into the sky. Upon emerging from the underground base, Wang Ji observed that they were situated above a forest. They gazed at the distant city, still shrouded in smoke, once a thriving hub, now a mere shadow, consumed in chaos within a matter of days. What fate awaited humanity? Where would they go from here? Wang Ji retrieved his binoculars, observing the frenzied individuals below. In that moment, the fantasy that this was all an illusion shattered. Inside the helicopter, Lao He reiterated the parachuting precautions. Parachuting was no trivial matter. Although it was Wang Ji and the overweight member's first jump, the presence of 2 seasoned veterans alleviated their concerns. Approaching their destination, the altitude was now 3,000 meters. Repeat, altitude 3,000 meters. We will reach the vicinity of our target in 1 minute. Please prepare to jump. Repeat, 1 minute until we reach the vicinity of our target. Please prepare to jump. The pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. As the pilot concluded, the 4 gathered at the side door of the helicopter. In a moment, our target is the largest rooftop in the center. Don't be afraid. Just follow my lead. 3, 2, 1, jump, Lao He shouted. With that, the 4 members clasped hands and leapt in unison from the helicopter. Once Lao He and Sakura stabilized their positions, Lao He's voice came through the radio. Release hands and maintain a safe distance. Deploy parachutes. With a rustling sound, all 4 opened their parachutes simultaneously. Wang Ji nervously maneuvered to stay aligned with Lao He and the others. "Fatty, get away from me," Sakura's voice crackled through the radio. At that moment, the overweight member was too close to Sakura. To avoid their parachutes entangling, she had no choice but to alter her descent. As Sakura descended lower, it became apparent she was about to miss the optimal landing spot on the rooftop. Causing anxiety among the 3, just then, Sakura seemed to have anticipated this. She deftly threw her grappling hook from her waist. Clang! The grappling hook successfully latched onto the rooftop railing. Sakura pulled on the rope, drew out her dagger, and cut herself free from the parachute before flipping onto the roof. Once the 3 landed, they quickly removed their parachutes and rushed to the railing, sighing in relief as they watched Sakura clamber up. "Fatty, do you want to die?" Sakura snapped. "I'm so sorry, Sakura. I'm still not very skilled. Forgive me." The overweight member repeatedly apologized, fully aware of his earlier blunder. Wang Ji, having witnessed the scene, felt grateful for Sakura's timely reflexes. Had it been him, he would have either plummeted with the overweight member or missed the rooftop entirely. At a certain location on campus, "Senior, I just saw a helicopter fly overhead." "A helicopter? Are there really that many planes in the sky lately?" One of the students interjected. "No, it wasn't just a helicopter. 4 people jumped out of it," Zhang Xiaowei exclaimed excitedly. "What? Is that true? Where are they? Let us go outside and let them see us." The people inside began to voice their excitement. "Shoo, quiet down." At that moment, the senior Zhang Xiaowei gestured for silence. Realizing they had become overly agitated, the group began to pray fervently not to attract any zombies. However, contrary to their wishes, 2 zombies outside the corridor, drawn by their earlier commotion, had already approached the door. scratching at the wooden barrier with an ear-piercing screech. If this continues, more zombies will come. Woe is us. One student could no longer suppress their tears. Stop crying. We still have our senior. If you keep crying, the zombies will eat you first. A nearby male student remarked. Open the door, the senior commanded, gripping her iron knife firmly. After she spoke, not a single person dared to approach the door, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed. She turned to Zhang Xiaowei and said, Xiaowei, you go open the door, with the senior calling on him. Zhang Xiaowei had no choice but to approach the wooden door with trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he pulled the door open and immediately darted behind the senior. Roar. At this moment, the zombie, having caught the scent of its prey, became increasingly frenzied. Just as it prepared to force open the door to seize Zhang Xiaowei, the senior sister dashed forward with remarkable speed. With a swift diagonal slash, the head of the foremost zombie was immediately severed and fell to the ground. Following this, she thrust her weapon, piercing through the skull of the second zombie behind it. Thud. Both zombies collapsed to the floor. In a mere few seconds, the room was now home to two gruesome corpses. After performing a flourish with her blade to shake off the blood, the senior sister approached the corner to wipe her iron knife. Although they had been repeatedly confronted with grisly scenes in recent days, there were still those within the room who could not bear it and had begun to retch. Let us change locations, the senior sister suggested. Senior sister, there's south no other place left, Zhang Xiaowei replied. If we move again, we'll have to go to the rooftop. Then to the rooftop it is, the senior sister declared, leading the group towards the roof. Upon reaching the rooftop, Wang Ji unfolded a map of S University and surveyed the surroundings. We are currently situated atop the administration building. The university is divided into 4 regions: north, south, east, and west. The north and south are primarily teaching buildings, while the east and west house dormitories, playgrounds, and dining halls. Wang Ji explained. Where should we head first? The plump one inquired. Patience, we must first observe our surroundings, Wang Ji replied, lifting a pair of binoculars to scan the area from the 8th floor vantage point. A campus typically teems with tens of thousands of students, and most of these zombies seem to congregate near the teaching and dormitory buildings. Given such dire circumstances, those who managed to survive were exceedingly fortunate. Old He remarked, Captain Wang, how do you think they managed to survive in this situation? The plump one asked, inching closer to Wang Zhi. In less populated areas, the danger is naturally diminished. It appears they have sought refuge in more sparsely populated regions. Wang Ji deduced. Plump one, keep an eye on the rooftop entrance. Don't let any zombies rush in, Sakura instructed, concerned about the zombies below. Wang Ji resumed his meticulous examination of the map, trying to ascertain a breakthrough point. The densely populated teaching buildings were likely overrun with infections, leaving little hope for survival. The dining hall, however, posed potential, as it was abundant in food and adjacent to a supermarket, ensuring they would not starve. Yet, once the word got out about the food, everyone would flock there, increasing the risk of infection. Thus, the only remaining options were the library and gymnasium, both typically less populated, offering a relatively safe environment. Provided they had sufficient supplies, there remained a chance for survival. Have you made any discoveries? Wang Ji inquired of the two. None. It's all zombies surrounding us. Old He replied, I did spot 2 children, but they were just bitten to death over by the supermarket, Sakura mentioned nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji raised the binoculars towards the direction of the supermarket she had indicated. He observed a group of zombies tearing into the 2 students. The scene so gruesome that he lowered the binoculars in shock. After a moment, he picked them up again to inspect, but all he saw were zombies, with no signs of actual survivors. Just as he considered putting the binoculars down, the iron gate of the gymnasium rooftop swung open. Survivors, at the 9 o'clock position on the gym rooftop. Wang Ji shouted to the others. There are 23 of them. Old He counted through the binoculars. Clearly, these 23 individuals had made a wise decision. Had they not ascended to the rooftop, it would have been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack for Wang Ji and his companions within such a vast campus. Seeing this, Wang Ji pondered ways to attract their attention, ensuring they were aware of their presence and could remain in place. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhang Xiaowei, who had spotted Wang Ji and the others, immediately noticed the white cloth hanging from the office building and began waving vigorously. After some contemplation, Wang Ji decided to signal with a powerful flashlight towards the gym rooftop. Wait, they want us to wait. The senior sister grasped Wang Ji's intent and made an okay gesture towards the top of the office building. Chapter 15. Ambush. Seeing that the others understood his message, Wang Ji lowered the binoculars, glanced at his watch, and noted it was 3 in the afternoon. They needed to make their move before nightfall, leaving them with less than 4 hours, if darkness fell, even with night vision goggles. Visibility would significantly diminish, and the danger would escalate dramatically. They were now faced with their first choice: how to descend. One option was to rappel down from the rooftop using ropes, while the other was to take the stairs. After consulting with the plump one, they decided it was better to stick together and take the stairs. Suddenly, Old He had a flash of inspiration and removed the silencer from his pistol, intending to fire a shot into the air to see if any survivors remained within the office building. Wang Ji immediately grasped Old He's arm, signaling him to refrain from firing. "Do not shoot. That shot will attract every zombie in the vicinity. If that happens, we won't be able to escape." After a moment's thought, Old He agreed it was unwise and reattached the silencer. Once they had settled on a plan, the four began their descent from the rooftop. As they prepared to open the door, they discovered that the iron door had been locked from the inside and could not be opened. "Damn it, Captain Wang, I'll break it down," the plump one declared, ready to kick the door. "Are you insane? If you kick it open, how will we get down?" Wang Ji urgently interjected. "Let us use the grappling hook to lower ourselves into a room first, then regroup and charge out." "That seems the only option," Sakura agreed. "Let us find a window we can open and enter the room." Sakura approached the edge of the building, crossed the railing, and lowered the rope towards the window, securing the grappling hook to the railing. After testing its sturdiness with a firm tug, she announced, "I'm going down now." With that, she grasped the rope with both hands and slid down. Before long, she reached the second floor, finding a window she could open and climbed inside. As soon as Sakura's feet touched the ground, before she could even rise, a zombie suddenly lunged at her from the right. Startled, she recalled that she had checked outside the window moments ago, confirming there were no zombies, yet a creature had hidden in the blind spot. As the zombie's claws drew closer, she instinctively raised her arm to block. But the zombie firmly grasped her arm and took a bite. Fortunately, Sakura reacted swiftly, drawing a dagger from her leg and plunging it into the zombie's skull. Thud! The blade was so sharp that it pierced effortlessly, leaving no blood splatter as the zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing Sakura's successful entry, the remaining three on the rooftop followed suit and descended. When Wang Ji entered the room, he was taken aback by the sight within. Despite having mentally prepared himself days prior, the actual sight of corpses was still unsettling and fearsome. The last to descend was Old He, who upon entering the room, pressed the mechanism at the end of the rope, transforming the grappling hook from a bent shape to a straight hook, gently pulling it back up. "Oh my gosh! We've only just arrived and already taken one out?" The plump one exclaimed, his voice filled with shock at seeing a dead body for the first time. "Sakura, are you hurt?" Wang Ji asked, concerned as he approached her. "I didn't see it lurking in the corner. Thankfully, this clothing is sturdy, so I wasn't scratched," Sakura replied. "Relieved to hear that. Plump one, no matter what happens, do not raise your voice. It's perilous," Wang Ji cautioned, frowning that in truth, he wasn't excessively worried about Sakura or Old He. It was the plump one he feared would inadvertently call out. Afterward, Wang Ji opened the room's door and quickly stepped back to prevent any sudden zombie attacks from outside. Seeing that no zombies lurked outside, Wang Ji cautiously peered out to assess the corridor. The safety passage lay approximately 50 meters away, and 6 zombies blocked the path, with the rooms on either side remaining uncertain. After taking stock, Wang Ji withdrew his head and relayed the situation outside. "I'm a good shot. I'll take them out with my gun," Old He asserted. With that, Old He stepped aside and, with a series of muffled gunshots, dispatched all 6 zombies outside. One shot hit a zombie in the neck as it turned towards Old He, who quickly followed up with another shot as it charged. Old He then retreated, detached the magazine, and refilled his ammunition. The plump one peeked out, excitedly whispering, "Brother He, your marksmanship is impressive. Let us move out." "Plump one, follow me to the wall on the opposite side. Wang Ji and Sakura, you take this side. We'll keep an eye on the rooms and open fire if any zombies appear," Old He instructed. The 4 of them stealthily made their way along the wall towards the safety passage, passing by 8 rooms on either side. Most doors were closed, but 3 zombies emerged from 2 rooms with open doors, easily dispatched by Sakura and Old He. Upon reaching the safety passage, Wang Ji noticed that there were not many zombies present. As the office building usually housed few people, and the safety passage was typically untraveled, with most opting for the elevator. Just as Wang Ji reached the entrance to the safety passage, a zombie suddenly lunged at him. Caught off guard, Wang Ji was slammed against the iron door by the attacking zombie. Bang! The iron door crashed against the wall with a resounding echo that reverberated harshly in the empty building. Roar! The zombies inside the building, hearing the commotion, became enraged and charged towards the source of the noise. At that moment, Wang Ji found himself pinned to the ground by the zombie, while Sakura, witnessing the sudden attack, swiftly drew her dagger and dispatched the zombie with a decisive strike to the head, blood splattering onto Wang Ji's visor. Wang Ji immediately scrambled to his feet after breaking free, listening to the countless low growls echoing within the building. Run! Was the first thought that crossed his mind. It's over. They heard us. Quickly, go to the window and jump down from the ventilation shaft. After forcefully shutting the door to the emergency exit, Wang Ji turned and crawled toward the central ventilation window. The four of them hesitated not a moment and swiftly climbed out of the window. The ventilation shaft, situated between the first and second floors, was not particularly high, allowing the four to leap down with ease. Upon hearing their commotion, the zombies outside converged towards them, while those inside the building clawed and beat against the window incessantly. In an instant, the attention of the nearby zombies was drawn, and their numbers began to swell exponentially. Chapter 16. The weak, blade-wielding girl run. This way. The gymnasium is over here. Wang Ji exclaimed as he dashed forward. Bang! As they sprinted, the four raised their handguns and fired at the encroaching zombies. Their pace was not particularly swift, burdened as they were with various supplies in their backpacks, and they had to continually clear the zombies that surrounded them. Nearly 40 zombies were hot on their heels. Everyone, pick up the pace. Lao He urged from the front. At this rate, we'll lead the zombies straight to the gymnasium. Wang Ji glanced back at the horde trailing them. It was clear they could not shake them off. They needed to devise a way to eliminate them. Lao He, what should we do? Wang Ji inquired while running. I don't know. There are too many. Lao He shouted back. We're going to die. I don't want to die yet. The chubby one had begun his lamentations once more. Shut up, you fat fool. Keep it up, and I'll feed you to the zombies. Sakura retorted at the chubby one. If we must, let us use grenades, Lao He proposed. Grenades? That will only attract more zombies. It won't just be these. Wang Ji envisioned a scene of hundreds of zombies converging on their location and immediately shut down the idea. Then we're left with Molotov cocktails, Lao He suggested. Molotovs sound good. Let us burn them to ashes, the chubby one exclaimed, reaching for the Molotov cocktail strapped to his chest. We can't keep running like this. The Molotovs won't be effective, Sakura pointed out. Quick, everyone, head for the playground. Wang Ji's eyes lit up as he spotted the dried leaves beneath the tree roots. They had the advantage of time and place. The autumn grass had withered, and the playground's lawn was overgrown with weeds. If they could lure the zombies onto the grassy area and toss Molotovs around, it would instantly become an inferno. The four of them ran while dispatching zombies until they reached the western playground, where the number of zombies was still manageable, and the area was relatively open. However, nearly 100 zombies were now tailing them. Wang Ji could feel the ground trembling. Quickly, everyone toss one. Upon reaching the center of the lawn, they hurled the Molotovs they had clinched all the way there. The cocktails ignited the surroundings, instantly turning the playground into a hellish inferno. On the rooftop of the gymnasium, the students watched as Wang Ji and the others leaped from the office building's window, only to see a relentless swarm of zombies pursuing them. Oh no. This is the end. Indeed. I thought they were here to rescue us, but it seems they've come to doom us instead. What shall we do now? Look, they're bringing a horde of zombies our way. Damn, are these people fools? Trying to drag us down with them. The students were all abuzz with speculation. Those of you with weapons, come with me to assist them. The senior, upon seeing the horde of zombies chasing after the four, fixed her gaze determinately on the distance. She was resolved to help those in peril, not for the sake of her classmates on the rooftop, nor for her own safety, but for those who had ventured forth into this apocalypse. Observing her hesitant peers, who were busy concocting excuses, the senior felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. She shook her head without uttering a word and turned to descend. Senior, you can't go. You'll be walking to your death. A classmate stepped forward to block her way. Step aside, the senior said coldly, her head bowed. Seeing her intense demeanor, the classmate was instantly frightened and retreated to the side. On the playground, the flames gradually subsided, most of the zombies having been incapacitated by the fire. The resilient few were dispatched by Wang Ji and his companions with their daggers, their combat uniforms. High-end products from the Dawn Tower were fireproof, waterproof, and resistant to scratches, proving remarkably durable. I've killed. I'm sorry. Don't blame me, the chubby one muttered, somewhat delirious as he continued to stab. Meanwhile, Wang Ji furrowed his brow tightly, the sight of nearly 100 fallen before him rendering his heart restless. Let us move, Lao He suggested as the four emerged from the playground. They were covered in ashes. Although they had not suffered burns, the heat was intense, and the acrid smoke combined with the recent carnage almost made Wang Ji retch. Fortunately, there were not many zombies left near the gymnasium, as they had deliberately run past it to eliminate the surrounding horde. Unbeknownst to them, Their actions had drawn a barrage of curses from the students on the rooftop. As they reached the entrance of the gymnasium, they spotted a girl weakly leaning against the door. Clutching a long knife that had been dulled from use, scattered around her lay bodies in disarray. Wang Ji immediately recognized her as the girl he had seen through the telescope earlier. Observing her fighting spirit, he understood how she had managed to survive this long. Upon seeing the four, the girl relaxed as she realized there were no zombies trailing them from the rooftop. Collapsing in relief, the chubby one gulped as he beheld her. Wow, she is incredibly strong. How can a girl be so fierce? Hey, are you all right? Wang Ji rushed over to her, gently helping her to her feet. I am fine. I just need to rest a bit, the girl replied weakly, attempting to stand but collapsing back against Wang Ji. First, eat something. Wang Ji retrieved a bag of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from his pack. Tearing them open and offering them to her as the girl gazed at the food and water being presented, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. For days, she had been protecting her classmates but had not received any advantages in food distribution. Everyone received the same amount. Having been in a constant state of battle, she now felt her energy depleting significantly. In truth, she could have chosen to survive alone, but she found it impossible to abandon her classmates. If she were to rob them of their supplies and harm them at will, how would she be any different from those zombies? Sakura, there is a difference between men and women. Could you please carry her up? Wang Ji asked Sakura. Humph. Now you acknowledge the difference. You didn't say that when you charged in to help her, Sakura shot back, rolling her eyes at him. After a while, the five made it to the rooftop. Now past 5 o'clock, as dusk began to settle. Wang Ji noticed the armed classmates and frowned slightly. In this apocalyptic world, their behavior was understandable, yet it still irked him if it weren't for the task at hand. And the survival points at stake, he wouldn't have bothered to save these people at all. You're back, senior. Hello, everyone. Please sit down and rest for a bit. A classmate approached, eager to ingratiate himself. Are you here to rescue us sent by the government? That's wonderful. We're saved at last, a student exclaimed, prompting others to echo his sentiments. Wang Ji regarded the throng of students approaching and, without uttering a word, raised his gun. Chapter 17. Galilee. Seeing Wang Ji raise his gun, the students were bewildered, not understanding the sudden shift. Everyone, quiet down. Move over there and don't move. Fatty, keep an eye on them. Wang Ji instructed, gesturing to a corner of the rooftop. Understood, Captain. Ahem. You all better behave. The consequences of my anger can be quite severe. The chubby one adopted a stern expression, glaring at the students. Wang Ji turned and approached the girl. Checking for any injuries. Why are you here? The girl asked softly. We're here to rescue people, Wang Ji replied. But there are monsters everywhere. Where can we go? She said, her expression dimming. There's a safe haven. We came from there. Once you reach it, you'll understand. The girl did not appear overly pleased, knowing they still faced a perilous journey ahead. By the way, what is your name? Wang Ji asked. Galilee. Galilee. What an unusual name. Wang Ji mused, smiling at her. Looking at the bloodied girl before him, a thought suddenly struck him. He wanted her to join their team as their 5th member. I'm Wang Ji. This is Sister Sakura. And that's brother He. The chubby one over there is Li Feihong. Wang Ji introduced his companions. Hello, Sister Sakura and brother He. Galilee greeted them politely. By the way, did you take down all those zombies downstairs by yourself? Wang Ji inquired, glancing at her dull blade. Yes, I come from a martial arts family, so I've been exposed to it from a young age and have picked up a few moves. Galilee replied softly, humbled by Wang Ji's praise. Wang Ji could tell that Galilee had rushed down to help them upon seeing them being pursued by a horde of zombies. Had they not drawn the zombies to the playground and annihilated them, she likely would have met her demise as well. As he gazed into the resolute eyes of Galilee, he found himself profoundly moved. Thank you for coming down to meet us, Wang Ji said, patting Galilee's shoulder with a sense of relief. I should be the one thanking you. We have run out of food. He hesitated for a moment before asking, by the way, how did you survive after the catastrophe? Before the disaster, a persistent fog enveloped the globe for over a week. There were all sorts of rumors circulating online, but it did not disrupt our daily lives. I was merely conducting a club activity here, teaching martial arts in the venue below. Subsequently, all our phones received various alerts, predominantly advising us to find a safe place to hide, which is why we have been sheltering here. Galilee recounted the events. Why were most people infected while you remained unscathed? Lao He inquired, perplexed. Some say it's due to the fog. Inhaling excess mist initially causes symptoms like dizziness and vomiting. We stayed indoors, thus avoiding excessive exposure to the fog and narrowly escaping this calamity. However, many others were infected after being wounded by those monsters. We few students have. At this point, Galilee fell silent, I understand. Did you just mention that you have no food left? How long has it been since you last ate? Wang Ji probed. Including today, it has been 2 days. Qialalai opened her mouth as if to say more, yet the words remained unspoken. He realized she was contemplating asking him to share some food with her fellow students. But the thought of their numbers made it difficult for her to voice. The night gradually descended, swallowing everything in its path. The zombies thrived in the darkness, becoming increasingly active. Let us rest here for the night. And at dawn, we can search for food near the restaurant. Otherwise, they will starve, Wang Ji suggested, turning to the others. Don't go. It's infested with monsters. It's too dangerous. Qialalai exclaimed anxiously. It will be fine. We will be cautious. Wang Ji reassured her with a smile. Some of the students, after 2 days without food, writhed on the ground, moaning in agony, while others lacked the strength to utter a sound. Why don't we share half of our food with them? Lao He proposed, glancing at the students who were collapsing from hunger. Wang Ji looked at Ying, who wore a reluctant expression but said nothing. It was unavoidable. They could not allow these students to perish from starvation, or else their efforts to rescue would be in vain. All right, let us give them a little, and we will keep more water for ourselves, Wang Ji decided, retrieving some food from their backpacks and reluctantly distributing it to the starving students nearby. The students, who had been lying on the ground, scrambled to their feet upon seeing Wang Ji distribute food, eagerly vying for it. Once the food was gone, Wang Ji gathered the 3 of them and spread out a map on the ground, contemplating their course of action for the following day. The nearest option remained the Western restaurant, located to the north of the West playground they had visited in the afternoon. The 4 of them preliminarily agreed that their primary objective for tomorrow would be the Western restaurant. After examining the map, the group prepared to rest. Sister Ying and I will keep watch for the first half of the night. Fatty and Lao He, you two can rest, Wang Ji concluded in deciding the night watch arrangement. He considered that placing Lao He and Ying together would be unwise due to their opposing temperaments. Pairing Fatty with Ying would also prove ineffective, so it fell upon him to take charge. As night enveloped them, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and the lights of yesteryear had long vanished. The occasional crunching sound around them suggested that zombies were stepping on shards of glass. Wang Ji observed the students around him, curled up on the ground, suffering from hunger, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Would his fate have mirrored theirs had he not joined the Dawn Tower? Or would he have already turned into a zombie? Leaning against the railing of the rooftop, Wang Ji pondered while retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his bag, pulling out 2 sticks and offering one to Ying. Sister Ying, do you think we can survive and return home? He asked after lighting a cigarette. We can only do our best. The world is in such disarray. There is nothing worth clinging to. Every day we survive is a day gained, Ying replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. That moment, she had shed her previous frivolity and taken on a more poignant demeanor. While it was true that each day survived was a blessing, it did not mean one should lose hope. Since we have been fortunate enough to survive, it must be fate. Our meeting was destined, and the future brims with infinite possibilities. We could find a deserted place to settle. Become our own rulers, unbound by constraints. Isn't that what you desire? Wang Ji envisioned a future filled with potential. Do you wish for us to find a secluded place to live together? Ying responded, adopting a flirtatious tone. Wang Ji sighed in exasperation. It was clear she could not maintain seriousness for long. In any case, we must remain hopeful about the future, with expectations and dreams, Wang Ji insisted earnestly. Actually, before the apocalypse, I had no interest in such notions of the future or hope. This world, as it stands, is rather appealing, Ying remarked, her gaze distant as she stared into the void. Why do you say that? Wang Ji asked, puzzled by her sudden appreciation for the current state of the world. Just as you said, as long as we remain alive, we can do as we pleased. We could live in seclusion, or even establish our own little kingdom, free to act as we wish, Ying replied with a smile. Well, Sister Ying, our team is currently at level 2, and we need one more member. I would like to invite Qialalai to join us. What do you think? Wang Ji suggested. That sounds good. An additional sister would be welcome. But you're not just attracted to her looks, are you? Ying teased disdainfully. Of course not. No one can compare to you. Sister Ying's decision is solely based on her abilities and character, Wang Ji quickly clarified, shaking his head. Humph. And what if she doesn't want to join us? Ying challenged. If that were the case, she wouldn't have appeared downstairs at all, Wang Ji replied confidently. Very well, it's your call, Ying conceded nonchalantly. After completing their watch during the first half of the night, Wang Ji roused Fatty and Lao He, tossing the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to Lao He before finding a spot to lie down. Due to various factors, Wang Ji had gone nearly 40 hours without proper rest, and as soon as he lay down, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, leading him to drift into an untroubled sleep. October 3, 2025. Overcast at 5 a.m. Wang Ji suddenly sat up from the ground, instinctively checking the gun at his waist. He anxiously surveyed his surroundings and noticed Fatty chatting with Lao He on a platform. While Ling rested against the wall, her eyes closed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sleeping too deeply in such circumstances was a grave mistake, but fortunately, nothing had gone awry. "Hey, Captain Wang, you're awake?" Fatty greeted upon seeing him sit up. "Yes, let us eat something before we head to the Western restaurant," Wang Ji replied as Ing approached, her eyes now open. After the four of them finished eating, they selected 3 sturdy boys to lead the way and carry the food. The chosen classmates were understandably reluctant. No one wished to undertake such a perilous task. However, they ultimately acquiesced to Wang Ji's gun, recognizing that facing the unknown outside was preferable to remaining in their current state. Wang Ji approached Qialalai and handed her his knife for self-defense. "Be careful and take care of yourself," he advised. After a brief preparation, they slowly opened the rooftop door, ready to descend toward the Western restaurant. Having cleared the building of zombies the previous day, they encountered only one on their way to the first floor. However, upon reaching the ground floor, they were met with a greater number of zombies, around 10 or so, gathered in the lobby. This sight nearly caused the 3 selected students to scream in terror. Thankfully, Wang Ji had cautioned them beforehand, and they quickly covered their mouths, stifling any sounds. The 10 or so zombies were left to Ing and Lao He to handle while Wang Ji and Fatty attempted to avoid gunfire, as their shooting skills left much to be desired. After a short while, the zombies in the lobby were easily dispatched, with hardly a bullet wasted. Wang Ji could not help but admire their precision. The group made their way to the Western playground, where remnants of the zombies that had perished in yesterday's fire still lingered. "The restaurant is just ahead," one of the students trailing behind whispered. "Once we enter, we will provide cover for you. Grab as much food as you can when you see it," Wang Ji instructed the students before continuing forward. However, as they drew closer to the restaurant, the number of zombies around them began to dwindle, which raised Wang Ji's suspicions. "This is rather unusual," he halted, prompting Lao He to inquire, "What's wrong?" "There are too few zombies here. It feels abnormal," Wang Ji remarked. "Please don't scare me, Captain Wang," Fatty whimpered. "Let us find a vantage point and use binoculars to observe the situation inside," Wang Ji suggested. They all took out their binoculars and peered into the restaurant. "Wow!" Fatty exclaimed in shock. Through the lenses, they could see a mass of zombies milling about inside the restaurant. Given the sight, it was clear that not only would they be unable to retrieve food, but even entering the premises would prove impossible. "Is this place a zombie den? There are so many," Fatty exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, everyone has flocked here in search of food, and without exception, they have met their demise." Ing commented, "So what now? Do we head back?" Fatty asked. "We must find another solution. Without food, they won't last long," Wang Ji pondered, lowering his head in contemplation. "Brother, I know of a place where there might still be some food." A classmate remarked from behind. "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" the chubby one exclaimed, slapping the speaking classmate. It's a small convenience store, stocked with snacks, and the warehouse is located in the basement of a residential building." The classmate hurriedly explained. "Are many people aware of this?" Wang Ji, reluctant to find himself in yet another zombie-infested area, inquired. Not many. The convenience store typically operates through online orders, delivering directly to our dorms. So few know about their warehouse." "Excellent, then we shall go there. You'd best not pull any tricks," Wang Ji stated, pulling out a map for the classmate to indicate the general location. Once the position was confirmed, the group shifted their course. The destination lay to the east of their current position, within a residential district. Drawing from their experience the previous day, the 4 of them proceeded without causing a ruckus, taking down zombies from a distance. After a while, they soon arrived at the residential building mentioned by the classmate. It featured a row of slightly dilapidated mid-rise buildings, with the basement located on the first floor. After surveying the surroundings and confirming no immediate danger, they entered the building. The corridor was somewhat dim, and Wang Ji switched on the light on his chest, cautiously making his way deeper into the basement. Wang Ji tossed a bullet around the corner ahead. In such blind spots, he felt it necessary to use a decoy for reconnaissance. Sure enough, the moment the bullet struck the ground, 2 zombies let out low growls and lunged towards the location of the bullet. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the zombies, the group swiftly opened fire, eliminating both. The convenience store was at the end of the basement, and upon reaching the door, Wang Ji pulled with force, only to find it locked. It appeared there were no zombies inside, as the 2 must have come from outside. "It's locked. Should we force it open?" Wang Ji turned to the others. "Let me." Sakura stepped forward, retrieving a wire from her bag. "Sakura, you can do that?" Wang Ji asked, observing her pick the lock. "I have some knowledge," she replied. After a brief moment of fiddling, the lock clicked open. However, when Sakura tried to pull the door. It wouldn't budged. A gentle push revealed that it had loosened slightly. Is something blocking it? Wang Ji inquired. Yes. Are you sure this is the place? Wang Ji asked the classmate again. Absolutely. I've been here many times. The male classmate assured. Chubby, you and Lao He keep watch at the corridor entrance, and if any zombies show up, handle them. Wang Ji directed. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped on the door a few times, checking for any signs of life inside. After several knocks, he heard no response. Is anyone in there? Wang Ji called through the door crack. We come to rescue you. Please open the door, he called again. Rescue us? I see you're here to steal our food. I suggest you find another place. We already claimed this one. There are zombies all over this building, and if you dare knock down the door, they'll be drawn to you. You'll all be bitten to death. A man's voice retorted from within. We truly are here to save you. There's a safe haven outside. If you cooperate, I'll take you back. Wang Ji urged once more. I still advise you to abandon that thought. There's no need to cloak your intentions in such grandeur during these times. The voice from within replied. Seeing no sign of persuasion, Wang Ji prepared to force the door open. He had to secure that food. Chubby, break down the door. Wang Ji instructed. No problem. Lao He, Sakura, let us hold the line. Don't let any zombies through. After relaying his orders, the three positioned themselves at the corridor's corner, signaling Chubby to act. Chubby backed away, took a brief run-up, and with a resounding crash, the door burst open. Following the loud noise, the entire building began to tremble slightly, and zombies from the upper floors started to riot. Rushing downwards. Here they come, Wang Ji warned. Within moments, over 10 zombies had charged down, filling the narrow corridor. Open fire! Lao He shouted, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Meanwhile, as Chubby burst through the door, he was met by 3 boys wielding kitchen knives, intent on taking him down and slamming the door shut again. However, as they lunged forward, they were met with Chubby brandishing a handgun. No matter how swift the knives were, they could not match the speed of bullets. The 3 boys quickly lost their nerve, each receiving a kick from Chubby that sent them sprawling. After neutralizing the threats inside, Chubby turned to join Wang Ji and the others in battling the zombies, urging the 3 male classmates to take refuge in the room. Upon emerging, Chubby was startled to find the corridor littered with bodies, with more zombies pressing in from behind. However, the fallen bodies impeded the movement of some zombies, causing them to trip and giving Wang Ji and his group precious moments to breathe. Ultimately, they managed to slay over 20 zombies in the corridor before it fell silent. Finally, it's over. Is everyone all right? Wang Ji's heart raced as the gruesome scene of blood-splattered zombies in the dim basement sent tremors through him. Let us head inside, Lao He suggested, stowing away his firearm. All right, the 4 entered the room, gazing at the 3 boys on the floor, each clutching their arms and groaning in pain, the room reeking of metabolic waste. Wang Ji scanned the interior, noting the bread, spicy strips, instant noodles, sausages, and various drinks. The quantity was sufficient to feed over 20 students for an entire week. Wang Ji understood the actions of the 3 boys. In this apocalyptic world, darkness reigns supreme, fostering selfishness and suspicion. Gather all of this. Wang Ji instructed the 3 male classmates. Captain Wang, what should we do with these 3? Chubby asked. Please, brothers, spare us. Didn't you say you came to rescue us? Why are you now talking about dealing with us? Wang Ji observed the 3 men, who were now crying and pleading for mercy. He initially considered leaving them to fend for themselves, but then recalled the potential rewards for bringing them back alive. You 3 will come with us, but remain silent along the way, or I may have to discharge my firearm, Wang Ji warned, gesturing with the gun in his hand. Thank you, big brothers. We want to make a sound. The 3 classmates began packing the assorted food and drinks into large cardboard boxes. As the group exited the room, the remaining 6 boys were taken aback by the sight of bodies sprawled across the corridor. But thankfully, none screamed. As Wang Ji was about to cross the corridor, he felt a hand grasping his leg from a zombie that hadn't fully succumbed. Watch your step, Wang Ji shouted, raising his weapon to fire at the half-dead zombie. Just then, a male classmate let out a piercing scream. Everyone, hurry out, Wang Ji urged, sprinting outside. Who was that? It was me. I was just grabbed by a hand, replied one of the boys from the room, his pant leg torn. Wang Ji approached, crouching to examine the boy's leg, where the wound had begun to darken, the blood taking on a blackish hue. Anyone else hurt? Wang Ji asked again, seeing no one reply. He moved closer to the 3 boys. He has been infected. It's only a matter of time before he transforms. Should we? Wang Ji inquired. Let us keep him. We finally have a little test subject. So we might as well observe, Sakura suggested. All right, after some discussion, they began their journey back along the same route. However, on the way back, the boy who had been scratched suddenly collapsed. The four rushed over, finding him delirious, his face turning an alarming shade of purple, blackish-red blood oozing from his mouth. Wang Ji calculated that it had been less than 10 minutes since the injury. Could it truly be fatal in such a short time? Let us give him a merciful end, Wang Ji said, looking back at Sakura. She nodded, taking out her dagger and swiftly slicing the boy's throat, silencing the struggling youth. Afterward, Sakura displayed no change in expression, as if devoid of any guilt. Let us hurry back, Wang Ji sighed, turning to retrace their steps. This could be seen as the boy's just deserts. If he had only opened the door, the zombies wouldn't he have charged down, and he wouldn't he have been injured, nor would he have met his demise, since they had cleared most of the zombies on the way there. The return journey was much easier. Soon, they spotted students waving from the rooftop of the sports building. Once on the rooftop, those students regarded Wang Ji and his companions with reverent awe, viewing them as saviors upon seeing the 3 boxes of food. It was just past 10 in the morning, and in less than a morning, they had secured a week's worth of food. A remarkably smooth operation for the group. Chubby, go distribute some food to them, Wang Ji instructed. He pulled out a notebook from his bag, documenting the events that had transpired, especially the characteristics of the zombies and their reactions post-infection. As the first team to venture out, the information they gathered would undoubtedly hold immense value. However, this was merely his speculation. He was uncertain how the Dawn Tower would respond. What are you doing? Lao He asked as he approached Wang Ji. As they contemplated their evacuation plan, Wang Ji took a bite of the bread in his hand and mumbled, "Now that we have food, it's time to bring the others back." He scrutinized the map of City S, noting that according to the coordinates provided by Ling Ling Yao, their destination lay approximately 30 kilometers north of the school in the wilderness. City S was densely populated, and the outside was teeming with zombies. What troubled him most was the lack of self-defense capability among the students. It was uncertain whether they could return safely, especially with over 20 individuals in tow. "Something's wrong, big brother. De Yong has passed out," exclaimed Zhang Xiaowei, referring to the male student who had ventured out with them. "What is going on? Let us go take a look." Wang Ji made his way through the crowd, finding De Yong collapsed on the ground. Lift his shirt. At that moment, he noticed a scratch on De Yong's waist. The wound was not very pronounced, but it had already begun to fester, the surrounding skin turning an ominous shade of black and blue. Everyone soon grasped the grim reality. De Yong had also been infected. "You beasts! I demand retribution for your lives." Upon learning of De Yong's infection, the boy closest to him surged forward, intent on attacking the 2 boys in the convenience store. Wang Ji intervened, pulling him back. Objectively speaking, they were not wrong. Everyone was fighting for survival. Once a life was lost, it could not be restored. "Save your strength. We'll deal with this when we reach the shelter." After delivering this statement, Wang Ji raised his gun, aiming it at De Yong. "No, don't, he's not dead yet. You can't do this," the boy protested, realizing Wang Ji's intention. Wang Ji furrowed his brow. Understanding that in this apocalyptic world, compassion for the afflicted had no place, it was a matter of life and death. Infection meant inevitable doom. Bang. He pulled the trigger, ending De Yong's life, a first for him. Having killed a human being rather than merely a zombie, Fatty, dispose of the body downstairs, Wang Ji said coolly. Perhaps due to the absence of order, he felt no emotional response to his first act of killing. There was no fear, no tension, and no guilt. The students lowered their heads in silence, none daring to criticize Wang Ji's actions, as they all shared an unspoken understanding. No one wished to harbor a potential zombie among them. Survival of the fittest, that was the essence of the apocalypse. "Are there buses at the school?" Wang Ji asked as he approached Jolly. "There are no large vehicles on campus, but there is usually a van near the office building." Jolly recalled. "A van? Can it accommodate all of us?" Wang Ji queried. "That vehicle is typically used by the school for transporting teachers and students to various activities. It's relatively spacious. If we squeeze together, we should manage," she replied. "Is that van still there?" Wang Ji pressed on. "Unless there is an event, it should be parked near the office building. There haven't been any activities lately, so it should be there." Jolly responded after some thought. After confirming the van's availability, Wang Ji briefed the others on the situation. "Let us hurry and retrieve the vehicle while it's still midday. Then let us set off quickly and return before dark," Lao He suggested. The 4 checked their ammunition. Lao He and Ing had used up more than half of theirs, while Fatty and Wang Ji had only expended a little over 100 rounds. "We need to conserve our ammunition. We've burned through nearly half in less than a day. What will we do once we're outside?" Wang Ji lamented, surprised at how swiftly their supplies had dwindled. As they descended from the rooftop, they cleared the zombies blocking their path, most of whom were students. When they encountered a few stragglers, Lao He and Ing switched to knives to conserve ammunition. The 4 stealthily approached the office building and soon located the large van. However, The area surrounding the building was swarming with the zombies they had stirred up earlier. Cautiously, they crept to the back of the vehicle. "The doors are locked," Ing whispered, tugging at the handle. "Is there a key inside?" Wang Ji crouched down to inquire. "Are you out of your mind? Who would leave the keys in the car?" Ing shot him a dubious glance. "It's fine. Just give me a moment to break in," Wang Ji replied, pulling out his laptop to begin unlocking the door. After about half an hour, a satisfying click signaled success. "Get in, but be quiet," Wang Ji instructed, gently opening the door and sliding inside. The ignition key required a wireless signal to start, and Wang Ji was currently using a program to simulate the signal for the electronic key. This process required more time and repeated testing to be why now. It was 2 p.m., and the number of zombies surrounding them had only increased. The four of them held their breath inside the vehicle, anxiously watching Wang Ji as he worked at the driver's seat. "Hey, Captain Wang, is it going to work? It's been an hour. If not, we should head back," Fatty said, glancing nervously at the growing horde outside. "If you don't want to become zombie fodder, keep quiet," Wang Ji warned softly, his laptop continuing its decoding task, akin to testing every possible password combination. By 6 p.m., the light of day was fading, and the zombies around the vehicle had multiplied. Some creatures from within the building were also beginning to wander outside. "If we don't return soon, we might have to spend the night in this car," Ing murmured. "We don't have a second chance. The laptop is almost out of power. We can't afford to give up." Wang Ji glanced at the battery level. Failing to unlock the vehicle would result in even greater losses. Suddenly, one of the zombies spotted them inside the van, causing a ruckus against the windows. The tension inside heightened as they prepared to fire at any moment. Bang, bang. The sound of the zombies battering the vehicle drew in even more of their kind. In an instant, what had begun as a lone zombie outside transformed into a horde. Crack! The passenger window shattered from the relentless assault. Lao He, seizing the opportunity, withdrew his weapon and began shooting at the zombies outside before they could breach the window. Bang! Bang! Several shots rang out, and all the zombies at the window fell lifeless to the ground. Once combat commenced, the noise escalated, attracting even more zombies from the vicinity. Seeing this, Wang Ji quickly placed the laptop in the center and drew his gun, firing at the window as well. "There are too many," Lao He shouted, continuing to shoot. "Just a moment longer," Wang Ji urged. Watching the number of zombies swell, Lao He pulled out a grenade and hurled it into the mass of zombies. Boom! The explosion shattered the eerie calm of the campus. The sound reverberated through the office building, prompting zombies to leap from the windows, and all those within earshot began converging toward them. "Are you trying to get us killed with that grenade?" Ing glared at Lao He. "It's already done. Toss a few more," he shouted back. In that moment, the distant zombies began to close in, and Wang Ji had no time to change magazines. He drew his knife, stabbing at the heads of the zombies pressing against the window. Boom, boom. Another 2 explosions erupted, scattering zombies in all directions. Beep. The dashboard suddenly illuminated, and Wang Ji glanced at the laptop, which displayed a successful match. Without hesitation, he pressed the ignition button. Before the engine could even rumble twice, he shifted into gear and slammed the accelerator down. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the van surged forward, leaving behind a swarm of zombies in pursuit. The van quickly outpaced the shambling horde, its wheels crushing and bouncing over the undead. "Wang Ji, you nearly scared us to death. If you had taken any longer, those zombies would have buried us." Fatty gasped for breath. "Fortune favors the bold. With this vehicle, our journey ahead will be significantly easier," Wang Ji replied. The van had 10 seats in addition to the driver and passenger seats. The 4 of them took one each, leaving the remaining 24 to squeeze into the 8 back seats. While the seating was insufficient, there was enough space to accommodate them in a standing or crouching position. Wang Ji swiftly returned to the sports building, where the engine noise attracted a few zombies, but not in overwhelming numbers. The zombies that had previously poured from the office building were manageable. The students on the rooftop watched anxiously as the recent explosions had left them on edge. Once Wang Ji killed the remaining zombies and returned to the rooftop with the others, the mood lifted significantly. They were elated to have secured a means of escape after distributing the food. Wang Ji noted that the van still had enough fuel for about 30 kilometers, while their evacuation point lay over 60 kilometers away in the outskirts of City S. This meant they would need to refuel along the way. Wang Ji pulled out the map, marking a nearby gas station in the suburbs, mindful that the city center would be densely populated with zombies. After their meal, he recounted their remaining ammunition, following the previous encounter. The 4 of them had less than 400 rounds left. As long as they avoided major conflicts, the remaining ammunition would suffice. If we can successfully reach the suburbs tomorrow, the journey ahead will undoubtedly become considerably easier, as the rural areas are sparsely populated and the likelihood of encountering zombies is significantly reduced. With this thought in mind, Wang Ji felt a wave of relief wash over him. prompting him to rise and join his classmates in quiet conversation. Dear classmates, we must set off to escape from here tomorrow. The dangers along the way are inevitable, so we must unite. Follow our commands, and I sincerely hope that each of you can arrive safely at the refuge. Rest well, for we shall depart at dawn. Inside the Dawn Tower, Master of the Tower, a second team has already been dispatched for an external mission, Jeshi reported to the Tower Master, standing attentively by his side. Which team is it? The Tower Master inquired, lifting his gaze. Reporting to the Tower Master, it is the former Dynasty Team. Oh? The one classified as Tier 3? Indeed. And how fared the first team that ventured out? According to the magnetic card's location data, all targets are currently active, indicating no casualties. Interesting. You may return now, the Tower Master replied, returning his attention to the documents on his desk. October 4, 2025, Clear Skies. As dawn approached, the stout man and old he, who had kept watch throughout the night, roused everyone from their slumber. In truth, most had scarcely slept. In such an environment, even the slightest rustle could awaken them instantly. The group began to organize their supplies, gradually transferring them into the vehicle. Before long, the car was filled to capacity with students, 2 per seat, leaving 8 individuals squatting beside it. Classmates, regardless of what occurs on the road, you must remain silent and stay inside the vehicle. If anyone makes a sound, I urge those nearby to either knock them unconscious or cover their mouths, Wang Ji cautioned his companions. Having relayed the important instructions, he retrieved his notebook and, using the keys saved from the previous day, swiftly unlocked the power. All right, let's set off. As the vehicle roared to life, the noise attracted the attention of zombies lurking by the roadside, who frantically pursued their car. The students pressed tightly against one another in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Their plan was to exit through the northern gate of the campus and head northward, thereby reaching a gas station in a region with a relatively low population density. Due to the overloading of the vehicle, Wang Ji steered cautiously, wary of overturning. He relied on the other 3 to lean out of the windows and shoot at the zombies ahead, ensuring they did not collide with any. Look, there are survivors on the rooftop, the stout man suddenly exclaimed. Wang Ji was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of others still alive, but regrettably, their condition rendered them incapable of stopping to assist. With this realization, he refocused on navigating the vehicle to avoid crashing into the approaching zombies. Noticing Wang Ji's determination to keep moving, the stout man fell silent. Upon reaching the northern gate, the car's hood was already warped from collisions, and they had expended nearly 100 rounds of ammunition. With a resounding crash, the van smashed through the gate's barrier. Once outside the school, the number of zombies on the road was markedly higher. With pools of blood and corpses strewn about, vehicles lay haphazardly across the street, rendering the entire area eerily silent. Wang Ji spotted a convenience store nearby, its contents seemingly untouched, and he felt a surge of temptation. If they could transport all the food from that store back, it would be a significant boon. However, he quickly shook his head. They needed to evacuate promptly to safeguard their lives. Oh, the road ahead is blocked by zombies. Old he observed through binoculars. What? Should we change our route? The stout man suggested, panic creeping into his voice. No. I'm not certain about the conditions of an alternate path, Wang Ji asserted, handing Old he a grenade from his waist. Take this. With that, Wang Ji pressed down hard on the accelerator, weaving through the zombies. As they approached the horde, Old he pulled the pin and hurled the grenade forward. It landed amidst the mass of zombies. Boom! The explosion echoed, and Wang Ji wasted no time, flooring the gas pedal and charging toward the newly created gap. Countless zombies collided with the front of the vehicle, shattering the windshield into a spiderweb of cracks. Blood splattering everywhere. Fortunately, the weight of the car allowed them to break through the horde, though visibility was severely compromised due to the obliterated glass. Chapter 22. The gas station, damn it, Wang Ji exclaimed, slamming the steering wheel in frustration. The explosion had attracted even more zombies, and if they did not accelerate away soon, the vehicle would be encircled by the horde. Smash the glass, Old he shouted, using the butt of his gun to break the windshield. Wang Ji quickly drew his weapon and managed to create a hole before speeding up. As he drove forward, Old he assisted in clearing the remaining shards of glass. With the windshield gone, the car's speed of 50 allowed the wind to whip fiercely inside. After navigating through the previous horde, they continued onward, relieved to find they had left the bustling urban area behind. With no further clusters of zombies in sight, casting a glance at the fuel gauge, Wang Ji noticed it was perilously low. He had grossly underestimated the vehicle's fuel consumption, initially planning to refuel seamlessly at the gas station. The absence of a windshield and the weight of 28 individuals had drastically increased fuel usage. Less than a minute later, the vehicle began to decelerate. Why did we stop? The stout man inquired. Perplexed from the back seat. We're out of gas. What? We were supposed to make it to the gas station. That was before the windshield broke. Shall we walk to fetch some fuel? We should be less than a kilometer from the gas station. Wang Ji estimated a kilometer. Not too far, but not too close either. Old He pondered, let's go. We have no other means of obtaining fuel, he concluded, opening the car door. Stout man, you stay here to protect them. The three of us will go get fuel, Wang Ji instructed. Wait, am I really the only one left here? The stout man stammered, glancing nervously at the zombies that occasionally appeared. There are still over 20 people in the back. Right? What are you afraid of? Wang Ji retorted, noticing the anxiety etched on the stout man's face as he glanced at Jiali Point 20. Before the stout man could finish, Wang Ji stepped out and pulled him down. Let's not forget why we came out here. I understand, Captain Wang, but do you really intend to leave me here alone? The stout man expressed his concern. Wang Ji surveyed the surroundings. The number of zombies was relatively sparse. And as long as they remained quiet on this suburban road, it should be safe to stay put. All right, but you must return quickly, the stout man urged. Understood. Once Wang Ji and the others left, he returned to the car. You all must remain silent. If any zombies come, I won't be able to help you, he warned, somewhat disdainfully. The three progressed toward the gas station, where vehicles were nearly all occupied by zombies. To avoid ambush, they maintained a safe distance from the cars, cautiously advancing. Upon reaching the gas station, they found numerous vehicles parked, predominantly large trucks. Besides the cars, there were many corpses on the ground, with wounds indicating they had been killed by humans. It seems this place has already been thoroughly looted, Old He remarked, eyeing a nearby convenience store that had been smashed to pieces. Let's go inside and take a look, but be cautious, Wang Ji instructed. The three formed a protective circle, gradually approaching the interior of the gas station, vigilant against any potential zombie attacks. As they neared a large truck, the zombies lurking behind it suddenly detected their presence and charged. Wang Ji, having anticipated this, swiftly drove his knife into the head of the nearest zombie, killing it instantly. One by one. They dispatched several more zombies before making their way into the convenience store within the gas station. As Old He had predicted, it had already been thoroughly ransacked. However, a few barrels of gasoline remained untouched. Each of the three took 2 bottles and stowed them in their backpacks. This should be sufficient. Let's head back, Sakura announced. On their way back, Wang Ji noticed Old He frowning deeply and inquired, What's wrong? Old He? Are you feeling unwell? No, I just have a strange feeling, Old He replied. Strange? In what way? Wang Ji pressed. Why do you think the people from the Dawn Tower knew that the apocalypse was coming? It's as if they could foresee the future. Old He voiced his doubts. There are 2 possibilities. First, they initiated the apocalypse. Second, they knew someone was going to unleash it, but they were too powerless to stop it, Sakura deduced. Wang Ji fell into contemplation upon hearing this theory. Indeed, the meticulous planning suggests foreknowledge of the impending apocalypse. The crucial question is whether the Dawn Tower is the true instigator. I sincerely hope it's the first scenario, Old He remarked. Why is that? Wang Ji inquired, puzzled. If it's the second scenario, it poses a significant disadvantage for us, as our enemies extend beyond these mindless zombies. Wang Ji's heart sank. He understood that if this were indeed the case, they would be facing something far more terrifying than the Dawn Tower. Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us focus on surviving and consider this matter once we return, Sakura interjected, already turning to head back. Upon their return, they found several additional corpses around the vehicle. Undoubtedly the work of the stout man. As the three approached, he immediately jumped out of the car and rushed over to inquire about their findings. Wang Ji poured all the oil he had retrieved into the fuel tank. The vehicle roared to life once more, and as they continued on their journey, the number of cars dwindled until they were completely enveloped by the suburbs. Lao He, seated in the front passenger seat, was studying the map while guiding Wang Ji on their route. It should be around here. Just 2 kilometers ahead, and we'll be in the vicinity, Lao He remarked, glancing at the adjacent rice fields. Are you certain? Wang Ji halted the vehicle to verify. Absolutely, Lao He affirmed confidently. All right, everyone, let us disembark. Upon hearing Wang Ji's command, the passengers eagerly exited the vehicle, stretching their stiff limbs. The discomfort of over 20 individuals crammed into a single vehicle was palpable. Yet they found themselves in a deserted location, akin to a hidden paradise, with joy illuminating their faces. Honggu, what does the sanctuary you mentioned look like? Could you enlighten us? Some classmates curiously inquired. Clustering around the plump man. What is there to discuss? You'll see when we arrive. Focus on the journey and remain vigilant, the plump man replied, visibly annoyed. As they traversed the rice fields, Wang Ji detected no signs of zombies. Yet he remained vigilant, an essential habit he had cultivated. Suddenly, while walking ahead, Wang Ji felt a tug on his backpack. Instantly alert, he gripped his dagger and turned around, only to find it was Jiali. Oh, it's you? Wang Ji said, relaxing his grip on the dagger. In the future, make sure to announce your presence when approaching from behind. Otherwise, one might mistake you for a zombie. I'm sorry, Jolly said. Lowering her head apologetically, there's something you wish to discuss. Will I still be able to accompany you? Jolly asked, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Wang Ji. That should be possible. But let us wait until we reach our destination. I fear you might not want to leave once you see the place. Wang Ji replied candidly. Great. Jolly's face brightened at Wang Ji's acceptance. In truth, he had contemplated making her the fifth member of their team even before this moment. Now that she had proactively expressed her desire to join, it saved him the trouble of persuading her. It is essential to understand that in any situation, people tend to form small groups. The choice of companions directly influences one's life. Wang Ji could not guarantee that every choice made by these individuals would be correct, but he could assure them that he would never betray them. Chapter 23. The refugee citizens. After approximately half an hour of trudging through the rugged terrain, the group discovered an evacuation entrance at a small hillock. Wang Ji exchanged glances with the three others before hastening toward it. Before them stood a heavy iron door, reminiscent of the one they had encountered previously. Wang Ji placed his magnetic card against the reader, and the door swung open. We've arrived. Everyone, please enter. Wang Ji instructed the students behind him. Wonderful. We're saved. The group rejoiced, and after ensuring all had entered, Wang Ji followed suit. The door closed automatically once the magnetic card was removed from its sensor. Inside the pitch-black tunnel, over 20 individuals relied on the illumination from the four of them as they proceeded cautiously. Are you sure this is the right place? One of the men inquired. Yes, but where exactly are we headed? Echoed another voice, anxiety creeping into their tone as they navigated the seemingly endless staircase. Just keep moving, Wang Ji said, too fatigued to explain further, and he continued down the stairs in silence. After a while, they finally spotted the end of the tunnel, an elevator door. Wang Ji approached and opened it. The space within was insufficient to accommodate all 20 plus of them, so they divided into two groups. The first group, led by the plump man and Lao He, consisted of 12 students, while he and Sakura took the second trip. After confirming, Lao He stepped into the elevator, leading the others away. The group waited for around half an hour before the elevator returned. Let us go in, Wang Ji announced. Even split into two groups, the 14 individuals within the elevator felt cramped. That moment, Sakura seized the opportunity to tease Wang Ji, pressing her body against his back. Sakura, could you please move back a bit? It's getting a little warm, Wang Ji said awkwardly. Humph, do you want me to lean against someone else? Sakura retorted, eyeing Wang Ji with a disapproving look for his seemingly ungrateful demeanor. Yet Wang Ji genuinely felt overheated. The confined space combined with the biohazard suits made the air seem stifling, compounded by the bloodstains on their clothes and the students behind them who hadn't bathed in days. The elevator was suffused with an unpleasant odor. Ding! The elevator announced their arrival. As the doors opened, Wang Ji was the first to dash outside, desperate to escape the confined space. Once outside, he was greeted by the familiar sight of the hall. The plump man and Lao He had been waiting for them, surrounded by armed guards prepared for any emergencies. Upon witnessing the true visage of the Dawn Tower, the students gazed in awe, as if they had transitioned from hell to paradise. At this juncture, however, Wang Ji and the others could not fully enter the Dawn Tower. They still needed to undergo various checks. Please follow me to the medical room for comprehensive disinfection and health examinations. A woman clad in a white lab coat and mask instructed, beckoning Wang Ji and his group to follow her. We're glad to see you back. It must have been quite an adventure out there. The woman in the lab coat remarked. That's hardly a humorous statement. Outside is a veritable hell on earth, Wang Ji replied. The woman guided them for a short distance. Here we are. Director Sophie is waiting for you inside, she said before turning to leave. Wang Ji recalled that Sophie was the head of the medical room they had encountered in the assembly hall. Upon entering the medical room, Sophie first led them to the changing and disinfection area. Please remove all your clothing and enter the disinfection chamber. Gentlemen to the left, ladies to the right, Sophie instructed, stepping back as she exited the disinfection area. Inside, 3 male doctors in lab coats arranged numerous small baskets to collect Wang Ji and the others' clothing and gear. Wang Ji stripped off his blood-stained biohazard suit and personal garments, tossing them into the baskets before stepping naked into the disinfection shower, where a uniform was provided as a spare garment. After cleansing themselves, everyone emerged from the disinfection room clad in identical uniforms exclusive to the Dawn Tower. Please follow me, a medical staff member directed. Wang Ji proceeded to the testing room, where the procedure was straightforward. A blood draw followed by a brief wait to ensure no infection risks. When the results arrived, they showed no hidden infections, prompting a sigh of relief from Wang Ji. After all, if any of the 4 of them had an issue, it would severely impact him. Once the tests were completed, Wang Ji led the students to the task hall, eager to submit their mission report. After verifying the information, they had successfully brought back 24 valid survivors. Simultaneously, their account received an additional 2,400 survival points. After handing over the students to the Dawn Tower, Wang Zhi had one more task to address, bringing Jiali into the team. "Jiali, come with us," Wang Zhi called out. Upon hearing her name, Jiali hurried over. The group took her to the affairs hall, where they approached an unoccupied window. "Hello, we are from the Setting Sun team, and I wish to invite a survivor to join our ranks." "Certainly, please present the magnetic cards for both parties," the official replied. At this moment, Wang Zhi realized that Jiali did not possess a magnetic card. "Actually, she is someone we just rescued from outside, and she currently doesn't have a magnetic card. Could you assist in issuing one?" Wang Zhi requested. "No magnetic card? That means her current status is that of a refugee. It will cost 1,000 survival points to purchase a citizen identity. Only with a citizen identity can one enjoy all the rights and privileges of the Dawn Tower, a refugee." "Is that really the terminology used?" Wang Zhi pondered, beginning to grasp the implications. Anyone without a magnetic card was classified as a refugee, unable to enjoy any rights, which meant a lack of freedom. In contrast, citizens possessed magnetic cards, akin to themselves, and could acquire wealth and freely exercise their rights within the Dawn Tower. To have Jiali join their team, Wang Zhi would need to pay 1,000 survival points for her citizenship. He observed Jiali, who appeared bewildered, not understanding why everyone was staring at her. Clearly, she was still unaware of the distinction between refugees and citizens, or even what survival points were. Recalling the day he had encountered Jiali at the stadium, standing alone with a knife, braced to face them despite her unsteady demeanor, Wang Zhi felt a pang of sympathy. He did not wish to abandon such a kind-hearted individual. In this apocalyptic world, he needed teammates he could trust, those who would not prompt suspicion. Wang Zhi glanced at Lao He, who merely nodded silently. Showing no strong opinion, he had already discussed this with Sakura outside, and she had no objections. As for the plump man, his opinion had ceased to carry weight. "Very well, I shall purchase her citizen identity," Wang Zhi declared to the official. Upon confirming Wang Zhi's intent, the staff deducted 1,000 survival points from his account. From this moment forward, Jiali was granted the status of a citizen within the Dawn Tower. Once the formalities for Jiali's inclusion were completed, the official handed over a magnetic card with the ID number 10,000 and 1.10001. This signifies that you are the first individual to transition from refugee to citizen within the Dawn Tower. Chapter 24. Summary of External Operations. Here, this will be your identification card. Do not lose it, and certainly do not give it to anyone, Wang Zhi said as he handed the magnetic card to Jiali. "Where have the other students gone?" Galilee inquired as she took the magnetic card. "Rest assured, they are safe here and occupied with their own matters. From now on, you shall be one of us. Remember to learn from Sister Sakura and Brother He." Wang Zhi gently patted Galilee's head. To avoid burdening Galilee with unnecessary concerns about the others, Wang Zhi could only provide a vague response. On their way back to the residence, Wang Zhi explained the basic rules within the Dawn Tower to Galilee.So. "These survival points must be quite precious, right?" Galilee pondered after listening to Wang Zhi's explanation. "The survival points here are akin to currency, and when they first joined, the demand for a payment of 1,000 survival points had visibly altered the expressions of the Ford. Galilee, of course, noticed this change. It's just a string of numbers. What makes it valuable?" Wang Zhi remarked nonchalantly, walking ahead. "Brother Wang, that equates to 10 human lives." "Are you serious?" The hefty companion interjected unexpectedly from behind. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi halted, turning back with a puzzled look at the hefty one, unsure whether he was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Why are you all looking at me? Did I remember incorrectly?" The hefty one replied innocently. As Wang Zhi turned to Galilee, he noticed her eyes were slightly red, standing silently by. "Hee, little sister, don't take it to heart. If we are willing to part with that sum, it indicates your worth." "Don't mind that foolish hefty one," Wang Zhi offered awkwardly, unsure of how to comfort her. Just then, Sakura approached and embraced Galilee, providing solace. Galilee, not wanting to appear overly sensitive, merely nodded with reddened eyes. "Hey, you can call me hefty. But please leave out the foolish." "All right." Meanwhile, the news of Wang Zhi and the others' return quickly spread throughout the Dawn Tower. "Brothers, what is the situation outside? Is it really like in the video? Where did you go? Is it dangerous?" Yes. Please tell us." Upon encountering Wang Zhi and the others on the road, many rushed forward to inquire about the external circumstances. However, the group remained tight-lipped, hastening onward, for the reason was simple. Such information held value. And to learn it, one must pay the price. Soon, the 5 returned to their room in Zone B. Wow. What a long-awaited feeling. "I need to sleep for a whole day," the hefty one exclaimed as he flopped onto the bed closest to the door. The room was spacious and well-arranged. Wang Zhi assigned Galilee a bed next to Sakura, considering that having another woman around might provide her some comfort. After lying on the beds for a while, a knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" The hefty one called out. "Your clothing and equipment," came the voice from outside. After hearing this, the hefty one got up to open the door, bringing in their belongings left in the medical room. "Wow, this smell is quite pungent." The hefty one fanned the air in front of him. The clothing and equipment had all been disinfected, leaving behind the scent of antiseptic. By the way, Galilee still lacks a weapon. "Shall we go buy her one later?" Wang Ji suggested, sitting up on the bed. "Before that, shouldn't we grab something to eat?" Sakura interjected. "All right, I'll head to the trading hall first to post some intel. You all go ahead to the cafeteria and wait for me," Wang Ji said before stepping out. Wang Ji navigated the trading hall with ease, reaching the front desk to present his identity card. "Hello, I wish to sell some information." The attendant took the card, reviewed the details, and replied, "Please edit your information and upload it to the system. Additionally, the Dawn Tower will charge a 10% transaction fee." "That's fine," Wang Ji acknowledged, proceeding to edit the information on the computer before him. The title read, "Summary of External Mission Intelligence. Target: Zombies. Quantity: varies by population density, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, or as few as dozens to hundreds. Behavior: fearful of light and active at night. Zombies move swiftly and wildly in darkness, while they are slightly slower in light. Zombies are mutated humans, with abilities varying accordingly. They are particularly sensitive to sound and smell, using sound to track and scent to pinpoint. Fatal weakness: head and brain. Danger precautions: keep a safe distance from zombie corpses, as they may not be fully deceased and could launch a surprise attack. Leading to infection. Price: 100 survival points. Once Wang Ji completed the editing and checked for accuracy, he successfully submitted it.as long as it passed the system review. It would be displayed in the trading system. After submitting the intel, Wang Ji took a moment to glance at the titles of others' information. There was a hodgepodge of data ranging from specific team information to personal photos. Just as Wang Ji was browsing through the various postings, footsteps echoed behind him. Turning to see Captain Jieshi, he greeted. "What a coincidence, Captain Jieshi. Are you here for trading as well? I specifically came to find you." "Follow me," Jieshi replied impassively before turning to leave. Having grown accustomed to Jieshi's indifferent demeanor, he followed suit. The two arrived at the office of the guard headquarters, where Jieshi took a seat at her desk and gestured to the nearby sofa. "Sit. I didn't expect you to return safely. It surprised me. Just lucky, thanks to Captain Jieshi," Wang Ji humbly responded. "Now, tell me about the process and summary of this mission," Jieshi instructed. "Well, it went like this." Wang Ji recounted their experiences after landing. After listening to Wang Ji's description, Jieshi fell silent for a moment before speaking. "It seems worse than I imagined. I heard you rescued a refugee team member." "Yes, she was saved during this mission." "Understood. You may leave now. I was actually going to grab a meal. Didn't I say I would treat you to dinner when we got back? How about now?" Wang Ji invited, recalling how helpful Jieshi had been by providing them with a map of the school. I didn't think you still remembered. However, I'll pass." "I didn't help you just for a meal," Jieshi declined. "Of course, as long as Captain Jieshi speaks up, there would be a line of people wanting to treat you to a meal, stretching all the way to the ground. But I genuinely wish to treat you, Captain Jieshi," Wang Ji insisted, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Jieshi looked up at Wang Ji and said, "Let us go in the cafeteria," the hefty one remarked. "I say, are we being stood up by Brother Wang? Should we order first? Why is everyone so quiet?" he continued, observing the three who sat in silence. "Brother Wang is really something. It's been nearly half an hour. Is posting intel that difficult?" Just then, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. "Sorry for the wait. I was delayed handling a few matters," Wang Ji said as he walked over. "Captain Jieshi, please, have a seat." The hefty one immediately jumped up to offer his seat to Jieshi upon seeing her standing beside Wang Ji earlier. "I mentioned treating Captain Jieshi to a meal, so I've invited her today," Wang Ji explained. "Good to see you again," Jieshi greeted the others before taking a seat without pretense. As soon as Jieshi settled beside Galilee, the latter's body trembled slightly. Sakura and he also nodded respectfully, having a favorable impression of Jieshi. "Captain Jieshi, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Wang Ji inquired, glancing at the menu. Jieshi shook her head, indicating it was up to them. Chapter 25. Yin Ling Long. Wang Ji looked over the menu, ordering 6 portions of high-nutrition compressed cheese, specialty milkshakes, and steak rice. After placing the order, the group sat quietly at the table, with Jieshi's presence. The atmosphere grew tense. Even the usually talkative hefty one fell silent. Wang Ji noticed the surrounding gazes, as everyone occasionally glanced in their direction. The reason was clear. The captain of the guard headquarters was dining with them. He realized the implications of Jieshi's earlier remark. This meal was indeed uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, the ordered meals arrived, breaking the awkward silence. Suddenly, amidst the hearty eating, a sound of sobbing filled the air. Wang Ji looked up to find the Hefty One crying as he ate. "What's wrong, Hefty One?" Wang Ji asked, puzzled. "Nothing. It's just too delicious. I'm overwhelmed. I haven't had a proper meal in a month, and this feeling is just wonderful. Goodness, what a dramatic display. What's with all the theatrics over a meal?" Wang Ji thought, bemused by the Hefty One's exaggerated reaction. "Is this the new team member you rescued?" Jeshi asked, eyeing Galilee. "Yes, it's her," Wang Ji confirmed. "Not bad," Jeshi commented succinctly. Feeling Jeshi's gaze, Galilee instinctively leaned away slightly. Wang Ji noticed her subtle movement and reassured, "No need to be nervous. Captain Jeshi is our good friend. You all train rigorously. Don't skimp on your diet. Be sure to try the gourmet nutrition meals here. Time is running short. I must take my leave," Jeshi stated, lifting her milkshake cup before standing up to depart. Thus, the meal concluded, and Wang Ji approached the front desk. "Hello. I'd like to settle the bill for table 07. Please hold on. 6 portions of high-nutrition compressed cheese, 6 specialty milkshakes, and 6 steak rice, totaling 50 survival points," the attendant replied. Wang Ji gasped at the amount. Spending 50 points on a single meal was rather extravagant. And Jeshi had advised them not to hold back on expenses. Who could afford that? That person was quite formidable. Upon Wang Ji's return after settling the bill, Jelly spoke up. Wang Ji recalled Jelly's earlier display of fear and inquired, "What transpired?" "When she looked at me just now, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from her." In a hushed tone, Jelly replied, "After all, she is the captain of the guard. It is only natural for her to possess great strength. But she would not harm us without cause." Wang Ji reassured her, "I heard from a squad that they happened upon the captain during her training, and at that time, her full-powered strike unleashed nearly 1,000 kilograms of force." Lao He remarked, "Goodness, is she even human? One punch from her could likely pierce through someone." The portly man gasped in astonishment. "Let us proceed to Jelly and procure a weapon," Wang Ji declared as he led the group to the armory hall. In this post-apocalyptic world, a reliable weapon is an essential item for everyone. "Go ahead and choose a weapon that you fancy," Wang Ji encouraged Jelly. "Thank you, Captain," Jelly replied as she followed closely behind. "No need for such formality. We are all comrades here. What do you require?" The attendant approached them as they entered. "We will browse ourselves, thank you," Wang Ji responded. Within the hall, various weapons and equipment could be reviewed via the system menu. Wang Ji activated the menu, allowing Jelly to peruse at her leisure. After a short while, Jelly selected a standard Qingyang knife. Wang Ji observed the price and description of the blade in the system. It costs only 50 survival points. Jelly had sensibly chosen the most affordable option. Will this 50 survival point knife even be functional? Surely a couple of strikes would render it useless? Are we truly buying this? In questioned, puzzled. "Let us find a sturdier knife. This one lacks durability and will break after just a few uses," Wang Ji suggested, feeling that since they were finally purchasing a weapon, it would be better to invest in something worthwhile. With that thought in mind, Wang Ji flipped through several pages of the system menu. "Let us start from this page," he indicated on the screen, knowing that due to Jelly's nature, if he didn't encourage her to look further, she would likely settle for a knife costing around 100 survival points. "What about this one?" Jelly tentatively pointed at a red-bladed knife displayed on the menu. The group gathered closer to examine the details. This knife, named Yelinglong, was priced at 500 survival points and crafted from tungsten alloy, making it virtually indestructible. Additionally, it came with after-sales maintenance. Any chips or dull edges could be repaired, alleviating concerns about damage rendering it unusable. Indeed, the price reflects its quality. Wang Ji nodded in agreement. "Wow, when will I ever be able to acquire such a weapon?" The portly man expressed enviously while gazing at the screen. "Perhaps when we gather more survival points. For now, we do possess firearms," Wang Ji remarked, glancing at the price of rifles, which hovered around 500 survival points as well. "Shall we go ahead and order this Yelinglong?" Wang Ji turned to ask. "Yes," came the affirmative response. "Hello, we wish to purchase this Yelinglong," Wang Ji said as he handed the magnetic card to the attendant. "Certainly, the weapon will be delivered to your residence within 3 days. Please be patient," the attendant replied. Such cold weapons typically require time to manufacture. They are made only upon purchase, while popular items are readily available due to high demand. Although 500 survival points was a considerable expenditure for them at this moment, it was a worthwhile investment in the long run. As for the group, they still had handguns and daggers, which would suffice for the time being. They could always upgrade their equipment once they accrued more survival points later on. "Let us depart," Wang Ji suggested. Indeed, it was evident that Jelly, having just acquired a fine weapon, was in high spirits. The group accompanied Jelly as they explored the various areas on the second floor. Wang Ji recounted how he had met Lao He, Ying, the portly man, and the events that transpired upon their arrival at the Dawn Tower. Jelly listened intently, akin to a child enthralled by a tale, Until Wang Ji mentioned the incident involving the Qiyin team, prompting her to ask, "Captain, do you believe they will retaliate?" Wang Ji pondered for a moment and replied, "Given Zhao Yang's disposition, retaliation is inevitable. However, internal conflict is prohibited within the Dawn Tower unless it occurs in the arena. Otherwise, the guard will impose sanctions. I yearn to be as formidable as Captain Jieshi, to protect everyone, to safeguard the captain," Jelly declared, her fists clenched with determination. Upon hearing Jelly express her desire to protect him, Wang Ji felt a warmth flush to his cheeks. This petite girl spoke with a boldness that was striking, yet she remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety. "From now on, you are not to act alone. Always find a companion in these dire times. With no laws or justice, the only person you can truly rely on is yourself. Do you understand?" Wang Ji advised. "But Captain, can you not trust your comrades?" Jelly looked up at him earnestly. "Well, one cannot place complete trust in others, for I, too, am uncertain of whether I might succumb to darkness in this dystopia." Wang Ji replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "That is all right. Even if you were to betray me, I would willingly accept it, for I owe my life to you all," Jelly said with a smile. Wang Ji glanced at her, choosing not to respond, pondering what the future held. Chapter 26. The former dynasty. After some time exploring, the five returned to their residence. That moment, Ing was seated on the bed, swinging her legs, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke up, "Hey, little brother, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Wang Ji, upon hearing her, did not overthink it and approached her directly as he arrived beside Ing. An unsettling feeling washed over him, and just as he contemplated retreating, it was too late. Ing yanked him onto the bed. One arm draped around his neck while the other waved a dagger in front of his face. Wang Ji, sensing the situation, nervously asked, "What's wrong, Sister Ing?" "Huh? It seems my dagger has a crack," Ing suddenly remarked. Hearing her words, Wang Ji's gaze fell upon the dagger before him. It appeared pristine, devoid of any blemishes. Where could a crack possibly come from? However, since Ing had made the claim, denying it would seem quite inconsiderate. "It does seem to have a crack. Perhaps we should replace it," Wang Ji suggested tentatively. "Wouldn't that be overly extravagant?" Ing responded with an air of disbelief. "A fine blade deserves a fine sheath. There's no waste in that." "Well, then I shall heed my brother's advice," Ing replied with a smile. Wang Ji prepared to rise. He was caught off guard as Ying's legs draped themselves over his. "Sister Ing, I'm exhausted from our travels. My legs are sore. Please give me a massage," Ing languidly stated from her reclined position. "Sore? What a joke. Does that mean my legs aren't sore? Who will massage me?" Wang Ji thought to himself, yet ultimately, he placed his hands on Ying's legs and began to knead them. Your technique is rather skilled. It would be a shame if you didn't become a massage therapist," Ing praised. Wang Ji felt a wave of embarrassment. Some individuals appeared glamorous on the surface, serving as leaders, yet behind closed doors, they were merely massage therapists? A little lower. "Yes, just there. This pressure satisfactory?" "Yes, just right." After Wang Ji finished his service, he performed a quick wash-up and collapsed onto the bed, drifting into slumber. In the dead of night, Wang Ji jolted awake from a nightmare, where his companions morphed into zombies one after another, charging towards him. Thus, he awoke, engulfed in sorrow and fear. Switching on the bedside lamp, he noticed the others were still resting. "How long have I been asleep?" the portly man mumbled, roused by Wang Ji's movements. In the tower, day and night held no distinction. Aside from a date indicating the dawn, no one paid attention to whether it was 3 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon. They simply slept when tired and resumed work or training upon waking. "I don't know. I had a nightmare." "Get up. Let us go grab some food," Wang Ji said, shaking his head as he got out of bed. After heading to the cafeteria with the portly man, Wang Ji ordered numerous buns along with 5 servings of millet porridge, totaling 10 survival points. Upon returning to their residence, the others were still resting. The past few days had been exhausting, and now that they were back in a safe environment, their tense nerves had relaxed into deep slumber. Had they been outside, even the slightest noise would have had them alert and vigilant. Once everyone had awakened and gathered around the table to eat, Wang Ji began, "Let us discuss our plans. Each of us must spend a full day in the training ground for 12 hours. Regardless of whether we are actively training, we must remain there to accumulate time, as this will yield more survival points to sustain our team." After finishing his statement, Wang Ji retrieved 5 devices resembling headphones from his backpack and placed them on the table. These radios are specially crafted by the Dawn Tower. They can receive signals from up to 10 kilometers away without the need for any network and can be utilized in any location. To ensure the recipient receives your message, one must be on the same channel and press this button to speak. Others tuned to the same frequency will hear it, Wang Ji explained to his companions. Hello, hello, can you hear me? The portly man tested the radio. The others nodded, confirming the device was functioning properly. Great, Lingling Yao. Check the tasks, Wang Ji commanded. Current tasks. 1. Accumulate 12 hours of personal training to earn 10 survival points. 2. Outdoor mission. Remaining mandatory acceptance time. 28 days and 16 hours. Now, check the trading status, Wang Ji instructed. Information. 1 copy has been sold, yielding 90 points. Wow, business is coming in quickly, Ing remarked. Wow, with so many teams? If each person buys a copy of our external intelligence, won't we strike it rich? Wouldn't that mean feasting on delicacies every meal? The chubby man exclaimed excitedly. You're overthinking it. They will organize several teams to purchase our intelligence and then share it. Selling a few copies would be quite fortunate, Wang Ji replied. Once you've finished eating, everyone should head for training. Chubby, train diligently. Our luck on the next outing may not be as favorable, Wang Ji added before rising to leave. On the way, Wang Ji, concerned about Chubby's self-discipline, sought out Old He. Old He, when you have time, please mentor Chubby. We can't let him drag us down. Just train him hard, Old He chuckled. Sakura, please take care of Luli as well. Although she wields a knife proficiently, she still lacks knowledge and skills with firearms. Hee, given that you're needing my legs, I'll reluctantly agree, Sakura responded. Upon arriving at the training hall, it was evident that there were always individuals training, primarily to earn survival points, enhance their capabilities, and prepare for imminent missions. Hey, have you heard? That level 3 team from the former dynasty went out yesterday. I heard. I even went to the first floor to watch them leave. Their aura, their equipment, it was utterly enviable. I wish I could join them, but alas, team size is limited. Come on, with your physique, how would they even consider you? What are you saying? Aren't you afraid the captain might hear? Wang Ji, training nearby, overheard their discussion and realized this was his first encounter with news about a level 3 team. Some of these individuals had been here for quite some time. When he heard about the existence of level 2 and 3 teams, he felt little surprise. After all, the apocalypse had only just commenced, and the team's level merely dictated their numbers. To him, the rest seemed of little consequence. Chapter 27. The CAF. During training, Wang Ji continued to focus on physical conditioning. Physical fitness, manifested through strength, speed, endurance, coordination, resilience, and agility, is a crucial factor for survival in the apocalypse. Imagine being pursued by a horde of zombies. Speed is essential for escape. Strength is necessary for combat, and all of this demands stamina. After 6 hours of training, Wang Ji announced through the radio for everyone to proceed to the dining hall for a meal and some rest. I can't take it anymore. If I don't die out there, I'll surely die from exhaustion here. Chubby lamented as he collapsed into a chair in the dining hall. Wang Ji glanced at the utterly exhausted Chubby and turned to Old He, asking, What on earth have you done to him to tire him out like this? Old He replied, Nothing much. I just had him do a weighted run for 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers of weighted running shouldn't have exhausted him to this extent, should it? Wang Ji nudged the slumped Chubby. Chubby, with weak resolve, replied, Look at the marks on my arms and legs, that's 30 kilograms, 10 kilometers. Old He, don't be too harsh. Chubby has a weak foundation. He needs a gradual approach. Wang Ji, noticing the marks on Chubby's arms, genuinely feared for his well-being. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If we don't train hard, we might end up as zombie food, and there won't be time for gradual improvement. Old He disregarded Wang Ji's concern for Chubby. Wang Ji decided not to press further. After all, life is one's own responsibility. As long as he doesn't die, let him train as hard as he can. Hey, is Chubby pretending to be dead over here? At that moment, Sakura and Luli approached from outside. Once seated, Wang Ji noticed Luli's condition was less than optimal. Her face was pale, and her hands trembled slightly on the table. Upon seeing Sakura, Chubby propped himself up and proposed to Luli, Sister Luli, how about we swap? Let me train with Sister Sakura. Oh. Sakura raised an eyebrow, spinning her dagger faster and faster until it suddenly flashed. Do you still want to train with me now? Chubby gulped as he glanced at the hair on the table. I was just joking. There are boundaries between men and women. He then returned to pretending to be lifeless on the table. In the meantime, Wang Ji ordered 10 large portions of rice and 5 bottles of red soda, comprising 3 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, and 1 soup. In this post-apocalyptic world, the outside is fraught with danger. Although there is food and drink here, we cannot live like mice underground forever. Therefore, I hope everyone can strive together to weather this apocalypse. Wang Ji expressed his heartfelt thoughts once more. Indeed, let us all work hard together. Old He raised his soda, clinking glasses with a few others before downing it in one go. After the meal, Wang Ji settled the bill and left the dining hall. He did not hurry back to training. Instead, he suddenly realized how weak his own strength was. In terms of firearms, he was far inferior to Old He. When it came to cold weapons, he was outmatched by Sakura and Lu Li. And Chubby was also growing stronger with daily training. So, what about himself? What could he do to earn their respect? Just like last night when Sakura had threatened him, he truly had no power to resist. Though old he and Sakura did not explicitly state it, Sakura had already given him ample warning. If someone wanted to kill him, it would be a simple matter. If he remained lost in the delusion of his captain's aura, it wouldn't be long before he became a puppet captain with no hope of rising again. This was his greatest concern now. In terms of combat and killing, he was years behind them. Relying on Chubby's method of training to become stronger was simply impractical. As he grew stronger, so did everyone else, and their starting points were not the same. Aside from martial prowess, what means could he adopt to gain their trust? Suddenly, Wang Ji recalled that day in the intelligence hall when he had seen the preferences of the guard team captain, Jie Shi. At the time, he thought it absurd that someone would bother to purchase such intelligence. Now, it presented an exquisite opportunity for him to re-establish contact with her. The individual capable of presiding over an assembly holds considerable standing within the Dawn Tower. Moreover, he had already interacted with her before, making this a case of familiarity. If he could cultivate a good relationship with this captain, it would undoubtedly serve as a trump card. As long as he held a trump card, he would not be a true puppet captain, but rather someone with weight. With this thought in mind, Wang Ji quickened his pace and made his way to the intelligence hall. He opened the screen menu and searched for the previous intelligence. Relying on his memory, he quickly located the information regarding Jie Shi. The price was quite reasonable, merely 10 survival points. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then approached the front desk attendant. Hello? I would like to purchase intelligence number 8.108. He handed over the magnetic card. All right, your access has been unlocked. Please refer to the machine over there, the attendant replied. Wang Ji took the magnetic card and approached the designated machine in the corner. After placing the card on the device to verify his identity, the screen displayed the personal information he had purchased, as well as the details of the sale. Without hesitation, he clicked on the intelligence he had just acquired. The guard team captain Jie Shi frequently visits the CAF. Specific details are not available. Wang Ji. Just a CAF? The rest is still vague. This intelligence is rather misleading, he thought to himself. Yet he did not give up. Now that he knew about the CAF, he could personally visit and inquire. The CAF was located on the first floor, the largest level of the Dawn Tower. Almost all leisure, entertainment, medical, residential, production, and agricultural activities were concentrated on this floor, which was divided into 4 zones. The entrance area, the agricultural production area, the staff living quarters, and finally, the various shops. As Wang Ji familiarized himself with the layout of the first and second floors, he was stunned by the comprehensive ecosystem within the Dawn Tower. Such a level of construction could be aptly described as a miniature city. Rather than rushing to the CAF, he first visited a snack shop. The purpose of this visit was to provide the staff with a little incentive. Otherwise, their response might simply be I don't know. 10 survival points for a box of chocolate. In the apocalypse, food is always a hard currency. Armed with chocolate, he proceeded to the only CAF in the 4th zone. Upon entering, Wang Ji found the place deserted, save for a lone manager wiping glasses. This was understandable. As in a post-apocalyptic environment, who would have the luxury to indulge in such pleasures? It was better to spend survival points on food or weapons than on coffee. Hello, sir. What can I get for you? The manager greeted as Wang Ji entered. He approached the bar and placed the box of chocolate on the counter, pushing it toward the manager. The manager, puzzled, looked at Wang Ji and asked, Sir, what is this for? Wang Ji replied, I'd like to inquire about something. Chapter 28. The past ask away. The manager grinned as he accepted the chocolate. Wang Ji ordered a cup of coffee, but when it came time to pay, the manager declined, saying that since Wang Ji had given him a gift, he would treat him to this latte, which only cost 2 survival points. I said, that you don't have many customers here? Wang Ji casually asked, glancing around. Haha, not many come these days. However, long ago, when people were still using currency for transactions, those with a taste for the finer things would come here for a cup. Now, who would waste their time drinking this damned coffee? The manager said with a hint of self-mockery. Indeed, are you familiar with the captain of the guard headquarters? As for me, I harbor feelings for her and wish to pursue her. I have noticed that she occasionally visits this place, yet I remain oblivious to her preferred type of coffee, hence I have come to inquire with you. Wang Ji sought an excuse to ask. Fully aware that he could not reveal his true intentions, haha, youth is indeed delightful. Even in this apocalyptic era, thoughts of romance linger. Nevertheless, I must caution you, Captain Jie Shi is not someone you can easily pursue. The shopkeeper remarked, shaking his head repeatedly. Oh well, it's worth a try. After all, failure is preferable to regret. Wang Ji replied nonchalantly, well aware of the improbability of his endeavor. This young man possesses audacity. Captain Jieshi does indeed visit occasionally, and she exclusively purchases Blue Mountain coffee beans, always taking them away rather than consuming them here, perhaps due to her status. Here is your latte, the shopkeeper explained, presenting the freshly brewed coffee to Wang Ji. Do you enjoy Blue Mountain coffee? What price do you set for it? The shopkeeper sighed deeply. To be frank, coffee beans within the Dawn Tower are a non-renewable resource for every portion sold. One is lost that I have, but this last barrel remaining, and considering it is a gift for Captain Jieshi, I shall charge you 200 survival points. After all, this is my prized possession, procured at great expense from the Warrenford estate in Jamaica. The shopkeeper, fearing Wang Ji might find it too costly and unworthy, elaborated incessantly, no problem. I shall purchase it, Wang Ji declared decisively. The shopkeeper gazed at this forthright young man, still somewhat incredulous that 200 points could be so easily relinquished. My good fellow, is it truly worth casting away 200 points like that? The owner lamented. I believe it is worth it, Wang Ji replied with an enigmatic smile. He accepted the barrel of coffee beans from the shopkeeper, opened the sealed lid, and took a whiff of a few beans. They were sweet with a hint of bitterness, exuding a rich aroma. Indeed, they were authentic Blue Mountain beans, confirming that the shopkeeper had not deceived him. He handed over the magnetic card to my friend. You seem to know your coffee, the shopkeeper remarked upon witnessing Wang Ji's discerning actions. Well, I too have visited Jamaica before, but never did I expect to encounter it here, Wang Ji responded as he accepted the magnetic card. Speaking of which, what brought you to reside here in this apocalyptic world? Wang Ji inquired. That story dates back 5 years. The shopkeeper lit a cigarette and offered one to Wang Ji as well, who accepted it, and they began to smoke together. 5 years ago, I was running a coffee shop outside when one day, a stranger entered and told me of a place seeking investors, promising that if I joined, I would not only be exempt from fees but also receive a monthly stipend of 10,000. Quite curious, wouldn't you agree? The stranger left me an address, inviting me to visit, but I dismissed it as a scam. Eventually, when my shop became unsustainable, I recalled the address he had given me. Following it led me here, and I was nearly astounded upon arrival. I have since stayed for 5 years, earning quite a bit and gradually adapting to this place. What perplexes me, however, is the identity of the developers. How could they possess such immense power? What financial resources must they command to support the welfare of everyone here and the operation of the entire Dawn Tower? Yet, as strange as it is, those matters are beyond my reach, so I choose to disregard them. Over the years, this place has only seen an influx of people, while those who leave are merely merchants bringing supplies. The allure of the benefits here is too enticing. One can earn 10,000 monthly without lifting a finger, and those working here reportedly make no less than 20,000. Thus, the economic chain began to turn, with some engaging in business while others worked. Eventually, more and more people arrived, not merely to work, but to undergo training on the second floor, akin to a military regiment. Training commenced daily, and it was then that the survival point currency system was instituted. Though the majority remained skeptical, however, this did not deter them, for survival points could be exchanged for cash, and as long as they could convert to currency, they were unconcerned. To this day, I still cannot believe that what was deemed cash has now become worthless scrap paper. Listening to the shopkeeper's account, Wang Ji gleaned a general understanding of the situation. It could be said that the Dawn Tower was initially erected through sheer financial might. So, what will you do once your coffee runs out? Will you seek employment or pursue something else? Wang Ji asked. Alas, I shall have to take up work, for I have no desire to confront the zombies outside, the shopkeeper replied. Then what will happen to the shop if you cease operations? Wang Ji inquired further. It will be reclaimed by the Dawn Tower. How it will be handled thereafter depends on their discretion, the shopkeeper responded. Subsequently, Wang Ji requested some filter paper before exiting with the barrel of coffee beans in hand. Now that he possessed the goods, all that remained was to deliver them to Jieshi. Naturally, this was not a gesture anyone could undertake. After all, they had shared a prior encounter, even dining at the same table. Thus this second gift-giving could proceed. Wang Ji made his way to the guard headquarters on the first floor. Greetings, please convey to Captain Jieshi that Captain Sunset's Afterglow requests an audience, Wang Ji stated to one of the personnel on duty at the entrance. The guard glanced at Wang Ji before turning to enter the premises. After a while, the guard emerged. Hello, please present your magnetic card for identity verification. No problem, Wang Ji replied, handing over the magnetic card. The guard scanned the card with the device, confirming Wang Ji's identity before stating, Very well, please follow me. Wang Ji was escorted into the guard headquarters, where some guards monitored various corners through computer screens. Following the guard to the end of the corridor, the guard knocked on a door. Captain, the individual has been brought in. Come in. Jieshi's voice resonated from within. Upon entering, Wang Ji observed Jieshi polishing her great sword. Upon noticing Wang Ji, Jieshi sheathed her sword and inquired, "What brings you here?" Wang Ji placed the paper box he had been holding on the table and opened it. The reason for the special packaging was to conceal the fact that he knew of Jieshi's preferences, as she usually took the coffee beans directly, not wishing for others to be aware. Jieshi lifted the wooden barrel from the box and glanced inside. "What is this? Captain Jieshi, I mean no offense. There was only this barrel remaining in the coffee shop, and I thought that with coffee beans, every little bit counts, so I decided to purchase it all. I also happened to hear the shopkeeper mention that you frequently patronize his establishment, so I brought it as a gift." Just as Wang Ji finished speaking, the door swung open again, revealing a man in Dawn Tower uniform, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon noticing Wang Ji's presence, the man hesitated briefly before asking Jieshi, "Sheer, what is going on here?" "Zhao Yin, let me correct you. Address me as Captain JXI.is. There anything I need to report to you?" Jieshi replied coldly. "Actually, I came to if it's not urgent, there's no need to speak to me." Before Zhao Yin could finish, Jieshi interrupted. "Very well, I shall not intrude further." After stating this, Zhao Yin scowled, tossing the flowers onto a nearby table before exiting. Wang Ji recognized Zhao Yin as the individual introduced by Jieshi in the conference hall. Yet, to ascertain their relationship, Wang Ji could not resist asking, "Captain Jieshi, who was that just now?" "He is the logistics inspection captain on the first floor, a rather bothersome fellow," Jieshi responded, rising to retrieve her great sword. "Follow me." Wang Ji, upon hearing this, picked up the coffee from the table and followed Jieshi closely. "Where are we headed?" Wang Ji inquired from behind. Jieshi remained silent. Walking ahead, they entered the elevator, and Jieshi pressed the button for the 4th floor. Having arrived at the Dawn Tower not long ago, Wang Ji was only familiar with the 1st and 2nd floors, as access to the 3rd floor required a level 3 team. Now, skipping the 3rd floor altogether and arriving on the 4th stirred a sense of excitement within him. Ding arrived. As the doors opened, a row of general towers came into view, each 2 or 3 stories high. Without streetlights and devoid of sunlight, it resembled a nocturnal neighborhood. "Who resides in these opulent houses?" Wang Ji inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "They are shareholders from the inception of the Dawn Tower, each having invested no less than $1 billion, Jieshi replied. "Are we, the newcomers, forever barred from living here?" Wang Ji asked, surveying his surroundings. Jieshi pondered briefly before responding. "Theoretically, it is possible, but currently, there are no available plans, as there are no vacant houses." Although Jieshi stated that there were no vacant houses, Wang Ji observed that the majority of the residences were dark, indicating that they were unoccupied. Could it be that the Dawn Tower has eliminated all these shareholders? As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Ji's breathing quickened. "What troubles you?" Jieshi inquired, noticing Wang Ji's unusual demeanor. "Ah, it's nothing, just pondering when I might be able to reside here. Haha." Wang Ji came back to his senses and casually made a remark. After a while, the two stopped in front of a building. Wang Ji glanced at the door plate. Number 010. Jieshi pushed open the railing at the entrance and walked through a small courtyard before arriving at the front door of the residence. Observing the empty courtyard, Wang Ji felt that this small yard was even larger than his current living space. Upon entering the residence, he examined the decor of Jieshi's home. It was not the luxurious style he had imagined, but rather a simpler, more monotonous aesthetic, with a particularly spacious layout, likely to avoid clutter during her workouts. "Make yourself comfortable," Jieshi said, then walked into another room. Wang Ji sat on the sofa in the living room. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he never expected that his first visit to a girl's home would unfold in such a manner and environment. After a while, Jieshi returned, dressed differently, carrying 2 coffee cups. She opened a container, took out a handful of coffee beans, and crushed them one by one with her fingers before tossing them into the cups. This process left Wang Ji somewhat dumbfounded. Crushing coffee beans by hand? Just brewing and drinking it? Such a waste. "Captain Jieshi, is this how you always prepare your coffee?" Wang Ji could hardly contain his dismay. Is there a problem?" Jieshi took a small sip and inquired. "No problem," Wang Ji replied, then also took a handful of coffee beans from the container, weighed them, and returned a few before settling on exactly 10 grams. He took out a filter paper, ground the beans on it, and placed the filter into his cup. The temperature of the water is one of the factors that determines the flavor of the coffee. Ideally, it should be around 90 degrees Celsius. Water that is too hot will cause undesirable substances in the coffee to evaporate, leading to a bitter taste, while water that is too cold will fail to release the aromatic compounds, resulting in pronounced acidity. Thus, water temperature is of utmost importance. Wang Ji explained this to Jieshi. He poured about 90 degrees Celsius water into the cup. First, add a small amount of water to soak the coffee grounds for about half a minute. This will ensure that the brewed coffee is richer. Next, we will gradually fill the cup with water, Wang Ji said, pushing the freshly brewed coffee towards Jieshi, gesturing for her to taste it. "Jieshi, curious after watching Wang Ji's elaborate process, brought the cup to her lips for a sip. Upon tasting Wang Ji's coffee, she looked quizzically at her own cup. Without him needing to ask, her expression provided the answer. Seeing that he had given his cup of coffee to Jieshi, Wang Ji took the one she had just brewed for herself, as wasting it would be disgraceful. "Hey!" Jieshi suddenly exclaimed after Wang Ji took a sip. "What's wrong?" Wang Ji, glancing at the cup in his hand, suddenly realized it had just been touched by Jieshi. Actually, your coffee isn't bad either, Captain Jieshi," Wang Ji said, feeling awkward. Chapter 30. The mother-child pendant. "Surely you didn't just happen to know about this coffee?" Jieshi asked while savoring the brew Wang Ji had prepared. Wang Ji recounted how he had discovered Jieshi's preferences in the information hall. "Fortunately, I found out first. If someone with ulterior motives had discovered it, who knows what they might have planted there." Wang Ji chuckled that a person's hobbies or habits often reveal their weaknesses, and once someone has a weakness, they can be precisely targeted, leading to their downfall. "You've put in a lot of thought," Jieshi acknowledged. "Captain Jieshi, given my limited strength and the prowess of those in our team, how can I effectively lead?" Wang Ji asked, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Jieshi gazed at Wang Ji with a knowing smile. After a long silence, when Jieshi did not respond, Wang Ji could no longer hold back and queried, "Is this why you sought me out, Captain Jieshi?" Jieshi placed her cup back on the table and replied, "Well, somewhat." Wang Ji scratched his head awkwardly. In this apocalyptic world, brute force certainly has its advantages, but it is not the only advantage. What we truly need is a leader. The most dangerous elements in this world are often not the monsters, but individuals like us. "Do you know why the Dawn Tower restricts the number of people in its ranks?" Jieshi asked. Wang Ji shook his head. Without such limitations, one faction would inevitably amass greater numbers, ultimately forming a formidable force to challenge the Dawn Tower. People are inherently self-interested. Trust is in short supply among them. In such an environment, the more people trust you, the more advantages you possess. They will perceive you as a reliable individual capable of leading them to survive. Jieshi spoke slowly. Wang Ji listened intently. This was the first time he had heard Jieshi speak so extensively. "I understand now, Captain Jieshi, thank you." Wang Ji expressed his gratitude. "There's one more thing I must warn you about. The newly arrived Zhao Yan at headquarters is the brother of Team Qi Yan's Zhao Yang. He just saw you, so be cautious," Jieshi said, pulling a pendant from her drawer. "In the spirit of reciprocity, I'm giving you this pendant. Should you encounter trouble, you may destroy it." "Destroy it? And then what?" "I will appear and help you escape. Then I hope I never have to use it," Wang Ji replied, fastening the pendant around his neck. He noticed that the pendant on Jieshi's chest resembled a couple's pendant. "This is a mother-child pendant. Mine is the mother pendant, while yours is the child pendant," Jieshi said with a smile. "A mother-child pendant? Am I suddenly endowed with a mother?" Wang Ji stammered. "Well, I suppose I should return to training now," he said, standing to bid Jieshi farewell as they had discussed enough. "Leave the filter paper. You can go back now," Jieshi replied, on his way back. Wang Ji did not linger and took the elevator directly to the second floor. What lingered in his mind, however, were the rooms that were all dark, and he still could not believe that the Dawn Tower would extinguish those lives. Several hours later, they gathered again in the dining hall. And this time, the fat one did not shout about dying. Perhaps he was too exhausted to speak. As soon as Sakura arrived, she noticed the pendant around his neck, though that pendant is quite unique. "This? It was given to me by Captain Jieshi," Wang Ji replied honestly. He felt there was no need to hide anything from them. If they discovered he had lied, regaining their trust would be exceedingly difficult. "Captain Jieshi, why would she give you something?" Sakura probed. Wang Ji recounted his visit to Jieshi, and by the time he finished, the smile had vanished from Sakura's face. Clang! The fat one dropped his chopsticks on the table. "Well, I'm full. I'm heading back to the dorm." He declared that I'm full too. He followed suit and left the dining hall. Wang Ji watched as the two, sensing danger, made their exit, feeling somewhat betrayed. However, Liuli remained, which touched him. "Liuli, you're so kind," Wang Ji thought to himself. Just then, Liuli brushed her hair aside, removed her headphones and asked, "Why did Brother He and the others leave?" They finished eating and went back. "You must be full too, right?" Sakura said with a forced smile. Liuli glanced at Wang Ji and then at Sakura before promptly exiting the scene. Now, only Wang Ji and Sakura remained at the table. Wang Ji was unsure how to speak, so he simply bowed his head and continued to eat in silence. "Why did you seek her out? Do you know her? Who was it that initially said no one should act alone?" At this moment, Sakura launched a barrage of questions at Wang Ji. "Speak." Seeing Wang Ji remain silent, Sakura grew furious, tightening her grip on the dagger. "I just want us to survive in this apocalypse. You all possess great abilities, but what about me? I don't want to be abandoned or eliminated one day. I need a path forward," Wang Ji said, looking down. Hearing Wang Ji voice his true feelings caused Sakura to relax her grip on the dagger somewhat. Have you considered what would happen if something unexpected occurred? What about the rest of us? To avenge you? Or just pretend nothing happened? No, there won't be a next time, Wang Ji replied softly at that moment. The commotion caused by Sakura drew the attention of those around them. On the way back, he explained the purpose of the pendant to Sakura, and only then did she respond, I hope you were right. Chapter 31. Yi Linglong emerges from the warehouse upon returning to the dormitory. Wang Ji and Sakura found the other three staring at them with puzzled expressions as they were engaged in cheerful conversation. Why are you all looking at me? Wang Ji inquired. Dato. Haha, I just didn't expect you two to finish eating so quickly, the fat one chuckled, turning over to sleep. Wang Ji then filled a bucket with hot water for Sakura to wash her feet, followed by a half-hour massage, before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Wang Ji lay down, turned off the bedside lamp, but did not fall asleep. Instead, he reflected on the events of the day. He was taken aback to learn that Zhao Yang from the Qi Yin team was actually Zhao Yan's brother. Today, Zhao Yan had seen him in Jeshi's room and had humiliated him in front of others. Considering that he had previously clashed with Zhao Yang, it was certain that Zhao Yan would ally with Zhao Yang to target him. It seemed he needed to be wary of those individuals. Even with the security team maintaining order, Jeshi could not be present at all times, and she inevitably needed to rest. This thought caused him some distress. With Lao He and Sakura's abilities, they were not likely to fear retaliation from the Qi Yin team. But Zhao Yan was a figure who had appeared on the conference stage, and dealing with him would not be easy. Wait, Jeshi must be aware that Zhao Yan would retaliate against him. When Zhao Yan and Zhao Yang sought vengeance, it would disrupt the regulations of the Dawn Tower. At that moment, he would naturally destroy the pendant Jeshi had given him, and subsequently, Jeshi would appear. Thus, not only could she assist herself, but she could also exploit the situation to dispose of Zhao Yan and his companion. Was this all meticulously orchestrated by Jeshi? Remarkable. Wang Ji couldn't help but exclaim. What is so remarkable about not sleeping? Sakura, overhearing Wang Ji's musings, looked puzzled. Nothing. I just find the unfolding events increasingly intriguing, he replied. I think you've lost your mind, Sakura retorted, turning over to resume her slumber. After a night passed, the room's lights flickered on. Perhaps due to the intensity of their training, Lioli and the chubby one had yet to awaken, while Lao He and Sakura had risen early. Stretching in the open space. You two are quite diligent, not even taking a break in the dormitory, Wang Ji remarked, sitting up and glancing at the time, which indicated that 8 hours had already elapsed. One should move while alive. Once dead, one cannot stir, Lao He stated, continuing his exercises. I concur with this perspective, uncle, Sakura chimed in. All right then, Sakura, shall we go fetch breakfast? Wang Ji inquired. As they stepped outside, Sakura asked, what made you think to bring me along this time? Having a beautiful companion enhances one's stature, Wang Ji chuckled, knowing full well he would not voice the more insipid notion of treating her as a bodyguard. Oh? Is that so? Wouldn't it be even more impressive if you were to hold onto your sister? Sakura teased, casting a playful glance at Wang Ji. He offered an awkward smile, refraining from embracing her. Through their interactions over the past few days, he recognized that should he heed Sakura's jest, he might not even reach the dining hall. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns and millet porridge. The two returned with their meals, rousing Lioli and the chubby one from their slumber. Today, the 5 of us will train in the same area. The Qi Yin team might be up to something in the coming days, so everyone should remain vigilant. If anything arises, communicate it directly via radio, Wang Ji reminded them during breakfast. Sister Lingling, what happens if someone is killed within the Dawn Tower? Sakura inquired. The consequences depend on the severity of the incident. Minor offenses result in expulsion from the Dawn Tower, while severe ones may lead to immediate execution. Justifiable self-defense that results in death will not be pursued. Lingling responded. How is justifiable self-defense determined? Wang Ji continued to probe. It is deemed justifiable when one's life or that of a teammate is threatened. Is everyone clear on this? If your lives are in danger, do what you must without concern. We have a good rapport with Captain Jeshi, so we won't suffer too much. Wang Ji gestured nonchalantly. After their meal, the group reconvened in the training hall to commence their monotonous regimen. Today, Wang Ji refrained from wandering and dutifully trained alongside the others. Once training concluded, a message from Lingling arrived at their residence, informing them that Lioli's weapon, Yelinglong, had been prepared and was ready for collection at the equipment hall. Lioli, your weapon is ready. Come with me to retrieve it, Wang Ji announced. After a few days of camaraderie, he had begun to call her Lioli as the chubby one did. Upon reaching the hall and presenting their magnetic cards, they handed the weapon over to Wang Ji. The weapon was encased in a long metal box, and as Lioli eagerly reached to unveil it, Wang Ji cautioned her against doing so in the crowded area, suggesting they should examine it in their dormitory instead. Once back home, Lioli could hardly contain her excitement as she opened the metal box, revealing a blade. The sheath was a modest matte black, and the handle was wrapped in black leather. The entire appearance of the weapon was rather unremarkable. Is this truly your new weapon, Lioli? The chubby one inquired, peering at the blade in her hand. Yes, Lioli nodded as she drew the sword from its sheath. The crimson blade glimmered ominously, adorned with black patterns that rendered it even more fearsome. What a terrifying blade, Lao He remarked from behind. Unable to contain his awe, good heavens, Lioli, you shall be invincible. The chubby one added, showering her with praise. It's a fine sword, though I'm curious about its power. Wang Ji mused as he examined Yelinglong, if it can slice through iron. Let us test it on a bullet head, Sakura proposed. Wang Ji found this suggestion agreeable and retrieved a pistol bullet, removing the projectile and leaving just the bullet head on the table. Lioli, give this bullet head a try and see its power, he instructed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lioli swung her sword down. Clang, clang, clang. The bullet head was cleaved in two, landing on the ground with a metallic clatter, leaving a deep gash on the table. Wang Ji could tell that Lioli had restrained her strength. Otherwise, the table would have suffered much worse damage. Meanwhile, the chubby one stood in shock, exclaiming, if that strike had landed on a person, wouldn't it have bisected them? Thank you, Captain. I will take good care of it, Lioli said joyfully as she sheathed Yelinglong. Chapter 32. One injured, one deceased. Gazing at the weapon in Lioli's hands, Wang Ji turned to the others. Once we have gathered enough survival points, each of us should select a fine weapon. No need. This military knife suits me just fine, Lao He replied. The chubby one pondered for a moment before saying, I want an automatic rifle. Bang bang bang. Firepower suppression. Do you have any idea how expensive an automatic rifle is? Not only is the gun costly, but the ammunition is also used up rapidly. However, should you train diligently, you might earn the chance to purchase one. Hooray. Long live Captain Wang. Time to sleep. Let us rise early for training tomorrow. The chubby one, delighted by Wang Ji's agreement, lay down to sleep. Tower Master, the former dynasty team has returned. What is the situation? The medical room head, Sophie, was reporting. Who has perished? The Tower Master inquired slowly upon hearing the casualty report. Yi Xiong, Sophie responded. From what I understand, his strength was not insignificant. How could he not return? The Tower Master stood, questioning her. According to reports, he sacrificed himself to save their captain, Sophie explained. The Tower Master sighed and resumed his seat. You may leave. After Sophie departed, the Tower Master summoned Adam. You called for me? Adam rushed in upon receiving the Tower Master's message. Any news from the other Tier 3 team? The Tower Master asked. As of now, they have no plans to venture out. They are merely engaged in routine training. Yi Xiong from the former dynasty has fallen, the Tower Master said, turning away to face the data on the screen. What do I need to do? Adam inquired directly. Investigate whether their action reports hold any truth. Understood, Adam replied and promptly left. The following day, Wang Ji and the others, as per usual, ate breakfast before heading to the hall. However, today, an unusual number of people filled the hall, each bearing a somber expression that created an oppressive atmosphere. Friend, why are there so many people today? Wang Ji asked a nearby trainee, puzzled. You're not aware? The Tier 3 team, the former dynasty, has returned from their mission. One dead, one injured. The deceased is that Yi Xiong. The passerby informed him. The former dynasty. Was Yi Xiong formidable? Wang Ji questioned, confused. What do you mean by formidable? I am not boasting, but none of us on this second tier could best him in a one-on-one match, the young man replied earnestly. Oh, have you seen him? Wang Ji asked, incredulous. Actually, not necessarily. Recently, this second tier has also birthed a mysterious team. Mysterious team? Indeed, the team called Twilight's End. They were the first to venture out and returned without casualties, the young man stated proudly, as if he were a member of that team. Impressive, impressive. Wang Ji responded, giving a thumbs up. So, my friend, train hard and strive to return alive when the time comes for us to venture out, the young man advised, patting Wang Ji on the shoulder. Wang Ji nodded in agreement. No wonder these individuals trained with such fervor. Rather than perish at the hands of zombies, it was preferable to exhaust themselves through training. He remained unaware of the Tier 3 team's capabilities or the nature of their mission. What was happening outside? He was entirely in the dark. Would they be forced to continue surviving in this sunless tower indefinitely? Would the resources within the Dawn Tower not be depleted? Certainly. When resources ran low, the tower's ventilation would cease, and all exit routes would be sealed, ultimately leading to the demise of everyone inside. However, judging by the mandatory extraction timelines set by the Dawn Tower, resources were still sufficient. If the resources were lacking, it would not be possible to grant a preparation period of a month. At present, the value of elite teams far surpassed that of resources. It would be irreplaceable if the soldiers, trained at such great expense, perished outside. Tower Master, We've confirmed that according to Zhang Ming from the former dynasty, Li Fan and Yi Xiang had a disagreement over a woman some days ago. Then, during their mission, while searching for supplies, Li Fan and Yi Xiang acted together. When they regrouped, they learned from Duan Qingtian that both had been attacked by a horde of zombies, and Yi Xiang sacrificed himself to give Li Fan a chance to escape. However, Zhang Ming expressed skepticism, stating that Li Fan's injuries did not appear to be inflicted by zombies, but rather seemed to result from a struggle with Yi Xiang. Adam arrived at the Tower Master's quarters to report her findings. The Tower Master sat in his chair, rubbing his temples. "What should we do, Tower Master?" Adam inquired again. The Tower Master pondered for a moment. "Do not interfere. The energy core has been retrieved, and that is sufficient." Understood. Ultimately, the Tower Master chose to turn a blind eye, allowing the team to resolve their internal matters on their own. After Adam departed, the Tower Master tapped the screen twice to initiate a video call. "Dr. Chun, have we received the new core energy?" On the other end of the video was an elderly man, his hair completely white and his visage revealing a life well lived. "Yes, we have received it. Currently, the electricity supply is estimated to sustain operations for another 2 months." Dr. Chun responded from afar. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chun," the Tower Master replied. "Oh, you flatter me. For the sake of humanity's last continuation, even sacrificing my life is worth it," Dr. Chun chuckled. "Please make sure to rest and don't overexert yourself," the Tower Master advised. Only after Dr. Chen agreed did the Tower Master terminate the call and return to his seat to review the information of various teams. In the training ground on the second floor, the number of people continued to swell, with some training equipment already forming queues for use. The atmosphere was conducive to training, as the presence of many individuals fostered competition and comparison. Among them, women were never short of admirers. Numerous men sought to display their prowess through training in hopes of capturing the attention of the opposite sex. Sakura and Lieli were no exceptions, seemingly having become the center of attention on the second floor, with men subtly gravitating towards them, each attempting in their own way to attract their interest, yet none dared to approach them directly. Just as the crowd was captivated by the allure of the two, Wang Ji approached and led them away, as it was mealtime. "Who is that guy? 2 girls at once. Isn't he their captain? No way, with his looks, I could knock him out with 1 punch. All right, let's not be bitter. Why don't you take your team out for a stroll? If we're going out, it can wait a couple of days." "Come on, in a couple of days, we'll be down to the last 2 days before the mission, right? Watch it, if you keep looking down on others, I might just give you a beating." "Oh please, you talk big, who's afraid of whom?" Chapter 33. The arena plan. Wang Ji endured the envious gazes as he made his way to the dining hall. As usual, it was a meat dish, 3 vegetables, and a soup. "Is it true that a member of the level 3 team died during an outing?" the chubby one asked, stuffing his mouth with food. "That's what everyone is saying, so it must be true," Wang Ji replied. "Seems like the level 3 team isn't all that great," Lao He remarked. "We shouldn't think that way. Level 3 is level 3. With their 10,000 survival points, they wouldn't easily perish. It must either be due to an overly difficult mission or internal strife." Wang Ji analyzed. "I hope it's internal strife. If they can't handle a tough mission, who among us level 2 teams would dare to venture out?" The chubby one said. "Don't overthink it. Let's take it one step at a time." After the 5 finished their meal and returned to their quarters, Lingling Yao had a new message. Wang Ji opened Lingling Yao, revealing a newly announced rule. The rule stated, effective immediately, for every survivor retrieved during outings, a reward of 100 survival points will be granted. Resources will be rewarded based on classification. Additionally, the training reward mechanism will be abolished after 10 days. Essentially, this new rule forced those teams that relied on merely surviving to either become laborers in the ecological industrial area or venture out to gather resources or search for survivors to replenish their personal survival points. If they truly feared going out, they would have to comply as laborers, but who would willingly accept a life of servitude, enslaved with no hope of advancement? Although the training missions had been cancelled, Wang Ji remained unhurried about embarking on a second outing, deciding to wait until the final day. The reason being that their survival points were still ample. They could observe the teams that had ventured out first, gathering intelligence on casualties and circumstances. Their initial success had been a stroke of luck, but he could not rely on luck alone. 10 days later, in the second floor training grounds, the number of participants reached its zenith in those final days. Almost everyone had effectively earned 100 survival points during this period. However, once those 10 days concluded, the number of individuals in the training hall plummeted dramatically. Some opted to retreat into the ecological industrial area, while others chose to take a gamble and venture outside. In any case, they could not remain idle. "Bro, you have to help me out. We've labored here for a month, all because of that Wang Ji from level 2. Zhao Yang pleaded, kneeling beside a man. A month had passed since Zhao Yang emerged from the industrial area, and his first action was to seek out his older brother Zhao Yan, asking him to deal with Wang Ji. "Oh, Wang Ji? The captain of the Twilight team, upon hearing Zhao Yang mention Wang Ji, Zhao Yan recalled the man he had seen standing in Jiexi's office. After being ousted by Jiexi, he managed to learn through connections that the man was indeed Wang Ji, the captain of the Twilight team. Yes, that's him. Do you know him? Zhao Yang's heart raced as he feared his brother might be unwilling to assist him. I've seen him. Just an eyesore. Since you have a grudge against him, how could I, as your brother, stand idly by? Speak up. How do you wish to proceed? Zhao Yan said confidently, I don't know. Do you have any good ideas, brother? Zhao Yang asked. I do have a plan. I'll find a way to distract the guards, and the rest will be up to you to handle, Zhao Yan explained. All the while calculating another scheme in his mind. In the second-floor training hall, Wang Ji and his 4 companions continued their daily routines of dormitory, training, and dining, striving to enhance their physical capabilities. With only 10 days remaining until their next outing, and with other teams facing mandatory outings in just 3 to 4 days, half of those teams had already set out ahead of time. The training ground was unusually quiet, and just as Wang Ji intended to focus on training, Zhao Yang approached with his group. Sensing trouble, Wang Ji swiftly alerted the others via communication. Hey, it's been a few days. Looks like Captain Wang has leveled up to a level 2 team, and who has this new girl you've picked up? You really do have all the luck, Zhao Yang sneered as he approached. A month has passed, yet you still haven't learned your lesson. Wang Ji shot back, directly hitting Zhao Yang where it hurt. Enraged by Wang Ji's taunt, Zhao Yang retorted, Kid, last time you got lucky. But this time, Captain, why waste words with them? Let me go up and scratch those 2 women's faces. Wei Xiaolian stepped forward, only to be halted by Zhao Yang. Xiaolian, don't be hasty. We need to catch up with Captain Wang first. Right? Zhao Yang turned his gaze back to Wang Ji. So, are we heading to the arena this time, or are we continuing to linger here? Zhao Yang glared at Wang Ji, recognizing the tension in the air and knowing that Jieshi was likely absent, as well as sensing that the guards might have been compromised. Wang Ji had received a hint from Jieshi beforehand, leading him to conclude that Zhao Yang was indeed backed by Zhao Yan. Fine, let us head to the arena, Wang Ji replied. He had confidence in his team. After a month of training coupled with their experiences in combat, the outcome of the confrontation was uncertain. The arena offered a certain degree of legitimacy. In the realm of blades and swords, even if someone were to inadvertently kill another, it would be seen as a mutual agreement of combat. Regardless, even if they did not go to the arena, Zhao Yang would still confront them here. Upon Wang Ji's agreement to enter the arena, Zhao Yang was initially taken aback but then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Captain Wang, you don't genuinely believe that just because you've trained for an extra month, you can defeat us, do you? Wang Ji ignored the laughter and turned to lead his 4 companions toward the arena. A 5v5 battle was about to unfold, drawing the attention of those around, many of whom began recounting the tale of the initial clash between the 2 teams. Honestly, I think we should keep the peace. In this apocalyptic world, why fight for superiority? Isn't living enough? I heard it started because that Qian captain flirted with a woman, which ignited the conflict. Indeed, beautiful women often bring trouble. What nonsense about beauty bringing trouble? If you lack the strength, don't go chasing after women. When trouble arises and you can't handle it, don't blame women for being the source of your woes. Men, you speak wisely, miss. Your thoughts align closely with mine. How about we grab a meal later and discuss life? What do you think? Get lost? As the crowd around the arena grew larger, this was the first time they had witnessed a fight in the arena since their arrival, and it was a life-and-death match, allowing for killing. This stirred the emotions of those present, igniting a fervor in the atmosphere. Chapter 34. The Arena Battle. On the arena, Wang Ji fixed his gaze on the 5 members of Qian. Zhao Yang, are you sure you want to fight? Wang Ji called out to Zhao Yang. No? Not fighting. Fine then. Have those 2 women beside you come to me willingly, and then you can scram, Zhao Yang retorted fiercely. It seems there's no room for negotiation, Wang Ji said, drawing his weapon, seeking death. As Zhao Yang's words fell, the 5 on his side suddenly surged forward, and the clash of 10 bodies erupted in a cacophony. After merely exchanging a few blows, Langya was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by Lao He, blood gushing from his wounds. Perhaps it was due to Langya's prior arrogance that had angered Lao He, who now resorted to a self-destructive tactic, enduring an opponent's strike to deliver a fatal blow of his own, slicing across Langya's neck while a dagger remained lodged in Lao He's shoulder. At this moment, although old he was not in grave danger, he had lost his ability to fight. Sakura and Liuli were locked in a stalemate, and when they saw Wolf Fong fall, their frenzy only intensified. Breaking the deadlock that had persisted, Liuli, at this moment, Wang Ji, sensing the impending danger, immediately called out. Liuli hastily sheathed her sword, revealing the true visage of Yi Linglong. Yi Linglong was drawn from its sheath. Liuli, who had been suppressed, launched a counterattack, effortlessly breaking through defenses in 2 moves. At this moment, Wei Xiaolian's dagger had already shattered into 2 pieces, clattering to the ground. We concede. Zhao Yang, witnessing the unfavorable turn of events, promptly surrendered. Liu Li halted her actions, and upon seeing Zhao Yang's capitulation, the others also retreated in unison. Wang Ji silently cursed their shamelessness. Was surrender even an option once one stepped onto the arena? Just as Liu Li approached him, Wang Ji noticed Zhao Yang behind her, drawing a handgun from his clothing, aiming for a sneak attack on the unsuspecting Liu Li. "Watch out!" Wang Ji shouted, lunging forward to shield Liu Li. Embracing her as the sound of gunfire erupted in the hall, bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in quick succession. The Dawn Tower had explicit regulations forbidding the discharge of firearms in any manner outside of training grounds. If someone fired a gun, the entire team would face severe repercussions. At that moment, Wang Ji had Liu Li pinned beneath him, having taken 3 bullets squarely in the back. "Captain?" Liu Li, trapped beneath Wang Ji, had lost her ability to think. "Wang, Captain!" Both the portly man and Sakura shouted in unison. Seeing Wang Ji unresponsive, Sakura's expression twisted with concern, and she swiftly dashed toward Zhao Yang with remarkable speed. Zhao Yang, alarmed by Sakura's charge, immediately raised his handgun. After firing 7 shots, the gun emitted a clicking sound. He was out of bullets. As Sakura lunged towards him, not a single shot had found its mark, leaving him overwhelmed with despair. Sakura leaped into the air, clearly intent on killing, and landed beside Zhao Yang, swiftly slicing her dagger across his neck. At that moment, the arena bore witness to the lifeless bodies of Wolf Fong and Zhao Yang. While Wei Xiaolian had already lost her weapon, the 2 remaining teammates were stunned, utterly unprepared for their captain's treachery after surrendering, compounded by the gunfire that had now cost them dearly. They understood all too well the dire consequences awaiting them. Now, they regretted allowing their captain, driven by lust, to act recklessly. Only the 3 of them remained alive, their captain slain. They could only surrender their weapons. Lest they meet the same fate as their leader, we truly surrender. Our captain's attempt at a sneak attack was not our doing. We had no inkling he would act this way. One of the teammates immediately knelt and pleaded. Sakura, indifferent to their sincerity, was about to execute them all when suddenly, someone grasped her ankle. Looking down, she saw it was Wang Ji. Sakura furrowed her brow. Crouching down to feel Wang Ji's back, discovering that he had inexplicably donned a bulletproof vest. "You really are afraid of dying," Sakura remarked, giving Wang Ji a light slap on the head. Upon realizing he was protected by a bulletproof vest, her fury subsided somewhat. "Don't kill them. There may be others coming soon," Wang Ji said weakly. Although Wang Ji wore a bulletproof vest, the close-range impact of the bullets had still inflicted significant internal injury. "Enough. Just remain silent," Sakura commanded, standing up and calling over Liu Li to approach the other 3. "You can leave, but leave your magnetic cards behind, or you can all remain," Sakura declared to the trio without room for negotiation. At this point, the 3 were far too preoccupied to care about their magnetic cards. They hastily discarded them on the ground and turned to flee. Subsequently, Sakura rummaged through Wolf Fong and Zhao Yang's belongings to collect their cards. Today's arena, bathed in the hues of the setting sun, marked a battle that shattered a long-standing tranquility. The 5 exited the arena, intending to find Dr. Sophia on the first floor for treatment. A contingent of guards suddenly arrived. Each guard was fully armed, brandishing automatic rifles, their imposing presence overwhelming. Among this regiment of guards, Wang Ji recognized a familiar face from the day he had been in Jeshi's office. "I am Wei Changjing, the deputy leader of the guards. Please accompany us," he stated, gesturing to the guards behind him, who advanced to apprehend the 5. Wait. "Are the guards also going to intervene in our resolution of matters on the arena?" Wang Ji questioned defiantly. "We do not intervene in resolving issues, but since you have taken lives, we must investigate the situation. You are to come with us," the deputy leader insisted, signaling for the guards to proceed. This time, Wang Ji did not resist because he understood that with Zhao Yan present, the situation was far from simple. Given the magnitude of the incident, Jeshi had not appeared. Instead, the deputy leader, who was with Zhao Yan, showed up, implying that Jeshi was likely resting. Wang Ji and his companions were escorted to a holding cell on the first floor, having been divested of their weapons and shackled. Though he had prepared himself mentally, he had not anticipated such an exaggerated turn of events. The 3 bullets lodged in his back throbbed painfully, making even breathing a challenge. The most unfortunate was old He, who had sustained a stab wound to his shoulder blade. He had merely received a rudimentary bandaging and had not yet been taken to the medical room before being apprehended. "We have an injured comrade. Can he be allowed to receive treatment?" Wang Ji inquired. The guards, however, acted as though they had not heard him, continuing to march the group toward a certain area on the first floor. "Hemph, you think you can receive treatment?" once you're inside. You won't live to see the light of day, Zhao Yin thought to himself. Before long, Wang Ji and the others were ushered into a small, dark room, which was stark and empty, the air thick with the lingering scent of blood. Once inside, the iron door was slammed shut, instantly plunging the room into darkness, leaving them unable to see their own hands. What do we do now, Captain? Can we still get out? The portly man asked. There's still a smell of blood in here. They must have killed people inside. Given our current predicament, it seems we are in grave peril. Old he lamented, his spirit waning. Wang Ji was uncertain when the guards might act. So he refrained from hastily destroying the pendant. He needed to seize the pivotal moment. If the timing was off, even if Jeshi arrived, it would only result in a futile rescue. At most, they would be saved. Yet the root of the problem would remain unresolved, and once would lead to another. He aimed to eradicate Zhao Yin once and for all. Don't panic. Regardless of what happens, we must buy ourselves some time. Wang Ji whispered cautiously to the others, wary of potential surveillance or listening devices in the room. After saying this, Wang Ji fell silent, awaiting Zhao Yan's arrival. And no matter what transpired, once Zhao Yan showed up, he needed to destroy the pendant. He was uncertain how much time Zhao Yan intended to take to resolve their fate, but Jeshi's rest would not be lengthy, leaving Zhao Yan with very little time. He would likely arrive shortly to settle matters swiftly. While lost in thought, the iron door swung open, and in walked none other than Zhao Yan. Upon recognizing him, Wang Ji immediately lowered his head and bit down on the pendant, ripping it apart. The severed pendant slid down his chest and fell to the floor, where he promptly crushed it underfoot. Zhao Yan flicked on the lights in the room, and the five, having adjusted to the darkness, were momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness. As their eyes gradually acclimated, they saw Zhao Yin grinning at them, holding a silenced pistol. It's you? What do you want? Wang Ji feigned surprise, stepping in front of Sakura and, with his hands still shackled behind him, discreetly tapped her leg to convey a message. With Wang Ji wearing a bulletproof vest, it was most fitting for him to stand at the forefront. As long as he wasn't shot in the head, he wouldn't face fatality. Seeing Wang Ji positioned in front of the other four, Zhao Yin sneered, Captain Wang, I didn't expect you to have such courage. Not only are you flirting with my goddess, but you also killed my brother. Do you really believe you can walk out of here alive today? Then what do you intend to do? Wang Ji stared intently at Zhao Yan. Once you are dead, what I want will be irrelevant, Zhao Yan replied, raising his handgun and preparing to fire. Oh dear brother, can't we discuss this amicably? I am but an innocent party. I shall follow you from now on, Sakura said, slowly stepping out from behind Wang Ji to approach Zhao Yan. Humph. The leader of the international mercenary group, the Black Rose Legion. Sumu Sakura, did you think I wouldn't uncover your past? Zhao Yan coldly retorted, revealing Sakura's identity. The duo's ruse was unmasked, prompting the portly man to interject, brother, what about me? I have no criminal record. Let me join you. Please don't kill me. He too began to distance himself from Wang Ji, inching away. Witnessing the portly man's sudden shift, Wang Ji genuinely believed he had betrayed them. Ha ha ha, you all amuse me. Are you attempting to delay time? Are you waiting for someone to rescue you? To be frank, Jeshi has been summoned by the Tower Master for a meeting, and my men have already distracted the deputy leader. No one can save you now, Zhao Yan declared. Enough. You've learned enough. Prepare to meet your end. As Zhao Yan finished speaking, he aimed at the most dangerous target, Sumu Sakura. Unexpectedly, Wang Ji charged forward. Knowing he had to draw fire since he was the only one wearing a bulletproof vest, with a stroke of luck, he might survive. Seeing Wang Ji rush at him, Zhao Yan decisively shifted his aim and fired a shot at Wang Ji. Bang! Wang Ji collapsed to the ground. Captain! Liu Li cried out, distressed at Wang Ji being shot once more. As Zhao Yan redirected his aim, the closest to him, Sumu Sakura, sprang into action. Though her hands were shackled, her legs were still free. Bam! Sakura kicked Zhao Yan ferociously, but he deftly blocked the strike with his arm, executing a sweeping move that knocked Sakura to the ground, immediately leveling his handgun at her head. Sumu Sakura fell to the ground, having underestimated Zhao Yan's combat prowess. With her hands bound, she was utterly incapable of displaying her true strength. Is it worth it for such a feeble creature? Zhao Yan inquired. Haha, he is 100 times stronger than you, Sumu Sakura retorted coldly from her position on the ground. Seeking death, upon hearing Sumu Sakura's defiance, Zhao Yan's fury surged, and he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! Sumu Sakura had closed her eyes in anticipation, and upon hearing the gunshot, she felt as though she had not been hit, yet her body was struck by something. When she opened her eyes, she found the hefty figure sprawled atop her, having rushed in to shield her from the fatal shot. Witnessing the fat man taking the bullet, Zhao Yan erupted into maniacal laughter, then gritted his teeth and said, Well, What a noble sacrifice, putting your life on the line for others. You truly have earned my admiration. I am now quite curious as to what kind of brainwashing Wang Ji has inflicted upon you to make you so devoted. Just as Zhao Yin prepared to lift his weapon to eliminate the next target, the iron door of the room swung open swiftly, causing his previously confident demeanor to falter. Who could possibly arrive here now? Chapter 36. Windfall. At that moment, Zhao Yin heard noise from the door and immediately turned around. Entering were two individuals clad in armor, one of whom was the ever-familiar Jie Shi. The other wore a mask, which Zhao Yin instantly recognized. Indeed, the Tower Master had also arrived. As these two entered, Zhao Yin realized his perilous situation. After a moment's hesitation, he stammered, Tower Master, these individuals are plotting a rebellion. I, Jie Shi, the Tower Master, did not allow Zhao Yin to continue, raising a hand to signal. Understood. Jie Shi comprehended and brandished a great sword, which the next moment pierced through Zhao Yan's chest. Before Zhao Yin could utter another word, he had already succumbed to death. Take them to the medical room for treatment, the Tower Master commanded, satisfied that the matter was resolved, and departed, instructing Jie Shi to escort the individuals to the medical facility. Are you all right, fatty? Sumu Sakura inquired as she noticed the hefty man had not yet lost consciousness. Sakura, Sister Sakura, he managed to say before his words trailed off into silence. Fatty, don't sleep, just hold on a little longer. As they passed through the hall, the survivors took note of the three individuals lying on stretchers, bloodied and being swiftly transported by a few medical staff to the medical room. The well-informed survivors had already learned that this group had just committed murder in the arena, and they all kept their distance, fearful of attracting unnecessary trouble. Upon reaching the medical room, Jie Shi briefly briefed Sophie before departing to handle matters concerning Zhao Yin. Jie Shi was quite satisfied with Wang Ji's performance, having allowed the Tower Master to witness the events firsthand, ensuring a legitimate resolution to Zhao Yin. If they had arrived earlier, Zhao Yin might have acted first, providing him with numerous reasons to justify his presence. Conversely, had they arrived later, there might have been nothing but corpses to witness. In truth, she believed Wang Ji to be an astute individual capable of grasping her intentions. It was precisely because Wang Ji understood her purpose that he timed the destruction of the pendant perfectly, thus averting an unforeseen mishap. Outside the medical room, Sumu Sakura and Lieli waited anxiously. Sister Sakura, do you think they will be all right? Sumu Sakura remained silent, simply standing against the wall, gently stroking Lieli's head. An hour later, Sophie emerged from the medical room. Wang Ji suffered a bullet impact, resulting in a fractured rib, and will require a few days of rest to recover. As for the other individual, he was shot in the abdomen from behind. The shrapnel has been removed, but due to blood loss, he cannot engage in any strenuous activity for a month. The one with the knife wound has had the injury readdressed and is now stitched up. He should return in 2 days for the stitches to be removed. The total medical fee is 150 points. Please pay at the front desk on your right. Upon hearing that all three individuals were out of danger, Sumu Sakura and Lieli both exhaled in relief. After settling the medical fee, they returned to find Wang Ji and old he had already emerged, Wang Ji limping slightly. What happened to your leg? Sumu Sakura asked, perplexed that it hurts. What about you? Wang Ji grimaced as he sat down. Sumu Sakura recounted the events following his injury. Upon learning that the hefty man had been shot, Wang Ji attempted to rise and head towards the medical room. But Sumu Sakura restrained him, assuring him that everything was fine. Wang Ji sighed in relief. He hadn't anticipated the Tower Master would accompany them. Thank goodness. I didn't realize your full name was Sumu Sakura, Wang Ji remarked, turning to look at her. Sumu Sakura noticed Wang Ji's unwavering gaze and, recognizing that mischievous glint in his eyes, struggled internally to suppress her impulse to give him a good thrashing. Reminding herself that he was an injured party. After Jie Shi had concluded her matters, she returned to the medical room to return the weapons that had belonged to Wang Ji and the others. Wang Ji, the vice captain, was indeed unaware of the situation and caused you trouble. Here is Zhao Yan's magnetic card. Consider it your spoils of war. You can transfer the survival points contained within at the trading hall. After handing over the items to Wang Ji, Jie Shi turned and left, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? Is this also considered spoils of war? Wang Ji pondered, examining the magnetic cards in his hand, curious about Zhao Yan's hidden wealth. With this thought, the group set off for the trading hall. Upon arriving, the staff member took the magnetic card and checked its balance. The Red Flame team had a total of 800 survival points remaining, but Zhao Yan's balance astonished them, displaying over 12,000 survival points. I must be seeing things. Wang Ji counted again, confirming there were no decimal points. And his excitement grew. However, reflecting on it, he understood. After all, Zhao Yan was part of the leadership and had once stood on the podium, undoubtedly reaping considerable rewards along the way. Possessing some assets was not unreasonable. Wang Ji stared at the 12,000 survival points on the screen, his breath quickening. What an immense windfall. This was far more than could be earned in a single outing. This wealth could potentially elevate their team directly to a level 3 team. Not to mention the substantial enhancements that could be made to their equipment. All right, transfer all of it to this card, Wang Ji said, stifling his excitement, feeling as though he had just won a grand prize. After completing the transfer of survival points, the group prepared to head to the affairs hall to finalize their team's promotion, intending to relocate their residence to the 3rd level first. Chapter 37. A pleasant hospital experience currently. Wang Ji's team had a remaining balance of 14,000 survival points, having acquired a total of 16,200 points. They were still approximately 34,000 points short of promoting to a level 4 team. A total of 50,000 survival points was required for that upgrade. Wang Ji approached the data station, handing his magnetic card to the staff to facilitate the upgrade for his team. From this moment on, the Sunset Dawn team officially became a level 3 team, marking the 3rd level 3 team within the Dawn Tower. Can you guess how many survival points we amassed? Wang Ji asked excitedly as he emerged, trying to contain his enthusiasm in front of the three. Come on, you're all so dull. We just earned 13,000 survival points, and now we are a level 3 team. Seeing no one respond, Wang Ji resorted to talking to himself. If Fatty were present, he would undoubtedly have rushed over to ask, how much? 13,000 points? Are you kidding me? He expressed disbelief. In a way, Zhao Yin was at least a notable figure. It's only natural he had some resources. Meanwhile, Sakura was casting a mischievous gaze at Wang Ji, seemingly already plotting how to spend this newfound wealth. Hey, Sister Sakura, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Humph, as if I would eat you. Sakura shot him a glare. The 4 of them then prepared to return and move out of the 2nd level. According to Ling Lingyao, moving to the 3rd level would unlock more information, which piqued Wang Ji's anticipation. Upon arriving at the 3rd level with their belongings, Wang Ji's initial impression was one of independence and luxury. Although the houses did not compare to the general's residences on the 4th level, the 3rd level's accommodations could be considered small villas, comprising 2 floors with 3 rooms each, plus a bathroom and living room. There were a total of 50 villas on the 3rd level. With over 20 still available, the level 3 team occupied only 3 of them, while the remaining were residences for the management of the Dawn Tower. Due to the low population on the 3rd level, there were currently no guards, and the expansive training hall was exclusively for the 3 teams, featuring more comprehensive training equipment than the 2nd level. The dining hall was not yet open due to the limited number of people, so meals had to be taken in the 2nd level or ordered through the Ling Lingyao system for delivery from the 2nd level dining hall. At this moment, the 4 were exploring and familiarizing themselves with their new surroundings. Observing the training ground, they noted only 5 or 6 individuals training, creating an unusually desolate atmosphere. Moreover, Wang Ji discovered that the top level of the Dawn Tower was the largest, with each descending level becoming progressively smaller. While the difference between the 1st and 2nd levels was negligible, the disparity between the 3rd and 1st levels was striking. The 5th level was the true core of the Dawn Tower, where the Tower Master resided. According to Jie Shi, entry to the 5th level did not have specific conditions. Only with the Tower Master's personal authorization or invitation could one access it.as. The 4 passed by the training area. A man training noticed them. Finally, a team has come down. If another team doesn't join us soon, we'll all go mad facing those people day in and day out, the man called out. Hello, we are the Sunset Dawn team and I am the captain, Wang Ji. Wang Ji introduced himself to the man. I have heard a little about it. Haha, I am Zhang Ming, from the former dynasty. Over there, the most formidable one is our captain, Duan Xingtian. Zhang Ming enthusiastically conversed with Wang Ji and the others. By the way, what were you saying about that group of people? Wang Ji naturally knew that the group referred to was the 2nd-tier team. Eternal Doom.as for Zhang Ming's earlier remark about nearly going insane in the face of that group. It puzzled him, and he was quite curious about who those individuals were. You mean them? They prattle on like a bunch of lunatics all day long, yet they appear to be normal on the surface. I truly wonder what the Tower Master is thinking, allowing such individuals to join. Zhang Ming, are you slacking off instead of training? Suddenly, he was called away by Captain Duan Xingtian for training. Normal-looking lunatics. Wang Ji contemplated as he gazed towards the group of lunatics Zhang Ming mentioned. There were 2 masked individuals, and judging by their physiques, they were both female, practicing with daggers against each other. However, within the Dawn Tower, aside from the Tower Master, he had rarely seen anyone else donning such masks. Why were these people wearing masks? Was it for show? Sakura, do you see those too? Wang Ji inquired of Sumu Sakura as Yumu Sakura scrutinized the duo for a while and remarked, they have some skill. Well, let us hurry and put things down. The fatty is still waiting for us to deliver his meal, Wang Ji suggested. A while later, the 4 returned to the medical ward, where the fatty had already awakened. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Wang Ji entered and placed the food on a nearby table. "How's the injury, Fatty?" he asked, taking a seat on the floor. "The doctor is quite beautiful, very skilled, and patiently treated my wounds." "It has been a rather pleasant hospital experience," the fatty remarked. "Have a bite to eat. Once you feel better, you can go home and rest. Lying around here costs a fortune. When we get back, I'll arrange for each of you to have a bulletproof vest, the best available." Wang Ji promised the fatty. "By the way, we've already become a third-tier team and just moved up to the third floor." Wang Ji continued, "Wow, impressive, Captain Wang. You've achieved third-tier status so quickly? It seems my time in this hospital wasn't wasted." "Ha," the fatty exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, it wasn't wasted. Once we're out, I'll help you choose a good weapon as a reward. And old stop relying solely on that military knife. We'll buy you a new one," Wang Ji generously arranged. Their funds were now quite ample, and he had to ensure his team was well-equipped. Arms and armor were essential. This recent incident had made him acutely aware of the importance of equipment. Having good armor and weapons could indeed be a matter of life and death, as long as one remained alive. There was value, there was victory. This encapsulated the essence of survival. Chapter 38. A lesson for you. 2 days later, Wang Ji brought the fatty back to their residence on the third floor. He could now move freely, but large movements were still prohibited. "How time flies. It has been almost a week since we returned from outside. Do you have any plans for the next outing?" Wang Ji mused while reclining on the living room sofa. "Plans? What plans? As long as we can survive, that's enough," Sumu Sakura replied. "What about Old He?" Old He was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Don't you have any intention of searching for your loved ones?" Wang Ji asked, rolling over on the sofa. Each person has someone important to them, and his inquiry aimed to ascertain whether they intended to seek them out. However, it seemed that none of them had the desire to do so. "Let us not even discuss whether they are alive. Even if they are, we might not be able to reach them. And even if we could, would you be willing to go?" Sakura scoffed. Although her words were harsh, they held a grain of truth. No matter whom they chose to search for, there would always be someone reluctant. Thus, they could only go with the flow and take one step at a time. As Wang Ji spoke, he turned to gently pat Jilu Li's head and asked, "Li, are you afraid to go outside?" "I'm not afraid." "Well, you should go rest. You've been training all day." Once everyone had returned to rest, Wang Ji noticed that Sumu Sakura had no intention of going upstairs and asked, "Sakura, aren't you going to rest?" Sumu Sakura placed her feet on Wang Ji's lap, and he looked at her in confusion. 25 days left, she proclaimed. Hearing this, he recalled that he had promised to give Sakura a massage for a month. Realizing that she still remembered it, after experiencing the dangers outside, he found himself growing fearful. The perils he encountered had far exceeded his expectations, and he could no longer afford to be reckless and ignorant. He was terrified of losing those dear to him. Through these days of interaction, he had come to realize how deep his feelings for them had grown, especially during their shared meals, conversations, and laughter. He even felt that this current state was more pleasant than life before the apocalypse. "Sakura, if we can return safely from this next outing, I will massage you for a lifetime," Wang Ji declared. As soon as he spoke, he felt the foot beneath his hand tremble slightly, and he quickly recognized that he had gone a bit overboard. "Sorry, Sakura, a lifetime is too long. Even if you return next time, what then? What about the time after that? If one day you perish, who will I hold accountable? Then you can go with me. When we get there, I'll continue to massage you," Wang Ji joked. "Get lost." When Wang Ji teased her, Sumu Sakura kicked him in the chest. Unexpectedly, he caught her foot in his hand. Seeing her attack thwarted, she swiftly attempted to kick him again, but being in a reclining position, she failed to gain the upper hand. Instead, Wang Ji managed to pin her down on the sofa. "All right, little Wang Ji, you've only trained for a few days and already dare to bully your elder sister? Fine, I concede," Sumu Sakura admitted when she could not break free. Upon hearing her surrender, he released his grip, but just as he did, she pulled him down onto the sofa, trapping his neck with her legs and firmly grasping his right arm. If they truly fought, he was certain his arm and neck would be brutally broken. "Little Wang Ji, let me give you one final lesson. Even if the opponent surrenders, you must not lower your guard." "Have you forgotten what happened recently?" Sumu Sakura said, looking at him. Upon hearing her words, Wang Ji recalled the despicable tactics Zhao Yang had employed in the arena. In truth, there is nothing wrong with being despicable. One may resort to any means to achieve their goals. As the saying goes, heroes do not inquire about the origins of their deeds, and one can never know how much treachery lies behind the success of others. "I certainly haven't forgotten. I just prefer to die at your hands, Sakura," he retorted defiantly. After releasing him, Sumu Sakura gazed at him with a smile, sending a chill down his spine as he sensed something amiss in her eyes. The two locked eyes for a moment before Sakura spoke. I'm tired. Carry me back to my room to rest. After saying this, she slumped onto the sofa, presenting an unnegotiable demeanor. Their residence boasted a total of 6 rooms, 3 on the first floor and 3 on the second, allowing for individual accommodations. With no choice, Wang Ji picked up Sumu Sakura and carried her back to her room. Upon entering, he set her down on the bed, but just as he intended to leave, her legs wrapped around his waist, pulling him back into the position he had just placed her in. Good little brother, don't you want to do something for your sister? Sumu Sakura teased him. Looking at the playful Sumu Sakura lying on the bed, Wang Ji felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Sakura, it's not that I don't want to. It's just when I think of the dagger underneath your pillow, I can't help but feel uneasy. Ha ha ha, it seems this lesson is unnecessary, she laughed, retrieving a dagger from beneath her pillow. Seeing Wang Ji's speechless expression, Sumu Sakura decided to stop teasing him. Remember to turn off the lights, thank you. Wang Ji returned to his own room, contemplating the matters inside and outside the tower, and soon fell into a deep slumber. After resting for 8 hours, Wang Ji ordered several breakfast items to be delivered by the staff. Opening Ling Ling Yao, he realized he could now access the weapon shop through the system to reserve or browse the introductions for various weapons, items, and armor, successfully avoiding the awkwardness of merely browsing without purchasing. Without hesitation, Wang Ji directly purchased 5 sets of soft high-performance fiber bulletproof vests. While soft armor may not be as durable as hard armor, it was significantly lighter. He also bought Jialu Li a separate chemical protection suit, which was equally essential, effectively preventing zombie scratches. As long as one was not bitten, the suit would withstand mere scratches. Night vision goggles, suitable for both night and explosion protection, could prevent zombie blood from splattering into one's eyes, allowing for clearer vision at night. The price for the bulletproof vest was 200 survival points, which was somewhat steep, but he insisted on the best. Jialu Li's chemical suit cost 100 points, totaling 100 survival points spent at once. For an ordinary team, that would be an astronomical sum, but for Wang Ji's team, it was a mere trifle. Chapter 39. Evolution. After examining the protective gear, the 5 of them purchased some tools, including grappling hooks, windproof lighters, flashlights, transparent steel wire, first aid kits, water purification tablets, military water bottles, binoculars, compasses, and more. Take a look and see if there are any other tools we need. I think I've chosen quite a few. Wang Ji said, nothing for now. We'll see once we receive our next mission. It's still too early to ascertain. He replied after checking the items Wang Ji had selected. This collection of tools wasn't overly expensive, totaling around 120 survival points. Fatty, your gunshot wound has yet to heal. For the next mission, it would be prudent for you to remain here and recuperate, Wang Ji remarked, observing the bandages wrapped around Fatty's waist. Fatty was well aware of his own limitations. Engaging in strenuous activity would only hinder him, so he did not protest and nodded in agreement. After their meal, Wang Ji and the others descended to the first floor. Ever since they had taken lives in the arena, the incident had stirred considerable commotion on the first and second floors. Moreover, their team had inexplicably ascended to the third-tier ranks, leaving many survivors bewildered. Even if they had acquired survival points from another small team, it should not have been possible to accumulate 10,000 points so swiftly. This conundrum had become a puzzle among other teams. Wang Ji's purpose for visiting was to seek Captain Jie Shi. Upon arriving at headquarters, the guards did not impede their entry upon hearing their intentions and promptly granted them passage. Wang Ji navigated his way to Jie Shi's office with ease. Instructing the other 3 to wait in the lounge outside, he knocked twice before entering. That moment, Jie Shi was staring blankly at the screen. What occupies your thoughts, Captain Jie Shi? Wang Ji asked, no longer feeling the need to be overly formal as he took a seat opposite her. Nothing of great significance. What brings you here? Jie Shi replied, snapping back to reality, her voice somewhat vague as she shifted the topic. I merely wish to inquire about the recent activities of other teams, Wang Ji stated. The outlook is rather grim. A total of 52 teams have ventured out. 32 have returned unscathed, while 15 have suffered casualties. And 5 teams have been completely wiped out, Jie Shi explained, resting her forehead in her hand. Wang Ji was taken aback. 5 teams annihilated in such a short span of time was unprecedented. This is unexpected. These teams have undergone training. How could their losses be so severe? Wang Ji questioned, confusion etched on his face. Indeed, that was the very question I had in mind. According to descriptions from the returning teams, their experiences differ significantly from yours. They reported that the zombies exhibit swift movement, formidable strength, and heightened sensory perception, with many displaying a tendency to swarm together, Jie Shi elaborated. Could it be that they are evolving? Wang Ji speculated. It is highly possible that they may have mutated. Allow me to show you something. Also, please have your teammates join us, Jie Shi instructed. Once Wang Ji had summoned the others, Jieshi retrieved a video from her computer and projected it onto the screen. The footage presented a first-person perspective of an individual sprinting desperately, glancing back to see at least 20 to 30 zombies in pursuit, with the number obscured behind him impossible to ascertain. Each zombie appeared ravenous and frenzied. The person in the video was running at a speed far surpassing Wang Ji's own when he had fled during his time at school, yet the relentless horde remained hot on his heels. Just as it seemed he would be overtaken, the individual yanked a fleeing companion backward, causing the latter to lose balance and fall. The subsequent footage did not reveal what transpired next, but the outcome was all too predictable. After betraying his comrade, the individual managed to escape, swiftly shedding the pursuing zombies. Jieshi then fast-forwarded through a considerable segment of the video. The scene shifted to an unfamiliar room, where the camera inexplicably fell to the ground, seemingly devoid of life. After a moment, the camera shifted slightly, capturing two middle-aged individuals who, before the attack, had no prior interaction. Indeed, they had merely crossed paths without a word exchanged. Survivors, Wang Ji exclaimed, recognizing the two who had slain the team member. Currently, there are still numerous survivors outside. This video is from a completely wiped-out team, and we managed to install a recording device on the helmet of one of its members using special means. What are your thoughts after watching this? Jieshi inquired, her tone measured. The zombies have become increasingly frenzied, and the line between friend and foe among survivors has blurred, Wang Ji reflected, recalling the video. What could have induced such evolution in those zombies? Sumuing asked. That is precisely what I am pondering. What are your opinions? Jieshi responded. We cannot be sure. When we were outside previously, the zombies did not exhibit such rapid behavior, Wang Ji replied. Indeed. Thus, you must exercise caution during your next outing. Your intelligence is vital to the Dawn Tower, Jieshi stated. Thank you, Captain Jieshi, for the warning. By the way, has there been any discourse regarding Zhao Yan's situation on the first floor? Wang Ji queried, finding it peculiar that a notable figure like Zhao Yan would pass without a trace of discussion. In response to Wang Ji's inquiry, Jieshi chuckled softly. The Tower Master determines who lives and dies. If the Tower Master wishes for nothing to occur, then nothing shall. But fear not, the Tower Master only punishes those who deserve it. To prevent any misinterpretation, Jieshi added, don't worry, Wang Ji, very well, we shall take our leave for now. With that, Wang Ji and his companions exited the room. Once outside, Wang Ji's expression turned grave. The implications of the video weighed heavily on his mind. The zombies were not only swifter and stronger than those they had previously encountered, but their numbers remained unchanged. Over the course of a month, these creatures had not perished from starvation. Instead, they seemed more invigorated. This led Wang Ji to suspect a deeper, more alarming truth. If they were indeed evolving, it raised the terrifying possibility of more advanced zombies emerging. The consequences of intelligent zombies would be catastrophic. The Dawn Tower had already suffered the loss of 5 teams. If this continued, their remaining numbers would dwindle significantly. Without resources being gathered, the tower could not sustain itself, forcing everyone back to the surface. Chapter 40. Sudden incident. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the strain of intensive training, Wang Ji gradually grew stronger. This 10-day period had witnessed the highest number of trainees. As from today onward, survival point rewards for training would cease. Currently, there were only 2 means to obtain survival points: completing missions outside or laboring in the ecological agricultural zone. This decision had undoubtedly prompted many to opt for work, leaving few brave enough to venture out. Statistics showed that of the 10,000 survivors, 6,000 had entered the ecological agricultural zone, while the remaining 4,000 continued to train, awaiting their chance to go outside. Today was also notable, marking the imminent deadline for the mandatory acceptance of external missions, with most teams preferring to wait until the last moment to depart. Approximately 200 teams were expected to venture out today. Wang Ji calculated the time. They had 15 days until their next outing, at which point they would again face the zombies that had once been human. As he surveyed the first-floor hall, teeming with nearly 1,000 individuals preparing for their missions, some clad in protective suits armed with weapons and ammunition, while others could barely afford protective gear, brandishing only a short dagger. Wang Ji felt a deep-seated hope for their safe return. Their survival would signify that the outside world was not overly perilous, ensuring the continuity of the Dawn Tower. As Wang Ji and his companions observed the distant teams, Jieshi approached them. Wang Ji, follow me, she urged, appearing somewhat anxious. Without hesitation, Wang Ji complied. I have an urgent task for you, Jieshi stated as they entered the conference room, cutting straight to the point. Please, Captain Jieshi, go ahead. Wang Ji replied, sensing an ominous undertone in her urgency. Although your time has not yet come, circumstances have necessitated this. The team dispatched to the Kolo Biological Research Institute has been completely wiped out. There is an important individual we need inside, the esteemed Dr. Yang Lu, I require your immediate assistance in a rescue mission. Should you succeed, the reward will be double the standard task points, amounting to 5,000 survival points. Of course, you may decline, Jessie explained, her gaze cold and unyielding, though her words suggested that refusal was not an option. How much time can you allocate for us to prepare? Wang Ji asked, contemplating the situation. 1 day. Jessie replied. 1 day? Wang Ji exclaimed, taken aback by the abruptness of the task. Yes, 1 day. Now, return and make your preparations. Wang Ji, I am counting on you for this. Dr. Yang Lu is crucial to our efforts. With that, Jessie stood and departed. Wang Ji's companions, Sumu Ying and Lao He, were left uncertain about their next steps. Gather your things. We need to resupply. Wang Ji instructed. Why agree to her request? Just for 5,000 survival points? Lao He questioned, perplexed. Why do you think Jessie sought us out and not someone else? Wang Ji countered. Perhaps it's because she feels comfortable with you. Sumu Ying interjected with a roll of her eyes. Let's hasten our preparations. We have ample survival points. We should acquire some reliable weapons, Wang Ji declared, heading toward the trading hall. Upon arrival, he spent a substantial amount purchasing 4 automatic rifles. Equipping them with suppressors, holographic sights, and night vision scopes, he also acquired 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 4 signal flares, 12 high-explosive grenades, 4 incendiary grenades, 4 smoke grenades, and a drone. In total, he expended 5,065 survival points. This expenditure exceeded the task reward. But Wang Ji did not mind. His priority was survival. The thought of perishing due to inadequate equipment was far too steep a price to pay. That will suffice for now. Just have everything delivered to our quarters. Wang Ji instructed the staff. Upon returning to their residence, Wang Ji and his companions busied themselves with their gear. Each combat backpack was laden with provisions and various tools, while grenades and ammunition were fastened to their waists and chests. Handguns and daggers adorned their thighs, and rifles were grasped firmly in their hands. What are you up to? Taking on a mission? The portly man inquired as he descended the stairs, noticing the 4 individuals preparing their equipment. Indeed, Captain Jessie has assigned us an urgent task that we must commence by tomorrow at the latest. Wang Ji replied, I'll accompany you. The portly man declared as he stepped down further. Listen, you are not in a condition to venture out. You would only be a burden. The zombies outside are rumored to have evolved and become more ferocious. Stay here and recuperate. No matter how long we are gone, you must not leave if we fail to return. The survival points in your account will suffice for a lifetime, Wang Ji stated, resuming his organization of supplies. The portly man gritted his teeth, acknowledging that his gunshot wound had yet to heal. And he indeed could not keep up. Once the group had gathered their provisions, they proceeded to the dining hall for a hearty meal, costing Wang Ji 100 survival points. It was the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed since arriving. Drawing envious glances from those around him, with sumptuous dishes and lovely company, I am full. Let us rest for a while before setting off, Wang Ji said lazily, reclining in his chair. After their meal, Jessie dispatched someone with the details of the mission. The Koloi Biological Research Institute was situated in the eastern suburbs of M City, while the nearest stronghold lay midway along the Huanshan No. 2 road to the west. To reach their destination, they could either traverse the city directly or take a lengthy detour from the south or north. Wang Ji was resolute in avoiding a direct route through the city, given its dense population, which would undoubtedly spell doom. Currently, the only information at his disposal comprised the locations of the stronghold and their target, along with a map of M City. After some deliberation, the group failed to reach a definitive conclusion, prompting Wang Ji to suggest assessing the situation once they were outside. With discussions concluded, the 4 donned their full gear and exited their 3-story room. As they passed through the hall, a few members of the former dynasty team were still training. Upon spotting Wang Ji and his companions, Zhang Ming approached eagerly. Wow, you're heading out again? It's only been a few days. Are you already bored down here? Yes, just need to get some fresh air, Wang Ji replied with a light chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further. Impressive. I wish you a safe return, Zhang Ming said, waving goodbye as the group departed. Following the mission's instructions, the 4 soon arrived at the elevator leading to M City. This time, there was no helicopter. It was essential for Wang Ji to devise a means of reaching their destination himself, as the helicopter fuel had been entirely depleted. Walking through the dark corridor, a heavy silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps echoing against the steps. Soon, they reached the end. Drawing their weapons and preparing for combat, beep, the door opened. Wang Ji, tense and gun at the ready, found no blinding light awaiting them, only the darkness of night, with a faint moonlight barely illuminating the ground. He scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no sign of zombies. The 4 cautiously approached the road ahead, their pace sluggish due to the complexities of the nocturnal environment. Why are there no vehicles on this road? Lao He queried from behind. Wang Ji halted. Indeed. How can there be not a single car? Although this road is somewhat isolated, it shouldn't be completely devoid of traffic. Wang Ji continued onward for an hour, finally spotting a tunnel in the distance. Several police cars were parked at its entrance, and a sense of foreboding washed over him upon seeing them. He raised his hand, signaling his companions to halt, and retrieved his binoculars. What's wrong? Su Muing asked. The binoculars are unclear. Let us proceed a bit closer, Wang Ji said as he cautiously advanced toward the tunnel. Once within 500 meters, they could faintly discern the tunnel. Its entrance was sealed with several layers of iron mesh. What is going on here? Wang Ji remarked, staring at the barricaded tunnel. Ice been sealed off. No wonder there hasn't been a single vehicle. It has all been blocked, Lao He observed from the rear. Goodness, how cruel. They've left no chance for escape. Wang Ji exclaimed, lifting the binoculars again to peer into the tunnel. Goodness. He recoiled in shock at what he saw. Su Muing, noticing his reaction, took the binoculars from him. On the other side of the iron mesh, a multitude of zombies writhed, clawing at the barriers with frenzied desperation. Even the seasoned Su Muing was taken aback by the sight. There are countless zombies beyond that mesh. We must retreat quickly, she urged, and no sooner had she spoken than two figures in police uniforms suddenly emerged from the police station, sprinting towards Wang Ji and the others. Be careful, they're zombies, Lao He shouted, raising his rifle. Before Wang Ji could fully comprehend the situation, Lao He had already shot the two zombie officers. Aren't you worried they might be survivors? Wang Ji inquired. Survivors would have fled by now. Let us take their vehicle, Lao He replied nonchalantly. Gazing at the 7 police cars before the tunnel, Wang Ji estimated there were approximately 14 zombies nearby. Lao He had already dealt with 2, leaving 12 unaccounted for. As Wang Ji and his companions approached the police cars, 2 more zombie officers suddenly lunged from behind one of the vehicles. Wang Ji sidestepped, narrowly avoiding one, but before he could regain his balance, another lunged at him. Just when it seemed he would be tackled, a glimmer of hope emerged as the zombie's head separated from its body. Crashing to the ground, Lu Li had drawn her exquisite blade, severing the heads of both zombies, while Lao He and Su Muing swiftly dealt with 5 more that had unexpectedly appeared from nowhere. In the heat of battle, Wang Ji acutely felt the zombies' speed had intensified since their last encounter. He had barely escaped being overwhelmed. He affectionately ruffled Lu Li's hair. Thank you, Lu Li. Lu Li blushed and lowered her head. Wang Ji found the contrast perplexing. How could a girl so fierce in battle possess such a shy demeanor? Look over there. Su Muing pointed at the iron mesh above the tunnel. The zombies within the tunnel had become even more frenzied, their clawing motions more vigorous than before. This is bad. We need to hurry. That iron mesh won't hold for long, and if they break through. We redone for, Wang Ji urged, scrambling into one of the relatively intact police cars. Get in. The keys are inside. I can start it directly, Wang Ji said, relieved to find the keys still there. Thank goodness. I thought that iron mesh was about to give way. Wang Ji exclaimed, still shaken. He glanced at the fuel gauge, which indicated half a tank, enough for a round trip. Lao He, you drive, I'll study the map. After a short distance, Wang Ji relinquished the driver's seat to Lao He, focusing on the map of M-City. They were now traveling along the number 2 road, entering the West Ring. Let us hope the North ISNT similarly sealed off, Wang Ji remarked, leaning back in the passenger seat. Vehicles were exceedingly sparse on the West Ring, with only an occasional wrecked car or a lone zombie sighting. Before the undead could react, they drove past, leaving them behind. After a while, they suddenly spotted a vehicle blocking the road ahead, with a man standing beside it. Lao He slowed down. As they approached, Lao He realized it was a man whose clothes were tattered and disheveled. Wielding a bloodied fire axe upon exiting the vehicle, Wang Ji aimed his handgun at him. The man immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, Please, brothers, save my family. Keep your voice down. Who are you? Wang Ji asked. My name is Hao Qinggong. I escaped from a town to the north. I'm a police officer. Here is my badge, he replied, pulling out his identification from his ragged coat. Though it was night, Wang Ji had night vision goggles and could clearly see that the photo on the badge matched the man before him. Confirming his honesty, police officer Hao Qinggong from Longkou Town? Yes, that's me, Hao Qinggong exclaimed, sensing Wang Ji's skepticism. Please, help us. If you find us too many to accommodate, take my wife and child, and I will stay behind. We have a mission to complete. Bringing you along would be tantamount to a death sentence. Stay here. If we survive and find a way back, I promise to take you to safety, Wang Ji assured, glancing at the terrified wife and child huddled in the back seat. All right, we'll wait for you, Hao Qinggong replied eagerly. The 4 returned to the car, restarted it, and headed toward the North Ring. Chapter 42. Crossing the bridge, Wang Ji was aware that traveling at night was unwise. Yet he felt compelled given the precarious situation of the doctor they were trying to rescue. He did not wish to undertake such a strenuous journey only to find a zombie version of the doctor awaiting him. On the northern detour, Wang Ji and his companions encountered no significant obstacles. After half an hour of driving, he had navigated from the northern ring road to the eastern ring. They proceeded from the eastern ring towards their destination. The volume of vehicles gradually increased, as did the number of zombies on the road. Some of the faster ones could even leap onto the car. Wang Ji studied the map in his hands. Noting a large bridge ahead, over 1,000 meters in length, if all went as expected, the bridge would undoubtedly be choked with stranded vehicles. Stop. Ahead lies the bridge. We shall wait until dawn to cross. Wang Ji declared. He halted the vehicle 2 kilometers before the bridge, and a light drizzle began to fall, slowly dampening the car windows. Wang Ji retrieved 4 cans of beef and distributed them among the 3 companions. Let us eat something first. As he consumed the contents of his can, Wang Ji remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. At 6 o'clock, as dawn broke, the 4 emerged from the vehicle. The visibility around them had improved significantly. After walking 2 kilometers, Wang Ji could finally see the entrance to the bridge. This bridge was the very passage leading to City M. Crossing it would mean they were definitively entering the city. Peering through his binoculars, Wang Ji surveyed the scene on the bridge and, as anticipated, it was jammed with abandoned vehicles from one end to the other, with countless zombies aimlessly swaying in the gaps between the cars. To reach City M, they would have to charge through this bridge. It seems we are in for a fierce battle. He remarked, lowering the binoculars. In a moment, the 3 of us will take out the zombies on the bridge. Lioli, you will handle the zombies drawn to us from the surroundings. Is that agreeable? Lioli nodded, indicating her readiness. Very well, let us proceed, Wang Ji concluded, stepping forward towards the bridge. As they approached the bridge, Wang Ji felt his hands trembling. This would be his first encounter with such a horde of zombies. A cursory glance revealed at least 500 of them on the bridge. He knew that once the first shot was fired, they would all swarm towards him, and without much practical experience, he was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Once they found suitable positions, the 4 exchanged glances, confirming their readiness, and he fired the first shot. Pop, pop, pop. Wang Ji quickly raised his rifle and began shooting at the zombies on the bridge. Equipped with a silencer, the gunfire was relatively muted, though the bullets striking the vehicles produced a clanging sound of metal against metal. Instantly, all the zombies on the bridge were roused, their low growls echoing through the eerie dawn, sending chills down one's spine as they surged over the vehicles towards Wang Ji. Keep firing, quickly, he urged. Having underestimated the speed of the zombies, the trio emptied an entire magazine, firing 90 rounds, with only about 40 shots hitting their mark, the rate of elimination far too slow to match the advancing horde. Meanwhile, a dozen zombies approached from the sides, but Zhao Yuli swiftly dealt with them, leaving Wang Ji and his companions no time to manage the flanking threats. As the number of zombies ahead grew increasingly daunting, Wang Ji sensed the dire situation. Their firepower was insufficient to hold them back. Use grenades, he commanded, pulling out a high-explosive grenade and hurling it into the heart of the zombie tide. Boom! The explosions reverberated across the eastern bridge to City M. The sounds of grenades and vehicles exploding resonating throughout the area. In a certain room of the research institute, a voice questioned, "Is that the sound of explosions? Could there still be survivors? What good would it do to check the rooftop? We can barely protect ourselves. They might already be dead." "You still expect them to rescue us?" someone replied. "True, we haven't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days. I doubt we can hold out much longer." Another lamented, "Dr. Yang, wake up, wake up." Yang Lu heard someone calling him and propped himself up from the ground. "What's wrong, Xiaoqi? Dr. Yang, are you all right? You don't seem well, just a bit dehydrated." "I'll be fine." Xiaoqi pondered for a moment before speaking up to the others. "Why don't we go out and look for supplies? At this rate, we'll all perish." After Xiaoqi spoke, the rest hung their heads in silence, none daring to respond. Frustrated by the group's apathy, Xiaoqi exclaimed, "What's wrong with you all? If it weren't for Dr. Yang taking us in and sharing her food, we'd be dead by now. And now that Dr. Yang is on the verge of dehydration, you remain indifferent. Xiaoqi, you know the outside is crawling with zombies. Going out would be a death sentence," one man in his 40s interjected. "Old Lu, do you think hiding here will keep us alive?" "If you want to go, I will," Xiaoqi declared, picking up a steel pipe from the ground and heading outside. "Xiaoqi, don't go," Yang Lu weakly protested. "Sigh, Dr. Yang, you're in no condition to speak. Please rest. Thank you for allowing us to survive this long. Let me accompany him. It will ease my conscience." The speaker was a young woman in her 20s. Dr. Yang's assistant, who draped her coat over Yang Lu before following Xiaoqi outside. On the bridge, smoke filled the air as the explosions of several grenades decimated numerous zombies, affording the three a brief respite. They continued to reload and fire at the distant zombies. The thunderous explosions attracted more zombies from afar, forcing Wang Ji to shoot while retreating. They had already pulled back 100 meters from their initial position at the bridge's entrance. After exhausting 1,000 rounds, the number of zombies gradually diminished, and the bridge was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Wang Ji, now somewhat deranged, had never before killed so many ghastly creatures. The four cautiously approached the bridge's end, where the recently burning vehicles were now extinguished by the drizzling rain. Ahead, the jumbled cars stretched endlessly, likely continuing this way all the way to the city. Be careful. There may still be zombies inside the vehicles, Wang Ji cautioned. In the brief span of 1,000 meters, it took Wang Ji an entire hour to traverse, and by now, the four were smeared with blood. Resembling ruthless murderers, haha, it's been ages since I felt this exhilarated. It's absolutely thrilling. Su Muqing laughed heartily, her eyes ablaze with wild excitement. Chapter 43. Vending machine. After crossing the bridge, Wang Ji and his companions arrived at the riverbank beside a park. Passing through the park would lead them to the outer wall of the research institute. As they proceeded towards their intended direction, they spotted a wooden cabin, which appeared to be a shop. Wang Ji lowered his binoculars, remarking, "It seems fortune is on our side." Su Muqing took a glance through the binoculars as well. Upon reaching the small cabin, they found the door locked, indicating that it had been undisturbed for some time. Through the windows, they could see that the interior was stocked with beverages, bottled water, and some candies. "Let us come back for these supplies once we return," Wang Ji said, unwilling to pass up such resources. After traversing a small thicket, Wang Ji finally reached the outer wall of the research institute, which stood 3 meters high. Now, a new dilemma confronted him. With such a vast institute, where could they find people? Wang Ji produced a drone, intending to scout the area first. The drone buzzed to life and ascended into the skies above the research institute. Wang Ji's current location was at the ecological station of the institute. Typically devoid of personnel, after a short flight, he beheld the central area of the Science Museum, which was the most densely populated section, teeming with zombies. Hundreds of the undead wandered aimlessly within the museum. Behind the museum lay the experimental base, consisting of 2 3-story buildings connected by a skybridge, allowing for movement between them. Wang Ji was certain that the individuals they sought were located within this experimental base. Just as the drone hovered near the experimental base to survey the terrain, Old He, staring at the screen, exclaimed in astonishment, "Look quickly, there are people in the skybridge on the 2nd floor. A man and a woman. Could they be who we're looking for? They must have ventured out in search of food. We need to hurry over," Wang Ji replied, retracting the drone. The 4 circled around to the wall closest to the experimental base and scaled it. With their combined strength, they could easily pull themselves up as long as they could grasp something. Beyond the wall lay a parking lot, and upon landing, the zombies immediately sensed Wang Ji and his companions. Beginning to charge in their direction, Wang Ji, with no time to spare for stealth, seized his rifle and opened fire. The situation was urgent. Having pinpointed the target, they had to rush over, for if their quarry perished, the losses would be monumental. Inside the building, Xiaoqi's companion urged, "Xiaoqi, let us head back." She surveyed the bloodied corridor and felt her legs growing weak with fear. Xiaoqi, with a complex expression, gazed at the only girl who had followed him outside, saying, "Anqing, you should return. It's too dangerous out here. I'm not afraid. Staying inside will lead to death anyway," Anqing insisted, ignoring his warning. Xiaoqi studied Anqing for a long moment before heaving a sigh. "Fine, but no matter what we encounter or what happens, do not make a sound. If I should meet with misfortune, make a beeline back to the lab. Once the door shuts, it will shield you from detection by scent or sound." He then knelt to grab her high-heeled shoes, breaking off the heels to facilitate her running and minimize noise. There's a vending machine on the 1st floor. It should still contain water and bread. We'll head there next. All right, Anqing nervously agreed. The two stealthily made their way from the 2nd floor skybridge to the adjacent safe passage. Typically, the experimental base housed few individuals. When the zombie virus outbreak occurred, most of the zombies came from outside, primarily congregating on the 1st floor. Xiaoqi approached the safety passage and, upon peering in, was startled to discover a zombie standing motionless, one of its arms bitten off and its body drenched in blood. Terrified, Xiaoqi immediately withdrew his head. Anqing, witnessing his fright, urged him once more, "Brother Xiaoqi, we should turn back. It's better to starve than to be devoured by such hideous creatures." Hearing Anqing's words, Xiaoqi hesitated. His hands trembled, but the thought of Dr. Yang, who lay weak and unconscious on the ground, prompted him to grip the iron rod tightly. After all, It was merely a mindless monster with a severed arm. If he could eliminate it, they could approach the vending machine. Resolutely, he stepped into the staircase. As soon as Xiaoqi entered, the zombie immediately sensed his presence, and he swung the iron rod down upon the zombie's head in a furious flurry. Brother Xiaoqi, enough! It's already dead. Anqing tugged at him from behind. Gradually calming down after hearing her, Xiaoqi noticed that the zombie beneath him had been reduced to a bloody pulp by the blows of his iron rod. Are you all right, Brother Xiaoqi? Anqing asked, her gaze filled with fear as she looked at him, now splattered with blood and with a wild look in his eyes. I'm fine. Let us hurry downstairs. Xiaoqi replied, wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve. Upon descending the staircase, they found the vending machine situated against the wall in the hall. We're lucky. There are no zombies nearby. Xiaoqi said, glancing back at Anqing. That's wonderful. We're saved. Anqing exclaimed joyfully. Xiaoqi then examined the machine and turned to Anqing. The vending machine is out of power, and we lack the key. We need to shatter the glass to retrieve the items inside. If I break the glass and attract zombies, just grab a few bottles of water and some bread and run back while I draw them away. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's plan to use himself as bait to ensure her safety, Anqing immediately protested. No, if we leave, we should leave together. I can't abandon you. Looking at Anqing, who remained stubborn even in this dire moment, Xiaoqi said, listen, Anqing, if something goes wrong, either we both stay behind or I will. Dr. Yang has already saved my life once. Now it's my turn to repay her. If we both perish, who will bring food to Dr. Yang? It's settled then, he said this without glancing at the tear-filled eyes of Anqing and walked straight toward the vending machine. Chapter 44. All should perish. Xiaoqi and Anqing quietly approached the vending machine. With a swift motion, Xiaoqi shattered the glass with his iron rod. In the eerie silence of the building, the sound of breaking glass echoed painfully. The zombies nearby on the first floor heard the commotion and began to emit low growls as they closed in. Realizing he had alerted the zombies, Xiaoqi struck the vending machine several more times until the glass was completely destroyed. Quickly, Anqing, grab the items and hurry back, he shouted while yanking out the contents of the vending machine. Anqing had already resolved to bring back supplies after hearing Xiaoqi's words on the stairs, but as they fought side by side in this perilous moment, she changed her mind. She could not leave him. Anqing, what are you doing? Hurry up, Xiaoqi called out, noticing her standing still, lost in thought. Brother Xiaoqi, you are a responsible man. How wonderful it would be if this were not the apocalypse, Anqing declared. Setting down the food and drawing a fruit knife from her possession, Anqing, what are you doing? I'm here to face those things with you. Before he could finish, several zombies had already reached the hall and charged toward them. Xiaoqi, without a second thought, lunged at the zombies, engaging them in a fierce struggle. Brother Xiaoqi, Anqing cried, rushing to his side. Stab, stab, stab. One zombie fell before Anqing. Get down, a voice called from afar. Instinctively, Anqing turned to look, spotting 4 fully armed humans approaching, and she could no longer suppress her tears. After so many days, so many hopes had turned to despair. Just when she thought they were doomed, she suddenly saw the military. Get down, the voice called again, and only then did Anqing realize she needed to drop to the ground. The sound of gunfire erupted, and all the zombies in the hall were swiftly dispatched. Phew, not a moment too late, Wang Ji said, discarding an empty magazine. Are you Dr. Yang Lu? He inquired, helping the sobbing Anqing to her feet. Please, brothers, save us, Anqing exclaimed, gripping Wang Ji in desperation. Are you all right? Lao He asked. Supporting the exhausted Xiaoqi. I'm fine, thank you for rescuing us. Are you looking for Dr. Yang Lu? Xiaoqi replied weakly. Yes, we received orders to extract Dr. Yang Lu, Lao He answered. That's wonderful, Xiaoqi murmured. Wang Ji observed the increasingly frail Xiaoqi and declared, we arrived too late. He.S. injured. Seeing Wang Ji suddenly raise his gun, Anqing snapped back to reality and shouted, what are you doing? He.S. hurt. He.S. injured. Soon he will turn into a zombie, and there's nothing we can do, Wang Ji explained. Upon realizing his shoulder was in excruciating pain, Xiaoqi looked at the wound and understood all too well. They, as researchers, knew he was beyond saving. With a resigned smile, Xiaoqi said, just give me a quick end. He laid down on the ground, closed his eyes, and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Perhaps knowing that Dr. Yang would be saved, or perhaps relieved that he would not become one of those soulless walking corpses. Wang Ji, with a complex expression, aimed his weapon at Xiaoqi. Miss, please lead us to Dr. Yang Lu, he said, turning to Anqing. As if she hadn't heard. Anqing slowly approached the vending machine, gathering the food and water that had fallen to the ground. Xiaoqi, why were you so foolish? Everyone else stayed behind, and you went out, risking your life for them to find food, she lamented, sobbing while collecting the supplies. Wang Ji stood by, watching her, and just as Su Mu-ing could no longer bear it and prepared to confront her, Wang Ji stopped her. "Miss, shouldn't we prioritize saving lives?" he asked, moving beside Anqing. "Save lives? You want to save Xiaoqi but are thinking about those cowardly, selfish people? They all deserve to die," Anqing shouted angrily at Wang Ji. Wang Ji remained calm, replying gently, "Miss, regardless of their faults, we still need to save Dr. Yang Lu. Please consider the bigger picture." Upon hearing Wang Ji's counsel and recalling her purpose for coming with Xiaoqi, Anqing calmed down. She wrapped the items in her coat and silently ascended to the second floor. Wang Ji and the others exchanged glances before quickly following her. Chapter 45. Withdrawal. On the way to find Dr. Yang Lu, they encountered a few zombies attempting to ambush them, but Anqing acted as though she saw nothing, clutching her coat as she moved toward the opposite building. These zombies were swiftly dispatched by Wang Ji and his companions, ensuring Anqing's safety throughout the journey. After navigating through the corridors and making a turn, they arrived at a door at the end. Anqing entered a code, and the door swung open. Wang Ji stepped inside, finding nearly 10 individuals sprawled on the ground, both men and women. His grip on the gun tightened. How could a man and a woman be sent out to scavenge for food amidst such a dire situation? It was no wonder Anqing believed these people deserved their fate. Were he in their position and capable, he would undoubtedly have eliminated them. Unfortunately, Anqing was but a delicate girl, unable to harm anyone. Even in self-defense, the people in the lab noticed the newcomers. They propped themselves up, and upon seeing the armed Wang Ji and his team, their spirits lifted. "Thank heavens, we are finally saved. Please help us," they cried in unison. "Who is Dr. Yang Lu?" Wang Ji coldly scanned the crowd. "She's over there." A man pointed toward a corner. Wang Ji followed the direction of his finger and spotted a woman in a white coat lying there. He immediately rushed over, kneeling to support Dr. Yang Lu, resting her against his leg. "Sister Ing," Wang Ji called for Su Mu-ing to assess Yang Lu's condition. Su Mu-ing approached and examined Dr. Yang Lu, feeling her pulse before retrieving her adrenal hormone and injecting it into Yang Lu's waist. "She is severely dehydrated and starving. Once she awakens, we must give her some water and food," Su Mu-ing instructed. After the injection of the hormone, Dr. Yang Lu soon regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she was startled to see a stranger beside her, but she quickly composed herself. "Who are you? Let us not talk for now. We're here to rescue you. You're very weak. Please drink some water first," Wang Ji replied. Dr. Yang Lu complied, silently sipping the water from his hand. The others saw Anqing returning with a large bundle of food and water. They clamored, "Xiaoqing, please share some food with us." One man, unable to wait any longer, stepped forward to grab some, but Anqing abruptly brandished her knife at him, saying, "This was earned with brother Xiaoqi's life. Do you even deserve to eat it? We were wrong. Please just share a little with us," the man pleaded, but Anqing ignored them and knelt beside Dr. Yang Lu. "Dr. Yang, please eat something. This bread was just brought back by me and brother Xiaoqi." Dr. Yang Lu looked around and asked, "Where's Xiaoqi?" "Xiaoqi accompanied me in search of sustenance and unfortunately contracted the infection. I too nearly succumbed to it, but it was these 4 individuals who came to my rescue." Anqing choked out, "Xiaoqing, why don't you distribute some food to everyone?" Yang Lu gently caressed Anqing's cheek. Since Yang Lu had spoken, Anqing found it difficult to refuse and silently turned to the crowd to share the food. "We hail from the Dawn Tower. We were summoned to locate you," Wang Ji informed Yang Lu. "Dawn Tower? What manner of place is that?" "A refuge, a sanctuary of safety." "How splendid, thank you all." Old He urged them to eat swiftly. "We must leave post-haste to avoid prolonging our perilous situation," Wang Ji instructed. Old He nodded and went to assist Anqing in distributing the food. "Thank you, elder brother. Anqing is immensely grateful to you." Once the food was divided, Old He urged, "Everyone, please eat quickly. We shall set forth immediately." Upon hearing that they were to leave, fear began to ripple through the crowd. Old He surveyed the frightened individuals and sternly remarked, "If anyone fears, they may remain here." Indeed, upon hearing they would be left behind, the dissent among the group evaporated. After a while, Yang Lu gradually regained her strength and attempted to stand. "Dr. Yang, how do you fare? Are you able to move?" Wang Ji inquired, observing Yang Lu's efforts to stand and stretch. Yang Lu took a few steps and replied, "I am well. By the way, I cannot believe there is such a young girl among your ranks." Yang Lu looked incredulously at Jiali. "The mountain need not be high. It possesses a spirit if there are immortals within. We are not gravely hindered. We must expedite our departure, for the outside world is fraught with danger." Wang Ji stated, "Very well, I shall retrieve my research sample backup." With that, Yang Lu went to dismantle the hard drive of her computer. Once she secured her research samples, Wang Ji and his companions led Yang Lu, Anqing, and the 11 others out of the laboratory. Lu Li and Old He forged ahead, while Wang Ji and Su Mu Ying safeguarded the rear of the group. They resolved to retrace their steps. While they would still encounter zombies, the numbers would be significantly diminished. The group gazed at the scattered remains of zombies along the path, and it was evident that these were the result of Wang Ji and his companions' earlier efforts. Upon reaching the perimeter wall, Wang Ji retrieved a grappling hook from his pack, instructing the others to pull on the rope to scale the wall. Although Wang Ji and his companions could scale it unaided, not everyone could do so. After climbing over the wall, Wang Ji intended to make a stop at the wooden shop. We truly have been fortunate this time. We found everyone within a day. On the way, Su Mu Ying expressed her delight, reminiscing with Wang Ji. Indeed, had Qing and the others not emerged, we might have searched this vast research facility for an eternity, Wang Ji reflected. Now the question arises, with our 15 individuals, how shall we return? Su Mu Ying queried. Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback, having not pondered this matter in depth. We shall require 3 vehicles. 2 of us will occupy one. Taking some individuals with us, while the remaining ones will drive the last vehicle, Wang Ji contemplated aloud. Wang Ji guided the group through the woods until they arrived at the shop they had previously discovered. The sight of abundant supplies and provisions therein astonished everyone. Wow, this room is stocked enough for us to last a month. Shu, what are you thinking? This is their find. Do you intend to pilfer food right under their noses? Indeed, those 4 do not appear easily provoked. We must not incite their ire. Whispers of concern rippled through the crowd, while Wang Ji boldly entered the room, commencing a grand procurement. He instructed the researchers to gather all consumables, water, sugar, snacks, anything palatable, and pack them into bags. The manpower provided by the researchers significantly alleviated Wang Ji's burden. Once the wooden shop was thoroughly scoured, Wang Ji deemed it time to return, having located their mission objective. They must hasten to deliver it, as lingering outdoors could lead to unforeseen mishaps. Move swiftly. We must reach the evacuation point before nightfall. Wang Ji urged the researchers to gather their belongings and begin the retreat along the path he had designed. When the group arrived at the bridge, they encountered only a few wandering zombies, which relieved Wang Ji. Be cautious. Do not let yourselves be ambushed. The researchers understood that the morning's explosion had originated here. Gazing at the mangled vehicles and the carnage strewn across the bridge, they could scarcely fathom the battle that had transpired. Wang Ji and his companions shot down the newly arrived zombies. The limited number could easily be dispatched with knives to conserve ammunition, yet to ensure the safety of their group, they could not stray too far, continuously expending their ammunition. Do not be afraid. Rise and proceed forward, Wang Ji encouraged a few women who had crouched in fear. After crossing the bridge, Wang Ji instructed Old He and Lu Li to take 4 individuals to the police car, while he scoured the route for 2 vehicles that still had their keys inside. Who among you will drive one of the vehicles? Wang Ji called to the crowd. I will drive. A man stepped forward, volunteering eagerly. Excellent, you shall follow closely behind the police car. I will be right behind you. The 3 of you will ride in this vehicle, Wang Ji directed the 4 men at the back. On Wang Ji's vehicle were Su Mu Ying, Dr. Yang Lu, and Qing, and 2 remaining women. Dr. Yang Lu had to ride with him, as he could not trust her safety in another vehicle, and he could not allow the others to face the survivors alone. At least 2 individuals were required for mutual support, as he could not guarantee that no one would betray them. Phew. Finally a moment to rest, Su Mu Ying said comfortably from the passenger seat. Pray tell, once we reach that dawn tower, can we be assured of our safety? It was evident that Yang Lu remained somewhat apprehensive. Your safety can be guaranteed, though theirs may not, Wang Ji replied thoughtfully. Why is that? Because the Dawn Tower does not harbor idlers. I see. That should pose no problem. I was under the impression. Yang Lu trailed off, unable to complete her thought. Under the impression that we would act irrationally and resort to violence. Wang Ji chuckled. No, that was not my intent. Rest assured, everyone survives through their own merits. There shall be no chaos. After providing Yang Lu with some reassurance, he drove on with a sense of calm. Wang Ji, do you think that family is still there? Su Mu Ying inquired, eyes closed. They should be. It has only been half a day. With a snap, Su Mu Ying ignited a cigarette, silently gazing out the window. What troubles you, Sister Ying? Wang Ji asked, noticing her pensive demeanor. Once a world of splendor, now laid waste. Humanity scurries like mice, seeking refuge. How absurd that it shall improve. Wang Ji tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Speaking earnestly. Let us hope so. Su Mu Ying turned her head away, continuing to smoke. Wang Ji glanced at the unpredictable Su Mu Ying beside him. He found her inscrutable. She was adept at masking her emotions. When she appeared sorrowful, she might not truly be so, and when she seemed joyful, it did not necessarily reflect her true feelings. Her expressionless demeanor rendered her even more enigmatic, which contributed to Wang Ji's apprehension regarding her. Do you find me intimidating, dear sister? Su Muing suddenly posed. Goodness. Wang Ji turned to look at Su Muing, who was staring out the window. Was it the reflection in the glass, or could she perceive his thoughts? That was truly disconcerting. He gulped. It is not that. I merely find you exceptionally captivating. Is that so? If I am so alluring, why have you yet to make a move? Wang Ji instantly regretted his words, fearing Su Muing would inquire about when he intended to make his move. Fortunately, she did not press further, simply responding with a non-committal I should transfer her to Old He's vehicle. Lu Li is far more understanding and considerate. Who do you think is more beautiful, me or Lu Li? Su Muing suddenly asked. Wang Ji turned to her, astonished, as if he had seen a ghost. He had just been contemplating Lu Li. Did she possess some supernatural ability? Each has their own merits. You embody the elegant, mature woman, while Lu Li represents youthful charm. Your physiques and temperaments differ, but overall, I must admit that Sister Ying is more attractive. Su Muing nodded slowly, mulling over Wang Ji's words. Unsurprisingly, his compliment pleased her greatly. If he had expressed admiration for Lu Li in her presence, he would have been courting disaster. Thereafter, Wang Ji refrained from further wandering thoughts, focusing on driving steadily. Screech. Wang Ji, the intersection ahead leads directly to the West Loop. Has the plan changed? Old He's voice crackled through the intercom. No change to the plan. Proceed normally, maintaining a speed of around 40. After a while, Old He's voice came through again. We've spotted the vehicle from last night. Exercise caution and confirm whether it has been compromised. As Wang Ji's vehicle drew near, he instructed the others to remain inside while he, along with Su Muing, exited to assess the situation. They discovered 2 zombie corpses lying near the other vehicle, which prompted the occupants of that vehicle to hastily disembark. Brothers, how is it you returned so swiftly? Hao Qing excitedly inquired. Things have proceeded rather smoothly. With the outside being this perilous, none wished to linger. Wang Ji replied. Excellent. May we accompany you this time? Of course. Are you all unharmed? Did anyone sustain injuries? Wang Ji sought confirmation. No injuries. His wife, son, and he disembarked from the vehicle, expressing gratitude to the brothers who had come to their aid. Hao Qinggong understood Wang Ji's intent, and thus called his wife and son out of the car for Wang Ji to verify their safety. They were deeply appreciative of the brothers' timely intervention. As Hao Qinggong's wife knelt down in gratitude, they reassured her, it was merely a small effort on our part. Please rise, for we must continue our journey. It is already afternoon, and soon darkness will fall. Wang Ji glanced at the time and remarked, Indeed, let our vehicles follow closely behind you. Hao Qinggong responded. Thus, Wang Ji's mission gained 3 more companions, with 4 vehicles now making their way along the No. 2 highway, retracing their steps. An hour later, the group had exited the Great Western Ring and entered the No. 2 highway. If all proceeded as expected, they would reach their extraction point in less than half an hour. Just as Wang Ji contemplated this, the voice of Old He crackled through the walkie-talkie. Wang Ji, something is amiss. A massive horde of zombies has appeared ahead. Chapter 47. Night Conversations in the Mountains. Wang Ji. Something is amiss. Old He's voice came through urgently. A large number of zombies have inexplicably materialized ahead. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji promptly retrieved his binoculars and, looking a kilometer ahead, was met with the disconcerting sight of the road teeming with zombies. How could this happen? Could it be that the iron net in the tunnel was breached, allowing all of them to escape? There must be at least 800 of them. These zombies were ambling down the road, slowly drifting toward Wang Ji's direction. Recognizing that engaging in a firefight would be futile, no matter how precise their aim, they could not hope to eliminate even half of the horde. And close combat was out of the question. Wang Ji commanded, Old He, bring the others and gather supplies. We must exit the vehicle. Beside him, Su Muqing furrowed her brow and asked, Why are we getting out? To save our lives, Wang Ji explained. Returning is pointless. We must venture into the mountains to circumvent the zombies. With that, he opened the car door, allowing the researchers to gather their supplies before everyone hastily made their way toward the mountainside. As long as they maintained a sufficient distance from the zombies, they would not pursue, for their senses relied on perception and sound. After walking about a kilometer into the mountains, Wang Ji turned back to check with his binoculars, only to witness the zombies arriving at their previous parking spot. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. Wang Ji's vehicle had detonated amidst the horde. The group turned in shock to see their car engulfed in flames. What just happened? Old He gazed at Wang Ji, bewildered. Wang Ji must have planted a timed bomb in the car, calculating the moment the zombies would arrive. Boom! Su Muqing imitated an explosion gesture. Was that truly necessary? Old He inquired. Absolutely. The sound will draw zombies from at least 2 kilometers around, causing them to converge here, Wang Ji explained as he unfurled a map. They were approximately 20 kilometers from the extraction point. At their current walking pace, They would not reach it before nightfall. After dark, they would either have to navigate through the night or remain stationary until dawn. As they continued onward, dusk gradually enveloped the landscape. They could no longer press on, for the researchers lacked night vision equipment, and it would be unwise to use headlights, which would attract zombies or other strange creatures. Thus, Wang Ji found a sheltered slope and halted, where everyone would spend the night. They kindled a small fire, its flickering light diminishing the palpable fear among the group. Seated around the fire, they reminisced about the past. Who would have thought we could escape the research facility alive? We owe it all to Dr. Yang, who sent someone to rescue us, one of them remarked. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Dr. Yang. Anqing sat quietly, her head bowed, lost in memories of Xiaoqi and their shared experiences. Anqing, what troubles you? Why are you crying? Yang Lu noticed Anqing's tears and inquired. Without responding, Anqing stood and walked over to Wang Ji, who was keeping watch. What is it? He asked, noticing her absence from the warmth of the fire. Anqing gazed blankly at the stars above and said, I witnessed Xiaoqi die before my eyes, yet I could do nothing to help. If only I could have shared his burden, perhaps he would not have succumbed. Wang Ji listened to Anqing's words, realizing that she was once again haunted by memories of Xiaoqi. You must grow stronger to protect yourself and those you care for, he encouraged. Just a few months ago, I was an ordinary person. After entering the Dawn Tower, I trained relentlessly, step by step. Anqing suddenly turned to Wang Ji and asked, Do you really think I can? Absolutely. As long as you possess the resolve. Wang Ji affirmed, Go protect those I cherish in my own way. Anqing murmured to herself. Now, go warm yourself by the fire, Wang Ji advised. Thank you. Anqing replied before returning to the warmth. Wang Ji sighed as he watched her retreating figure. Before long, Jialu arrived at his side. What is it, Lioli? Wang Ji inquired upon noticing her presence. Nothing. I just wanted to talk to the captain, she replied after a moment of silence. Wang Ji recognized that this young girl, who seldom spoke, was finally seeking conversation. Are you tired? He asked, trying to engage her. Just a bit, she admitted. They sat side by side, and Wang Ji looked up at the sky, which was now filled with an array of stars. Without industrial pollution, vehicle emissions, or other impurities, the heavens had returned to their vastness. Perhaps this was fate. Humanity was nearing extinction, undergoing a reshuffling before embarking on a new cycle. The stars are so bright and beautiful, Jialu exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the sky. Wang Ji, captivated by her gaze reflecting the starlight, felt an inexplicable attraction to her. Captain, what are you looking at? Jialu blushed and averted her gaze upon noticing Wang Ji's intense stare. What is that? Wang Ji abruptly pointed behind Jialu's eye in the distance. Amidst the trees, numerous red dots appeared. Wang Ji quickly donned his night vision goggles. That a pack of wolves. Chapter 48. Zombie wolves. The moment Wang Ji spotted the wolves, his first instinct was that the animals had been infected. This is bad. They are zombie wolves, Jialu. Prioritize your own safety. With that, he pulled her back toward the group. Stay alert. A pack of zombie wolves is approaching. Wang Ji communicated through the wireless earpiece. Sakura, Old He, please keep an eye on Dr. Yang. Others need not worry too much. These instructions were meant to remain unheard by the researchers. Seeing the sudden commotion among Wang Ji's group, the researchers began to panic. Don't run around. Stay by the fire, Old He urged them. Before they erupt, we should strike first. Wang Ji instructed through the earpiece. Bang. Wang Ji fired the first shot, prompting the poised wolves to suddenly charge toward him. Observing their speed, Wang Ji was taken aback. He had underestimated the explosive agility of these zombie wolves, which were 1.5 times faster than normal wolves. Bullets would not suffice. Firing would only waste ammunition. They're too fast. I can't hit them, Wang Ji shouted as the wolves closed and point one lunged at him. Leaping forward in a flash, Jialu drew her blade and swiftly severed the zombie wolf midair, its head rolling away while its body continued to thrash. In response to the futility of bullets, Wang Ji unsheathed his dagger, engaging in close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, Old He and Su Muqing struggled with their own daggers while also trying to protect Dr. Yang. Suddenly, a woman was unfortunate enough to be tackled and let out a piercing scream. Wang Ji and the others had no time to assess who it was or to save her, as they were preoccupied with the swift and ferocious zombies. Jialu wielded her weapon with advantage. Her blade was long and sharp, capable of cleaving the creatures in two. However, Wang Ji and the others found their daggers lacking, only effective if they struck the wolves' heads. A blow to the body would merely cause the creature to rise and attack again. At this point, a man, overwhelmed by the chaos, began to flee. Wang Ji, desperate, shouted, Don't move. Come back. But the man paid no heed. Within 10 meters, he was beset by wolves, another anguished scream piercing the night. The scent of blood drew the remaining zombie wolves. who shifted their focus toward the unfortunate man. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ji hurled a grenade at the man's corpse. Boom! The explosion shattered the night's stillness, obliterating the wolves that had rushed to feast on the unfortunate victim. In that moment, Wang Ji's group had lost 3 individuals, yet he silently celebrated the man's reckless act as a decoy. Otherwise, they would not have been able to gather so many wolves for a swift annihilation. Are you all right? Wang Ji surveyed the remaining group. Where did that pack of rabid dogs come from? They were ferocious enough to nearly injure me. My biohazard suit was almost bitten through. Thankfully, I was wearing a bulletproof vest. Old he recounted, patting his waist in relief. Upon hearing Lao He's words, Wang Ji was taken aback, hastening to Lao He's side to examine the wound. He observed that the protective suit had been viciously torn, exposing the bulletproof vest beneath, which bore a deep bite mark. Lao He removed the vest to reveal a red bruise on his waist. Phew! Thankfully, it wasn't he bitten through. Otherwise, Lao He, you would have been done for. Wang Ji remarked with relief. Our uncle He, with his compassionate heart, insisted on protecting those people, only to be ambushed by a wolf. Su Muing interjected with a sardonic tone. It's a relief that you are unharmed. Wang Ji patted Lao He's arm. We need to relocate. We can't stay here any longer, he said, his brow furrowing at the sight of the corpses strewn across the ground. After gathering their supplies, Wang Ji and the others moved forward, the recent ambush instilling a sense of trepidation among the researchers and the Hao family, who huddled closely to Wang Ji at the slightest rustle of the wind. Wang Ji fully understood their anxiety and behavior. After walking for a while, he found a suitable spot to rest, and everyone reignited the campfire. This journey is fraught with peril. I hope everyone will heed my instructions. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety while safeguarding ourselves. If there are any further instances of disobedience, the consequences will be yours to bear, Wang Ji warned the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware that no one would be foolish enough to disregard Wang Ji's orders, lest they find themselves beset by a horde of zombies. Throughout the night, no one felt the slightest hint of drowsiness. Fearing the sudden appearance of more zombies, Wang Ji spent the night in the desolate wilderness, encountering only a few wandering zombies and no other threats. As dawn broke, he and the others resumed their journey home. Along the way, Wang Ji periodically used his binoculars to survey the situation with the zombies on the road. However, the outlook was grim. Despite traveling a distance, many zombies still lingered on the streets, leading Wang Ji to conclude that the evacuation point was likewise infested. After a grueling 8-hour trek covering 20 kilometers, they finally reached the opposite side of the entrance in the distance, within the forest. Wang Ji spotted the entrance, but as expected, it was surrounded by a multitude of zombies. The closer they got to the tunnel, the denser the horde became. We've arrived, but we need to cross that road. Wang Ji turned to inform those behind him. In this desolate wilderness, where is there any refuge? Someone questioned. Right? Did you misremember? Another chimed in, for they saw no sign of a shelter and began to panic upon hearing Wang Ji's assertion that they had arrived. The refuge is below. We need to enter the tunnel, and its entrance is just across the road, Wang Ji clarified. What should we do? There are so many zombies on the road. Should we charge through? Lao He inquired after lowering his binoculars. Wang Ji glanced at Lao He and then at the group of researchers and the Hao family behind them. We can charge through, but they might not make it. Let us distract them first, then seize the opportunity to cross, Su Muing suggested. Who will be the bait? Them? Lao He asked, turning to look at the crowd behind. Don't we have signal flares? We can use them to draw the zombies' attention, then rush through. It's a safer option, Wang Ji replied, pulling a signal flare from his pack. While the flares are useful, they will still prioritize attacking us once we get close. Lao He pointed out. Wang Ji shrugged helplessly. There's no choice. It's better than a direct charge, especially since we only have around 300 bullets left. A frontal assault is not viable. Chapter 49. The return all right? Sakura, Lao He, you two set off signal flares to the sides. Lioli and I will break through to the entrance, and the rest of you follow closely behind. Sakura and Lao He will cover our retreat. Does that sound feasible? Wang Ji laid out a simple plan as they approached the road. When they were about 200 meters from the horde of zombies, Wang Ji instructed Su Muing and Lao He to release the signal flares to the sides. Whoosh! Bang! The flares erupted on the road, emitting blinding light that drew all nearby zombies towards them. Now, everyone, follow closely. Wang Ji seized the moment, raising his gun and dashing across the road, with the others trailing behind. Burdened with supplies, as Wang Ji reached the road, he noticed several zombies had detected him and were turning to charge his way. Wang Ji, get to the door first. We'll handle the zombies. Lao He shouted from behind. Wang Ji knew that opening the door required time for identity verification. He needed to arrive first to unlock it. With this thought, he urged Lioli to ensure Dr. Yang Lu's safety and accelerated towards the tunnel entrance. Producing the prepared access card, he slid it into the slot. Beep. Verification successful. The door began to open slowly. Hurry in. Wang Ji stowed the card, reloaded his weapon, and took position to cover the others as they entered. Seeing the door opening, the remaining survivors summoned their last ounce of strength to dash towards it. Meanwhile, the zombies, drawn away by the signal flares, seemed to lose interest, turning to pursue the living instead. Realizing the imminent danger as more zombies gathered from both sides, Wang Ji understood they needed to close the door swiftly. Everyone, retreat. Once he confirmed that Liu Li had successfully escorted Dr. Yang to the entrance, he instructed Su Mu-ing and Lao He to fall back immediately. Wang Ji continued to provide covering fire, but many individuals carrying supplies had yet to arrive. If this continued, the zombies would breach the entrance. This cannot go on. We'll lose supplies, and people won't make it in time, Wang Ji thought, adjusting his aim. Bang. Wang Ji fired 2 shots at individuals who weren't carrying supplies, hitting them in the legs, causing them to collapse. As the zombies caught the scent of blood, they lunged towards the fallen girl and the chaos. No one noticed Wang Ji's drastic measures. They were all too focused on escaping. Not enough. Bang. Another woman fell to the ground. Save me, the man cried out. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind, all fleeing towards the entrance without looking back. After Wang Ji had thrown 3 living bait into the fray, the intensity of the zombie assault significantly diminished. Once Su Mu-ing and the others successfully retreated, Wang Ji swiftly moved back as the iron door slammed shut, with the zombies outside relentlessly pounding against it. Phew, that was close. Su Mu-ing leaned against the wall, her chest heaving, tossing her rifle to Wang Ji, visibly exhausted from being surrounded by zombies. Is anyone injured? Wang Ji asked the still trembling group. Silence ensued. He turned on the lights for a general inspection and, confirming that no one was hurt, he proceeded downwards. Along the way, no one seemed to notice the absence of a few individuals, nor did they question how they were missing. All they knew was that they had survived. Wang Ji felt no guilt over his recent actions. Sacrifices were necessary. If those few hadn't been sacrificed, the losses would have been far graver. Well done, Liu Li, Wang Ji praised. He had witnessed Liu Li's efforts to protect Dr. Yang, who had remained largely unharmed, enabling a quicker retreat for them all. Currently, aside from Dr. Yang, there were 9 survivors following behind. This venture had proven remarkably successful, yielding nearly 5,900 survival points and some food supplies in just 2 days. Upon returning to the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji first visited the medical room, where Sophie, upon seeing him and his companions, paused in surprise. We meet again, Captain Wang, she greeted as she emerged from her office. Sophie, your memory is impressive. You lot are now the star team of the Dawn Tower. Who doesn't know about you? Wang Ji replied, directing the newly arrived survivors to concentrate their supplies into a designated box. After they had deposited their gear, Wang Ji led them into the disinfection area for cleaning, changing, and health checks. He then took the researchers and the Hao family to the affairs hall for task handover, while Dr. Yang was escorted by designated personnel. After the handover, Wang Ji successfully claimed his 5,900 survival points. Let us hurry back. I'm exhausted. I haven't slept in 2 days, Wang Ji said, quickening his pace to leave. As the 4 returned to the 3rd floor residential area, the portly figure inside heard the commotion and rushed out, astonished to see Wang Ji return so soon. Captain Wang, back so quickly? Am I dreaming? He exclaimed, then turned to Su Mu-ing. Sakura, pinch me to see if it hurts. Ouch, it hurts, it's not a dream. He yelped. Su Mu-ing teased. Oh, you're quite relaxed, aren't you? Still able to sleep? That's unfair. The doctor said I should rest more since I'm injured. The portly fellow protested. All right, stop picking on him. He is a patient. Wang Ji interjected. If I can't tease him, do you want me to tease you instead? Su Mu-ing retorted, draping her arm over Wang Ji's shoulder in a flirtatious manner. Wang Ji, visibly annoyed, replied, enough with the antics, Sakura, I could fall asleep standing. Let us just get some rest. By the way, Lao He, how did you return so quickly? Was the mission smooth? The portly man asked. Relatively smooth. Lao He succinctly replied before retreating to rest. The 4 individuals scarcely closed their eyes during this outing and were now utterly fatigued. Hey, I just woke up, one remarked. But Liu Li seems quite resilient. Liu Li, why aren't you asleep? Liu Li, exclaimed another, goodness. Have you fallen asleep while sitting? The plump fellow, observing the others who had already succumbed to slumber, found it dull and joined the ranks of the sleeping. Please, you may enter now, a voice called from outside the door, where those here to escort Yang Lu awaited. Without further inquiry, Yang Lu walked in, entering a vast laboratory filled with instruments she recognized well. Venturing deeper, she encountered someone she knew all too well. Teacher. Is it really you? Yang Lu asked, disbelief evident in her tone. It was no wonder she found it hard to believe. When Dr. Chen had departed, he had left with news of his demise. You've come, Xiao Lu, Dr. Chen began, and in that moment, she confirmed that this was indeed the deceased teacher from 5 years prior. You didn't die? How could you be here? Yang Lu had 1,000 questions swirling in her mind. I apologize, Xiao Lu. My arrival here 5 years ago was a top-secret operation, and I informed no one. Could it be? You orchestrated my rescue and brought me here? Yang Lu's sharp mind had quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, it was my request. After receiving permission from the Tower Master, they converted my request into a mission for those warriors. And the others? What of your other students? Yang Lu asked anxiously. Alas, Xiao Lu, you were the student I held in the highest regard, transforming from a little girl to the remarkable young woman you are now. Frankly, finding you and bringing you to safety was the extent of my capabilities. Dr. Chen said with a sense of melancholy. You mean, I too almost didn't survive. If not for Wang Ji and the others, had they delayed even a moment longer, I might not be standing here conversing with you. Yang Lu recalled the perilous moment when Xiao Qi and Enqing risked their lives to find sustenance. Come, find a place to sit. You mentioned Wang Ji and the others accepted the task? Yes. What about it, teacher? Do you know them? She inquired. I know a bit. They have gained quite a reputation at the Dawn Tower recently, and I've heard the Tower Master mention them. Now, tell me the details of your visit here. Yang Lu recounted her experiences, from waking up in the laboratory, disoriented and hungry, to the events that transpired after entering the Dawn Tower. You encountered a mutated pack of wolves? Dr. Chen asked in astonishment. Indeed, even animals have been infected by the virus. Alas, it appears matters are deteriorating further. So, teacher, what should we do next? Primarily, we will focus on researching genetic antibodies, biological mutations, and maintaining the operations of the Dawn Tower. However, before all that, you must rest. Without the adrenaline, you might have faltered on your journey here. Understood, teacher. Yang Lu, reminded by Dr. Chen, suddenly realized she had scarcely slept or eaten over the past few days. Chapter 50. Fear Captain. We have brought her. Very well, let her in. Jieshi, absorbed in her reading, did not even glance up. Did you summon me? A woman's voice called from outside. Please, take a seat. Once the woman sat, Jieshi spoke. What is your name? I am Enqing, Dr. Young's assistant, she replied, her gaze lowered. Feeling the pressure emanating from the woman opposite her, I see you were brought back by Wang Ji and the others. Tell me the details, Jieshi said coldly. Upon hearing Wang Ji's name, Enqing instantly lifted her head, alert and wary. Why should I tell you? Oh, Jieshi raised an eyebrow, standing slowly and moving closer to Enqing. At that moment, Enqing felt the weight of Jieshi's presence, her hands trembling slightly. I don't know if you will harm him, Enqing said bravely, despite the menacing aura surrounding Jieshi. Very well, Jieshi said, retracting her pressure and returning to her seat while Enqing took deep breaths, still recovering from the intimidation. Allow me to introduce myself. This is the headquarters of the Dawn Tower's Guardians. And I am the captain, Jieshi. Captain Jieshi, let us not discuss Wang Ji for now. I will personally seek him out later. I hear you wish to join the Guardian Squad? Yes, I want to become stronger. Enqing declared, determination in her eyes. Strength is not merely spoken of. It requires relentless forging and sometimes the sacrifice of life to comprehend the essence of power. Do you still wish to continue? Yes, I will spare no effort. Enqing affirmed resolutely. And why is that? So that I can protect those I wish to safeguard in my own way. Enqing replied, gripping her fists tightly, envisioning Xiao Qi's smiling face as she passed away, not even noting the pain of her nails digging into her flesh. Here is your access card. You are now a member of the Guardian Squad. However, you must repay 1,000 survival points as the cost of transitioning from a refugee to a citizen. It is the rule, Jieshi explained. Thank you, Captain Jieshi, Enqing said, bowing deeply. Go now. I will assign someone to guide you on your duties. After Enqing left, Jieshi arranged for a female guardian to accompany her in completing her onboarding process and to instruct her on subsequent tasks. Once everything was settled, she retrieved the coffee Wang Ji had sent her and prepared a cup using the method he had taught her. Wang Ji, you truly have surprised me. Hours later, Wang Ji awoke, having enjoyed a refreshing slumber, relishing the long-lost comfort. Who? Startled by a sound, he quickly turned on the lamp, only to find a silver-haired figure lying on his pillow. Jia? Wang Ji whispered, trembling, surveying the room. He confirmed it was indeed his own space. What is going on with this woman? Su Muing murmured, eyes still closed, pulling the blanket over her and flipping to continue sleeping. Wang Ji, after a moment's thought, checked his lower half and, relieved to find himself still clothed, exhaled deeply. Hey, Jie, don't scare me like that. How did you end up in my bed? I was frightened. Wang Ji was taken aback. This woman not only had the audacity to act brazenly, but also shamelessly claimed she was scared. Had he not seen her dispatching dozens of zombies without a flinch, he might have believed her. His gaze involuntarily drifted downward, and he was astonished to find her pants had slipped down, leaving only her underwear. Thank goodness she was not completely unclothed. The sight, however, was dangerously enticing. Wang Ji, not wishing to linger in the situation any longer, hurriedly washed up and ventured into the living room, where he discovered Liuli seated on the sofa, engrossed in a movie playing on Ling Ling Ya. Liuli, you're awake so early, Wang Ji remarked. Taking a seat beside her, I dozed off on the sofa. The delivery personnel came to drop off supplies and woke me. Why not return to your room to sleep? Wang Ji inquired. Liuli shook her head. I am not tired. Wang Ji scrutinized Liuli curiously. Are you afraid? Upon hearing this, Liuli's cheeks flushed, and she nodded slightly. Observing her response, he found it bewildering that she, like Su Muing, harbored such fears. However, he deemed Liuli sincere and thus knelt before her. What are you afraid of? After some contemplation, she replied, I have nightmares, feel insecure, and cannot sleep soundly. Wang Ji remained skeptical. Then, would it be all right to sleep with Sister Ing? He suggested. Wouldn't that trouble her? Liuli expressed concern. Not at all. She is afraid too, so you two would be a perfect match. Wang Ji winked knowingly before rising to inspect the supplies that had been delivered. The haul was substantial. 21 packs of popular cigarettes, 5 boxes of various beverages, and 2 boxes of candies and snacks. Additionally, the firearms, bulletproof vests, and other tools Wang Ji had ordered had also been delivered. Liuli, come with me to get some food. Upon exiting, Wang Ji noticed the training hall on the 3rd floor was deserted. Had the former Dynasty S team and the Eternal Apocalypse team all gone out? Author's note. This marks the first 50 chapters. Please feel free to share your thoughts and support the author. Thank you. Chapter 51. The next steps. Wang Ji and Liuli arrived at the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, where only a few patrons lingered. Recently, the number of people venturing out had peaked. After purchasing their meals, Wang Ji was about to head outside when he spotted a familiar face. And Qing, why are you with the Guardian Squad? As Wang Ji approached Qing's table, she brightened upon seeing him. Brother Wang, I just joined the Guardian Squad, and this sister is Captain Jie Shi, who was assigned to guide me. Joined the Guardian Squad? As a refugee, you haven't even secured your citizenship. How did you suddenly join? Wang Ji asked, puzzled. That's great. Did Captain Jie Shi approach you personally? He continued. Yes, she said you recommended me to her. Recommended Qing to join the Guardian Squad? I wasn't even aware of this. What is Captain Jie Shi up to? Wang Ji pondered, though he chose not to reveal his confusion, given the Guardian Squad's presence around Qing. Ah, yes, I recommended you. Make sure to excel in your training with the Guardian Squad. Moreover, Jie Shi inquired about your affairs, and fearing it would be detrimental to you, I refrained from informing her. I see now how it is. You have endured some grievances. Wang Ji gently patted her shoulder. Huh? How did you know? She chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. She simply enjoys intimidating others, but in truth, she is quite amiable. Wang Ji recalled the first encounter with Jie Shi, where he nearly had his shoulder crushed. All right, we should head back now. Farewell. Wang Ji turned, leading Liuli away. Upon their return, the others had yet to rise, so Wang Ji placed the food on the coffee table and roused the rest. Good morning, everyone. What in the world, Captain Wang? Where have you all been? The hefty fellow exclaimed, noticing the several boxes on the floor filled with supplies they had brought back from the store. Oh, we just happened upon a store with well-preserved items while we were out. Wang Ji explained, opening a bottle of soda he had retrieved. Is this truly the legendary cola? I haven't touched it in over 2 months. How nostalgic, the hefty fellow exclaimed dramatically. Wang Ji smiled quietly, not responding as he fetched 4 more bottles, distributing one to each person. Hey, Captain Wang, how did you return so quickly? Do tell us what transpired. It was more or less like that. Wang Ji summarized the events. This is simply a windfall. Earning those 5,000 survival points was remarkably easy, the hefty fellow remarked with a sigh. Windfall, my foot. If it weren't for our proper gear, we would have perished outside long ago. Wang Ji bristled at the hefty fellow's remark. He had ventured out, risking his life, yet it was spoken of so lightly. Wang Ji is correct. While we are training and strengthening ourselves, the zombies are doing the same. If you do not train diligently, your luck may not hold out next time. Old he chimed in. Understood, brothers. I shall strive to train hard, engaging in 16 hours of grueling practice daily, the hefty fellow declared, comically saluting. After their meal, Wang Ji activated Ling Ling Yao. With November approaching, the temperature outside would drop significantly, necessitating proper measures for warmth. Meanwhile, he discovered a new message from Jeshi, requesting him to find her. A smile graced Wang Ji's face upon reading the message. He intended to inquire about Anqing, and now Jeshi was seeking him out. I shall pay Jeshi a visit, Wang Ji announced to the group. Lioli, accompany Wang Ji, instructed Su Muing, reclining on the sofa. Wang Ji couldn't help but chuckle at Lioli's following him. Su Muing had indeed found a keen observer in Lioli, assigning her to monitor him closely, as if fearing he would misbehave. However, having Lioli accompany him was a sound strategy. She was obedient and reticent, with a low presence, capable of surprising others and achieving victory when necessary. Wang Ji arrived at the Guardian headquarters, and upon seeing him, the guards did not obstruct his passage, allowing him to enter directly. Knocking on Jeshi's door, he heard her voice beckon, "Come in." Upon entering, Jeshi closed her book and placed it on the table. Greeting them, "Congratulations on your triumphant return. Thank you, Captain Jeshi, for your concern. This is a dessert we brought back from outside, a gift for you." Wang Ji placed a box of Dove chocolates on Jeshi's desk. Jeshi glanced at the chocolates. "It seems you all had quite the haul out there. This box could fetch a handsome amount of survival points here. We are old friends. It is only natural to bring back some small trinkets." Wang Ji deflected the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, I heard you brought Anqing into the Guardian team." "Indeed. It was at Dr. Yang Lu's request. She wished for Anqing to remain unaware of her involvement, so I simply mentioned your recommendation." Jeshi succinctly addressed Wang Ji's curiosity. "Now, tell me, how is the outside world?" Wang Ji anticipated her question and recounted the events he had narrated multiple times before. "You encountered infected animals?" "Yes, they are nearly twice as fast as their uninfected counterparts and prove exceedingly difficult to deal with. Bullets rarely hit their mark." Wang Ji recalled the night they faced the zombie wolves. Moreover, some zombies exhibit abnormally rapid movements. Against such foes, bullets struggle to strike their heads, generally requiring Lioli to resolve the situation with her blade. Indeed, this is a known issue. They are undergoing subtle mutations, and it won't be long before most teams experience a sharp increase in casualties. "Do you have any further plans?" Wang Ji inquired. "Yes. Chapter 52. Do not be overconfident, Captain Jeshi." "Does the Dawn Tower have any subsequent plans?" "Yes. Can you share them?" "Confidential. I can say that we are currently researching a vaccine for the virus. Once successful, those injected with the vaccine will not be infected by zombie attacks, provided the injuries are not fatal, allowing them a chance to survive." "Really? That's wonderful." Wang Ji felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing of the vaccine. "Do not rejoice prematurely. The antibody vaccine is exceedingly complex, and we require a substantial number of experts in this field, among whom Dr. Yang Lu is one. Moreover, this is ultimately just an antibody, not a cure. It may only address accidental infections. At least, we are one step closer to success." "You are thinking too simplistically. Now, let us set aside this grave topic. Follow me to a place." "Huh? Where to?" "You will know once we arrive." Wang Ji was uncertain of Jeshi's intentions, yet he and Lioli followed her, enduring the curious gazes of passers-by, until they reached the training hall on the third floor. Jeshi entered an unoccupied training room, approximately 100 square meters, sparsely furnished and featuring rubber flooring, suggesting it was a place for sparring. "Wait, a sparring place? Does that mean, Captain Jeshi, what is your intention?" "You two. Unleash your full strength and attack me," Jeshi commanded, turning to face Wang Ji and Lioli. "Huh? Isn't that a bit?" Before Wang Ji could finish, Jeshi's fist struck him, sending him back a meter. "The next strike won't be so easy." Jeshi paused, allowing Wang Ji a moment to catch his breath. Wang Ji realized Jeshi was serious this time, and he too needed to exert all his effort against the Guardian Captain Jeshi. "Lioli, be cautious," Wang Ji warned, encouraging Lioli not to hold back. As Jeshi observed their readiness, she commenced her assault, propelling herself to Wang Ji's left side in an instant. Wang Ji gasped, having just been 5 meters apart, and now she was upon him in a heartbeat. He could no longer predict Jeshi's attacks. Bang! Another strike landed on Wang Ji's arm, and he stumbled back. Realizing his left arm could no longer be lifted as he retreated, Lioli drew her blade, aiming for Jeshi's chest with remarkable swiftness. Wang Ji noted there was virtually no flaw in her strike, perfectly anticipating Jeshi's movements, a nearly certain hit. Yet the next moment redefined Wang Ji's understanding of human limits. Lioli's blade was suspended in midair, with Jeshi already behind her, gripping Lioli's delicate neck. "Stop, we concede." Wang Ji interjected, clutching his dislocated shoulder. "Is this what it means to be a Guardian Captain?" She resolved the matter with a single move, while Lioli's seemingly unavoidable strike was effortlessly evaded, placing her at a fatal disadvantage. Can a person truly attain such strength? Wang Ji stood dazed, reflecting on the events that transpired a mere 5 seconds prior. Upon hearing Wang Ji's call to halt, Jeshi released her grip on Lioli and approached Wang Ji, deftly realigning his dislocated arm. The pain from the realignment elicited a cry from Wang Ji. We have lost. Jeshi regarded Wang Ji, her hand resting on his shoulder. Do not be overly proud. Wang Ji fell silent, unable to muster a rebuttal. Rather, he found himself in complete agreement with Jeshi's words. Indeed, he had merely stumbled into this place, fortuitously gained strong allies, accidentally became a captain, and through luck completed 2 missions, none of which warranted boasting. Just 2 months prior, he had been an ordinary person. Now, because he had slain a few individuals and dispatched some zombies in this apocalyptic world, he had begun to take pride in himself, gradually losing sight of his true self. Now, having been starkly awakened by Jeshi, Wang Ji's gaze sharpened, and he regained his composure, saying, "Thank you, Jeshi." As he spoke, Wang Ji instinctively raised his right hand, reaching towards Jeshi's hand still resting on his left shoulder. Upon feeling Wang Ji's touch, Jeshi instinctively pulled away but ultimately restrained herself, maintaining her composure. After withdrawing her hand, she exited the training room. "Wait, Jeshi." Hearing Wang Ji's call, Jeshi turned, awaiting his next words. "How can one grow stronger quickly? Ha, do you believe there is a shortcut?" Jeshi smirked disdainfully before turning to leave. "Do you think there is a shortcut?" Wang Ji pondered, realizing the absurdity of his question. "Liuli, could you assist me?" Having just consumed 2 moves from Jeshi, Wang Ji now felt a lingering sense of internal discomfort. With his arm draped over Liuli's shoulder, the two supported each other as they made their way home. Upon returning to their lodgings, they found Su Muing lounging on the sofa alongside the fatty, engrossed in a movie being played by Ling Lingyao. Noticing the duo enter while leaning on each other, Su Muing jested. "Oh, what's this? Did that Captain Jeshi give you a thrashing?" Seeing the silence from both, she promptly sat up, concern etched on her face. "You weren't really beaten, were you?" Liuli nodded, while Wang Ji remained silent. Heading straight upstairs to lie on his bed, "Good grief, that woman is far too arrogant. How dare she strike our Captain Wang? She must think she is a little cow soaring through the skies." Fatty exclaimed, indignation bubbling within him upon hearing Liuli recount the incident. "Liuli, are you saying your blade technique not only missed but she managed to get behind you?" Su Muing inquired earnestly. She was well aware of Liuli's swordsmanship and found it hard to fathom that someone could evade an attack when at a disadvantage. "Come, demonstrate your move using the scabbard as you did against Jeshi," Su Muing urged, rising to experience it firsthand. Liuli readied the scabbard for an attack, while Su Muing focused intently on her movements. Swish, Liuli, strike, Su Muing, evade. Su Muing gasped, realizing she could barely avoid the strike, let alone maneuver around it, whereas Jeshi had done so effortlessly. Speaking of which, what happened to Captain Wang? Did he retreat to his bed, weeping? Fatty queried. "Oh, I must go and offer him some comfort," Su Muing replied. A wicked smile gracing her lips. Chapter 53. Leisure activities. Su Muing entered Wang Ji's room, where he sat at the edge of his bed, smoking a cigarette he had brought back. Upon noticing her presence, he turned and glanced at her, then continued to smoke in silence. "Oh dear, has our esteemed captain been bullied?" Su Muing leaned closer, resting her arm on Wang Ji's shoulder, a playful smile on her face. Wang Ji remained quiet, lost in thought as he stared at the lamp. "I heard from Liuli that losing to Jeshi is nothing to be ashamed of." Exhaling a puff of smoke, Wang Ji replied, "It's not about being beaten." "What is it then?" Su Muing pressed. "Don't you feel our current life has become somewhat comfortable?" Wang Ji extinguished his cigarette and turned to her. "Comfortable? Well, compared to life before the apocalypse, it certainly is less fraught with worry. We no longer fear being pursued by international police or ambushed by rivals. I prefer dealing with zombies over living humans." Su Muing recounted. "But comfort can lead to complacency, leaving us powerless when genuine danger arises. Meanwhile, the zombies' capabilities are continually rising. What right do we have to indulge?" Listening to Wang Ji's words, Su Muing fell into contemplation before speaking again. "By the way, Jeshi seems to care about you quite a bit. Why is her focus so peculiar? I'm discussing serious matters here," Wang Ji mentally scoffed, before adding, "Perhaps she treats other squads similarly." Instantly, Wang Ji dismissed any thoughts of camaraderie. "Is that so? Yet I also heard you gifted her the chocolates we brought back, all nicely wrapped," Su Muing retorted before playfully pushing Wang Ji onto the bed. However, Wang Ji was far from naive. He recognized Su Muying's dagger was poised threateningly beneath him. Damn that Liuli. Why did she have to say anything at all? Su Ying, let us discuss this calmly. Please put down the knife and hear me out. Giving gifts often has its advantages, doesn't it? He pleaded. Advantages? Like being beaten up? No. Do you know what Dr. Yang, whom we brought back, is working on? Working on what? They are researching a vaccine for the virus. According to Jeshi, if it is successful, those who receive the vaccine will not be infected. As long as they aren't bitten to death, they can survive. That's indeed excellent news, but let us refrain from frequent visits to her, Su Muing replied tersely as she sheathed her dagger. Understood, my dear aunt. Am I the captain? Or are you? Wang Ji muttered softly. Yet, much to his dismay, Su Muing heard him clearly and raised an eyebrow. Oh, what does the captain mean? She deliberately emphasized the word captain, a teasing smirk on her lips. Wang Ji swallowed hard, wishing he could retract his words. What I meant to say was, Suing must be quite tired. Let me give your legs a massage. As he said this, he slid off the bed. Well, now that you mention it, I do feel a bit fatigued. Go ahead, Su Muing consented, reclining on the bed to enjoy Wang Ji's massage. Your technique is commendable. Had this been before the apocalypse, I would have certainly recruited you as a massage therapist. Wang Ji mused, contemplating how he would make her kneel at his bedside one day. After their massage concluded, Wang Ji made his way to the living room, switching on Ling Lingyao to check for any recent news. He discovered that his intelligence had successfully netted them an additional 200 survival points, leaving them with over 13,000 points. Furthermore, an intriguing announcement caught his attention. The Dawn Tower had completed the preliminary construction of a sunroom. The sunroom, roughly the size of a football field, was covered by a thick layer of tempered glass, allowing the brilliant blue sky to shine through. The ground was adorned with photovoltaic panels, harnessing solar energy to generate electricity. Most importantly, survivors could enter this space to bask in the sun and relax, albeit for an entry fee of 5 survival points, with no time limit. Interesting. Not only does it generate power, but it also permits people to enjoy the sun. This project is quite remarkable, Wang Ji commented on the announcement regarding the sunroom. What is so remarkable about it? Fatty chimed in, having approached. Look, the Dawn Tower has built a sunroom where one can sunbathe. Hey, Fatty, where are you going? Wang Ji began, only to see Fatty striding toward the exit. I'm off to bask in the sun to recuperate. Captain Wang, farewell. Before Wang Ji could voice his objections against Fatty's solitary venture, he had already slipped away. Wang Ji shook his head and returned his attention to Ling Lingyao. What is this? A brand new large-scale leisure and wellness project? The natural hot springs have been completed? Wang Ji mused, his expression darkening. This wasn't tea news. It was merely a ploy to entice people to spend. Yet, since they had not celebrated their return, the hot springs did seem like a splendid idea. Examining the details, Wang Ji felt optimistic. They hadn't enjoyed a proper bath since the apocalypse, so perhaps it was time to unwind. He closed Ling Lingyao and called everyone down, preparing to visit the first floor's natural hot springs. The four arrived at the elevator, intent on descending, only to encounter a few unfamiliar faces emerging from the elevator. The leader of the group was a bespectacled man, seemingly scholarly, followed by 4 attractive women. Observing the man's frail figure, Wang Ji couldn't help but think, could this be the infamous playboy? Hello, I am Wang Ji, the captain of the setting sun, he greeted. Rui Hui, Tang Qilan, the man replied curtly, disregarding Wang Ji's outstretched hand as he led the 4 women away toward the residential area. Wang Ji awkwardly withdrew his hand, running it through his hair, surprised by the other party's arrogance. Yet, being in this place provided them with a certain level of confidence. Although the bespectacled man appeared weak, the presence of 4 women behind him indicated he was not to be underestimated. Still, the man's aloofness left Wang Ji with little opportunity for engagement, leaving him to observe him further during training sessions. Chapter 54. Hot Springs. Wang Ji and his companions arrived at the hot springs area on the first floor, which was divided into 2 sections. The first was a public area, costing 10 survival points per person, with no time limit. The second was a VIP independent area, priced at 100 survival points, also with no time limit or limit on the number of people. Without hesitation, Wang Ji opted for the VIP independent area, seeking tranquility. He certainly did not wish for any disturbances while enjoying the hot springs, especially with 2 women present. Such melodramatic scenarios were best avoided. The 4 entered the changing room and donned their designated bathrobes. The independent hot spring was cozy, measuring only about 4 to 5 square meters, with steam rising from the surface of the water. Once they settled in, Wang Ji produced cups and beers he had brought along. Fatty, I'm sorry, it's not that I didn't want to bring you. You ran off on your own? Wang Ji remarked, savoring his drink. By the way, where did Fatty go? Lao He suddenly realized, having not seen Fatty. Before I saw this hot spring, he hurried off to the sunroom to soak up some rays. Wang Ji explained, what a pity. This is a VIP hot spring worth 100 survival points. Ha ha, Lao He chuckled. Seeing Lao He in good spirits made Wang Ji smile as well, while Su Muing playfully teased Liuli, the 2 whispering secrets that occasionally left Liuli blushing. Indeed, leisure activities could easily lead to indulgence, dulling one's resolve and immersing them in pure enjoyment, allowing them to forget the painful world beyond. Here's to you, Lao He. I raise my glass to our tomorrow. To the future, Wang Ji declared, lifting his cup. Cheers. Clink. As two individuals clinked their glasses together and downed their drinks in one go. Wang Ji, having finished his drink, gracefully glided over to Su Muing, filling her glass to the brim. Raising his glass, Wang Ji proclaimed, Cheers, Sister Ing. I raise this toast in gratitude for your care during these trying days. I am acutely aware that without your support, my life might have taken a dire turn, or worse, I might not be here at all, so here's to you, and to our promising future. Cheers to our success. After they emptied their glasses, Wang Ji called over Lao He. Sister Ing, we have fought side by side on 2 occasions now, truly comrades in arms. I hope we can set aside any prejudices from the world that was and become individuals we can trust. Now, let us drink. Historically, the relationship between Lao He and Su Muing had been somewhat strained, and Wang Ji seized this opportunity to mend their bond. Come on, uncle, since Wang Ji has said it. Let us drop the long face as if I owe you money, Su Muing said, raising her glass. With a grunt, Lao He lifted his glass to meet hers. Seeing them drink together eased Wang Ji's concerns, and he turned his gaze to Lu Li. Is she really an A? Upon meeting Wang Ji's glance, Lu Li instinctively shrank back into the water, fearful of being noticed. Let us also toast to our little Lu Li. May she grow ever more beautiful and powerful, Wang Ji concluded, taking another swig of his drink. After several rounds, the 4 of them soaked for an hour before donning their clothes and returning to their residence. Upon entering, they found Fatty lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a film. Hey, Fatty, didn't you go out to sunbathe? How come you're back so soon? Wang Ji inquired. Don't even get me started. Only when I arrived did I realize it's nighttime outside. What sun? Fatty lamented. A look of misfortune etched on his face. At that, Su Muing nearly burst into laughter. Fatty had not only missed the sun, but also the chance to soak in a hot spring. By the way, why do you all smell so good? Did you go buy perfume? Fatty asked, puzzled by the fragrance emanating from Wang Ji and the others. To be frank, we went to the hot springs. Wang Ji confessed, not wishing to keep Fatty in the dark any longer. What? Captain Wang, that's downright ungrateful. You left me there to sunbathe while you all went off to the hot springs? Fatty exclaimed. Fatty, you can't blame us. You rushed off too quickly. I only discovered that there was such an option after you left. But worry not, you can still experience the public area. It's not expensive. Just 10 survival points. Just what I needed to hear. I'm off, Fatty declared, swiftly darting out the door. A few minutes later, he returned to ensure Wang Ji was not playing any tricks, and only after confirming did he leave again. Chapter 55. Sparring that night, as Wang Ji lay in bed, the images of his sparring match with Jie Shi lingered in his mind. He understood all too well the vast gulf between their abilities. There were no shortcuts, only the diligent path of practice. If others trained for 8 hours a day, he would need to put in 12. Alas, training no longer yielded survival points, resulting in a significant loss of potential gains. The next day, the 5 of them, as usual, made their way to the training ground. Fatty's wounds had begun to scab, and he was gradually ready to resume training. Upon arrival, Wang Ji noticed Tang Qilin from the previous day but chose not to approach, as he did not wish to afford her any opportunity for bravado. Observing her training methods, which were rather basic, focused solely on enhancing physical fitness, Wang Ji noted the bespectacled man standing to the side, supervising the women and occasionally offering pointers. From a distance, Wang Ji could not discern their words, and after a while of watching without witnessing anything particularly noteworthy, he turned his attention back to his own training. Hey, that pretty boy is new, right? Fatty inquired after a while of training. That's none of our concern. True strength lies in humility. One should never underestimate anyone present here, Wang Ji advised Fatty. Humph, with that frail appearance. How formidable could he possibly be? Fatty retorted defiantly. It matters not whether he is formidable. Focus on your own training. There are plenty of muscle-bound men who have yet to ascend to the 3rd tier. Why do you think he can lead several women? If that's the case, those women must be quite impressive. But if they all follow that weak-looking man, it suggests he possesses some exceptional quality that earns their loyalty. Wang Ji mused. I see now, Captain Wang. I believe that pretty boy has some tricks up his sleeve. Wang Ji looked at Fatty, who seemed to have finally grasped the situation. Indeed, he is not ordinary. So train diligently. You didn't contribute much to this mission. Aim to perform well next time. I have faith in you. Go for it. All right, Fatty replied enthusiastically. After a meal during the break, Wang Ji called the 4 of them into the training room, intending to engage in practical sparring. This would serve 2 purposes, to assess their levels and to gain experience through real combat. The rationale for using the training room stemmed from lessons learned from Jie Shi. It provided a setting where abilities could remain concealed, and the rubber flooring offered good protection against falls while allowing them to focus intently on their sparring without outside interruptions. Let us draw lots for random matchups. Show your true skills, but remember to only lightly engage in lethal or crippling strikes. Wang Ji instructed, I'll go first. After drawing, he revealed a 1. There were 5 slips of paper, 2 marked 1, 2 marked 2, and 1 marked 3. The one who drew 3 would sit out until the final round, while the ones who drew 1 and 2 would face off against each other. Upon completion of the draws, it turned out that Wang Ji and Lao He had drawn 1, while Fatty and Lu Li had drawn 2, leaving Su Mu Ying with 3. Indeed, Sister Ying is the boss. Fatty remarked, glancing at the 3 in Su Mu Ying's hand. Lao He, let us go first, Wang Ji announced as he stepped into the center of the room. You may use weapons or fight unarmed. If you choose to use a knife, ensure it remains in its sheath to prevent injury. Both Wang Ji and Lao He opted for knives. In this apocalyptic setting, fighting barehanded was hardly advisable. As they prepared, they began to close the distance between them. This was Wang Ji's first genuine contest against Lao He. Although he had previously been a recluse, he had witnessed his own growth through daily training. Winning against Lao He might prove challenging, but he was determined not to lose too badly. Wang Ji awaited Lao He's strike, knowing he lacked confidence and would not initiate the first move. Being the first to act often revealed one's vulnerabilities, as anticipated. When Lao He lunged, Wang Ji seized the opportunity to counter, blocking Lao He's right hand wielding the knife and sweeping his legs. The impact resounded, but Lao He merely swayed slightly, maintaining his balance. Wang Ji realized with dismay that he lacked sufficient power. Having evaded Wang Ji's attack, Lao He immediately aimed for Wang Ji's leg. The knife struck the rubber flooring with a thud as Wang Ji rolled away, creating distance between them. I underestimated you. I'll be more cautious now, Lao He remarked, lifting the leg Wang Ji had swept. This time, Wang Ji took the initiative, darting forward to Lao He's left side to attack. However, as he struck, Lao He deftly dodged, and Wang Ji's blow missed its mark. In a flash, Lao He seized Wang Ji's right hand holding the knife, twisting it until the knife slipped from Wang Ji's grasp. Realizing the precarious situation he was in, Wang Ji attempted to break free, but Lao He had anticipated his move, sweeping Wang Ji's legs out from under him. Leaving Lao He's knife poised at Wang Ji's throat, I concede. Wang Ji rose from the floor, clutching his right arm. Lately, it seemed his limbs had been at odds with him. First his left arm dislocated. Now his right. Had he not grown stronger, he might have suffered a serious injury. Fatty, Lu Li, it's your turn, Wang Ji called from the sidelines. Lu Li wielded her elegantly crafted weapon, while Fatty opted for a knife. Although shorter, the knife was a formidable tool in close combat, allowing for endless variations in technique. Contrasting sharply with Lu Li's sweeping, broad strokes, as the battle commenced, Fatty struggled to close the distance. Lu Li's defense was impeccable, leaving little room for breakthrough. Fatty circled the perimeter, probing for an opening. After a while, seemingly losing patience, he lunged at what he deemed a prime opportunity, but Lu Li deftly sidestepped, using her blade to deflect Fatty's knife before swiftly slashing at his abdomen. Fatty remained unfazed, intent on continuing his assault. Fatty, you've just been cleaved in half, Wang Ji shouted from the sidelines. Ugh, that's just too unfair. Her weapon is too long. I can't even get close, Fatty complained. You can't fault Lu Li for her weapon. It's her skill in wielding it that shines. Your knife techniques haven't been utilized effectively. Brute strength alone won't suffice. If you two were to fight unarmed, you might emerge victorious, but no one would engage you in a brawl. Wang Ji analyzed the recent bout between them. Next up was a match between Lu Li and Lao He, and Wang Ji was eager to see how Lao He would counter Lu Li's long blade with his knife. After a brief respite, the two stepped into the center, Lao He crouching, poised to attack, while Lu Li remained vigilant and focused. Old He made his move. Initially, he tested a few techniques, with both combatants exchanging blows. At present, it appears that Old He cannot penetrate Lu Li's knife defenses. As long as he cannot close the distance, Old He stands no chance. Wielding his dagger, he sought to exploit any weaknesses in Lu Li's stance amidst their defensive exchanges. Both locked in a stalemate. Over time, a flaw would inevitably emerge. Just as Lu Li became engrossed in counterattacking, Old He suddenly launched an offensive. Lu Li immediately attempted to block, only to discover that it was a feint. Old He abandoned his ruse and lunged toward Lu Li, closing the distance. By the time Lu Li realized what was happening, it was too late. Old He had seized her, and the advantage of her long blade had transformed into a liability. Had Lu Li been armed with a dagger, Old He's maneuver would have left him vulnerable to a swift strike to the neck. However, the long knife in Lu Li's grasp proved incapable of such a counter. Leaving her helpless as Old He brought her down to the ground, the dagger poised against her throat. The scene bore a striking resemblance to when Wang Ji had just fallen, the only difference being that Lu Li had managed to hold Old He at bay for an extended duration in search of an opening. Moreover, Lu Li's weapon remained sheathed, resulting in both the clumsiness of her armament and a diminishment of her offensive capabilities, granting Old He a distinct advantage. In a genuine confrontation, Old He might not have been able to withstand Lu Li's earlier counterattack. Wang Ji observed the duel from the sidelines, analyzing the two fighters. Next up was Old He against Su Mu-ing. Having already fought 2 rounds, Old He could rest, but Su Mu-ing had also gleaned some insights from the exchanges. The atmosphere suggested that Old He was in a precarious position. "Uncle, have you rested well? Watching just now made my hands itch," Su Mu-ing said, stretching her limbs in anticipation. "Let us get started." Old He replied, rising from his respite, "Don't overreach. If you lose, don't claim it's because you're tired. Ha ha, that won't happen. Friendship comes first. Competition is secondary, and they're off." Wang Ji watched as the two moved to the center of the arena. Su Mu-ing casually twirled her dagger, creating a stark contrast against Old He, who was hunched and focused. One exuded confidence while the other radiated tension. Suddenly, Su Mu-ing launched an attack, closing the distance of less than 5 meters in an instant. Aiming for a decisive strike. Anticipating her move, Old He deftly parried with his dagger. As Su Mu-ing missed her target, she swiftly pivoted and circled behind Old He for another thrust. Old He evaded once more and seized Su Mu-ing's wrist. Employing a grappling technique, Wang Ji's eyes narrowed. He had previously suffered a significant setback against this maneuver. But as he watched, he noticed Su Mu-ing, caught in Old He's grasp, promptly leaped, ensnaring Old He's neck with her legs and forcefully tossing him aside. Old He was compelled to relinquish his hold, struggling to free himself from Su Mu-ing's grip, despite his solid base. Being constricted around the neck rendered him vulnerable. Desperate, he struck back with an elbow to Su Mu-ing's waist. The impact landed, yet Su Mu-ing maintained her hold, twisting her body to throw Old He down, landing herself beside him. Instantly, she sprang up, retrieving her dagger, and advanced toward Old He's chest. Old He raised his hands to block her downward strike, kicking Su Mu-ing away, and executed a backflip to regain his footing. "Well done, uncle. You possess considerable skill," Su Mu-ing remarked, nursing her recently struck waist. "You are quite formidable yourself," Old He gasped, rubbing his neck where he had been ensnared. Wang Ji observed that both fighters were holding back somewhat. Since this was a friendly spar, they were mindful of not employing lethal techniques. After Su Mu-ing ensnared Old He, she could have unleashed more vicious moves but refrained, respecting the nature of their training. "What an exhilarating battle," he declared. "All right, let us wrap it up. The purpose of our spar is to identify our shortcomings and find direction for improvement. Let us resume our training." With that, the 5 of them exited the training room to continue their regimen, focusing primarily on physical conditioning. After all, most adversaries they faced were mindless zombies. Excessive technical training sometimes proved futile. If one was unable to defeat an opponent, the best option was to run, so long as one could still move. The zombies might not be able to keep pace, thus providing an opportunity for escape. On the treadmill, Wang Ji pondered Jia Qi's elusive agility, wondering when he might achieve similar prowess. Lost in thought, he inadvertently increased the treadmill's settings, running with fervor until his strength gradually waned. Collapsing onto the ground, as he lay there, panting heavily, he recalled Jia Qi clad in her armor. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Indeed, Jia Qi's armor was fashioned from iron, weighing no less than 50 kilograms. She wore that formidable ensemble daily, and now Wang Ji grasped the rationale behind her constant donning of it. Firstly, it provided protection. Secondly, wearing such weighty armor effectively served as a form of physical conditioning. One could only imagine the stamina required to maneuver freely while encumbered by 50 kilograms of gear. In addition to wielding a massive sword, what was more astonishing was that she had trained in the very armor. Goodness, was she even human? If she were to shed the armor, her speed would surely be astonishing. Contemplating this, Wang Ji resolved to acquire armor akin to Jia Qi's, albeit avoiding anything excessively cumbersome or ostentatious. If he could conceal iron weights within his training attire, it would appear less extravagant and more discreet, just like ordinary clothing. By incorporating a total of 30 kilograms of iron weights into his shoes, pants, and top, he could wear this outfit at all times, except when sleeping. Once fully acclimated, it would be as if he had gained an additional 30 kilograms of weight, significantly enhancing both his strength and speed. With this idea in mind, Wang Ji immediately summoned his companions and shared his concept. Everyone agreed without objection, and he began designing the garments. After their training concluded, Wang Ji led the group to the trading hall on the first floor. He first sketched his design concepts. Old He scrutinized the plans and remarked, "The steel plates in these shoes should be solely at the soles. It will hinder walking. Some should be placed on the upper part for balance. Aren't you concerned about your pants falling off with this design? You should add a strap to secure the steel plates to your legs." ensuring they fit snugly, otherwise, the weight will concentrate on your waist. Old He made further adjustments. By the way, why is your shirt designed to be so baggy? Change it to a fitted style, Su Muing chimed in, examining Wang Ji's design. Alright, how does this look? After making adjustments, Wang Ji presented it again. This is much better. You have a good understanding, Su Muing praised, admiring the fitted shirt, tight pants, and a single boot. As for the color, Wang Ji opted for the most understated black. He handed the design to the staff, who took measurements based on height and body proportions, ensuring the total weight of the steel plates remained around 30 kilograms. Larger sizes could accommodate more weight, while smaller ones could be lightened. For instance, Luli, with her petite frame, might only carry 20 kilograms, while the robust Old He could likely manage 35 kilograms, after some calculations. The designer quoted a price of 50 survival points per set. Wang Ji did not hesitate and placed the order, with a production timeline of 3 days. With everything sorted, the group ascended to the second floor for a meal before returning to their living quarters. Upon entering, the day's training had left them utterly exhausted, and they quickly retreated to their rooms without lingering in the living room. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ji's door swung open, revealing Su Muing in a robe. Wang Ji glanced at her, wondering if she mistook his abode for a massage parlor. She entered and leaned back against the bed, prompting Wang Ji to begin his massage service without complaint. Oh, by the way, Luli mentioned she feels scared sleeping alone, so I told her to join you. Wang Ji recalled his earlier conversation with Luli. That's so? But I feel scared too. What should we do? Perfect. You two can snuggle together for warmth, Wang Ji exclaimed. But I can only sleep soundly when I'm near you, Su Muing replied, leaving Wang Ji puzzled by her intentions. Surely you can't expect me to sleep between you and Luli? Wang Ji initially thought Su Muing would dismiss the idea, but he was mistaken. Then it settled. I knew you'd be considerate of your sister, she said with a mischievous smile. Something felt off. She must be teasing him, assuming he would be timid and apprehensive, trying to make him appear foolish. Not a chance, of course, as long as Sistering doesn't mind. I am game, Wang Ji responded with a grin. You think you're so brave, but I doubt Luli would be so brazen. Alright, let us leave it at that for today. Get some rest. With that, Su Muing rose and exited. Phew. After sending this formidable presence away, Wang Ji sighed in relief and climbed into bed, preparing for sleep. Yet, an unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. What was that strange smile on Su Muing's face? Why had she remained silent? As he tossed and turned, pondering the earlier events, the door to his room creaked open, startling him into turning on the bedside lamp. Upon seeing who stood at the threshold, Wang Ji froze. There was Su Muing, holding Luli's hand, leading her into the room. What kind of expression is that? Are you feeling unwell? Su Muing innocently inquired, gazing at Wang Ji, who was frozen on the bed. What expression? Unwell. Could you possibly feign your concern any more poorly? Wang Ji thought, mentally berating the situation. He never anticipated that Su Muing would take it seriously. Nor did he foresee that Luli would accept such a ludicrous request. How did she manage to persuade Luli to join the warmth crew? And no, it's just that the light is too dim. I was worried you might trip. Wang Ji attempted to maintain his composure. Dim light is fine. Otherwise, both Luli and I would become shy. Luli, let us rest quickly, Su Muing proclaimed, leading Luli to the bed. Wang Ji remained seated, watching as the two nestled under the covers. His mind was still in a fog, perplexed by the unfolding events. With you two like this, how am I supposed to sleep? By the way, Luli, why did you come here with Sister Ing? Wang Ji asked, striving to keep calm. Sister Ing mentioned that you often have nightmares. If she stays with me, she won't be able to accompany you. So she simply invited me to keep you company. That way, you won't be afraid. Luli replied earnestly. What? I often have nightmares? That shameless Ing. Can you be any more audacious? How dare she slander me? Luli actually believes such nonsense. Even if I am scared, I could easily seek out Old He or the fatty. Why must it be your Sister Ing? Wang Ji lamented internally. Wang Ji, I know you're trying to appear strong, not wanting others to see your vulnerabilities and wishing to uphold the image of the captain. Rest assured, Luli and I will absolutely not tell them. Right, Luli? Luli nodded in agreement. Wang Ji initially intended to clarify things with Luli directly, but upon seeing her sincere and innocent expression, he realized he was mistaken. The girl had already been brainwashed by Ing. Explaining would likely only make her think he was covering up. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation, muttering, Fine, let's just rest. We've had a long day. He turned off the light, feeling relieved that both girls were quite well behaved, each sleeping on their respective sides without any physical contact. After a considerable time, Wang Ji awoke, feeling a bit breathless. Upon fully waking, he discovered an arm draped over his neck, explaining his difficulty in breathing. The room was enveloped in darkness, He switched on the bedside lamp and realized it was Ying's arm. Luli was curled up on the other side, peacefully sleeping with her back to him. Wang Ji gently removed Ying's arm, dressed, and stepped out of the room, leaving the two to continue their slumber. Downstairs, he found Old He already awake, seated on the sofa in the hall, engrossed in the news broadcast by Ling Ling Yao. Good morning, Old He," Wang Ji yawned. "Morning. You look like you didn't rest well," Old He remarked, surveying Wang Ji. "Don't even mention it. That crazy Ing led Luli to my room to sleep, claiming she was afraid I would have nightmares." Old He, upon hearing this, expressed admiration. "You're quite bold. Aren't you?" "Hey, Old He, what kind of expression is that? I'm merely stating the facts. It was just sleep. Having someone beside me made it hard to rest." "Where are your thoughts wandering?" Wang Ji corrected. Noticing Old He's knowing look. "I understand. Being able to sleep soundly is indeed impressive." "What's impressive? Who's impressive?" Fatty emerged from the room, defiantly. "Never mind. What do you want to eat for breakfast?" Wang Ji sought to steer the conversation away from the previous topic. "Especially with Fatty. Braised pork, grilled lamb chops, pan-fried beef, and rib soup." "Enough. You should go back and catch a bit more sleep. Perhaps you can make up for that dream." Wang Ji interrupted Fatty's musings. In truth, Fatty's mention of the Dawn Tower wasn't unfounded. It merely came at a higher price, rendering it a poor value. "What? Captain Wang, can't we improve our meals since we have been overtraining these days?" Fatty began to complain when he realized there was no hope. "This is considered overtraining? Once our weighted suits arrive, you'll know what true overtraining is. We can improve the meals then," Wang Ji replied. Chapter 58. Recruitment. Upon hearing that meals could be improved later, Fatty instantly perked up. As long as meals improved, he deemed overtraining a trivial matter. "Wang Ji, look, a new announcement has been released," Old He said, glancing at the screen. "Effective immediately, in order to conserve energy, the Dawn Tower will cease to provide free electricity, charging 1 survival point per kilowatt-hour, deducted in real time by residence unit. If a team's survival points are insufficient, power supply will be halted. Additionally, due to shortages of certain supplies, the prices of some food items in the cafeteria will rise." Wang Ji understood from this that resources in the Dawn Tower were beginning to dwindle, and the resupply rate was lagging behind consumption. It seemed the situation was quite dire. "No, this is just the beginning," Wang Ji interjected, cutting off Old He's thoughts. "Huh? What do you mean by just the beginning?" Fatty inquired, puzzled. "Currently, certain resources in the Dawn Tower are entering a negative production state. After a while, if resources truly run low, the Dawn Tower will gradually eliminate the least valuable survivors if a team or an individual runs out of survival points. The Dawn Tower will have justifiable grounds to expel you," Wang Ji explained. "Then everyone should just conserve, and it will be fine, right?" Fatty asked again. Wang Ji smirked. "Haha, what if food prices skyrocket? What if a bowl of rice costs you 10 survival points? How long do you think you can last?" Fatty stammered. "Then if food prices are going to soar, why not stock up now?" Wang Ji sighed. "The Dawn Tower has regulations against purchasing or hoarding food, medicine, or weapons in bulk. If you want to stockpile, you can only bring resources back from outside." Realization dawned on Fatty. "I see. They want us to gather more resources from outside and minimize reliance on the Dawn Tower's supplies. Right? Smart. You've finally grasped it." Wang Ji praised at that moment. Sumu Ing and Luli descended from upstairs. "Hey, Sister Ing, Luli, you two certainly woke up late today. We were waiting for both of you to eat," Fatty remarked. The 5 of them made their way to the second-floor dining hall. Wang Ji reiterated the morning's price increase announcement, emphasizing the high demand for long shelf-life items and advising them to be frugal with the supplies brought back from outside in preparation for the future. "By the way, our level 3 team still lacks a member. Shouldn't we consider adding someone new?" Sumu Ing inquired. Let's see how it goes," Wang Ji replied nonchalantly. He had no faith that someone like Sumu Ing would genuinely want to recruit others. When it came to suspicion and selfishness, she was undoubtedly near the top of the list. "Why are you suddenly asking this? What happened?" Wang Ji asked, puzzled. "Nothing much. It's just that the captain of that reincarnation team approached me during training yesterday, suggesting I join his team, claiming he could guarantee my safety and provide whatever I wanted." Sumu Ing described. "So, Sister Ing, what did you say?" Fatty asked curiously from the side. "I told him he was impotent and couldn't satisfy me. Then I left," Sumu Ing said nonchalantly. "Wow, Sister Ing, I wish I could be as audacious as you," Fatty admired. "However, that man gives me a very dangerous vibe. Despite his impotence, he is not to be trifled with." Sumu Ing remarked seriously. "Interesting. They're even trying to recruit me." Wang Ji mused thoughtfully. "In this trade, if the deal doesn't go through, then honor comes into play. Recruitment is quite normal here." "Wang Ji, don't act impulsively," Old He cautioned from the side. Wang Ji acknowledged verbally, but since it had reached him, he would not remain idle. Although he initially wished to avoid internal strife, he felt it necessary to take some action to prevent the other party from pursuing matters further. After dinner, Wang Ji concocted an excuse to check on intelligence while the others trained, taking Lu Li with him as he departed. When Wang Ji sought to act alone, he preferred to bring Lu Li along, as sometimes he could treat her as if she were invisible. Lu Li, don't speak carelessly when we return, Wang Ji warned, preemptively ensuring she wouldn't let anything slip on him. Wang Ji arrived at the first floor guard headquarters. He felt somewhat embarrassed to see Jie Shi again so soon after she had given him a thorough dressing down, but given the special circumstances, he steeled himself and approached her room. This time, the door was ajar, and Jie Shi was not reading but sipping coffee and playing with her golden hair. What do you want? Jie Shi glanced up at Wang Ji and inquired. I missed you, so I came to see you. Immediately after speaking, Wang Ji regretted it. Jie Shi was not Sumu Ying, and such flirtatious remarks would likely provoke her displeasure. Jie Shi picked up a large sword nearby, slowly rising from her chair and walking to Wang Ji's side. You are the only one who dares to speak to me like that and is still alive. The last one, Zhao Yan, is already dead. Wang Ji stared at the large sword now pointed at him, while Lu Li anxiously drew her own weapon, prepared to retaliate at any moment. Lu Li, put the sword away. Captain Jie Shi welcomes us this way, Wang Ji said, chuckling as he gently pushed down the sword aimed at him. Humph. Jie Shi retracted her sword and returned to her seat, saying, Wang Ji, you come here so frequently. You're almost treating this place like home. My subordinates are starting to gossip that we have something going on. What do you think? Captain Jie Shi, you shouldn't pay attention to those rumors. Even if there was something between us, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it, Wang Ji replied. What if they ask me what kind of frog you are? What should I say? Jie Shi fixed her gaze on Wang Ji. A smile that was neither fully formed nor entirely absent gracing her lips. Captain Jie Shi was joking, she began. I came here to inquire about Tang Qilin from the newly promoted Level 3 reincarnation team. What is his background? Oh, they've only been here for 2 days, and they've already caused you trouble? Not exactly. They merely attempted to recruit me. Here, in pursuit of better development and competition for recruits. Such actions are entirely commonplace. There is no need for you to expend your energy on these matters, she replied. Yes, not that I wish to waste my time. I fear he won't let this go easily. Wang Ji said with a hint of resignation, I haven't paid them much mind. Perhaps they are simply fortunate, or perhaps they possess some genuine skill. However, I advise you to focus on your training. The situation both inside and outside is far from optimistic, I understand. Thank you, Captain Jie Shi. I shall commence my training now. With that, Wang Ji turned and departed. Liu Li, that Tang Qilin fellow has been seeking you out lately. Do not engage with him. Understood. As Wang Ji thought of Tang Qilin, he anticipated that he would approach Liu Li again. Thus he took the precaution of forewarning her. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Wang Ji observed the returning individuals, their bodies soiled and stained with blood. Their weary expressions were inscrutable, betraying neither sorrow nor relief. Some bore large bundles of supplies, while others had rescued survivors. Wang Ji pondered why the world had turned to such disarray. Humanity now lived in a state of degradation, having plummeted from the pinnacle of Earth's hierarchy. He wondered if the leader could guide them back to the surface, reclaiming the throne that once belonged to humankind. After training concluded and everyone returned to their quarters, they exchanged pleasantries before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. Wang Ji, as usual, played the role of massage therapist. After attending to Sakura, he was commanded to give Liu Li a massage as well. With a sense of helplessness, he complied for an additional hour, while Liu Li, experiencing this treatment for the first time, shyly buried her face into the pillow. Chapter 59. Only 2 returned the following day. Wang Ji discovered that the training uniforms he had specially ordered had arrived at his doorstep. After retrieving the garments, he donned his set. Wow, this is quite heavy, he remarked, lifting the 30-kilogram outfit. The uniform was as effective as he had envisioned, with small iron weights evenly distributed across various parts, ensuring no single area was disproportionately heavy. Wang Ji felt his overall movements had slowed. Every action, whether raising an arm or lifting a leg, came with an unfamiliar sense of gravity, as if an additional 30 kilograms had been affixed to his body. He called his comrades to try on their uniforms as well. Captain Wang, are we to wear these regularly? The hefty one inquired as he moved about. Except when sleeping, we must wear these at all times. Consider this outfit an extension of your own flesh. Indeed. The uniform looks rather appealing, Sakura declared after adjusting it to her satisfaction. Thus, Wang Ji and his 4 companions, clad in matching black uniforms, entered the training ground. From afar, they appeared indistinguishable from those in standard attire. Upon closer inspection, only the thickness of the garments revealed their concealed steel plates. The best way to acclimate to these uniforms was through running. Wang Ji approached the treadmill, but after a mere fraction of the distance he typically covered, he found himself breathless and had to step off. This state resembled his initial arrival at the Dawn Tower, where exertion led to significant fatigue. Observing his companions, he noted they were similarly affected, each one flushed and evidently struggling. 18 noon. The group ascended to the second floor for lunch. Hey, guys, those uniforms are quite distinctive. Where did you get them? An irritating voice interrupted their meal. Wang Ji turned to see a brash young man with yellow hair, exuding the air of a petty thug. It seemed such individuals were not uncommon in the Dawn Tower. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you all deaf? The yellow-haired youth boasted, emboldened by their silence. I advise you to leave now, Wang Ji replied coldly. His irritation evident. Oh, you're quite bold, aren't you? I'm not going anywhere. What will you do about it? As Wang Ji prepared to rise, a few others rushed over. Captain, I apologize. He is new and still learning the ropes. I'll take him away. Please don't hold it against him, Captain? The yellow-haired youth questioned, bewildered by the sudden shift. If you cause any more trouble, you'd best scram, the leader admonished. Why? I haven't done anything wrong. The youth protested, feeling unjustly accused. Because they are the Sunset Glow team, the leader replied sternly. Wait, the only team that has killed within these walls. The yellow-haired youth's bravado faltered. Of course, they are already a level 3 team. Spending their days on the 3rd floor, only coming down to eat. How often do you think you'd see them? If I hadn't intervened, we would have been in serious trouble. You nearly got us all killed. With that, the leader's voice rose, and the yellow-haired youth, realizing his mistake, lowered his head in submission. Forget it. Just keep a low profile. Few here are worth provoking, especially in this apocalyptic world. No one will tolerate your nonsense. Now hurry back to training, Zhang, the leader, instructed, glancing at the now defeated yellow-haired youth. I'm sorry, Captain. They won't hold a grudge, will they? The youth's fear was palpable. Since they let us go, they likely won't take it to heart. Zhang sighed in relief. Ha ha, is our Captain Wang so famous now? It seems they all hold you in high regard. Sumu Sakura teased from the side. Let us not dwell on that. Eat quickly, we still have training ahead, Wang Ji interrupted, redirecting the conversation. After 7 days of training, the group had nearly adapted to their uniforms. Captain Wang, an explosive piece of news. Individuals from the former dynasty have returned. Returning is one thing, but what's so extraordinary about that? Wang Ji replied, eyeing the out-of-breath hefty one. No, they returned, but only 2 of them. What? Wang Ji, fearing he had misheard, sought clarification. Just 2 have returned? The hefty one stammered, startled by Wang Ji's intensity. Hurry. Follow me to the 1st floor. Wang Ji urged, rallying his companions as they sprinted towards the medical room. Upon arrival, the first order of business was to clean, disinfect, tend to wounds, and conduct security checks. Inquiring about their condition from Sophie, they learned that the 2 were resting in the medical room. Entering the medical room, Wang Ji found 2 individuals lying on beds, tubes supplying them with nutrients. One was Captain Duan Qingtian, the other Zhang Ming. Wang Ji? What brings you here? Zhang Ming, appearing in better condition than Duan Qingtian, asked upon recognizing him. What happened to you? Wang Ji questioned urgently. Eager to understand their ordeal. Zhang Ming began, but was interrupted by Duan Qingtian. Please, can you promise me something? Duan Qingtian said weakly. Speak. Please accept Zhang Ming into your team. I trust him with you. What? Captain, what are you saying? Zhang Ming exclaimed, struggling to sit up. I am unworthy of being a captain. Do not concern yourselves with me, Duan Qingtian concluded, shutting his eyes as tears streamed down his face. At this moment, Wang Ji felt a mix of confusion and concern. Did they intend to disband? Were they truly relinquishing Zhang Ming to his team? Wang Ji regarded Zhang Ming, who had made a favorable impression on him upon his arrival on the 3rd floor. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, if Zhang Ming is agreeable, I have no objections. Captain, enough. I have made my decision. Why previous poor judgment has led to sacrifices, and I owe it to everyone to step aside. I can no longer face them. Our team's survival resources will be divided in 2. Take your share and integrate into the Sunset Glow team. With that, Duan Qingtian fell silent, clearly burdened by guilt over the loss of his comrades. Zhang Ming, tell me what transpired, Wang Ji urged. Chapter 60. The revenge plan. During our mission, we stumbled upon a camp established by a military unit, where a group of civilians resided. We intended to negotiate, inviting them to join the Dawn Tower. However, upon entering the camp, we sensed something was amiss. The civilians appeared distressed. After some inquiry, we discovered that the soldiers had turned rogue, masquerading in military attire while conducting banditry. Upon realizing this, we planned to retreat, but it was too late. They had already set their sights on our equipment. After a fierce battle, only the captain and I managed to escape, Zhang Ming recounted, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. How many were there? Approximately 40 armed soldiers and over 100 civilians. Those civilians were living in misery, mere tools for those soldiers. The captain had good intentions. But human nature can be treacherous. He cannot be blamed. 40 soldiers? Wang Zhi furrowed his brow. To have escaped from the clutches of so many armed forces, even with injuries, was no small feat for the Dawn Tower. The decision to escape was undoubtedly the most prudent. Rather than sacrificing a few lives in vain, it was far wiser to find a way to save at least one person, who could then relay vital intelligence to the others for their protection. I will help you avenge this grievance, Wang Zhi stated, lowering his head in contemplation for a moment before speaking. What? Captain Wang, you? Zhang Ming, lying in bed, appeared somewhat agitated. Wang Zhi raised his hand, interrupting Zhang, I have my own plans. But now is not the time for discussion. You must first focus on your recovery. Once you are well enough to leave, we can elaborate further. After speaking, Wang Zhi turned to leave the medical room with the plump man. At that moment, Old He and his companions arrived, standing at the entrance. What is going on, Wang Zhi? Old He inquired as he approached. Wang Zhi recounted the situation to the trio. Avenge them? Why go through all that trouble? Su Muing responded with some dissatisfaction. Firstly, by avenging them, we can ensure Zhang Ming feels secure within our group. Secondly, there lies immense wealth there. Not to mention the over 100 survivors, their supplies and weapons alone would suffice for us to prosper. Wang Zhi explained, I think you've lost your mind. Do you understand the concept of a 40-man armed force? Just us few? Old He interjected. Who says it's just us? Are you suggesting we collaborate with other teams? Old He continued to question. Setting aside whether other teams might betray us, the distribution of resources would be fraught with complications. Su Muing analyzed from the side. Oh, what exactly is your plan? Old He expressed his confusion regarding Wang Zhi's intentions, feeling that dealing with zombies was already a considerable headache, let alone confronting a military force. We won't collaborate with other teams, but we can certainly work with the Dawn Tower. Wang Zhi asserted. How can you be sure the Dawn Tower won't betray us? Su Muing challenged once more. Indeed, how can you be so certain? Old He echoed. Because our value to the Dawn Tower far exceeds that of this mission. They have invested significant resources in nurturing us, not to betray us, but to have us fight for them. Wang Zhi reasoned, if you still have reservations, I could ask Jieshi to help find trustworthy individuals for collaboration. Well, what you suggest does seem plausible, but how will resources be allocated? Old He pondered, resting his chin on his hand. All spoils will belong to the Dawn Tower. They can take as much as they wish. Our objective is merely to rescue the survivors, as the equipment and supplies we acquire will eventually depreciate and be sold back to the Dawn Tower. We may as well use these as leverage for cooperation. Wang Zhi concluded. That Zhang Ming mentioned there are over 100 civilians. If there are 100, that equates to 10,000 survival points. Wow, we could gain 10,000 survival points without taking a single spoils. And these civilians would continue to generate value for the Dawn Tower. If this plan succeeds, we stand to gain immensely. The plump man exclaimed, growing increasingly excited. Indeed, the plump man's right. If this operation succeeds, we'll only reap a small portion of the profits, while the real benefits lie with the Dawn Tower. Firearms, knives, ammunition, protective gear, food resources, and more. These have immeasurable value. Thus, the Dawn Tower has no reason to betray us. On the contrary, they will likely exert themselves to assist us, Wang Zhi stated. Yes. What a splendid opportunity that the Dawn Tower would never let slip, the plump man concurred. Seeing that Old He and Su Muing had no further objections, Wang Zhi declared, if there are no issues, let us formulate a plan. After an extensive analysis, both agreed to the operation. Wang Zhi intended to procure a sniper rifle. While a sniper rifle might not be the most effective against zombies, it would offer a distinct advantage in precision and efficacy against humans. Plump man, you and Old He return to retrieve our firearms from the range. I will accompany Sister Ying and Luli to buy some ammunition. We need to practice shooting, Wang Zhi instructed before heading towards the weapons hall. He purchased thousands of rounds of various calibers, spending 500 survival points on 2 full crates of ammunition. They carried the crates to the shooting range. They caught the attention of various squads. True to a level 3 squad, they must be quite affluent. Hey, Captain Wang, are you heading out again? Just for training. What? Is that even human? So many survival points, just for practice. They must be incredibly wealthy. If only I could join them. Dream on. You sleep 12 hours a day and think you can join them? Throughout the journey, Wang Zhi listened to the whispers of passers-by, occasionally being approached by individuals who thought they were familiar with him, though he had no recollection of them. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor shooting range, the 3 placed the crates on the ground. Ah, the feeling of wealth is splendid, the plump man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of so much ammunition. Sister Ying, Choose a suitable sniper rifle. We will need it later, Wang Ji said, tossing his magnetic card to Su Muing. After she departed, the four in the range began their shooting practice. After a few shots, Old He gradually found his rhythm, achieving an 80 accuracy rate on targets within 50 meters. As for Lu Li, she missed nearly every shot, indicating that she was indeed not well suited for firearms. However, Wang Ji insisted she continue practicing. It was essential to at least know how to use a firearm. It could never be a disadvantage. After a considerable time, the 2 crates of ammunition were nearly depleted. They left the range, returned their firearms to the residence, and had a simple meal, packing 2 portions to bring to Duan Qingtian and Zhang Ming. As their originally 6-person team now consisted of only 2, both bedridden. Upon entering the medical room, Wang Ji noticed that the 2 had stabilized emotionally. After finishing their meal, Duan Qingtian spoke up, Zhang Ming, go and complete the transfer procedures with Captain Wang. Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed, indicating that the 2 had likely communicated about it beforehand. Duan team leader, in a few days, I will organize an operation to help you seek revenge and gather resources from there. Will you join? Wang Ji called out to Duan Qingtian. Taken aback at first, Duan Qingtian's eyes filled with hatred. Yes, I must go. I will make those beasts pay in blood, he responded, his face flushed and trembling. All right, wait for my message in the coming days, Wang Ji replied, helping Zhang Ming rise from his bed as they proceeded to the affairs hall. News of the disbandment of the former dynasty quickly spread throughout the Dawn Tower. What? The former dynasty has disbanded? You haven't heard. Only 2 members returned alive from their mission. It's tragic. I've heard that Zhang Ming from the former dynasty has now joined the Sunset Afterglow team. Is that true? How could Sunset Afterglow be so heartless, poaching members while they are still reeling from their loss? I suspect Zhang Ming is not a good person. Seeing his team suffer, he must have already secured himself a new home. Indeed, it's pitiful for their captain. In no time, the situations of the 2 teams became a popular topic of conversation among the residents of the Dawn Tower. Zhang Ming joined Sunset Afterglow with half of the former dynasty's 500 survival points, while Wang Ji's team boasted over 16,000 survival points. So you all are quite wealthy, Zhang Ming remarked. It's Wang Ji grinned, correcting him. Realizing his error, Zhang Ming chuckled in response. Captain Wang, for this operation, can we? What? Wang Ji asked as he noticed Zhang Ming hesitating to voice his thoughts. Can we not take Duan team leader with us? Not take him? Why? Wang Ji questioned, puzzled. I fear he might do something reckless. I know him too well. He would spare no effort to fight. I see. Then it is even more crucial to have him along. Do you wish for him to live forever in guilt and regret? Haunted by the memories of teammates who sacrificed themselves for his sake in this bleak world? I understand now. Thank you, Captain Wang, Zhang Ming replied, lowering his head. Upon returning to the residence, Wang Ji instructed the plump man to accompany Zhang Ming back to their former quarters to retrieve their belongings. The residence was divided into 2 floors, with 3 rooms on the first floor allocated to Old He, the plump man, and Zhang Ming, while the upper floor housed Wang Ji, Su Muing, and Lu Li. After Zhang Ming organized his room, Wang Ji gathered everyone in the living room to introduce Zhang Ming to the others. After some inquiry, it was revealed that Zhang Ming was formerly an archaeologist, drawn to this place for the sake of adventure, yet he never returned. Xiao Ming, now that you're here, we are all brothers. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out, Li Feihong. There is nothing in the Dawn Tower that I cannot resolve, declared the stout man, thumping his chest with conviction. After a day's toil, it was time to rest. Tomorrow would bring more training, Wang Ji stated as he rose to return to his quarters. Not long after, Lu Li and Ying entered, and after several days of sharing the same bed, the 3 seemed to have grown accustomed to one another. Ever since Wang Ji and his companions donned their weighted training suits, everyone, without exception, returned home each day utterly exhausted, collapsing into slumber the moment they hit the bed. The following morning, Wang Ji's first task was to escort Zhang Ming to the equipment hall, where he too was fitted for a customized weighted training suit. Upon realizing he would be required to train in a 30-kilogram suit daily, Zhang Ming exclaimed in disbelief, "This is utterly outrageous. This is nothing short of devilish training. No wonder everyone appeared so listless yesterday." Nevertheless, to conform to the team's standards, Wang Ji arranged for Zhang Ming to wear an outfit of equivalent weight to his own. Do not underestimate this suit. While it is indeed taxing, over time, it can result in a significant transformation. Transformation? Zhang Ming queried. Yes, once you have completely adapted to this suit, shedding it would feel as if you had gained an additional 30 kilograms in mass. Consider a 70-kilogram individual facing off against a 100-kilogram opponent. Assuming their skills are comparable, the latter will undoubtedly dominate the former, Wang Ji elucidated. I understand now. Much like running with sandbags, Zhang Ming replied. Indeed, but my inspiration stemmed from Captain Jieshi's armor. which surely weighs at least 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms? Have you ever witnessed her in action? Zhang Ming gasped. Not only have I seen her, but I have also sparred with her. What was the outcome? I lost, and it was quite a humiliating defeat. I cannot ascertain her upper limits, but I am certain that if our six were to confront her together, we would still be bested. Wang Ji recalled, shuddering at the memory of that day. She is that formidable? Zhang Ming found it hard to believe. Otherwise, do you expect me to waste survival points on mere garments? Wang Ji retorted. Exasperated. By the way, what can you tell me about the Eternal Doomsday Squad you mentioned earlier? I haven't seen them around lately. It appears they have been absent for some time. Chapter 62. Meeting the Tower Master Eternal Doomsday? Oh, those individuals. I am not entirely certain about them. They arrived here before us and rarely interact with others. Their captain is an old man who seldom makes an appearance. However, I have noticed their training techniques are quite unique. Reminiscent of ninjutsu, Zhang Ming recalled. Ninjutsu? Are you suggesting they might be from the island nation? Wang Ji inquired. Most likely. It's not unusual to encounter foreigners here, Zhang Ming replied. Understood. You should return to training. I have some matters to attend to. Wang Ji said thoughtfully. He planned to visit Jieshi to discuss his ideas. Upon arriving at the guard's headquarters, he found Jieshi engaged in conversation with Inqing. Upon noticing Wang Ji, Jieshi hastily concluded her discussion with Inqing, sending her away before leading Wang Ji to her quarters. Your outfit is commendable, Jieshi remarked, tapping the steel plates within Wang Ji's attire. If you like it, I could design a set for you as well, Wang Ji suggested, scratching his head. No need for that. I heard that Zhang Ming from the former dynasty has joined your squad? Jieshi inquired as she took a seat. Indeed. I am surprised to see that Captain Jieshi is well informed. Wang Ji chuckled, not surprised by her awareness. Those in her position would certainly be in the know. So, your visit pertains to them? Jieshi scrutinized Wang Ji. They have discovered a camp. Wang Ji recounted the events surrounding Duan Qingtian and his team's encounter. So, you intend to lead a team to eradicate that camp? Jieshi questioned. Wang Ji was taken aback by Jieshi's astuteness, as he had merely provided a brief overview of the unfortunate incident, yet she was able to infer his intentions. Correct, but the opposing forces are numerous and comprise trained soldiers. I wish to collaborate with the Dawn Tower in this endeavor, Wang Ji affirmed, revealing his thoughts. Collaborating with the Dawn Tower? Jieshi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Wang Ji's next words. Yes, all spoils would belong to the Dawn Tower. Our role would be to escort the survivors back, Wang Ji clarified. That sounds promising. However, such matters require the Tower Master's decision. I am merely a guard, Jieshi stated. Do you believe the Tower Master will consent? Wang Ji probed. As long as it benefits the Dawn Tower, I believe she will agree, Jieshi replied. How might I meet the Tower Master? Wang Ji inquired. I will inform the Tower Master. You should wait outside. Jieshi instructed. Wang Ji exited the room and waited in the corridor. After a short while, Jieshi returned to his side. Let us go. The Tower Master wishes to see us. Wang Ji felt a flutter of anxiety as Jieshi prepared to lead him to the Tower Master. They reached the elevator, where Jieshi pressed the button for the 5th floor. Wang Ji's heart leaped with joy, as this was the only level he had yet to explore. Captain Jieshi? Is it necessary to surrender our weapons to meet the Tower Master? Wang Ji asked, gripping his handgun. Do you truly think the Tower Master would be concerned about such toys? Jieshi scoffed. Toys? Do you think you could outmatch me with a firearm? Jieshi challenged Wang Ji, who shook his head and obediently tucked his gun behind his waist. In Jieshi's presence, his handgun indeed felt like a mere toy. Setting aside whether he could hit his target, he wouldn't even have the chance to raise his weapon. If the Tower Master surpassed Jieshi in strength, there was little cause for concern. Upon arriving on the 5th floor, Wang Ji was struck by the grandeur of the surroundings. It was both opulent and solemn, leaving a lasting impression on him. Is the Tower Master the only one in such a vast space? Wang Ji inquired, gazing around the lavish hall. Do not ask questions that do not concern you, Jieshi replied sternly. Jieshi led Wang Ji to a door, instructing him, you may enter. The Tower Master awaits you inside. With a gulp, Wang Ji pushed open the door and beheld the Tower Master seated at a table, appearing much as he had previously, clad in armor and wearing a mask. Why does the Tower Master always wear a mask? Greetings, Tower Master, Wang Ji said, snapping back to reality and offering a slight bow. The Tower Master sat at the far end of the table, assessing Wang Ji, who stood at the entrance, momentarily at a loss for words. Please, take a seat, the Tower Master finally spoke. Wang Ji approached the table and sat opposite the Tower Master. I hear from Jieshi that you have a proposal for collaboration with the Dawn Tower? Indeed, we have discovered a camp comprising 40 armed soldiers. 4 members of the former dynasty perished there. Zhang Ming from the former dynasty has now joined our team, and I am here to request assistance to eradicate that camp. Wang Ji explained. Proceed, the Tower Master urged. There are over 100 survivors within the camp, with ample food and resources like equipment and gunpowder. Our primary goal is vengeance, while saving the survivors is secondary. After vanquishing the soldiers, our team will be responsible for escorting the survivors back to the Dawn Tower, while the team you dispatch will handle the transportation of food and resources, Wang Ji detailed candidly. I must admit, your plan indeed holds substantial value for the Dawn Tower, and I see no reason to deny you, the Tower Master responded. Thank you, Tower Master. Wang Ji's heart swelled with joy at the Tower Master's agreement. I shall provide you with 10 personnel to assist you. I hope you can execute this mission successfully. When you are ready to depart, seek Adam at the command center for the personnel. I will inform him in advance, the Tower Master concluded. Very well. I shall return to make preparations. After receiving the Tower Master's response, Wang Ji left the room, feeling elated at the prospect of having 10 additional individuals to aid in their assault on the camp. Including his own team, they would total 17, an impressive force indeed. Following Wang Ji's departure, Jieshi remained in the room. What are your thoughts? She asked. He is quite astute, Jieshi succinctly assessed. Indeed, he is not greedy. He cleverly leverages revenge for others to win their allegiance. Quite fascinating, Jieshi mused. What about this operation? Select a few reliable individuals to report to Adam, Jieshi instructed decisively. Understood, she affirmed, leading Wang Ji back down from the 5th floor. Upon returning to the 3rd floor, Wang Ji gathered everyone together. Take a moment to rest. We have successfully established our first step in collaboration with the Dawn Tower in 3 days. We shall prepare to set out for the site of Zhang Ming's unfortunate camp. Is it happening so soon? Ying frowned, clearly unaware that Wang Ji had already negotiated with the Tower Master. Indeed. The Dawn Tower will be sending 10 personnel to support us. Before we embark, we simply need to request the additional personnel from Captain Adam. Wang Ji explained, producing a blank sheet of paper for Zhang Ming to sketch the camp and its surrounding terrain. With those 10 added, we will have a total of 17. Taking that camp should be well within our capabilities. Especially considering we have the big guy with us, Lao He remarked, glancing confidently at the sniper rifle atop the cabinet. All right, everyone should refrain from training for the next 2 days to maintain our condition. We set off in 3 days. Wang Ji concluded his remarks and turned his gaze toward Zhang Ming, who was diligently sketching the layout of the camp. The camp was strategically situated, with a river at its back and mountains flanking its sides, while a sturdy wall encircled the front, rendering it a formidable stronghold. Spanning approximately 2 hectares, the camp was divided into residential areas for survivors and military personnel. Due to the brevity of their stay, Wang Ji and his companions could only glean these basic details. Chapter 63. The Battle of the Camp. 3 days swiftly elapsed, during which Wang Ji and his comrades consumed nearly 500 survival points worth of ammunition at the shooting range. This impending mission weighed heavily on Wang Ji's heart, for their adversaries were fellow humans, once compatriots, now poised to turn on one another in a brutal conflict. This internal struggle plagued Wang Ji, who, over the past few months, had undergone profound transformation. The once gentle soul who could not bear to harm even a fish had morphed into a cold-blooded warrior, slaying zombies without a flicker of hesitation. On this particular day, Wang Ji awoke at dawn, for it was the day they had planned to embark on their mission. In truth, none had slept well, and upon noticing the lights in the living room, they all emerged. Wang Ji conducted a meticulous inventory of their equipment, arms, ammunition, provisions, and medical supplies. Once he confirmed that all was in order, he instructed everyone to don their bulletproof vests and protective gear before setting off to fetch Duan Qingtian. With Duan in tow, they proceeded to the command center on the ground floor of Adam's residence. As per their agreement, the 10 warriors arranged by the Tower Master, as coordinated by Jieshi, were ready and waiting at Adam's location. Greetings, Captain Adam. I am Wang Ji, the leader of the team known as the Dusk's Remnant. We have a mission that requires the assistance of these 10 warriors. Wang Ji announced. Indeed, they are all present. Come forward, Adam called, and shortly thereafter, 10 fully armed soldiers emerged from within the confines of the house. Hello, Captain Wang. I am their squad leader, Wei Songyuan. Please feel free to relay any instructions. He said. Very well, let us not delay any further. Duan and Zhang Ming, you shall lead the way, Wang Ji responded, ensuring that everything was in order before addressing the two. They made their way to elevator No. 7, which would take them to City W, where the camp was established within a village. November 2025, Clear Skies. It had been more than 2 months since the catastrophe erupted, and with the absence of human carbon emissions, the Earth's temperature had begun to drop. The autumn wind caressed Wang Ji's face as he gazed upward at the sky. He was uncertain whether zombies would succumb to the winter's chill or how long it would take them to perish from starvation. These questions remained shrouded in mystery for him. Wow, it's been over a month since we ventured out, and the air outside has improved significantly, Fatty exclaimed, darting about energetically like a cooped-up puppy. Hey, Fatty, be careful. Don't drop my sniper rifle, or I'll feed you to the zombies, Su Muing cautioned from the side. Do you know how heavy this thing is, Sister Ing? You're just making light of it. Fatty retorted. How about I take it, and you go up and deal with those zombies? I think I should carry it. Let me start building my strength, haha. After approximately 3 hours of travel, Wang Ji and his companions arrived at the camp where Duan Qingtian had met his demise. From the distance of a nearby thicket, Wang Ji lifted his binoculars. Just as Zhang Ming had described, the camp was nestled against the river, flanked by mountains, and at the entrance, 2 watchtowers stood, each manned by a soldier. Numerous soldiers could be seen moving in and out of the camp. Wang Ji ordered everyone to rest in place. As the daylight was still early and proximity might lead to detection, they would wait until nightfall to act. When night falls, our team will first infiltrate the area surrounding the wall. Su, you will take out the sentries on the towers with your sniper rifle, ensuring they do not signal an enemy attack. This step is crucial, and any failure here will necessitate an immediate retreat. Engaging in open conflict poses too great a risk. If we execute this first step successfully, those of us on the outside will swiftly enter the camp, using our night vision goggles to our advantage to silently eliminate solitary soldiers. Should the enemy issue a distress signal, we will open fire. Anyone hearing gunfire must immediately cease stealth operations and switch to combat mode. Wang Ji outlined the tactical plan. The wind is quite strong today. The trajectory of the bullets may be affected, potentially jeopardizing our initial plan, Su Muing remarked. Even the fiercest wind must eventually subside. We must seize the opportunity when it arises. Patience is key. The first step is critical. If we can successfully infiltrate, we might eliminate a significant portion of their forces before the battle begins. Wang Ji assured her, don't worry. If things go awry, we'll just make a hasty retreat, Su Muing replied nonchalantly. As the group rested in the woods, awaiting the fall of night, Duan Qingtian exhibited the greatest impatience, yearning to act immediately. Although this sentiment was decidedly irrational, Wang Ji could empathize. Were it his own comrades who had perished, he would likely be in no better state. Night soon descended, and Wang Ji maintained his watch with the binoculars, observing the camp's movements. The camp lights flickered to life, and engines hummed busily as soldiers gathered around a fire. Roasting food and sharing laughter, I'll go find a suitable shooting position, Su Muing announced as she rose. Lioli, your responsibility is to safeguard Su's vicinity, Wang Ji instructed, concerned that a zombie might ambush her while she focused intently. Additionally, he wished to shield Lioli from the act of killing. Captain Wei, you and your team will infiltrate from the left side of the wall. Report any unexpected developments via radio, Wang Ji advised. After confirming their radio channels, the teams advanced towards the camp's perimeter. Since Duan Qingtian and Zhang Ming had previously visited the area, Wang Ji assigned Duan to accompany Wei's team. Sister Ing, are you prepared over there? Wang Ji inquired through the radio. Yes, I found my position, but the wind is a bit too strong right now. We need to wait a moment, came Su's response. Wang Ji waited by the wall, and soon he heard Su's voice through the earpiece. Point 1 down, undetected. Good, keep steady on the remaining one, Wang Ji instructed. However, after a prolonged silence, Wang Ji grew anxious. Su, is everything all right? The wind speed has been fluctuating. There hasn't been a good opportunity yet, she replied. With no choice but to remain still against the wall, time ticked by. Wang Ji felt that any further delay might lead to detection. He was prepared to order a retreat at a moment's notice if Su Muing missed her shot. Just then, footsteps were heard approaching from the other side of the wall. Chapter 64. The Battle of the Camp, 2. Upon hearing the footsteps, a sense of tension gripped Wang Ji and his companions. Would they be discovered? Target neutralized, rang out Su Muing's voice in their earpieces. With the sentry down, Wang Ji finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, as he contemplated the situation beyond the wall, the sound of urination caught his attention. A soldier had stepped out for a brief respite. Wang Ji exchanged a glance with the others. Lao He and Fatty positioned themselves to form a human ladder. Without hesitation, Wang Ji stepped onto their hands, and with a powerful heave, they launched him skyward in midair. Wang Ji leapt atop the 3-meter-high wall, spotting the soldier still occupied. With a swift motion, his dagger plunged into the soldier's neck before he even realized what had happened. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, Wang Ji surveyed the surroundings, confirming they remained undetected before relaying through the radio, all clear. Commandant Su, hold your fire for now, avoid exposure and wait for another opportunity. As Wang Ji finished speaking, several figures materialized atop the wall, and once everyone had entered, he began scanning for isolated soldiers. Meanwhile, Duan Qingtian's team was tasked with infiltrating the enemy's main stronghold, the residential area. Once positioned, they would ambush any soldiers that emerged during the ensuing skirmish. After some time of stealthy movements within the camp, they had successfully eliminated 5 soldiers, bringing their total to 7, including the sentry. The remaining soldiers congregated in small groups, leaving no openings for further stealth kills. What should we do, Captain Wang? Fatty inquired softly, approaching Wang Ji. Spread out a bit, find suitable cover, and prepare for combat, Wang Ji instructed over the radio. Once each member had a clear target in sight, Wang Ji counted down from 3, and the first shot rang out from within the camp. 5 soldiers fell instantly, blood spraying in all directions. The remaining soldiers, startled by the commotion and the sight of their fallen comrades, immediately shouted, "Enemy attack!" Just then, one soldier's head exploded, likely a result of Su Mu Ying's precise shot from afar. However, it was too late. The enemy was already on high alert. Several soldiers rushed from the residential area, and Duan Qingtian, who had been lying in wait, sprang into action, his rifle spewing flames as he aimed to take down every last one of them. After a swift assault, nearly half of the enemy forces lay dead, significantly tipping the scales in favor of Wang Ji and his team. Equipped with night vision goggles, they navigated the darkness with ease. Yet, the opposing soldiers gradually regained their composure, seeking cover and preparing to confront Wang Ji's team. What they did not anticipate was that a pair of watchful eyes in the nearby woods was still observing them. With a resounding crack, another soldier fell, courtesy of Su Mu Ying, who had eliminated one hiding behind a tent. Boom! Another explosion reverberated throughout the camp. The enemy has grenades. Wang Ji's earpiece crackled with an unfamiliar voice. It was Wei Zheng's team. Everyone, extinguish the lights around you. Amidst the chaos, Wang Ji decided to intensify their firepower, creating a more hostile environment. As the camp's lights gradually faded into darkness, the opposing forces, deprived of visibility, fell into disarray. In their panic, they hurled grenades indiscriminately, no longer concerned with precision. Their sole aim was to avoid self-detonation. Yet, misfortune befell some, as fragments from the grenades inflicted injuries upon their legs. Following a round of annihilation, the morale of the enemy was utterly shattered, and within Wang Ji's field of vision, no adversaries remained. Sakura, are there still enemies present? Wang Ji inquired. Yes, but they have all fled. Fled? Where have they gone? To the area where the survivors are. This was dire news. If the enemy managed to blend into the crowd of survivors, it would undoubtedly pose a significant security threat. Wang Ji rallied his companions, among them a subordinate of Wei Zheng who had suffered a leg injury from grenade shrapnel. Wang Ji assigned a soldier to escort the wounded individual to the stronghold where Su Mu Sakura was stationed. What should we do? Should we pursue them further? Zhang Ming asked from the side. Not yet. Caution is advisable. It is not worth risking injury from this group. Wang Ji decided to search the vicinity for any remaining foes. After several rounds of searching, they discovered a total of 30 corpses. If Zhang Ming's assessment was accurate, indicating the presence of over 40 enemies, then more than 10 had yet to be accounted for. Everyone, maintain your defensive positions. Once dawn breaks, I will allow them to come to us, Wang Ji commanded. Come to us? They will willingly walk to their deaths? Zhang Ming questioned, perplexed. Indeed, just wait and see, Wang Ji replied confidently. Sakura, how are things on your end? It is quite secure here. The injured have arrived. Upon receiving her response, Wang Ji took his place behind a barricade, awaiting the break of dawn. The civilian survivor residential area was in utter chaos. The sounds of explosions had roused them from their slumber, and they were eager to understand the commotion. However, the din of conflict rendered their inquiries futile, compelling them to huddle within their tents, praying for their safety. At daybreak, after a sleepless night, Wang Ji organized his team to advance, halting at a distance of 100 meters from the survivors' enclave. He retrieved a loudspeaker he had salvaged from the camp and called out, "Survivors within, listen closely. We have come to rescue you. Please emerge promptly and line up." Repeating his message, he urged them to come forth. As Wang Ji's voice echoed repeatedly, the trickle of survivors transformed into a flood, ultimately revealing nearly the entire population. Zhang Ming began to comprehend Wang Ji's strategy. This was indeed a means to draw them out to face their fate. Once the majority had emerged, Wang Ji adjusted his instructions. Now, please come forward in groups of 5, hands raised, towards us. We assure you of your safety. As he repeated this, individuals began to approach with hands raised. Captain Wei, your men will be responsible for conducting body searches. If they possess no dangerous items, allow them passage, Wang Ji instructed. The 5 individuals, hands raised, cautiously made their way to Wang Ji, who ensured their safety by confirming they bore no weapons before placing them aside. Observing the safe passage of those ahead, the subsequent survivors began to queue and approach. Before long, all the survivors had been accounted for and secured, confirming the absence of weapons among them. Captain Wang, do you think the ones who fled last night are hiding in the tents over there? The hefty man inquired. There is no one left in there, Lao He replied. Indeed, they have surrendered and disguised themselves as civilians, Wang Ji stated, casting a glance over the crowd. Wang Ji approached 5 women within the throng and whispered a few words into their ears. Lao He, have them line up, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the 5 women began to scan the crowd intently. After a brief interval, they returned and whispered further information. Upon receiving their report, Wang Ji's lips curved into a smirk. Captain Duan, Zhang Ming, come here. What is it? Captain Wang, Duan Qingtian asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. He was uncertain of Wang Ji's intentions. Wang Ji had sent the 5 women to identify the soldiers among the crowd. After prolonged interaction, their faces were well known to the women. The outcome pleased Wang Ji immensely, as the women confirmed that 11 soldiers had indeed infiltrated the group. The arrangement into a line was merely a measure to facilitate their identification. Wang Ji relayed the positions of the 11 soldiers to Duan Qingtian and Zhang Ming. These are the ones. You may decide their fate, whether to spare or execute them. With that, he stepped aside, awaiting their decision. Chapter 65. Exchange of interest. Wang Ji observed the two, having already surmised that Duan Qingtian would not allow the soldiers to escape. Even if they were currently unarmed, he would seek vengeance for his fallen comrades. After a brief discussion, the anticipated outcome did not materialize, leaving Wang Ji somewhat astonished. The two approached him. We shall not execute them. Allow them to return and report back. They can earn some survival points. Our vendetta is largely satisfied. Killing them now would serve no purpose, Duan Qingtian stated to Wang Ji. Duan Qingtian's words earned Wang Ji's respect. Such composure was beyond his own grasp. Very well, I understand, Wang Ji replied, moving to stand among the 11. Bang, bang, bang. 11 shots rang out, each finding its mark. As the last bullet was fired, the 11 fell into a pool of blood. While the remaining survivors crouched in fear, too terrified to utter a sound, anxious that they might be next. Wang Ji's actions left his own men in shock. Wang, Captain Wang, what are you doing? The hefty man stammered. Do not panic. These 11 were former military personnel. They have been eliminated, and you need not worry any longer, Wang Ji reassured the crowd, holstering his weapon. Since Duan Qingtian had found closure, Wang Ji took it upon himself to eliminate any lingering threats. He despised leaving potential dangers unchecked. He could not guarantee that among those in hiding were not a cadre of suicide fighters. Even one could lead to mutual destruction within the Dawn Tower. Better to err on the side of caution than to risk allowing them to escape. Should those who fear nothing drag him down with them, it would be a substantial loss, he reasoned. Sakura, you may come now. With the conflict nearing its conclusion, Wang Ji called back Sumu Sakura and her team from the woods. As for Captain Wei's contingent, he instructed them to gather useful spoils and supplies. The provisions within the camp belonged to the Dawn Tower, and Wang Ji had little interest in scavenging equipment. He preferred to oversee the 100 or so survivors. Given their proximity to the river, the survivors appeared relatively clean, with a notable number of women among them. Wang Ji understood without question that these women held value, while the men were generally robust and suited for labor. Observing this state of affairs, Wang Ji sighed. Such refuge camps were undoubtedly numerous, and countless individuals must be enduring similar humiliations and hardships. After a while, Sumu Sakura entered the camp with Lu Li, both smeared with blood. Wang Ji approached them, inquiring what happened. What could have happened? You were tossing grenades and causing explosions, which attracted a horde of zombies. Lu Li and I had no choice but to deal with them, Sumu Sakura replied, kicking Wang Ji playfully. Wang Ji could only scurry away, covering his posterior, avoiding further provocation. The hefty man, witnessing Wang Ji's plight, approached, mimicking the stance. Sakura, it was me who threw the grenades, kick me instead. Sumu Sakura's gaze hardened at the antics of the hefty man, who remained oblivious to her displeasure. As he anticipated a similar kick, she withdrew her dagger and advanced towards him. Realizing he had crossed the line, the hefty man bolted, but unfortunately for him, he was caught within 50 meters, falling to the ground under her kick. Sakura, please don't. I was wrong. It was the others who threw the grenades. I was just joking. Don T stabbed me. The knife is contaminated with zombie blood. I could become infected. Pinned to the ground, the hefty man lamented, and only then did Sakura relent, turning away. Wang Ji, observing the scene, gave a thumbs up to the hefty man, proclaiming, I shall call you a warrior. Next, we will escort you to a secure location. During our journey, please remain silent, and should you encounter any zombies, do not panic. With us here, they cannot harm you. Wang Ji addressed the assembly of over 100 individuals. After a brief interval, Captain Wei's men began arriving at the camp entrance, each hauling large crates filled with supplies, firearms, ammunition, food, and tools. Wang Ji gazed enviously at the bounty, recognizing that these items would undoubtedly fetch a high price at the Dawn Tower, likely exceeding the value of the survival points he had amassed. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Ji led the group out of the camp, embarking on their return journey. casting a glance back at the camp. He reflected, truth be told, it was a prime location, remote yet strategically advantageous. Such a shame to squander such a place. From where did you all escape into that camp? Wang Ji queried a woman among the crowd. We fled from a nearby town. Initially, we constructed the camp, but when that group arrived, they seized it and killed many of our people, the woman replied, her head bowed. You won't turn out like that previous group? Will you? She asked anxiously after a pause. Not at all, thank goodness. I am so grateful to you, she exclaimed, deliberately loosening her collar and leaning toward Wang Ji. Upon noticing her advances, Wang Ji promptly pushed her away. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to escort you to safety. Subsequently, he strode forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the group, apprehensive that if he lingered any longer, the women would approach him one after another. In truth, this world had long since abandoned the notion of justice. It was merely a realm of mutually beneficial exchanges, where individuals advanced solely for their self-interest. Likewise, had Wang Ji chosen to rescue these individuals without receiving any reward from the Dawn Tower, he undoubtedly would have refrained from intervening, perhaps even remaining hidden. Everyone was the same. To survive, one must cultivate their own value, acquiring leverage for future exchanges. After walking for a spell, Wang Ji signaled for a brief respite, urging the group to replenish their provisions, as they were already beginning to feel fatigued after a day without rest. While he munched on a biscuit, an unsettling sensation crept over him, as if they were being watched. Instantly he rose, scanning the surroundings with growing anxiety. The feeling left him profoundly uneasy. What is the matter, Wang Ji? He inquired, noticing Wang Ji's agitation as he surveyed the area. Something feels amiss. We need to leave this place, now. Wang Ji asserted urgently over the radio, rising to resume their journey. Just moments ago, he had realized that they had scarcely encountered any zombies along their route, and that ominous sensation could only mean trouble was brewing. Chapter 66. The Giant Python. As Wang Ji pondered this, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the radio. Run! There's a monster! Ah! The transmission was abruptly severed after the chilling cry. A chill coursed through Wang Ji. Once again, his instincts proved accurate. Turning to look behind, he spotted a colossal python slithering toward them, undulating ominously across the ground. The creature appeared to measure nearly 20 meters in length, its girth rivaling that of a man's waist. What in the world is that? The portly man gasped in astonishment. Over 100 survivors began to panic, fleeing aimlessly. Amidst the chaos, the python opened its gaping maw and devoured a soldier whole. Everyone, open fire! Came the voice of Captain Wei over the radio. Wang Ji drew his rifle and unleashed a barrage at the distant serpent, but despair washed over them as they realized that the bullets merely sank into the creature's flesh without any apparent effect. They barely penetrated its outer layer. Damn it, why is it so large? Has it mutated from consuming zombies? Wang Ji speculated, staring at the beast. We can't fight it. Let us just run. Forget about those people. The portly man urged as he clutched Wang Ji's arm. This is utterly hopeless. We need to move. Wang Ji, Su Muing declared, already pulling Luli to flee ahead. Curse it. Wang Ji gritted his teeth. Fixating on the throng of over 100 people behind them, his heart heavy. The very lives they had fought to save were now endangered by a mere serpent. All personnel, retreat with utmost urgency. The rest of you, follow us. Your survival depends on your own resilience. Wang Ji shouted before turning to sprint toward the extraction point. Just as Su Muing had indicated, there was no fighting this battle. The python's defenses were insurmountable. The bullets proved ineffective, and any attempt to approach the creature would likely result in being crushed by its powerful coils. Wang Ji ran at full speed for 10 minutes. But many of the survivors struggled to keep pace, lagging far behind. Since Captain Wei's party was positioned at the rear, the python had already claimed 2 of their members, one of whom was doomed after sustaining injuries from a grenade. Only 4 soldiers, including Wei Zheng, had managed to escape, while merely 30 survivors remained, predominantly men. The python, having consumed nearly 100 souls, seemed to have sated its appetite, vanishing from sight. Wang Ji and the others found a relatively spacious area to wait for the straggling survivors to catch up. He released a signal flare to guide those who were lost but still alive. With a loud pop, a plume of red smoke ascended into the sky. After the signal was fired, they agreed to wait for 10 minutes before setting off. The outside world had grown perilous. A single python had claimed so many lives. For Captain Wei, this ordeal had cost them 6 brothers, and they had discarded all supplies at the scene of the encounter. Ultimately, aside from the loss of 6 lives, they had gained nothing. For Wang Ji, it was a narrow escape, but the remaining survivors were insufficient to justify the training costs incurred. 10 minutes later, 10 more individuals trickled in, but Wang Ji decided not to wait any longer for the others who had yet to arrive. Their fate was likely grim. The number of survivors had dwindled to less than 40, with the rest seemingly claimed by the python. Facing these survivors, Wang Ji felt a flush of shame. He had just vowed to protect them, yet now they were fleeing faster than anyone else. Observing the grim countenance of Captain Wei, Wang Ji refrained from approaching, acutely aware that the captain might harbor resentment toward him, perhaps even contemplating retribution. However, it soon became apparent that Wang Ji had overestimated their camaraderie. Their relationship was merely one of convenience, formed for the sake of collaboration, and not one that would warrant a return to face accountability. Sister Ying, please keep an eye on those from the Dawn Tower. I fear they may attempt to ambush us, Wang Ji whispered to Su Muing. I really need to be reminded, she replied with a roll of her eyes. Upon closer observation, it was evident that both groups maintained their distance. Their peripheral visions keenly aware of each other's movements, each harboring ulterior motives. During this time, the python did not pursue them further. Only a few wandering zombies appeared along the barren path, trivial compared to the serpent. After 3 arduous hours, Wang Ji led the survivors to the entrance. When the iron gate finally closed behind them, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The journey had been fraught with tension, as he feared the emergence of yet another colossal mutated beast. Wang, let us postpone our next outing until the last possible moment, shall we? Running outside daily is exhausting. The portly man wheezed, clearly fatigued. It was apparent that despite having spent a month recuperating at the Dawn Tower, his stamina had not fully returned. Although he was now solidly muscular, a far cry from the rotund figure he had been upon arrival, he still struggled to keep pace with Wang Ji and the others. The survivors in the camp, having arrived empty-handed, were equally unable to endure Wang Ji's relentless pace, each one now bowing under the weight of exhaustion, lacking even the strength to stand upright. Throughout the journey, Wang Ji contemplated how he would explain the situation to Jie Shi and the Dawn Tower. He could only feel fortunate that 4 individuals from Wei Zheng's group had managed to return. Otherwise, he would have faced a dire predicament with no evidence to support his account, likely inciting doubt about his narrative. Upon entering the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji and his companions swiftly underwent the security checks and handed over the survivors to the personnel in the task hall before instructing the others to return to their quarters. Wang Ji remained behind with Lu Li, intending to visit Jie Shi. He needed to clarify the situation, as their first collaboration with the Dawn Tower had ultimately ended in failure. Upon arriving at the guard headquarters, Wang Ji knocked lightly before entering Jie Shi's chamber. "What's the rush?" Jie Shi inquired, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. "There was an unexpected turn of events during the mission," Wang Ji replied. Lowering his gaze, "Only 4 of my men returned. Out of the promised 100, merely 39 made it back. I realized this the moment you ushered them into the medical room." Hearing that Captain Wei's men were under Jie Shi's command, Wang Ji's head shot up, a complex expression crossing his face. "I apologize, Captain Jie Shi. It's my fault." Before he could finish, Jie Shi raised a hand to interrupt him. "I wish to know what the unexpected turn of events was." She stated coldly that it was a giant python. A python? How large? Over 20 meters long and about half a meter in diameter. Did you manage to kill it? Our bullets proved ineffective. To prevent unnecessary casualties, we had no choice but to retreat. Wang Ji confessed, his gaze still lowered. However, prior to encountering the python, no one had perished. The camp's operations were proceeding smoothly. Noticing Jie Shi's prolonged silence, Wang Ji raised his head once more. "Interesting. I would like to witness this phenomenon for myself," Jie Shi remarked, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Chapter 67. The Battle with the Python. "What? Captain Jie Shi, you intend to go out there?" Wang Ji was taken aback upon hearing her desire to confront the python. "You will accompany me to seek out that serpent," Jie Shi declared, rising to don her armor. "But, Captain Jie Shi, is this truly necessary?" Wang Ji questioned, bewildered by her determination. Even if she felt capable of vanquishing the creature, there seemed no point in confronting a monstrous beast. "Gather your people. We leave immediately." Jie Shi did not respond to Wang Ji's query. He had intended to prepare additional supplies, but Jie Shi dismissed the notion, insisting they proceed without delay. Wang Ji hurried back to the quarters, where the portly man and others had only recently settled down to rest when Wang Ji burst through the door. "Gear up, we're heading out," he announced. Didn't we just return? Why are we going out again?" "Our gear is still being cleaned in the medical bay," the portly man lamented from the sofa. "We'll put it on once we arrive. Jie Shi wants us to take her back to confront that python. She wishes to meet it personally," Wang Ji explained, recounting the events that had transpired with Jie Shi. "Good grief, has she lost her mind? That python can easily toss a person aside with a flick of its tail. What does she plan to do?" "I have no idea. All I know is she instructed us to lead the way, and we're simply responsible for that. Everything else is up to her." Then why doesn't she seek out Captain Wei and the others? Su Muing inquired from the side. Indeed, why not turn to them? Old He echoed the question. The individuals accompanying us this time are subordinates of Jie Shi, and now 6 of them have perished. Perhaps Jie Shi does not wish for them to venture out again. Is Jie Shi reliable? Does she intend to confront that gigantic python alone? Zhang Ming asked, concerned about whether they could successfully retreat if Jie Shi were to encounter misfortune. Wang Ji shook his head, indicating uncertainty. In any case, Jie Shi would not be foolish enough to willingly court death. Her confidence suggests she must possess an undisclosed trump card. Stop overthinking it. Take a few smoke bombs and adrenaline shots. When we encounter the python, let's all inject ourselves first. If the situation turns dire, we will retreat at full speed, Wang Ji concluded. With that, the group departed from the residence and made their way to the medical room, retrieving the weapons and gear that had yet to be thoroughly cleaned. Jie Shi awaited them in the hall, wielding a large sword. Upon seeing Wang Ji, she proceeded toward the elevator he had previously used. By the time they emerged outside, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and a light drizzle had begun to fall from the overcast sky. After more than 2 hours, Wang Ji and Jie Shi arrived at the site of the incident, where the unmistakable traces of the gigantic python were visible on the ground, with several large trees having been toppled and shattered. After searching for a while, they finally located the supplies that had been scavenged from the camp, scattered haphazardly across the ground. This is it, Wang Ji exclaimed upon finding the supplies. It must have come down from the mountain. Jie Shi surveyed the surrounding area and ultimately fixed her gaze on a distant, small hill to the left. Should we go and investigate? Wang Ji inquired. No need. We shall wait for it here, Jie Shi replied, leaning against a tree to rest. Wang Ji and the others anxiously scanned their surroundings, unable to relax for even a moment. You need not be so tense. It has just consumed so many people. It won't be appearing anytime soon, Jie Shi said, her eyes closed as she leaned against the tree. The group found her reasoning sound and took her cue. Resting against the trees themselves, as night fell, the gigantic python still did not reappear. Initially, they could take shelter from the rain under the trees, but as the downpour intensified, Wang Ji and the others were soon drenched to the bone. I don't understand what she's thinking, insisting on challenging a snake, the heavy-set man muttered quietly. Sure. She'll hear you, Zhang Ming cautioned, covering the man's mouth to silence him. Thus, the group endured a night of rain without even a glimpse of a zombie. Let alone that enormous serpent, as Wang Ji began to doubt whether the python would return at all. Jie Shi, who had been resting against the tree all night, finally stirred. It's coming, she said softly, her eyes slowly opening. The simplicity of her words immediately heightened the alertness of the others, and Wang Ji felt a familiar sense of tension return. Indeed, it was here again. Wang Ji anxiously scanned the surroundings, eager to detect the creature's movements at the earliest opportunity. Jie Shi had indicated that it might be descending from the mountain. Recalling this, Wang Ji glanced toward one side of the hill. Not far away, the gigantic python was slithering toward them in an S-shaped motion. Attention! Over there! Wang Ji shouted, pointing toward the python. As the colossal creature drew nearer, Jie Shi remained motionless, causing Wang Ji's heart to race with apprehension. The group had already prepared their adrenaline shots, ready to flee at a moment's notice. The python was now merely 50 meters away, and Wang Ji anxiously watched Jie Shi, questioning why she had yet to act. Just as he contemplated turning around, Jie Shi abruptly drew her sword from the ground and leaped into the air. Wang Ji gaped in astonishment as he beheld Jie Shi soaring, her leap reaching an impressive height of 3 meters. Given her armored state, such a feat transcended human limits. The python, sensing Jie Shi's presence, reared back and lunged at her with its massive jaws, capable of swallowing a car whole. Wang Ji watched as Jie Shi did not evade but instead met the creature head-on. Swinging her sword, with a deafening roar, the python emitted a wail that echoed through the forest. As it opened its mouth, Jie Shi's sword cleaved a 1-meter gash into the side of its maw. The serpent's jaws could no longer close, thrashing violently as its blood-red eyes fixated on Jie Shi. However, Jie Shi did not intend to stop after that single strike. Her goal was to take the life of this monstrous python. Chapter 68. The Battle with the Python, 2. After successfully landing a blow, Jie Shi leaped into the air once more, this time targeting the python's head. Realizing Jie Shi was ascending, the python lunged forward again, attempting to swallow her whole. Yet, it soon recognized that its mouth could no longer close. With a swift motion, Jie Shi drove her sword into the python's vital spot, but this strike was considerably less effective than the first. The blade merely penetrated the surface of the python's skin, and as it suffered this second injury, the creature became even more frenzied. Jie Shi found herself ensnared by the python's body, rendering her immobile. Wang Ji felt a sense of dread. If she were to be constricted, the python would tighten its grip until it suffocated her. Fortunately, the python could no longer bite down on her. It was now exerting all its strength to coil around Jieshi, repeatedly battering its head against her. Observing the python's relentless wrapping, the heavy-set man hesitated. Wang, Captain Wang, if this continues, we should flee quickly. If even Jieshi cannot handle it, what are we still doing here? At this moment, the group understood Jieshi's precarious state. Unless they had another fighter of her caliber, there was no way to break the serpent's hold. The python continued to slam its head into Jieshi, while she struggled to fend it off with her sword. Wang Ji, feeling a pang of compassion for Jieshi, was about to step forward when someone pulled him back. Turning to see Su Muing shaking her head, he understood her silent plea for him to refrain from intervening. At this point, apart from Wang Ji and Lu Li, the others had made the most rational decision: to flee while the python had not yet locked onto them. Preventing further loss, Wang Ji pried Su Muying's hand away, retrieving his magnetic card from his pocket and tossing it to her. You all should retreat. Jieshi cannot die. Even if we evade this python, there will be thousands of monsters awaiting us. Avoiding the inevitable will not change our fate. After speaking, Wang Ji seized the knife from Lu Li's hands. Among them, Lu Li's weapon was the most advantageous. Wang Ji discarded his backpack and charged toward the python. At that moment, Jieshi appeared to have lost her strength, her sword slipping from her grasp. Wang Ji, wielding his weapon, thrust it into the python's body while its attention was still on Jieshi. Unlike a slash, a thrust exerts a much smaller point of pressure, making it easier to breach the skin. The blade plunged into the python's flesh, eliciting a cry of pain from the creature, and it momentarily loosened its grip on Jieshi, allowing Wang Ji to be flung away by its tail. Being struck by the tail felt akin to being hit by a car, causing Wang Ji's insides to churn violently before he spat blood and collapsed beside a tree. His consciousness began to fade, and he never imagined he would fall in such a place. Devoid of any zombies, had Su Muing and the others managed to escape? Would they seek vengeance for him? Who would be the next leader? A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind, and as he felt someone seize his weapon, he lacked the strength to lift his head and see who it was before closing his eyes. It was Lu Li who had taken his weapon. The moment Wang Ji was thrown aside, everyone sprang into action. Su Muing quickly devised a plan, instructing Zhang Ming, the heavy-set man, and Old He to distract the python with gunfire, while her target was the creature's eyes, the only vulnerable spot she could exploit. Lu Li also aimed to strike the python closely, intending to exploit the wound Jieshi had inflicted on its vital area. Old He and the others aimed their rifles, continually firing at the python's tail. Su Muing approached the python's head, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and plunged her daggers into its eye with precision. Lu Li, after successfully landing her blow, Su Muing signaled Lu Li and promptly retreated. Lu Li, upon receiving Su Muying's call, swiftly adjusted her attack strategy, positioning herself behind the python to target the recently opened wound. With a leap, she swung her blade down, sending blood spraying everywhere. The python let out its most thunderous roar since the battle commenced, loosening its grip on Jieshi for a brief moment before tightening its coils once more, even more fiercely than before. The group was taken aback. How can it still move? This is bad, Zhang Ming exclaimed, peering through his binoculars at the approaching horde of zombies. There are so many, I can't even count them, the heavy-set man cried out, equally terrified as he grabbed the binoculars, witnessing the swarming undead converging upon their location. At the center of the python's constricted body, only a heap of crushed armor remained, and Jieshi was nowhere to be seen. The group was stunned until they spotted Jieshi as she retrieved her fallen sword. What a clever maneuver! Old He marveled. Now, with the python's eyes blinded, it still believed it had ensnared its target. Jieshi soared into the air once again, landing a heavy blow at the site of the previous wound. With a resounding thud, the python's vital spot was completely severed, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Captain Jieshi, let us retreat. The surrounding zombies are rushing towards us. The hefty man stepped forward to speak with J11. No need to rush, Jieshi replied. Raising her sword once more, she approached the head of the massive python and pierced it forcefully several times, ensuring the creature was thoroughly dead before severing its head and returning with it in tow. Fatty, you go carry Wang Ji back. The rest of you, hurry up and follow me to scavenge some supplies. Su Muing reminded them before departing, her thoughts lingering on the supplies that the guards had lost yesterday. Inside the medical room of the Dawn Tower, Wang Ji slowly opened his eyes as consciousness returned. After a moment of hesitation, he sat up abruptly. Ow. The moment he sat up, a sharp pain shot through his body. Lie down. You've broken 3 of your right ribs, and the injury hasn't healed yet. What are you moving around for? Upon turning his head, Wang Ji found Su Mu-ing and felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I'm not dead," he exclaimed. Su Mu-ing, slightly displeased by his words, replied coldly, "If you wish to perish, I can certainly accommodate that." Wang Ji reclined back onto the pillow, shutting his eyes as he said, "Rather than dying in the jaws of a python, I would prefer to die in Sister Ying's embrace." "Ha! I believe you would much rather perish in Jeshi's arms," Su Mu-ing retorted with a cold laugh. "Jeshi? She sacrificed herself?" Wang Ji asked tentatively, looking at Su Mu-ing. "No, she still had the strength to drag that 100-pound python head for 3 hours. Su Mu-ing reassured him. "That's wonderful." Upon hearing this news, Wang Ji finally felt the weight lift from his heart. She clearly had a way out, yet you insisted on playing the hero. Next time, if your luck runs out, let's see how you survive." Su Mu-ing chastised him. She could free herself? Wang Ji found it hard to believe, recalling how Jeshi had dropped her sword. How could she have escaped? She employed a clever ruse, taking some time to extricate herself from her armor. Su Mu-ing explained. "Is it truly possible?" Wang Ji lamented inwardly, realizing his naivety. "What about the others?" he inquired. "They've all returned to rest. They haven't slept in 2 days and are on the verge of collapse. Now that you are awake, I should return to catch up on sleep. Here is your magnetic card. If you need anything, call for a doctor," Su Mu-ing said, tossing the card onto Wang Ji before turning to leave. Chapter 69. The second recruitment in the research lab, Director Yang Lifeng was conducting antibody gene experiments alongside Dr. Chen and Dr. Yang Lu when Jeshi entered, dragging a massive python's head behind her, startling the researchers. What is happening, Captain Jeshi?" Yang Lifeng asked. "This is a mutated python. I killed it and brought it back for you as a research specimen." "Ah, thank you so much, Jeshi. With this, we will surely make breakthroughs in our research." Dr. Chen expressed his gratitude as he approached. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. The situation outside is becoming increasingly dire. We need to expedite our efforts. Please contact me promptly with any new findings. I will take my leave now," Jeshi said before departing. Once Jeshi left, the researchers gazed at the python's head as though it were a treasure. And after donning protective gear, they promptly began their dissection. Wang Ji lay on the medical bed, staring blankly at the overhead light, reflecting on the chaos outside. The mutated python had disrupted their rhythm, and Wang Ji began to realize that their enemies extended far beyond mere zombies. Just as he contemplated closing his eyes for a bit more rest, the door swung open, revealing Jeshi once more. Wang Ji, seeing her arrival, propped himself up slightly against the pillow. Jeshi had changed into a pristine set of armor, though her face bore signs of battle bruises. "Captain Jeshi," Wang Ji greeted weakly. "How is your injury?" "Nothing serious. Just a few broken ribs. A bit of rest will suffice," she replied. "I will request 2 months for your recovery from the tower leader. During this time, you are to remain here and recuperate properly." "Thank you, Captain Jeshi. Earlier, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just didn't anticipate the strength of the mutated creatures," she admitted. "Indeed. I believe that once they mutate, they will gain intelligence to correct. In fact, prior to your encounter, we received reports from a team that managed to escape. 2 individuals claimed to have encountered a 4-meter-tall zombie with intelligence." Mutated zombies? Wang Ji found it hard to fathom. However, not all mutated zombies will grow larger. They may also possess other characteristics. This is merely my conjecture without any concrete evidence. So what should we do next? With fewer and fewer people venturing outside, resources within the tower are dwindling. Relying solely on solar power is insufficient to sustain the Dawn Tower, and food will become increasingly scarce. The tower leader is planning to initiate a second recruitment. Anyone who joins an expedition team will be granted citizenship, whereas those who do not will forfeit their citizenship status and be relegated to the status of refugees. This recruitment will apply to everyone. Jeshi explained the forthcoming actions within the Dawn Tower. Wang Ji understood the implications of being labeled a refugee. They would only receive basic sustenance, barely enough to eat, and would be required to work for 12 hours a day. If they found it too exhausting and refused to work, they could always join the expedition team, where the risks of death were outweighed by the benefits. But what if no one is willing to join the expedition team? Wang Ji questioned. People will risk their lives for wealth, and birds will perish for food. Such a situation is unlikely to arise. Jeshi asserted confidently. That is true enough. You should rest. I'll take my leave now. All right. After Jeshi departed, Wang Ji's stomach grumbled, reminding him that he couldn't afford to starve while injured. With that thought, he pressed the button on his bed. A short while later, he watched as a nurse entered the room. "Nurse, I would like to order takeout." In the entrance hall on the first floor, the Eternal Apocalypse team returned after a month. The crowd gathered, growing larger with time, drawn by the continuous flow of people being transported up the elevator, which had a capacity of 20 individuals per trip. 2 hours later, the elevator remained operational, prompting the guards to disperse the increasingly curious onlookers. 5 hours later, The elevator finally ceased its operations, revealing over 200 individuals at the entrance, each carrying some supplies. This news once again ignited excitement within the Dawn Tower. After this expedition, the Eternal Apocalypse team had returned with bountiful rewards. The members of Eternal Apocalypse were cloaked in hooded capes and gas masks, obscuring their expressions, save for a white-haired elder at the forefront, whose face bore numerous menacing scars. Meanwhile, the hefty man and his companions had all come to visit Wang Ji after their rest. "Oh, Captain Wang, how is your injury? Feeling any better?" The hefty man entered with an air of smugness. Gazing at Wang Ji on the hospital bed, "So, my injury brings you joy, does it, fatty?" Wang Ji shot back at the irritatingly cheerful hefty man. "I'm not happy. I empathize with you. You should try living the life of a bedridden patient." He replied with a grin. "Ha, after becoming accustomed to training activities, lying down feels uncomfortable all over." Wang Ji chuckled. "If you can't take it, just let me go back to rest, Captain Wang," the hefty man suggested. "No can do," Director Sophie said. "He must be observed for a week before he can leave. He has to stay put." Lao He refused the hefty man's proposal. "By the way, I've taken care of the task for you. We rescued 39 survivors and collected some supplies, totaling 4,000 survival points." Su Muing interjected. "I understand. You all should go train now. I'll lie here for a week and then return." Wang Ji replied. After the group left, Wang Ji lay on the bed, tapping away at his notebook, recording the events of the past days. Chapter 70. Intelligence on Dealing with Zombies. A week later, Wang Ji returned to his residence. During this time, following their expedition, the other teams had quickly advanced to level 3, transforming the 3 layers from 3 teams into 12. As Wang Ji stepped out of the elevator, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many people in the training area, but upon calculating the time, it made sense. Advancing to a level 3 team merely required accumulating 10,000 survival points. Not expending them, he also noticed Tang Qilan training with 5 girls, having seemingly charmed yet another companion, which was a relief for Wang Ji, as he no longer needed to worry about him harassing Lu Li. Upon returning to his residence, he found the lights off, indicating that the others were likely asleep. He quietly made his way to his room and turned on the light, only to discover Su Muing and Jia Li lying soundly on his bed. "What are you two doing in my room while I'm away?" Wang Ji questioned, staring at the two on the bed. "What do you mean, your room?" Su Muing, still half asleep, mumbled in response. "Of course, if it's not my room. Whose room could it possibly be?" Wang Ji replied, his frustration evident. "Yeah, isn't this our room?" Su Muing grumbled before drifting back to sleep. Seeing how exhausted she was, Wang Ji decided not to disturb her further. He dropped off his luggage and left the room, heading to the living room to check the latest news from the Dawn Tower on his device. Among the updates, there were 3 positive developments and 2 negative ones. Positive news 1. The zombie virus antibody vaccine has entered clinical trials and is expected to be mass-produced in a month. Positive news 2. To encourage the enthusiasm of expedition teams, the prices of military equipment have been slightly reduced. Positive news 3. Incoming refugees wishing to join expedition teams will be granted citizenship, and citizenship training will resume, allowing them to accumulate survival points with 12 hours of training, earning 10 points. Negative news 1. Citizens who do not join expedition teams will be demoted to the status of refugees. Negative news 2. Due to a shortage of electrical energy, the price per kilowatt-hour has surged from 1 survival point to 2 survival points. Wang Ji observed these announcements, all of which he had anticipated. The only unexpected element was the fact that food prices had not increased. Was it a matter of gritting their teeth and enduring? Or was there an abundance among the affluent? Wang Ji found it impossible to gauge the depth of the Dawn Tower's resources. From the 5 pieces of news, it was evident that all favorable reports favored the expedition teams. While the adverse news seemed specifically aimed at the displaced populace, it appeared that the situation for the expedition teams was far from optimistic, with an increasing sacrifice ratio, causing significant distress for the future development of the Dawn Tower. After reviewing the announcements, Wang Ji opened his account, noting that the total survival points accumulated by his team amounted to 33,500, with 19,500 remaining, still needing to acquire 16,500 more to advance to a level 4 team. He also checked his intelligence earnings, realizing that the outdated information he possessed was no longer profitable, indicating that it was time to gather new intelligence. Wang Ji approached the chubby individual's quarters, rousing him from slumber. "Wake up, fatty," Wang Ji exclaimed, delivering a playful smack to his posterior. "Huh? What is going on?" the chubby one muttered, still groggy. "Come on, accompany me for a stroll." "What the hell? It's the middle of the night. Why are you wandering around?" Fatty replied, somewhat exasperated. "I've been sleeping in the medical room for a week. How can I possibly sleep now? Get up." Wang Ji continued to pester him until, albeit reluctantly, Fatty finally got out of bed. The two donned their load-bearing suits and exited their residence. Oh dear, I was just having a splendid dream. You might not believe it, but I dreamt of Diao Chan. Wong, I started at 200 pounds and now I'm down to 150. I sweat buckets every day, and just when I finally get a break, you can't let me rest, Fatty grumbled from behind. Wang Ji turned to look at him, and when Fatty noticed Wang Ji's unwavering gaze, he asked, Wong, what's wrong? Would 2 hamburgers silence you? It would. After purchasing some food at the cafeteria, they made their way to the intelligence hall. Captain Wang Ji, as they walked, someone called out from behind them, and Wang Ji turned around at An Qing. Are you on patrol? He noticed An Qing was clad in the armor of a guard. Yes, I happened to pass by here. I heard Captain Jieshi say you were injured. Just a minor injury. If Captain Jieshi can get hurt, it's only normal for me to sustain a little injury as well. Wang Ji replied nonchalantly, I want to go outside too, but they won't let me. Do not harbor such thoughts. It's not enjoyable out there at all. If it weren't for the missions, no one would willingly venture outside. Wang Ji regarded An Qing with skepticism, questioning her sanity for her persistent desire to go out. I just hate those monsters. I want to kill them. An Qing's expression darkened. You? Sigh. Then just train hard. I believe one day, the Dawn Tower will send you into battle. Really? Yes. Once our expedition teams have diminished significantly, it will soon be your turn. Now go on with your patrol. I must take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. The two arrived at the intelligence hall, where Wang Ji entered the information regarding the mutated giant python, priced at 100 survival points per entry. After finishing, he browsed through other intelligence reports, noting that as more expedition teams set out, the flow of intelligence had gradually increased. He initially sought information on mutated zombies, but found none related to the keyword mutated, leaving him perplexed. After searching for a while longer, Wang Ji stumbled upon a report detailing methods to combat zombies, priced at 200 survival points. Damn, that's steep, Wang Ji remarked. Why don't we unlock this intelligence and then draft a similar one to post ourselves? Fatty suggested, attempting to be clever. Submitting intelligence requires review. Do you think the Dawn Tower personnel are fools? Intelligence is strictly a matter of first come, first served. Why should someone benefit without effort from the hard work of others? Wang Ji shot a sidelong glance at Fatty. Oh, I see. Since it pertained to zombie combat, Wang Ji decided not to hold back and unlocked the intelligence card. Chapter 71. Duped. Upon unlocking the intelligence, he immediately opened it. Using a stun grenade can incapacitate zombies for up to a minute. Wang Ji felt a pang of frustration upon reading this. He sensed he had been deceived. Not only would using a stun grenade attract surrounding zombies, but it merely immobilized them. Wouldn't it be more effective to simply throw a grenade and blow them to bits? I want a refund. Wang Ji couldn't help but shout to the personnel in the intelligence hall. This intelligence is flawed. It's a bait and switch, clickbait, fraud. I'm sorry, virtual transactions are non-refundable. All intelligence is subject to review, and once approved, it is deemed reasonable, the person in charge explained. But, does this intelligence truly warrant 200 survival points? My survival points aren't just blowing in the wind, and they shouldn't be whisked away so easily. Wang Ji lamented, I truly apologize. Intelligence is like a lottery. It may not always meet expectations. You must bear the consequences. Fine, I understand. Wang Ji wasn't upset over the 200 survival points. Rather, he regretted having paid an intelligence tax. Recognizing that further debate would yield no results, he bid farewell to the intelligence hall. Fatty, feel free to laugh. Just don't choke, Wang Ji said, eyeing the chubby man, who was struggling to contain his laughter. I can't hold it in anymore. Ha ha. Oh Wang Yu. Ha ha ha. Throughout their return, Wang Ji repeatedly contemplated smacking the laughing Fatty. But the lingering pain in his side held him back, and he resigned himself to walking in silence. They returned to their quarters after purchasing 6 meals. As the 6 dined, Fatty continued to chuckle intermittently, driving Wang Ji to the brink of exasperation. Sakura, Wang Ji called out loudly, drawing the attention of Sumu Sakura, who looked at him quizzically. Upon hearing Wang Ji call out to her, Fatty immediately lost his bravado and hastily backtracked. Captain Wang, I was wrong. Please don't do this. Sumu Sakura regarded the two with confusion, unaware of their antics. Fatty wants to see you in black stockings, Wang Ji said dismissively, ignoring Fatty. Piffed. Sorry, this food is a bit spicy. Zhang Ming interjected, choking on his meal. Oh? Sumu Sakura's gaze shifted to Fatty. Sakura, let me explain. Wang Ji is trying to frame me, plotting against me, and why would Wang Ji want to frame you? He woke me up early and wanted to cough. Fatty began but was interrupted by Wang Ji, who gestured for him to stop. Smack. Sumu Sakura slammed a dagger onto the table. Continue. Captain Wang dragged me to the intelligence hall to post new intelligence. And after we finished, we found a report on combating zombies. Then he got duped, which I found hilarious, hence my laughter. He was annoyed and sought revenge on me, Fatty admitted candidly, preferring to incur Wang Ji's ire over that of Sumu Sakura. As expected, impulsivity is a devil. Wang Ji could have endured it quietly, but now it was apparent to all present that he had been duped. After hearing Fatty's account, Sumu Sakura's focus shifted squarely onto Wang Ji. Sakura, I'm currently injured. Please remain calm. Wang Ji quickly displayed the bandages on his torso as a shield. So, you're the one who wants to see black stockings. Sumu Sakura teased, her gaze fixed on Wang Ji. No, I merely articulated Fatty's inner thoughts. It does not reflect my own. Suspicious, chimed in Galilei from the side. Hey, you, mind your own meal, Wang Ji retorted at Lioli. Wang Ji, a real man must own up to his actions. Don't let Fatty bear the brunt alone. Even if he harbors such thoughts, does he possess the courage to act on them? Sumu Sakura remarked, to which Fatty nodded vigorously in agreement. Sakura, you're absolutely right. At this moment, Wang Ji felt utterly wronged. His initial intention was to provoke Sumu Sakura through Fatty. How could being labeled a pervert yearning for black stockings be construed as manly? Realizing that further resistance would exacerbate the situation, he conceded, indeed. It was I who wished to see. With that admission, he felt a sense of relief, hoping to expedite the conclusion of the meal. Sakura, having said her piece, fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense, prompting the others to hasten their eating. Chapter 72. Consumption. After the meal, the 6 of them donned their load-bearing suits and returned to the training grounds to continue their regimen. Due to Wang Ji's lingering injuries, he was unable to engage in vigorous activity and could only observe as the others trained. Coincidentally, he spotted Tang Qiulin also watching the Team S training from a distance. Bored, Wang Ji approached him. Captain Tang, are you overseeing training? Tang Qiulin glanced at Wang Ji but said nothing, turning back to watch the female trainees. Damn it, I almost forgot how insufferably aloof he is. Wang Ji thought, recalling Tang Qiulin's air of superiority. I heard you encountered a mutated python. Just as Wang Ji was about to leave, Tang Qiulin finally spoke. How did you know? That's not your concern. Surviving an encounter with a mutated beast is already an achievement. Although Tang Qiulin spoke in such a manner, he was unaware that they had sacrificed the lives of dozens to earn their chance to escape. It seems you possess quite an understanding of them, do you? I know a little here and there. Might you share your insights? Wang Ji inquired. Why should I divulge anything to you? Tang Qiulin cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ji. This, indeed, the other party had no obligation to share with him, and Wang Ji had no choice but to leave in disappointment. He had not anticipated that Tang Qiulin was also knowledgeable about the mutations, as if he had experienced them firsthand. Several hours later, during the intermission, Wang Ji planned to take advantage of the reduced prices on weapons to select some better arms for everyone, as most of their current weapons were damaged. Prior to visiting the armory, Wang Ji had stipulated that each person's budget should be limited to 1,000 survival points, allowing for any purchases as long as they did not exceed that amount. After establishing the rules, they arrived at the armory, where the staff greeted Wang Ji and his companions with enthusiasm, for Wang Ji's team was one of the prominent patrons of the Dawn Tower. Frequently purchasing ammunition and weapons, if VIP status were available here, they would undoubtedly grant it to Wang Ji's team. Most of the weapons had seen a slight price reduction. What do you require? You carry on with your duties. We shall browse ourselves and seek you out once we have made our selections. After dispatching the staff, Wang Ji perused the weapon menu in the system. Ultimately, he chose a .5 caliber Desert Eagle and 2 military daggers, totaling 300 survival points. The rotund member of the group acquired a P-90 Tiger's Roar submachine gun, known for its rapid fire rate and large magazine capacity. Ideal for mid-range combat, along with a suppressor, a holographic sight, and 500 rounds of ammunition, costing 900 survival points. Jolly did not purchase anything, opting instead to maintain and reforge her Yalinglong, incurring a maintenance fee of 50 survival points. Zhang Ming selected an M10 Lexington pistol, developed specifically by the Dawn Tower, with a magazine capacity of 18 rounds and power comparable to that of standard handguns, costing 500 survival points. Old He, who had long coveted the sniper rifle in Sumu Ying's possession, purchased a Knight's Edge sniper rifle, also developed by the Dawn Tower, with a magazine capacity of 25 rounds, capable of precise shots at medium to long distances. Though its power was inferior to that of true sniper rifles, costing 1,000 survival points, Sumu Ying, upon discovering that the Azura sniper rifle she had previously purchased had dropped in price from 2,000 points to 1,600 points, regretted her earlier acquisition. Ultimately, she selected a dagger named Burning Heaven, which was purportedly forged from meteorite iron at a temperature of 5,000 degrees, with a discounted price of 2,000 survival points. Goodness, Sister Ying, did we not agree on a budget of 1,000 survival points per person? Wang Ji lamented as he gazed at the extravagant dagger on the order. Indeed, our team of 6 has a budget of 6,000 survival points, and we have only spent 3,850 points so far. Why the concern? Su Muing replied innocently. Is that dagger made of gold? Why is it so expensive? Wang Ji questioned skeptically. It is worth more than gold. It is made from meteorite iron. I merely took advantage of the discount to buy it. The Azura I previously purchased is now 1,600 points. Wang Ji, exasperated by Su Muying's reckless spending, chose not to press the matter further and hurriedly settled the bill, eager to prevent her from exhausting their entire budget of 6,000 survival points. After the 6 of them spent 3,850 survival points at the armory, their team account still held 15,650 survival points. They had a meal and resumed their training regimen. That evening, after a shower, Wang Ji returned to his room to find Su Muying and Jiali playfully frolicking on the bed in black stockings. Upon noticing Wang Ji's entrance, Su Muying extended her leg provocatively and asked, "Do you like it? What on earth? Where did you two acquire those stockings?" Wang Ji inquired. "They are sold at the first-floor shop." "What do you think? Surprising, right?" Su Muying laughed. "So, you two are determined to lead me astray?" Wang Ji retorted with a chuckle. "If you dare to stray, Jiali and I will personally dispose of you." Su Muying threatened fiercely, with Jiali nodding in agreement. "Hey Jiali, when did you start siding with Ying?" Wang Ji felt isolated, knowing he could expect no support from the rotund member of their group. As for old He and Zhang Ming, they would undoubtedly maintain a neutral stance, which, in such an unjust situation, merely meant aligning with the forces of evil. Silent good men are but accomplices to malevolence. "Tonight, we are wearing black stockings, and you should feel honored to serve us," Su Muying proclaimed with an air of superiority. Wang Ji, resigned to the overwhelming temptation, endured it and provided the two with an hour-long foot massage. Upon completion, he rushed to the bathroom for a cold shower, the icy water dousing the fiery passions within him before he returned to his room to sleep. Chapter 73. Another trump card. December 2025. A snowy day that a month had quietly passed, and Wang Ji sat on the floor of the sunroom, gazing through the glass at the falling snow. After a month of training and recuperation, Wang Ji's body had returned to normal. Typically, few people visited the sunroom, and this occasion was no exception, with only a dozen or so individuals, including Wang Ji, seated in the spacious area, their eyes vacant as they stared at the sky, as though each harbored unspoken concerns. Over the course of the month, nearly all teams had embarked on their missions, and Wang Ji had witnessed a complete team depart, only to return with 1, 2, or 3 members remaining. Since the last time Wang Ji encountered Jia Shi in the medical room, she had subsequently approached him 3 days later to inform him that her request for leave from the Tower Master had been denied, without any explanation provided. Since then, Jia Shi had not sought him out, nor had he attempted to find her, as the Dawn Tower was currently preoccupied with a second recruitment, and under the one-sided policy incentives. A significant influx of new citizens had surged into the second layer. Out of curiosity, Wang Ji visited the area where the refugees resided. These individuals lacked identity and lived a collective existence, working together and sharing meals, subsisting on merely 2 pieces of hard bread and a bowl of broth without rice each day. Observing this, Wang Ji began to understand that the choice to become a citizen and venture into battle was not born from a desire for heroism or bravery. They were simply weary of the life of a refugee. The training ground on the second layer was bustling with people, some being established second-tier teams, while others were newly arrived first-tier teams. Wang Ji watched them awkwardly train, reminiscent of his own early days. With only 1 day remaining until he was compelled to accept an external mission, the relentless snowfall showed no signs of abating, indicating that fate was not particularly favorable to him this time. After lingering in the sunroom for a while longer, Wang Ji rose and returned to his residence, where he found only old He and Jiali in the living room, the others seemingly absent. With 2 days remaining until their departure, Wang Ji and his companions had ceased training to maintain optimal readiness for combat. "You're back?" Old He greeted Wang Ji as he entered. Wang Ji replied tersely and joined the two in the living room to watch a sci-fi movie broadcasted by Ling Ling Yao. After a while of enjoying the film, the others returned, prompting Wang Ji to gather them and prepare to accept a mission. Ling Ling Yao. Initiate the external mission. Processing. Mission accepted. Mission objective. Collect 100 grams of new streptomycin from Z Hospital. Mission reward. 100 survival points per gram of new streptomycin. With a maximum of 300 grams. New streptomycin? What is that? The rotund member of the group questioned curiously. It is an antibiotic, primarily used for producing antibody vaccines, Wang Ji explained. Oh, speaking of antibody vaccines, wasn't it mentioned in the last announcement that they could be developed in a month? Why haven't there been any updates? The rotund member recalled the announcement from a month prior. It is likely due to a lack of raw materials preventing mass production, Su Muying responded. So, Does that mean our mission objective is also part of this antibody vaccine? Old he inquired. Precisely. Although this medication is exceedingly rare, Z Hospital specializes in treating viral diseases, so the presence of our mission objective there indicates that they must possess new streptomycin. Wang Ji affirmed. Shall we set off tomorrow? Zhang Ming asked. Yes, but first we need to purchase some warm undergarments, as it is still snowing outside. After stating this, Wang Ji stood up and left the residence. Heading to the first floor, where he selected a fitting warm garment before proceeding to the guard headquarters. It had been a month since Wang Ji last visited, and he felt it was necessary to stop by again. As he had always met with Jieshi before embarking on external missions, as if she brought him good fortune. This time, the guards on duty seemed to have changed, as they did not recognize Wang Ji and stopped him. Hey kid, do you know where this is? If you don't want to die, stay away, a guard shouted at Wang Ji. Taken aback but not angered, as he understood it was their duty, Wang Ji replied, please inform Captain Jieshi of the setting sun's afterglow. Wang Ji requests an audience. After handing over his identification card for verification, the guard eyed Wang Ji with suspicion but proceeded to relay the message. A short while later, the guard returned and allowed Wang Ji to pass. Arriving at Jieshi's door, Wang Ji knocked twice. Come in, Jieshi's voice called from within. Upon entering, Wang Ji found Jieshi, her facial scars fully healed, playing with a crystal stone at her desk. Oh, that stone is quite beautiful. Where did you acquire it? Wang Ji approached and remarked it was extracted from the head of the giant python during dissection. Jieshi gazed at the crystalline block in her hand and remarked, I hear this is something from the brain of a giant python. Wang Ji instinctively took a step back, fearing that this object might infect him. Rest assured, this item has undergone disinfection, Jieshi added. Noticing Wang Ji's apprehension, wow, I've heard of kidney stones, but I've never encountered brain stones. Upon hearing Jieshi mention its disinfection, Wang Ji felt relieved and leaned in closer to scrutinize the crystal. The block measured approximately 10 centimeters, with some delicate strands of blood dispersed within. I shall refer to it as a crystal core, Jieshi stated. So, what purpose does this crystal core serve? Wang Ji inquired. I have no idea. Why don't you volunteer to be the test subject and discover its effects? Jieshi shifted her gaze to Wang Ji. No. I think I'll pass, as I have a mission to attend to tomorrow. Wang Ji seized the opportunity to change the subject, feeling uneasy under Jieshi's intense stare. You've received a mission? It's been a month already, Jieshi calculated the time. Yes, I'm heading to Z Hospital to gather new streptomycin. Recently, many teams have been assigned to hospital missions due to the antibody vaccine. Indeed, the clinical trials are not looking promising. The antibody vaccine's binding rate is only 75. This necessitates a significant amount of raw materials to continuously experiment until we reach 99. 9, Jieshi elaborated. Are the raw materials brought back by the other teams insufficient? Not enough. Most hospitals are situated in urban areas, and the environment is quite dire. Currently, only one team has returned with medication, while others have either suffered casualties or come back empty-handed. Jieshi shook her head. Couldn't they find a safe spot outside to wait a few days and then claim they found nothing? Wang Ji suddenly perceived a flaw in his reasoning. Well, leaving aside the fact that our magnetic cards have tracking, even without it, they could always return empty-handed, provided their survival points sustain them indefinitely without undertaking missions. No one would be inclined to support an utterly worthless individual, so you must manage your value well. Even in dire straits, possessing some bargaining chips will encourage others to come to your aid. Jieshi coldly dismantled Wang Ji's flawed, oh that's how it is. But why does it feel strange to no one is being monitored? Wang Ji scratched his head. There's nothing strange about it. You should hurry back and prepare more ammunition. There will undoubtedly be zombies in the city center, Jieshi concluded, tossing Wang Ji a pendant. Wang Ji caught the pendant, instantly recognizing it as the previous dual pendant, and gazed at Jieshi in confusion. Unsure of its significance. You know how to use it. Consider it a reward for your previous outing, Jieshi said, returning to her examination of the crystal core. Wang Ji understood she was referring to the incident with the giant python. After leaving the room, he calmly hung the pendant around his neck, feeling as though he had acquired an additional trump card. Chapter 74. Burning Heaven. Wang Ji exited the guard headquarters and proceeded to the armory to purchase ammunition worth 500 survival points in preparation for battle. This mission required them to venture into the densely populated city center, where zombies would be plentiful. Upon returning to their residence, everyone was busy cleaning and organizing their weapons. After distributing the ammunition according to type, each person received 5 spare magazines. The purpose of these spare magazines was to allow for immediate replacement without the need for reloading. However, if all 5 were expended while zombies were still present, they would have to resort to melee weapons to fend them off until the battle subsided, at which point they could gradually reload their magazines. Wang Ji removed his load-bearing vest, instantly feeling lighter. As if a portion of his strength was now unrestrained, that moment, The 2,000 survival points infernal iron dagger that Su Muqing had purchased was also delivered, encased in a metal box. Upon pressing the box's switch, a hissing sound accompanied the rush of cold air, creating steam as it met the warmth of the outside. Wang Ji observed the box and thought to himself that its packaging was worth at least 50 survival points. As the steam dissipated, they finally caught sight of the dagger inside, measuring 45 centimeters in length, with a black metallic sheen that faintly shimmered with a touch of lavender. The jagged edges of the blade exuded a terrifying aura of invisible pressure. Is this the dagger worth 2,000 survival points? How impressive! Wow. So cool. The portly individual, mesmerized by the infernal dagger, reached out to touch it but quickly withdrew his hand, frozen by the chilling aura emanating from it. Seriously, are you foolish? Didn't you see that the box indicates it's minus 30 degrees? Su Muqing shot him an incredulous glance. Once the cooling system of the box was turned off and the temperature rose to 0 degrees, Su Muqing finally retrieved the dagger. Grasping the infernal dagger, her demeanor became even more formidable. Emulating the earlier demonstration by Jelly, she placed a bullet on the table, and without even the slightest dip in posture, she pressed the dagger against it. With a mere flick of her wrist, the bullet was effortlessly sliced in half, akin to a potato. The onlookers were taken aback, beginning to doubt the authenticity of the bullets they had purchased. After testing its power, Su Muqing's hand trembled with excitement, her cold, proud gaze devoid of focus, her deep-set eyes seemingly filled with avarice. "Hey, are you all right, Qing?" Lao He inquired, noticing her increasingly manic state, his tone tinged with concern. "Is this power?" Su Muqing stammered through gritted teeth, her gaze fixating on the 5 individuals. "Hey, what's going on with Sister Qing?" Zhang Ming asked from the side. "Based on my years of experience, I'd say she has been possessed by a heart demon. Unless something changes, we're all doomed," the portly one analyzed. "Then why don't we run?" Zhang Ming questioned. "Exactly. Why don't we run?" The portly fellow suddenly realized, his voice quivering, with a piercing laugh from Su Muqing. The portly man and Zhang Ming bolted for the exit. "Ah-ha-ha-ha," Su Muqing continued to cackle. "Hey, Sister Qing, could you be a bit more composed like Liuli?" Wang Ji remarked indifferently, watching Su Muqing's theatrics. "Humph, how boring." Returning to her normal self, Su Muqing stabbed the infernal dagger into the table and resumed her place on the sofa, engrossed in a film. Witnessing her recovery, Wang Ji let out a long sigh. Moments ago, he had almost believed she had truly lost her mind and was ready to draw his weapon. Meanwhile, Liuli was also visibly shaken, and Lao He remained, steadfastly maintaining his composure for the sake of appearances. Chapter 75. Advancing a day swiftly passed, and Wang Ji rose early from his slumber. After long periods of training, he found it somewhat uncomfortable to suddenly take 2 days off in the bathroom. He trimmed his unshaven beard and long hair, determined to present himself decently for the outing. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed how much his face had hardened and his gaze sharpened over the past few months, making the reflection seem strangely unfamiliar. Once everyone had awakened and eaten, they began to gather their supplies. Each of the 6 carried their own ammunition, gear, food, and medicine. They had considered consolidating their supplies under one person for convenience during battle. However, if all supplies rested on a single individual and that person encountered misfortune, the team would lose everything unless they could reclaim it. Conversely, distributing the supplies allowed for risk assessment. Should the risk outweigh the benefit, any member could opt to abandon the mission. Finally, after donning their protective suits, the 6 made their way to the ground floor exit. Upon arriving at the elevator leading to Z Hospital, the guards in the lobby, witnessing another team heading out, raised their rifles skyward in salute, demonstrating respect for those venturing beyond. As they traversed the corridor, Wang Ji opened the iron door, and the biting snow immediately struck the faces of the 6. The snowfall had persisted for 2 days, accumulating a thick layer of approximately 20 centimeters, and the piercing wind, despite Wang Ji's thermal undergarments, still seeped into his bones. The sound of crunching snow accompanied their every step. Wang Ji surveyed the surroundings. This place felt eerily familiar. "Is this the park we passed through on our way here?" Lao He observed. "Indeed," Wang Ji confirmed, noting the presence of several aged zombies meandering weakly through the snow. The 6 exchanged glances, deciding to utilize melee weapons to deal with the elderly zombies. Just as Wang Ji cautiously approached one of the slow-moving zombies, it unexpectedly erupted into a frenzy, its speed rivaling that of the zombies they had encountered at the beginning. Startled, Wang Ji quickly regained his composure and evaded the zombie's lunge, which fell to the ground in its failed attempt to bite him. Before it could rise again, Wang Ji dispatched it with a swift stab to the head. He wiped the blood from his knife on the tattered clothing of the deceased zombie, reflecting on the creature's cunning nature, as it had concealed its strength and waited for the opportune moment to strike. Once the rest of the team had dealt with the zombies, the six continued their westward journey. The park was expansive, yet zombies were scarce. Upon crossing the park, they reached a road that led to a square, where Wang Ji, peering through binoculars, observed a dense throng of zombies milling about. It seems we need to find an alternate route, Wang Ji remarked, lowering the binoculars. Multiple paths lead to Z Hospital, but we should avoid areas with high zombie concentrations. After taking a couple of detours, Wang Ji realized his error. It appeared that the number of zombies was substantial on every route. Regardless of how they circumvented, they ultimately had to enter the city center. What was inevitable would eventually come to pass. Wang, we should turn back. We still have enough survival points to last for a while, and entering the city is far too perilous, the portly one urged. Retreating from the mission. The rotund man finished speaking, and Wang Ji fell into a brief silence, choosing to ignore him as he took a step forward and continued on his path. Wang Ji was well acquainted with the overweight man's character. He knew that by pressing on, the man would inevitably follow. Was it only the rotund man who felt fear? No. Wang Ji was also afraid. He was acutely aware that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet he felt compelled to move forward, for he understood that this path must be traversed eventually. While the zombies had not yet mutated and humanity had not been completely extinguished, there remained a glimmer of hope and resources to be salvaged. Upon hearing the commotion from Wang Ji's direction, the zombies lurking on the road erupted into a frenzy. Some slipped on the snow beneath their feet, staggering as they lunged toward the six individuals. Wang Ji switched to his handgun, dispatching two of the nearest zombies with precise shots to the head. The others quickly followed suit, drawing their weapons and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the advancing horde. In the chaos, a stray bullet shattered the glass of a nearby shopfront, the sharp crack echoing through the otherwise silent street. Wang Ji sensed the urgency of the situation and immediately sprinted toward the end of the street. Let us not linger. We must reach the intersection as swiftly as possible, he communicated over the radio. The six of them dashed through the snow, pursued relentlessly by the horde. Upon reaching the intersection, they discovered it choked with abandoned vehicles. Wang Ji leaped atop a jeep, turning to fire at the encroaching zombies. The barricade of vehicles significantly impeded the zombies' advance, granting Wang Ji and his companions ample time to reload their weapons. Once their spare magazines were exhausted, they found that only a few zombies remained at the intersection, allowing the group to stow their firearms and eliminate the remaining threats with melee weapons. Chapter 76, The Subway Battle at the Intersection. Behind the barricade of derelict vehicles, Wang Ji and his companions leaned against the car doors, replenishing their ammunition. The biting cold wind made them shiver slightly. How much farther do we have to go? Old He inquired. Wang Ji consulted the map, locating their position. We are approximately 15 kilometers from Z Hospital. How far? 15 kilometers. You can't be serious, the rotund man exclaimed, his anxiety evident as he leaned closer to inspect the map. Wang Ji pondered the distance, realizing it was indeed quite daunting, particularly as it represented a straight-line measurement. Zhang Ming suggested, what if we take the subway station? The subway station? What for? Old He questioned. Look, our current position is just before the subway station entrance, and the next stop in the tunnel leads directly to the vicinity of Z Hospital. We only need to traverse one stop in the tunnel. Wang Ji explained, pointing to the map. Absolutely not. The subway station will be crawling with zombies. It's far too perilous, Su Muing protested. It's certainly preferable to traversing the streets. We just crossed one block, and we've already expended nearly 300 rounds of ammunition. We cannot afford to engage in a drawn-out battle at every intersection, Wang Ji countered. Let us proceed through the subway station. If it proves unmanageable, we can always retreat. Old He concurred with Wang Ji's reasoning. Seeing that the others agreed, Su Muing reluctantly acquiesced. After they had reloaded their magazines, the six set off toward the next intersection. Having learned from their previous encounter, they were cautious, keeping close to the walls and dispatching zombies with melee weapons. This time, they did not attract a significant number of zombies, and they successfully arrived at the subway station entrance. The area below the entrance was shrouded in darkness, prompting Wang Ji and his companions to activate their night vision goggles. As they stepped into the subway station, a wave of metallic scent assaulted their senses. The walls and steps were smeared with dried brown blood, and public facilities were in ruins, evidence of a fierce battle that had taken place. Wang Ji cautiously descended the stairs, and as he caught sight of the subway hall, a chilling scene made his skin crawl. At the foot of the stairs, a dense mass of zombies was blocking the way, their low growls echoing ominously. Wang Ji halted abruptly, retrieving a high-explosive grenade from his waist and signaling to the others, who understood and swiftly produced their own grenades for immediate use. Wang Ji pulled the pin from the grenade and hurled it downward. This time, they seized the initiative. As the grenade hit the ground, The zombies surged forward, boom, with a resounding explosion. A small mushroom cloud erupted in the darkness, obliterating the advancing zombies. However, the gap created by the blast quickly filled as more zombies surged forward. Open fire. Wang Ji commanded. They had a favorable position, but it would not last long. Bad news, Captain Wang. We have zombies coming in from above, came Zhang Ming's voice over the radio. Wang Ji glanced back and saw. Indeed, the entrance at the top of the stairs was being inundated with zombies. This was dire. Wang Ji realized they had to break through one side. Being trapped on the stairs and facing threats from both directions would inevitably lead to their doom. Throw grenades! Let's break through downward. Wang Ji decisively commanded. Since they had come this far, retreating to the surface was pointless. Hearing the order to break downward, the others promptly launched their prepared grenades. Boom, boom, boom. The detonation sent dust swirling through the tunnel. And as the explosions subsided, Wang Ji seized the moment and charged downward before the zombies could close the gap. With no time to reload, he brandished his two knives, his target clear. The security checkpoint. The checkpoint served as a makeshift barricade, which could temporarily hinder the zombies' advance. Reaching that point would provide them a brief respite. At that moment, Su Muing had also overtaken Wang Ji, leading the charge with her ethereal agility, weaving through the zombies, leaving a trail of fallen foes in her wake. Meanwhile, the Rotund Man's submachine gun proved invaluable, unleashing a torrent of bullets that swept through the zombies ahead, causing Wang Ji to break into a cold sweat. Fearing for the safety of his comrades, before long, the 6 of them had swiftly breached the security checkpoint, finding themselves in a spacious lobby with only a few stray zombies wandering about. Wang Ji instructed Lu Li to deal with the remaining zombies in the lobby while the others turned to fend off the pursuing horde, their gunfire illuminating the dark expanse in front of the security checkpoint. The bodies of the zombies had piled high, while only a few limbless creatures remained outside, which Wang Ji deemed inconsequential. As long as they couldn't climb over, he saw no need to waste ammunition. Except for Lu Li, the remaining 5 were diligently reloading their weapons, preparing for the next phase of their escape. Chapter 77. The Subway Battle, 2. Wang Ji took stock of their ammunition. He had approximately 1,000 rounds left, grateful for the 500 rounds he had purchased before embarking on this journey. He had not anticipated that after merely a short distance into the city, they would have already expended 10 magazines worth of bullets. Their next destination was the first level of the subway tunnel, and Wang Ji's plan was to follow the tracks to the next station. Is everyone all right? Wang Ji asked quietly. No problem. The others responded with nods. After a brief respite, they continued deeper into the tunnel. Upon reaching the elevator, which had long ceased operation, Wang Ji descended the stairs. Discovering that no train was stationed there, apart from some bloodstains, only a few zombies were meandering on the platform. What is going on? The Rotund Man remarked, observing the desolate platform. Wang Ji remained vigilant. Scanning the surroundings, they must have all gone that way, he indicated toward the shattered glass door in the distance. They all went onto the tracks? The Rotund Man questioned, perplexed. That door doesn't look like it was broken by zombies? He noted, observing the glass door. Could it be that someone was trying to escape and shattered the door, with the zombies following suit? Zhang Ming speculated. That seems to be the only possibility. Otherwise, there shouldn't be just a few zombies on an entire platform. After concluding, Wang Ji drew his knife and dispatched the remaining zombies one by one. Approaching the glass door, he peered through, gazing down the track that seemed to stretch into infinity. He waved to his companions, and the 6 of them leapt from the platform onto the tracks below. They continued westward towards the hospital, encountering sporadic zombies along the way, as long as they were not confronted by large groups. Wang Ji and his companions could manage to dispatch them with relative ease. Look, he pointed ahead. Wang Ji squinted and saw a train. Damn it. Why is this cursed train stopped here? The Rotund Man cursed vehemently. The train occupied the entire track, blocking their passage from either side or above. What is this? Wang Ji remarked in surprise. He hadn't expected the train to come to a halt midway. What's the issue? Just climb over, Su Muing retorted, thrusting her weapon into the back of the train. Wait, aren't you afraid there are zombies inside? The Rotund Man warned. If there are, we have to go in anyway. Retreating is not an option, Su Muing replied, forcefully stabbing her knife into the metal. Weapons indeed grant one a sense of power. Wang Ji remarked, observing Su Muing's forceful breach. She opened a small gap. The sight within sent chills down their spines. Oh no! The Rotund Man exclaimed at the sight of the train filled with zombies. The 6 stood before the horde of zombies, momentarily at a loss. How many grenades do you have left? Wang Ji inquired, taking stock. They collectively had only 4 high-explosive grenades remaining. That should suffice. Wang Ji gathered the grenades, then stepped forward to pound on the rear of the train. The zombies within the carriage had now all congregated, with one of them extending its hand through the gap below and waving frantically. After a brief period of knocking, Wang Ji felt it was time, instructed everyone to step back a short distance, and hurled a high-explosive grenade into the opening. Boom! Flames erupted from the gap, and the explosion claimed the lives of at least 20 zombies. Observing the bulging rear of the train, Wang Ji estimated that another detonation would completely widen the gap. Following the explosion, Wang Ji no longer needed to strike the carriage deliberately. The zombies inside had naturally been drawn to the commotion, once again congesting the rear of the carriage. "Prepare for battle," Wang Ji declared, and after tossing the second high-explosive grenade into the opening, he swiftly retreated to join his 5 companions, standing 20 meters away. Boom! This time, the resounding blast, as Wang Ji had anticipated, caused the rear gap to expand into a substantial opening, with the zombies behind already beginning to leap off the train through the breach. Although there were many zombies, the opening was only so large, allowing them to exit one by one. Thus, Wang Ji temporarily tasked only Old He with shooting. In Old He's hands, the sniper rifle's accuracy was terrifyingly high, with nearly every shot resulting in a headshot. Wang Ji only stepped in to fire a couple of rounds when Old He needed to change magazines. After Old He had fired for a while, Fatty, who was watching from the side, felt an itch to shoot as well, and they all decided to take turns firing at the targets. Time passed unmeasured as the tracks became littered with corpses, and no more zombies emerged from the carriage, leaving the group eager for more practice with their live targets. Chapter 78. A startling fright. Let us go. Watch your step. There may still be some undead zombies, Wang Ji remarked as he surveyed the track strewn with bodies. Cautiously advancing, he scrutinized his surroundings, ready to deliver a fatal shot should any zombies still move. Treading upon the bloodied remains of the zombies, a thought suddenly crossed Wang Ji's mind. A general's triumph is built upon the bones of the fallen. The 6 of them boarded the carriage, and aside from a few skeletal remains, the rest of the zombies had been exterminated. They made their way to the front of the carriage, where Su Muqing continued her ferocious assault on the door. Bang! With a powerful kick, Old He forced the metal sheet open, and they once again beheld the tracks. However, it was evident that there were now more zombies at the far end of the tracks than before. After several waves of battle, the 6 were noticeably fatigued, prompting Wang Ji to decide on a brief rest to eat something. When he removed his mask, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly caused him to regurgitate his meal, but he managed to suppress it with a sip of water. "Captain Wang, how much farther do we have to go?" Fatty asked, panting heavily. "I don't know. There are no reference points here. We can only continue until we reach the next station." "Ugh, I'm exhausted. Just thinking about the hordes of zombies waiting at the next station makes me," Fatty lamented, taking another hearty bite of his biscuit. Wang Ji methodically reloaded his magazine, and seeing that the others had rested sufficiently, he rose to continue onward into the infinite unknown. 2 hours later, the 6 finally spotted the platform off to the side, where the glass remained intact and a throng of zombies roamed restlessly. "Ah, I knew it. Another group." Fatty seemed to have grown numb after their previous encounters. Observing the situation, Wang Ji opted to employ the same strategy as before, directing Su Muqing to create a small opening, allowing the zombies to funnel through like a game of Gourd Brothers Save Grandpa. However, ideal scenarios are often met with harsh realities. The glass doors of the platform were far inferior to the train's iron shell. Just as Wang Ji dispatched 5 zombies, the glass began to splinter with a web of cracks. "Oh no! They're coming en masse!" Fatty exclaimed in alarm. "Quickly retreat!" Old He shouted, providing cover fire from the front. With a resounding crash, the entire glass door was shattered as the zombies pushed through, and hundreds tumbled onto the tracks, quickly rising again to charge towards Wang Ji and his group. The 6 fought and retreated. The assault from the horde was relentless, and should anyone fall behind, they would be overwhelmed by the throng of zombies, leaving the others helpless to watch as their companion was surrounded. "Watch out for grenades," Wang Ji warned, pulling the pin and tossing another grenade into the sea of zombies. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent carnage flying. "Damn it, Captain Wang, can you throw it further? A hand just exploded right above me," Fatty exclaimed, promptly discarding the severed limb that had landed on him. "Stop whining, move back now." With one grenade thrown, Wang Ji saw that at least 50 zombies still remained. He dared not slacken his resolve and continued to fight while retreating. The horde of over 100 zombies pushed the 6 back for nearly half a kilometer, with the path ahead entirely carpeted in corpses. "Is it over?" Zhang Ming said, gazing ahead. "It's over. It's over. If it doesn't end soon, I might just be the next one." Fatty collapsed onto the tracks. "Let us take a break. Don't rush ahead just yet," Old He suggested. "Are you tired?" "Lioli?" Wang Ji asked, sitting beside her as she clumsily loaded bullets one by one. "Tired? Liuli replied tersely. Haha, are you regretting it now, Liuli? Fatty teased. Never regretted it, Liuli stated firmly. Aha, quite the spirited one. Enough chatter, Fatty. Why don't you go check on Sister Qing? No. I'll check on Xiaoming instead. Xiaoming, how are you? Hey, I had a dream about Diaochan the other night. It was something else. I'll draw her for you sometime. Would you like to see? Really? What, do you think I lied to you? As Wang Ji mentioned Su Muqing, Fatty shook his head and scampered over to Zhang Ming, and Wang Ji began to admire Zhang Ming for his ability to endure Fatty's chatter. After reviewing his remaining ammunition, which numbered over 500 rounds, Wang Ji felt reassured that if everything went smoothly at the hospital, they would have enough bullets to return safely. Let us move on, Wang Ji said, rising once more. The six cautiously returned to the platform, sticking close to the wall. Wang Ji jumped onto the platform, finding that all the zombies had collapsed onto the tracks. They approached the elevator with vigilance. Strange, the previous explosion didn't attract any zombies from the upper level, Su Muqing noted, observing the deserted platform. Could it be that there are no zombies upstairs? He speculated. Let us go check it out, Wang Ji replied, stepping into the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor, Wang Ji found only a few zombies stuck at the security checkpoint, swaying back and forth, while nothing else seemed amiss. This puzzled Wang Ji. Why were there so few zombies at this entrance? Had they perhaps fled outside as night fell? After dispatching the few zombies trapped at the security point, Wang Ji approached the entrance, switched off his night vision goggles, and confirmed that it was indeed nighttime outside. The snowfall had ceased, but the wind remained bitterly cold. Wang Ji stepped aside from the entrance and said, "It's night outside. Let us huddle here for the night. We'll head out at dawn." The six found a sheltered spot free from the wind and settled down. Wang Ji pulled out a map. Exiting from this station and heading south for a short distance would lead them to the Z hospital they sought. He planned to use a drone to scout the hospital surroundings. As he manipulated the drone, he quickly located the target. Z Hospital, a 12-story building with a vast parking lot. Just as Wang Ji was about to survey the hospital's interior, the drone's screen suddenly flickered and went completely dark. What is happening? He asked anxiously. Wang Ji was confident in his drone. At this distance, it should not have experienced any technical difficulties. Why had the feed abruptly cut out? Attempts to regain control yielded the same disheartening results. No response whatsoever. This was exceedingly strange. Wang Ji pondered various possibilities, ultimately concluding that destruction was the most likely cause. Could there be ghosts in that hospital? Fatty chimed in, peeking over to add an air of mystery. Damn it, Fatty, can you stop sneaking up on me like that? You nearly scared me to death. Wang Ji exclaimed, startled by Fatty's sudden appearance as he was deep in thought. Chapter 79. The Battle of Z Hospital. Liuli, hearing Fatty's mention of ghosts, instinctively moved closer to Su Muqing, who, noticing Liuli's fear, warmly pulled her into an embrace, saying, "Don't be afraid, dear. There are no ghosts in this world. Even if there were, could they be more terrifying than zombies?" "Ah, my apologies, Liuli. I didn't know you were afraid of ghosts." "I was just joking." Fatty scratched his head sheepishly. "Xiaoming, are you scared?" Zhang Ming remained silent. The city at night was a silent void, devoid of any light, save for the faint moonlight reflecting off the snowy ground. The zombies had seemingly become the rulers of this desolate city, aimlessly wandering the streets, as if declaring their dominion over humanity. The earth had not produced, transported, burned, or polluted for nearly 3 months, resulting in a catastrophic drop in carbon dioxide emissions, leading to a global temperature decline of 5 degrees compared to previous years. The six huddled together in a corner of the subway, relying on each other for warmth. At last, the dawn's light broke through the tunnel, and the six rose to stretch their stiffened limbs. None had managed to sleep through the night, not even Fatty, who usually fell asleep faster than anyone else. "Let us grab the medicine and get out of here. I've had enough of this cursed place." The overweight man, somewhat dazed, remarked that it appeared he had been severely tormented by the harsh environment. "When we reach the hospital, we must remain vigilant. Under no circumstances should anyone act independently," Wang Ji cautioned, still haunted by the incident of his drone going missing the previous night. After confirming that all six were in agreement, they exited the subway entrance and proceeded south for 50 meters, eventually reaching the corner wall behind Z Hospital. Wang Ji produced a grappling hook, and one by one, the six of them scaled the 4-meter-high wall, arriving at the back of Z Hospital. From his drone's reconnaissance the night before, Wang Ji had observed that the front entrance was swarming with zombies. Entering through the front would necessitate exterminating every last one of them. The group stealthily approached the back door, only to find it firmly locked. Wang Ji turned to Sakura, saying, "This is your expertise." Sakura examined the situation and noted, "This is an electronic keypad lock, but it's out of power and cannot be opened." Wang Ji began to search for alternative entrances, glancing around until his gaze settled on the vent window located in the second-floor corridor above. He affixed the grappling hook to the ledge above and climbed up the rope. The window was unlocked, and after easily pushing it open, the others followed him inside. However, as Wang Ji stepped through the window, a sudden unease gripped him, reminiscent of the sensation he felt the day the giant python had appeared. Instinctively, he leaped back out, causing the others, who had intended to follow him inside, to halt in confusion. Listen, I have a foreboding feeling akin to the one I had during our encounter with the giant python. I propose we abandon this mission, Wang Ji whispered, trembling. What are you talking about, Wang? We've dispatched so many zombies, and now we're at the hospital's doorstep. The medicine is within our grasp. Finding it could yield us countless survival points. How can we back out now? The overweight man exclaimed urgently. My intuition warns me that this place is dangerous, and I refuse to put us at such risk, Wang Ji replied, gazing at the overweight man, whose rationality seemed to have waned. The others remained silent, unwilling to take a firm stance. Intuition? What if your intuition is wrong? What if your drone merely malfunctioned? We have yet to see any of the dangers you speak of. The overweight man continued, agitated. Listen, I understand this journey has not been easy, but are you truly unafraid of death? Wang Ji hissed through clenched teeth. Then you should consult their opinions too. If necessary, let us abide by the majority. If 3 agree to retreat, we shall, the overweight man suggested, glancing at the others. Wang Ji acquiesced to this plan, and the 6 of them voted to adhere to the will of the majority. Ultimately, only Wang Ji favored retreat. The others expressed a desire to press on, even the typically obedient Galilei siding with Sakura. Seeing that everyone leaned toward continuing, Wang Ji began to question whether he was overly cautious. Perhaps even paranoid. Wang, the overweight man, makes a valid point. Since we have not encountered any danger, abandoning our mission now would feel futile to anyone. We would all feel disgruntled, Sakura remarked, observing Wang Ji's uncertainty. Very well, we shall proceed as originally planned. Find the medicine and then withdraw, Wang Ji declared, regaining his composure. With their decision made, the 6 of them climbed into the second-floor corridor, and this time Wang Ji felt no sense of foreboding. They planned to clear the first floor before methodically searching the second floor, as the first did not contain any clinical laboratories. Wang Ji slowly pushed open the corridor door, revealing several zombies clad in nurse uniforms and white coats wandering about. Blood splatters marred the white walls, and claw marks covered the surfaces, creating a chilling sight. Old He raised his sniper rifle and silently dispatched the zombies. Wang Ji bypassed the patient rooms and stealthily infiltrated the pharmacy at the nurse station. Inside the pharmacy, the 6 searched for their target, new streptomycin. After a brief search, they discovered only a few injectable and oral medications, none of which included the streptomycin they sought. Wang Ji realized that such a rare medicine would not be found in ordinary locations. Stop searching, we need to move elsewhere, he murmured. Wang Ji had already formulated a new target in his mind. Since it was a component of the viral antibody vaccine, it would undoubtedly be located in the biological virus laboratory. They merely needed to locate that laboratory to obtain the new streptomycin they required. With a clear objective in mind, the Group S search became more expedited. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Wang Ji noted that most rooms were patient wards, and laboratories should not be interspersed amongst them but rather situated in isolated, less populated areas. If we're seeking a secluded location, the 11th and 12th floors are our only options for finding the laboratory. Old He deduced, following Wang Ji's line of thought. Correct, let us head straight to the 11th floor. If it's not there, we will then check the 12th, Wang Ji stated as he moved towards the stairwell. Unbeknownst to Wang Ji and his companions, since the 4th floor, they had not encountered a single zombie. As the 6 ascended the stairs to the 11th floor, the overweight man boasted, See, Wang, you can't rely solely on your instincts. With these few zombies, I, Li Feihong, could handle them all by myself. Shuh, keep your voice down. It's best if there's no danger. Do you think I want to return empty-handed? Wang Ji retorted, exasperated. With a creak, Wang Ji pushed open the door to the 11th floor. The corridor mirrored the previous floors, with claw marks marring the walls. Strangely, a zombie lay on the ground in the distance, while another sat next to it, facing away from Wang Ji and the others. Just as Old He aimed to shoot the seated zombie, it suddenly turned its head 180 degrees, locking its gaze onto the group while chewing on the entrails of the downed zombie. Wang Ji's pupils dilated. Old He, shoot! Just as Old He was about to pull the trigger, the seated zombie vanished into the darkness at the end of the corridor. Did I just imagine that? It disappeared? The overweight man stammered in fear. Is that a mutated zombie? Old He remarked, guns still trained on the shadows ahead. Wang Ji remained silent, contemplating their ability to confront the mutated zombie. Thankfully, it was not a colossal mutant beast. Otherwise, he would have bolted. Could it be capable of invisibility? Zhang Ming speculated. Invisibility? At Zhang Ming's conjecture, everyone grew alert, realizing if the zombie could indeed become invisible, it could appear at any moment. Just then, Wang Ji heard a low growl. Be cautious. It's nearby. No sooner had Wang Ji spoken than the mutated zombie leaped down from the ceiling, targeting Wang Ji directly. Watch out! Zhang Ming, standing behind Wang Ji, instinctively shoved him aside, but he was too late to evade the sharp teeth that sliced into his forearm. The moment the zombie revealed itself, the others quickly zeroed in on the target, brandishing their melee weapons. The mutated zombie, having failed to land a fatal blow, prepared to escape again. Just as the group was closing in, the mutated zombie began to visibly distort, merging with its surroundings. As it seemed to slip away yet again, Sakura pressed forward, anticipating the mutated zombie's escape route, and thrust her weapon into thin air. Ag! As Sakura wielded her flame of destruction toward an empty space, the mutated zombie emitted a chilling scream, causing Sakura to stagger back as if struck. Seeing Sakura had struck the mutated zombie, the others hastily drew their firearms and opened fire on that spot. Stop shooting! It has fled, Sakura exclaimed, pointing to the bloodstains left behind by the zombie. When the zombie had revealed itself, the group had clearly seen its form. It was devoid of clothing, covered in blood, with its arms mutated into serrated appendages resembling those of a mantis. The zombie vanished. Wang Ji turned to Zhang Ming, noticing his protective suit had been torn, blood gushing from the wound. Zhang Ming, hold on, bang bang, Wang Ji exclaimed, quickly pulling out his Desert Eagle and firing 2 shots into Zhang Ming's injured arm. Zhang Ming cried out in agony. Wang, what are you doing? Old He and the overweight man exclaimed in shock. His arm is infected. Our knives are smeared with zombie blood, and this is the only way to resolve it. Wang Ji replied, snapping Zhang Ming's mangled arm off before retrieving a first aid kit from his backpack to staunch the bleeding. Xiao Ming, it's my fault. Just hang on, you'll be fine. The overweight man trembled as he comforted Zhang Ming. Once Zhang Ming's arm was bandaged, Wang Ji administered an adrenaline shot to keep his heart active and alert. Overweight man, support him. We're going after that mutated zombie. Since it has been injured, we can follow the blood trail to find it, Wang Ji declared, picking up the handgun from the ground. Without hesitation, they pursued the blood trail, but as they reached the midpoint, Wang Ji noticed the blood had vanished. The group immediately began firing at their surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the walls were riddled with bullet holes. Yet the mutated zombie was nowhere to be found. Wang Ji looked up and discovered that the ceiling above had been breached by some unknown object, allowing him a clear view of the 12th floor's roof. The group exchanged glances, and it became evident to them all that the mutated zombie had escaped to the 12th floor. Without hesitation, Wang Ji returned to the staircase and ascended to the 12th floor. The 6 of them arrived at the gaping hole on the 12th floor, continuing to follow the trail of blood until it led them into a room. Wang Ji halted, now certain that the mutated zombie lay in ambush within. He drew the last high-explosive grenade from his waist, gently pulled the safety pin, and hurled it into the room. Boom! With the explosion's roar, the mutated zombie burst forth from the room in a frenzy. Wang Ji beheld the creature, its body engulfed in flames, the flesh on one side reduced to a bloody pulp. Open fire! With such a conspicuous target before them, the group unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the mutated zombie. It collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Just as Wang Ji prepared to step forward and deliver a fatal shot to its head, the mutated zombie let out an unexpected roar. Akin to a cry for help, or perhaps a desperate attempt to take them down with it, roar. The tremendous bellow shattered some of the thinner glass within the hospital, leaving Wang Ji and his companions momentarily deafened and dizzy. Struggling to maintain his composure, Wang Ji fired a magazine's worth of bullets into the zombie's head, ensuring its demise before lowering his weapon and clutching his head, still reeling from the shock. Damn, where did this bastard get the strength to roar so loudly? Fatty cursed from the side, covering his ears. Wang Ji recalled the crystal core that Jieshi had mentioned, which he claimed to have extracted from the head of a mutated giant python. He wondered if this mutated zombie also possessed a similar core. With that thought in mind, Wang Ji brandished a dagger and advanced to sever the head of the fallen mutated zombie. After rummaging for a while, he indeed found a rather hard object inside. He pried it out with his dagger, the crystal core smeared with blood, half the size of the one Jieshi held. Wang Ji tore a piece of cloth to wrap it up. We should hasten to find the medicine, he declared as he stowed the crystal core away. Oh, this is bad. A trembling voice from the radio interrupted. Belonging to Old He, Wang Ji's heart sank. It was the first time he had heard Old He so panicked. What could possibly cause such alarm? Chapter 81. The Battle at Z Hospital, 3. What is it? Old He? Wang Ji inquired urgently. The zombies are all gathering towards us. Old He exclaimed by the window, panic-stricken. The group rushed to the window and beheld the streets below, where zombies were converging towards the hospital in an unending wave. Making it impossible for Wang Ji to estimate their numbers, it was evident that they were drawn by the recent thunderous roar. Wang Ji's mind raced as he contemplated their escape. The zombies on the first floor had already begun their ascent, while the outside teemed with an endless horde. Fatty, you take Zhang Ming up to the rooftop first. The rest of you, follow me to search for the medicine. Wang Ji resolved to have Fatty escort the injured Zhang Ming to safety while he and the others sought the medicine before the zombies reached them. With that, Wang Ji dashed through the 12th floor, and finally, Su Muing discovered a room labeled Clinical Virus Research Lab at the end of the corridor. Su Muing kicked the door open, and Wang Ji followed her inside, both searching the various corners for the needed medicine. Wang Ji could already sense the tremors in the building. Found it, just as he was about to give up on the search. Su Muing uncovered a bottle labeled New Streptomycin in a nearby cabinet. Without hesitation, she grabbed every bottle in the vicinity and stuffed them into her backpack. With the medicine secured, the four of them stepped out of the laboratory, only to be confronted by an overwhelming number of zombies at the far end of the corridor, blocking their escape route to the stairs. The leading zombies reached the body of the mutated zombie first, greedily tearing into it, quickly surrounding the corpse. Seeing that the rear zombies could not reach the mutated zombie, they all turned their attention towards Wang Ji and his companions. Wang Ji swiftly darted into a nearby office, shutting the door and barricading it with a nearby table. Fatty, have you made it up? Fatty? Wang Ji called into the radio. The four of them strained against the table, preventing the zombies from breaking through. We re-up. Where are you? Fatty's voice sounded anxious. Head to the far east of the rooftop. I will toss a grappling hook down shortly. We're trapped in here, Wang Ji instructed. All right, I'm on my way. Fatty replied, rushing. Lu Li, you go out the window and throw up the grappling hook. Wang Ji directed. The zombies outside battered the door relentlessly, and the three of them continued to push against the table with all their strength. After a while, the radio crackled once more with Fatty's voice. I've secured the grappling hook. Wang, Sakura, you go first. Once up, send down another rope. Old He and I will come up. Wang Ji nodded. And without hesitation, Su Muing let go and climbed out the window, grasping the rope and pulling herself upwards, using her waist to propel herself onto the rooftop. Wang Ji and Old He held out a little longer. And upon seeing the second rope drop, they exchanged a nod, releasing the table simultaneously. The door was instantly overwhelmed by the zombies, which surged toward the two outside the window. Wang Ji caught the rope and swiftly ascended, watching as countless zombies fell from the 12th floor windows below. Cold sweat trickled down his back, grateful that he had sent Fatty up first. Once all 6 of them reached the rooftop, Wang Ji approached the ladder opening where Fatty had ascended. Since C Hospital lacked a rooftop, they had to climb a ladder to reach the top. Upon seeing the ladder crowded with zombies, forming a human pyramid to climb higher, Wang Ji immediately drew his handgun to prevent them from advancing. The 5 of them arrived at the opening, firing downwards continuously, while zombies continued to converge. This is it. We're going to die here. It's all my fault for not leaving. If I had listened to Wang Xiao Ming wouldn't he have lost an arm, Fatty lamented, his voice tinged with despair. Fatty, why are you crying? We're not dead yet. Old He frowned at the sobbing Fatty. How can you still cry? In a situation like this, can we even escape? Are we going to fly away? Fatty choked out. After hearing this, Old He fell silent, knowing that since it was their choice, they could only endure the consequences in silence. Once Wang Ji's last spare magazine ran dry, he retreated to the side, hastily grabbing a handful of the remaining bullets from his backpack to reload. He looked down at the streets surrounding the hospital, where the zombies showed no signs of ceasing their approach, the entire building trembling under the weight of thousands of them. Indeed, as Fatty had said, unless they could fly away, there was no chance of survival. Whether they held their ground on the rooftop or jumped down, Wang Ji touched the pendant that Jieshi had given him. He wondered if she would come to their aid and whether they could hold out until her arrival. But with no way out, he had to attempt something. With that thought, Wang Ji yanked the pendant from his neck and threw it to the ground. Bang! He chambered a round in his handgun and shot the pendant into pieces. Wang Ji, what are you doing? Load your bullets and get over here. Su Muing shouted as she noticed Wang Ji crouched in the corner. Coming? Hold on, I've called for backup, Wang Ji declared, needing to instill hope in everyone. Backup? Where is it? Upon hearing of potential support, Fatty's eyes widened with renewed hope as he questioned Wang Ji. Don't worry, let us hold our ground. I've sent our distress signal to Jieshi, and she should be on her way. Wang Ji explained the situation to the others. Let them all die. Hearing that Wang Ji had indeed sent a distress signal reignited Fatty's hope. and he began to spray gunfire downwards with his submachine gun. After a few rounds, the bodies piled up at the opening, and aside from Zhang Ming and Jiao Luli, the others were nearly out of ammunition. Old He rushed to retrieve Zhang Ming's L96A1 and continued firing at the climbing zombies. While Luli handed her handgun to Su Muing, the others assisted in reloading their spare magazines. 20 minutes had passed since Wang Ji sent the signal, and they now had only a little over 100 bullets left between two of them. Wang Ji gazed below, realizing that at this rate, within 5 minutes, the bodies would pile up to the opening, allowing the zombies to simply walk over the corpses without needing to climb. Just as Wang Ji despaired while loading the last few bullets, a shadow appeared in the distant sky. Upon spotting it, Wang Ji immediately grabbed his binoculars, and through the lens, he saw a helicopter. They could finally escape. Wang Ji exclaimed joyfully, setting down the binoculars and retrieving a signal flare from his backpack, launching it into the sky. Chapter 82. Who gave you permission? Soon, the helicopter hovered above the rooftop, following the signal flare, and lowered a rope ladder. Fatty, you go up first with Zhang Ming, Wang Ji shouted. Without hesitation, Fatty secured Zhang Ming tightly around his neck and climbed the rope ladder towards the helicopter. Once Fatty had ascended, Wang Ji and Luli followed suit up the rope. Hurry up! Wang Ji yelled back to Old He and Su Muing. After exhausting their last few rounds, the two quickly turned and leaped up, grasping the rope ladder as the helicopter ascended, leaving behind the relentless horde of zombies leaping off the building in pursuit. Beneath the soft ladder, two individuals grasped it with one hand, swaying in mid-air. As the ladder gradually retracted, they ultimately ascended into the helicopter. Did you find the items? Jackie inquired expressionlessly as she gazed downwards. Yes, we found them, came the response. What happened to him? Jackie glanced at the injured Zhang Ming. His forearm was scratched by a mutated zombie. To prevent infection, I had to amputate it, Wang Ji replied, his voice laden with guilt. I'm sorry, Zhang Ming, if you hadn't tried to save me, you wouldn't have been hurt. And oh, don't blame yourself, it was my choice. We all decided to continue the mission. Zhang Ming weakly chuckled, closing his eyes in a foolish grin. Mutated zombie? Jackie echoed softly before turning her attention to the window, lapsing into silence. Wang Ji regarded Zhang Ming, acutely aware that the loss of his arm was irrevocable, and no matter how rigorous the training, his disability would preclude him from further combat. The fate awaiting him was to leave the team and remain within the confines of the Dawn Tower. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, as it would allow him to live out his remaining days in peace. Wang Ji resolved to allocate a portion of his survival points each month for Zhang Ming's sustenance within the Dawn Tower. After several minutes, the helicopter landed at the base. Once everyone disembarked, they promptly boarded the elevator back to the Dawn Tower. Upon arriving inside, Wang Ji rushed out of the elevator, directing Zhang Ming to the medical room before proceeding to the sterilization area for inspection. Emerging from the sterilization chamber, Wang Ji hurried to the medical room to inquire with the nurse. How is he? Has he shown any signs of infection? For now, there are no indications of infection. He needs to remain here for observation for a week, the nurse replied, shaking her head. All right, good, Fatty, go buy some porridge for Zhang Ming, Wang Ji instructed. You all should head back, he added, turning to glance through the window at the sleeping Zhang Ming. Choosing not to disturb him, after a while, when Fatty returned with a bag of food, the two entered Zhang Ming's room. They sat by the bedside, at a loss for words, and seeing that Zhang Ming remained asleep, Wang Ji placed the food aside. After a moment, they rose to leave, with Wang Ji specifically reminding the nurse to call him once Zhang Ming awakened. After departing, Wang Ji rummaged through their backpacks to locate the medication brought back by Su Muing. He proceeded to the mission hall to hand over the task items, ultimately confirming that they had returned with 150 grams of new streptomycin, along with 15,000 survival points credited to their account. Yet, despite the increase in survival points, Wang Ji felt no joy. If given the chance to start anew, he would gladly forfeit those points to prevent any of them from entering Z Hospital. He put away the magnetic card and returned to the residence with Fatty. The four who had returned early were already resting in their rooms, exhausted after 2 days of combat. Wang Ji emerged from the bathroom, opting not to return to his own room, but instead lay on the sofa in the living room, guarding Ling Lingyao, and gradually drifted into slumber, on the 5th floor, in a certain room. The Tower Master Guang addressed Jackie. You have ventured outside the tower without permission on 2 occasions. Are you truly unaware of the consequences? Jackie stood before him, head bowed in silence. Sigh. I understand your intentions are for the good of the Dawn Tower. But have you considered what would happen if those individuals discovered we are still alive? Do you believe the Dawn Tower could continue to exist? Noting Jackie's silence, the Tower Master sighed deeply. Speaking earnestly, I understand, Tower Master, I will return, Jackie replied. Very well, go back. Once Jackie departed, the Tower Master Guang activated the video communication link. Dr. Chun, what is the progress on the virus antibody vaccine? Everything is proceeding smoothly. The compatibility has been tested at 95, Dr. Chen reported. Good. Once development is complete, notify them according to team hierarchy for free vaccinations. Understood, Dr. Chen affirmed, and upon his confirmation, the Tower Master ended the communication. The following morning, Wang Ji awoke on the sofa to the flashing message light from Ling Lingyao. Upon opening it, he learned that Zhang Ming had awakened. Wang Ji went to Fatty's room to rouse everyone, only to find Fatty sound asleep with a lamp on, his arm resting on an image of a woman. Wang Ji picked it up for a closer look. Indeed, the depiction of Diao Chan was quite impressive. Despite Wang Ji having never seen her in person, "Hey Fatty, wake up, Zhang Ming is awake," Wang Ji urged, nudging him. "Huh? What?" Fatty sprang up from his chair, glancing around in alarm until he recognized his surroundings and relaxed. Wang Ji then went on to wake the other three, and together, the five of them made their way to the medical room. Upon arrival, they found Zhang Ming's bed neatly made, but he was no longer there. Just then, a nurse approached from behind, and Wang Ji turned to see her carrying a tray containing a piece of white paper, a magnetic card, and Zhang Ming's handgun, a lethal glisten. A sense of unease washed over Wang Ji as he stepped forward to ask, "Where is Zhang Ming? Where is he?" He has passed away. Passed away? How did this happen?" Wang Ji's heart sank. "He requested euthanasia himself and has signed the death agreement." The nurse spoke softly, eyes downcast. "Who gave you permission to kill my teammate? Who authorized this? I explicitly told you to notify us immediately upon his awakening," Wang Ji shouted, brandishing the handgun from the tray at the nurse. The nurse merely kept her gaze lowered, not fearing Wang Ji's outburst, for she knew the gun was devoid of bullets. "Wang Ji, calm down," Lao He exclaimed, seizing Wang Ji's arm to disarm him. "Everyone has the right to decide their own life and death. This was Zhang Ming's choice. Do not lay blame on the medical staff," Xu Muing added coolly from the side. "I'm sorry." Wang Ji realized his agitation and apologized to the nurse before taking the magnetic card and the white paper from the tray. The nurse quickly departed once she saw that he had taken everything. Chapter 83. News. Wang Ji raised his hand to examine the white paper, which bore Zhang Ming's handwriting. "Captain Wang, Brother Fei Hong, Brother He, Sister Ying, Sister Lioli, and Captain Duan, my dear friends, I am sorry. I can only accompany you this far. Please forgive me for ending my life in such a cowardly manner, and thank you for allowing me the chance to depart peacefully. I know I can no longer continue to fight. I refuse to live as a burden, wasting everyone's resources and food. I hope you do not lose heart due to my departure, but instead carry on with hope, continuing to seek the light." Fatty stared at Zhang Ming's words, standing frozen as tears soaked the image of Diao Chan in his hands. "Let's go back," Wang Ji said heavily after reading, folding the paper and placing it with the magnetic card in his pocket. In that moment, he finally understood Duan Qingtian's feelings. As Wang Ji returned, rumors began to swirl once more within the Dawn Tower. For the first time in history, the once invulnerable team, known as the Dusk's Resurgence, had suffered a casualty during a mission. "Friends, what is the situation regarding this Dusk's Resurgence?" a young man inquired as he approached a group in the training ground on the second floor. Are you a new citizen?" A middle-aged man scrutinized the youth, asking disdainfully, I just became a citizen 7 days ago," the youth replied, somewhat embarrassed. "No wonder you don't know. Let me tell you, this Dusk's Resurgence arrived at the Dawn Tower 3 months ago." The middle-aged man recounted the exploits of the Dusk's Resurgence with an air of bravado, as if he were one of its members. "And then what happened?" the youth asked eagerly. After all this talking. "My throat is getting dry," he remarked, glancing at the youth's half-finished drink. "Please, go ahead," the youth offered the beverage. "Later, not long ago, they lost one member during their 4th mission. The rest, you should understand," the middle-aged man concluded, downing the drink in one gulp. What happened to the rest?" The youth scratched his head in confusion. "Are you foolish? If such a strong team has suffered casualties, do you not grasp the danger that lies outside?" The middle-aged man scolded, exasperated. "Hey now, Lao Yin, stop boasting. Many teams have also faced casualties, and it's just bad luck for Dusk's Resurgence to lose one member. There's no need to blow it out of proportion." Another middle-aged man interjected. "Hey, Lao Zhao, if you're not convinced, why don't you go out and give it a try?" "What are you arguing with me for? I'll give it a try," Lao Zhao retorted defiantly. The news sparked widespread controversy, with the most vocal being the Panic faction, who believed that the danger outside had escalated to the point where even Dusk's Resurgence had to endure sacrifices. Conversely, another faction, the Arrogant faction, asserted that the Dusk's Resurgence was merely a name without substance, and their previous lack of casualties was merely luck. Now that they had lost one, it was nothing to make a fuss about. Wang Ji and the others returned to their residence, carrying the sterilized supplies. Wang Ji lay on the sofa, staring blankly at the crystal core he had extracted from the head of a mutated zombie. What is that you are holding? Su Muing inquired. Noticing the crystal core in Wang Ji's hand, I dug it out from that mutated zombie's head. I call it a crystal core. How did you know there was something like this inside its head? Previously, Jeshi had unearthed a crystal core from the head of a mutated python, which led me to ponder whether all mutated species possess such cores, prompting me to attempt an excavation myself. Wang Ji recounted. And what purpose does this crystal core serve? Su Muing inquired as she examined the core in Wang Ji's hand. I am uncertain. However, it seems that the zombies exhibit considerable interest in these. Wang Ji reflected, recalling the scene on the 12th floor of Z Hospital, where the initial wave of zombies surrounded the mutated corpse. This truly has opened my eyes. That mutated zombie is capable of invisibility. Lao He remarked with a resigned smile. Invisibility is somewhat far-fetched. It's more akin to a chameleon blending into its surroundings. Moreover, this zombie has a weakness. One can hear its low growl when approaching. Wang Ji said, resting his arm on his forehead, speaking in a lethargic tone. Let us refer to this type of mutated zombie as a phantom zombie. Su Muing casually named the creature. I concur. Sister Ing has always been quite reliable in naming. Wang Ji replied. Luli, go fetch the chubby one. It's time for dinner, he continued, pushing himself off the sofa. The five of them made their way to the dining hall on the 3rd floor, which had opened due to the increasing number of people. Wang Ji, observing the slightly swollen-eyed chubby one, joked, Chubby, you ought to lighten up. At this rate, I fear that if I were to be absent one day, you might consider following me to the grave. Oh, hold on, Captain Wang. While I might contemplate such an action if Sister Ing were gone, as for you. No, the chubby one replied, chewing on a bun and shaking his head. You're still better off, come. Sister will treat you to a bun, Su Muing said, handing her bun to the chubby one. Thank you, Sister Ing. Yay, the chubby one exclaimed, happily accepting the bun. Ugh, you sycophant, Wang Ji scoffed. After the meal, Wang Ji decided to grant the team another day of leisure, allowing everyone to engage in their own activities while he accompanied Luli to the 1st floor guard headquarters. Upon arriving at the entrance, Wang Ji noticed that it was the same guard on duty as last time. Assuming the guard remembered him, he greeted him and proceeded inside. However, he was still halted and, undeterred, continued to present his magnetic card for verification. After confirmation, the guard allowed both Wang Ji and Luli to pass. Wang Ji entered Jeshi's room and casually sat down on the guest chair. You are becoming increasingly presumptuous, Jeshi remarked coldly as she regarded him. Wang Ji did not respond but instead took out the small crystal core and placed it before Jeshi. I extracted this from the brain of that mutated zombie. What distinguished characteristics does this mutated zombie possess? Jeshi asked. Wang Ji recounted their initial encounter with the mutated zombie and the subsequent battle that I see. With this information, you could fetch a handsome price. Jeshi concluded, returning the small crystal core to Wang Ji. So, Captain Jeshi, do you believe there might be other types of mutated zombies? Wang Ji ventured his speculation. I cannot say. Aside from your information, the Dawn Tower has yet to receive any reports regarding other mutated zombies. Jeshi replied, her tone tinged with gravity. However, during a conversation with the captain of the reincarnation team, Tang Qilin, he alluded to something and seemed to possess some knowledge, yet he remained tight-lipped when I inquired. Wang Ji recalled his previous dialogue with Tang Qilin at the training ground. Chapter 84. Rebooting the Dawn Plan. The reason he doesn't share with you is that he feels no obligation to do so. He refrains from uploading information to the Dawn Tower's intelligence office because he believes that the meager benefits of survival points he could gain are outweighed by the advantages of withholding such information. He thinks that if everyone survives, the value of his existence diminishes. Everyone has their own calculations. It's merely a matter of differing perspectives and positions, Jeshi said, as she sat polishing her great sword. Addressing Wang Ji, indeed, as Jeshi pointed out, some individuals are content simply surviving within the Dawn Tower, while others strive for continuous advancement in the apocalypse, albeit through different means. People often refer to the light and darkness as redemption. However, light often cannot redeem those who willingly wallow in depravity, Jeshi continued. So, Captain Jeshi, do you have any other plans? Will you remain here indefinitely? Wang Ji asked, observing Jeshi's somewhat despondent demeanor. Oh, such as? Jeshi countered. For instance, returning to the surface one day, reclaiming the homeland that once belonged to us, Wang Ji envisioned. Then this heavy responsibility shall be entrusted to you. How about that? When the time comes, you could reign as a lord on the surface. I believe the Tower Master would be delighted to know of your aspirations, Jeshi smiled. No, I lack the capability for that. I wish to remain below for a while longer. Wang Ji hastily declined. Having already endured enough from one mutated zombie, let alone actively seeking to challenge them. However, what you mentioned is something the Dawn Tower has long been planning and preparing for. What? Wang Ji exclaimed. Perplex.it is called the Rebooting Dawn Plan. I can only divulge this much. It is the Tower Master's highest secret. Jeshi's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as she informed Wang Ji. Moments later, Wang Ji and Lu Li exited the headquarters, the notion of the Rebooting Dawn Plan echoing incessantly in Wang Ji's mind. Lu Li, what are your thoughts? Wang Ji asked, turning to her. I believe we should inform Sister Ying and the others, Lu Li contemplated before looking at Wang Ji. Wang Ji regarded Lu Li, her wise eyes prompting him to question why he sought her opinion. Very astute, you share my thoughts. What transpired today must remain confidential from outsiders, Wang Ji instructed. Upon returning to their residence, they found the chubby one and the others huddled on the sofa, watching a soap opera with Su Muing. Wang Ji observed the trio. Although the plot was mundane, they relished this fleeting moment of leisure. Wang Ji joined them, and just as he sat down, Su Muing suddenly remarked while staring at the screen. Where did you take my Lu Li to fool around this time? Sister Ying, could we perhaps use a different term? What do you mean by fool around? Wang Ji replied with exasperation. The chubby one, engrossed in the drama, immediately turned around upon hearing Wang Ji's words, his eyes darting between the two. Hey, what kind of expression is that, chubby? Wang Ji glared at the chubby one, whose mischievous demeanor incited his ire. Alas, my poor Lu Li. The chubby one shook his head, returning to the show. We just visited Jeshi. What were you all thinking? Your minds truly need some purification, Wang Ji remarked, observing the peculiar expressions of the trio. Captain Wang, it's not that we wish to think this way. It's just that you make it exceedingly difficult for us not to. The chubby one replied earnestly. Come on, chubby. You are the most lecherous here. And you still have the audacity to point fingers at me? Wang Ji retorted at the chubby one's unfounded confidence. It's precisely because they're aware of my lewdness that they avoid me. However, Captain Wang, you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, the chubby one continued. Enough, Lu Li, why don't you enlighten them? Wang Ji, weary of the debate, poured himself a glass of water. Lu Li, come over and tell sister what Wang Ji has done with you. Su Muing beckoned Lu Li to her side. The captain first asked me what I thought, then told me I was very clever, that I shared his thoughts, Lu Li recounted honestly. Oh? Anything else? Su Muing raised an eyebrow. He also mentioned that today's events should not be disclosed to outsiders. Lu Li recalled. Hu cough. Wang Ji choked on his water at Lu Li's response. Oh, the chubby one's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Wang Ji. Wang Ji, in turn, was rendered speechless. He had only conversed with Lu Li 3 times, and yet this was the outcome? Rapidly, he replayed their exchange in his mind. Lu Li had merely stated her intention to inform Sister Ying, and if Su Muing continued to press for details, this statement would undoubtedly lead to. Wait! Wang Ji suddenly sprang from the sofa, exclaiming. The 4 stared at Wang Ji in puzzlement. Allow me to explain. Wang Ji recounted everything that had transpired at Jeshi's, eager to avoid any misunderstandings. Rebooting Dawn Plan? What sort of plan is that? Lao He asked. I'm not sure. Jeshi mentioned it was the Tower Master's most confidential plan, but from her tone, it seems to be related to going to the surface. Wang Ji recalled. Going to the surface? Why would one want to leave this comfortable place? What is the point of going up there? The chubby one questioned. There must be a reason for this. Even if no one wishes to venture to the surface, the Dawn Tower surely has its methods to entice you, just as it convinces you to willingly undertake missions, Su Muing interjected. Sister Ying is correct. The Dawn Tower possesses vast resources, and its intentions extend far beyond merely allowing us to live peacefully underground, Wang Ji concurred. Going outside is not entirely unfeasible. After all, there were camps that existed on the surface previously. Lao He reminisced about those camps, but they must not have encountered mutated species. Just that giant python alone could annihilate that camp, the chubby one said, somewhat apprehensively. Let us not dwell on such thoughts. We should focus on the present, Wang Ji remarked, rubbing his temples, already feeling a headache at the mere thought of those mutated creatures. Once Su Muing finished the episode of the soap opera, Wang Ji instructed Ling Lingyao to bring up the team's data. Currently, their total accumulation of survival points had reached 48,000. This meant that by acquiring an additional 2,000 survival points, they could become the Dawn Tower's first level 4 team. Chapter 85. New Intelligence. As Wang Ji observed his team on the verge of becoming the first level 4 team of the Dawn Tower, he felt little excitement. In fact, even upon meeting the promotion criteria for a level 4 team, he would not rush towards advancement. Such ostentation could invite trouble, and trouble often leads to unforeseen complications. After all, his current level 3 team still required 1 more member. It would be prudent to allow other teams to ascend first, and then he could quietly elevate his own status later. Closing the information panel, Wang Ji perused the announcement details once more. The prices of food and water continued to escalate. The cost of electricity remained stable, and there were still 7 days left in the weapons and ammunition price reduction event, with 15 days until the second round of recruitment concluded. Given the current circumstances, the luck of these citizens undertaking missions was undeniably crucial. With good fortune, they might scavenge some supplies and bring back a few survivors, thus earning a gratifying number of survival points. Conversely, should they encounter a mutated species or a horde of zombies, the risk of total annihilation loomed. Yet, the Dawn Tower remained indifferent to such matters. Regardless of whether missions were completed, it would never incur losses and might even profit from fulfilled tasks. Ingenious, Wang Ji remarked while gazing at the announcement. Wang team, are you all right? How can you find this daily price hike ingenious? The rotund individual queried, perplexed. It is the Dawn Tower that is remarkable. What kind of person could create such a system? Wang Ji mused, reclining against the sofa. You spend all your time contemplating useless things. Let's go soak in a hot spring later to relieve our fatigue, Su Muing suggested. Long live Sister Ing, the rotund one exclaimed, leaping from the sofa. Speaking of which, it has been ages since our last visit. The last time we went, you were still sunbathing in the solar room, Wang Ji teased. However, the rotund one seemed unperturbed, still grinning foolishly, as if envisioning Su Muing and Jiali in their bathrobes. After the 5 of them gathered their belongings, they arrived at the natural hot spring resort, where Wang Ji reserved a VIP private area once again. As he stepped into the spring, a warm towel was placed upon his face, and he comfortably reclined against the stone edge. This sensation transported him back to a time before the apocalypse, when he often indulged in various pleasures, spending nearly all his earnings on food, drink, and entertainment. Until he arrived at the Dawn Tower, his savings had not exceeded 50,000, yet, in hindsight, he felt no regret. At least he no longer had to lament why he hadn't spent his money sooner. He realized he was gradually growing fond of the present, of the peculiar feeling the apocalypse bestowed upon him. Before the end of the world, he had been profoundly lonely, with his computer as his sole companion. Lacking a common language or shared goals, he found it difficult to forge friendships. However, upon entering the Dawn Tower, he encountered a diverse array of individuals: mercenaries, soldiers, students, mechanics, archaeologists, all of whom, previously strangers, now shared laughter and camaraderie. United by a singular goal, survival, as Wang Ji reminisced, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Wang Ji found himself running into an underground parking lot, his vision hazy. He could discern shapes around him, but not clearly. Blood flowed continuously from his arm, and his gun was empty. He had become separated from his teammates. The more he strained to see, the more indistinct everything became, with only the sounds of screams and the low growls of zombies echoing from the corners of the parking structure. He ran aimlessly, like a headless fly, until he collided with someone. Raising his gaze, he recognized a familiar yet blurred figure. 4 individuals stood twisted, facing away from him, just as he felt a glimmer of hope for rescue. They turned, each with a grotesque expression, lunging towards him. It was then that he realized they had transformed into zombies. With an ironic smile, he calmly lay on the ground, allowing the 4 to feast upon his body. His breaths grew weaker, and he sensed he was on the brink of departing this world, yet he could not recall who those 4 individuals were. After a moment, it seemed the 4 were distracted by something. And as he lay there, barely breathing, he saw someone rushing towards him, kneeling at his side. Zhang Ming, he recognized this person, who was frantically calling his name. Wang Ji? Wang Ji? Ah? Wang Ji suddenly awoke, staring in terror at the steamy surroundings, with Old He calling out to him nearby. Did you doze off? Old He inquired, regarding Wang Ji with curiosity. Who? I accidentally fell asleep, Wang Ji replied, exhaling deeply as he removed the towel from his face. Realizing it had inadvertently covered his nose, he reflected on the unsettling dream he had just experienced. Did you have a nightmare? Su Muing asked, her gaze fixed on Wang Ji from across the room. Yes, he nodded, not denying it. What was the dream that frightened you so? The rotund one inquired. It was just a dream. Nothing to take seriously, Wang Ji said, massaging his temples and shaking his head, refraining from divulging the specifics. It's getting late. We should head back. He leaped from the spring and made his way toward the changing room. As the 5 departed, Tang Qilan coincidentally arrived at the hot spring with his 5 companions. Their eyes did not meet. Each merely caught a glimpse of the other in their peripheral vision as they brushed past. I really cannot stand that bespectacled fellow any longer. That guy parades around with 5 women every day. As if he fears no one knows he is women, the rotund one grumbled after they had walked a fair distance. If you dislike him so much, find an opportunity to challenge him to a duel and give him a beating. Wang Ji suggested. I'm not bragging, but even in a one-on-one, I could easily take him down with just 2 strikes, the rotund one retorted defiantly. Upon arriving at the intelligence hall, Wang Ji intended to upload information regarding the mutated zombies. Ensuring that more individuals would be aware of their characteristics, he approached the system, inputting the details about the mutated zombies and submitting the application for review, priced at a modest 100 survival points. In truth, he could have set a higher price for such information, as many teams would find it intriguing. However, considering the circumstances of some teams, he chose to maintain the accessible price point. Wang Ji then checked his previous intelligence earnings, discovering he had accumulated an additional 500 survival points, with the giant python intelligence being purchased 4 times. After claiming his survival points, he began perusing the intelligence submitted by others. Having learned from past experiences, he was now more cautious, understanding the necessity to check the publishing team's information first. If it was a level 1 or 2 team, he would generally disregard it, as he sought intelligence from level 3 teams, which tended to have a semblance of credibility. After a lengthy search, he finally stumbled upon a piece of intelligence concerning the mutated zombies. Yet, he refrained from celebrating prematurely, as he was unaware of which team had published this information. The price alone startled him, 1,000 survival points. This was far swifter than mere theft. Clicking on the details, he discovered that the publishing team was none other than the Reincarnation Team. Chapter 86. Total Annihilation. Wang Ji scrutinized the intelligence released by Tang Qilin, noting the publication timestamp coincided with the period they had been soaking in the hot spring. Thus, there would be no conflict with Jeshi's statement about no teams uploading information on mutated zombies. Sister Ing, Old He, come look. There's intelligence on mutated zombies. Wang Ji called to the duo, and after some discussion, they unanimously agreed to purchase it. Even if Wang Ji were to be deceived again, no one would mock him. The deduction of 1,000 survival points was successful. Once he unlocked Tang Qilin's intelligence, he eagerly entered the content page. Having spent 1,000 survival points, he hoped not to be deceived again, or he would truly seek out Tang Qilin for a duel. Speculation. Mutated zombies often possess their own territories and will attack their kind. Discovery. The currently known type of mutated zombie is the Agile type. Characteristics. Smaller in stature, extremely fast, capable of long jumps, and able to consume flesh and blood to restore themselves. Wang Ji studied the intelligence diligently. Tang Qilin's information indeed provided him with significant insights. He felt that the 1,000 survival points were well spent. Although Tang Qilin had a dubious reputation, he was undeniably knowledgeable. The fact that mutated zombies possessed their own territories was something Wang Ji had not previously discerned. More importantly, he had learned of another type of mutated zombie. I didn't expect that bespectacled fellow to be quite credible, the rotund one remarked. What if this intelligence is fabricated? Su Muing questioned. It shouldn't be. At least we can confirm one detail. They attack their own kind. When we were at Z Hospital, we witnessed that phantom zombie feeding on another zombie on the ground. Wang Ji explained, transmitting the intelligence content to Lingling Yao.it. Seems the types of mutated zombies extend far beyond what we have encountered. This complicates matters, Old He said, frowning. Let us head back, it's getting late. We should rest early and commence training tomorrow, Wang Ji concluded, turning to exit. That night, Wang Ji lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. He repeatedly reflected on recent events. From the moment he entered Z Hospital and sensed an inexplicable sense of crisis. He was convinced this was no coincidence. He could genuinely feel that looming threat. Sister Ing, I think I understand. Wang Ji suddenly sat up in bed. Hiss, I understand too, but let us discuss it tomorrow. Su Muing replied, frowning as she turned back to embrace Jolly and drift off to sleep. Wang Ji remained alone in the darkness, unable to slumber, perhaps due to having napped in the hot spring or perhaps from his heightened excitement. Rising, Wang Ji made his way to the living room on the first floor, curling up on the sofa to watch the movie being played by Lingling Yao. The next day, Wang Ji was awakened from the sofa by Su Muing, who informed him that Lingling Yao was still looping the movie from the previous night. What was it you said you understood last night? Su Muing inquired, seated across from Wang Ji with a cup of milk. Oh, I meant to say that I seem to be able to sense mutated species, Wang Ji replied, sitting upright on the sofa. Are you certain? Su Muing raised an eyebrow. The situation at Z Hospital is sufficient evidence. Yet I feel our distance seems rather limited, Wang Ji remarked. So, does that mean we can evade the mutated species? Su Muing inquired. Theoretically, if the mutated species has not detected us, we should be able to. Just as we could safely evacuate from Z Hospital. Not bad. It seems our captain's status is finally on the rise. Su Muing stood up and sat beside Wang Ji, her hand caressing his face as she spoke with a mischievous tone. Old He, who had just exited the room, caught sight of Wang Ji and Su Muing engaging in an embarrassing display on the sofa. With a resigned cough, he urged them to tone it down. Seizing the opportunity while Su Muing turned to look at Old He, Wang Ji swiftly knocked her hand away and moved to another sofa. Where are Fatty and Luli? Wang Ji asked. Noticing the absence of the two, they've been gone for quite a while to buy food. Why haven't they returned? Su Muing muttered just as the door swung open, revealing Fatty bursting in. Everyone, incredible news, Fatty exclaimed in a rush. Calm down, sit down and tell us slowly, Wang Ji said, taking a breakfast from Fatty's hands. Listen up, according to insider information, the Team Eternal Apocalypse has been completely wiped out, Fatty whispered. What? Where did you hear this? Wang Ji asked urgently. Although he had not directly interacted with that team, it was a long-standing group. When they were still a first-tier team, Eternal Apocalypse was already a third-tier team. If this news reached the other survivors within the Dawn Tower, it would undoubtedly incite unimaginable panic. Well, it's a long story, Fatty teased. Sister Ing, Wang Ji shot Su Muing a glance, noting Fatty's hesitation to elaborate. No. It was Ching who told me. We happened to run into her while buying food, and we chatted for a bit, Fatty hurriedly explained. Ching? How did she come to know? Wang Ji asked. Puzzled, I asked her, and she said she heard it from Jieshi yesterday. She mentioned that all the magnetic card locations of their team members have shown no movement for 2 days. Jieshi also asked her not to spread it around, so please don't share it with anyone else, or it might endanger Ching, Fatty cautioned. So, Eternal Apocalypse is faring worse than the former dynasty. Completely annihilated without a messenger returning. Quite interesting, Su Muing mocked from the side. Where did they meet their demise? Old He asked with a frown. Well, I didn't inquire, and she probably doesn't know the details either. Fatty scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Could it be possible that they discarded their magnetic cards and subsequently joined another organization? Old He suggested suddenly. That is indeed a possibility. However, I don't believe there is a place superior to the Dawn Tower. Hence, that chance is slimmed. If there truly exists a larger organization than the Dawn Tower, our situation would be even more perilous, Wang Ji analyzed. This thought sent chills down Wang Ji's spine. If the Eternal Apocalypse team had indeed defected, it would mean one more hidden enemy alliance. Wang Ji's gaze became hollow as he stared ahead. Currently, on the third floor, only they and the group led by Tang Qilin remained. The two veteran teams had essentially ceased to exist. He was uncertain how many lives were sacrificed daily within the Dawn Tower, but he was acutely aware that the teams above them were dwindling, which left him feeling immensely insecure. As the strength of alliances weakened, what difference would it make if his team ranked at the top? Chapter 87. The situation after their meal, the five donned their weighted vests and entered the training ground. As time passed, the number of teams promoted to third tier increased, and currently, excluding Eternal Apocalypse, the third floor housed 18 teams. The training ground on the third floor gradually became bustling with activity. Wang Ji had always focused on stamina and agility in his training. He did not seek explosive power but rather aimed to enhance his endurance and swift reflexes. Simultaneously, he observed the diverse individuals within the training ground, particularly a group of 5 who piqued his interest. Each of them was robust, almost on par with Old He, and together, they undoubtedly formed a formidable team. Noticing this, Wang Ji ceased his training and approached the group. Hello, may I inquire who your captain is? Wang Ji initiated, offering a friendly smile. That would be me. What's the matter? The captain replied, setting down the iron weight and stepping forward. The distance between them shrank to less than half a meter. Well within the safety zone, Wang Ji fearlessly raised his chin to meet the gaze of the imposing figure before him. Greetings. I am Wang Ji, captain of the Setting Sun team. Wang Ji extended his right hand. The captain scrutinized Wang Ji for a moment before shaking his hand. I've heard much about you, though you don't quite match my expectations, the captain said, releasing Wang Ji's hand. Did you envision me as a more formidable brute? Wang Ji chuckled. Haha, so what brings you here? The captain inquired with a light chuckle, not denying his thoughts. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to get acquainted. I'm not yet familiar with your team's name. Wang Ji replied as he took a seat beside him. I'm Long Yi, and our team is called the Flying Tigers. So, you are the Long captain. Have you just arrived on the third floor? Wang Ji asked. Yes, we just arrived 2 days ago. We had bad luck. The supplies we brought back each time have been minimal. It was only on this third trip that we finally gathered enough points for survival to come to the third floor. Long Yi replied helplessly. Haha, as long as you return safely, that's what matters. Whether you bring back more or less supplies pales in comparison to preserving one's life, Wang Ji commented while observing Long Yi's demeanor. He wanted to ascertain whether Long Yi's team had suffered any losses, but Long Yi appeared perfectly composed, indicating that the Flying Tigers had not encountered any casualties. You've returned for the 4th time already? And I heard you even encountered mutated species. That's quite impressive, Long Yi praised. Wang Ji was not surprised that Long Yi was aware of his team's exploits. He himself knew that such news had already spread to the second floor. In truth, we aren't as formidable as the rumors suggest. We've merely been fortunate, Wang Ji modestly replied. So, Captain Wang, is there truly no other reason for your visit? Long Yi asked, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Hee, I assure you, it's nothing more than a desire to make friends. It's beneficial for everyone to have someone to rely on here. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Ji smiled. Haha, well, since Captain Wang has extended an invitation, I see no reason to decline. Long Yi agreed with a grin. Alright then, I won't interrupt your training any longer. Our communication number is 0033. Feel free to leave us a message if needed. Wang Ji concluded, rising to depart without requesting Long Yi's contact information. Since he had approached to forge a friendship, he would not be the one to impose. After Wang Ji left, the amiable smile on Long Yi's face gradually faded. Boss, what was that guy here for? One of the team members asked. He asked the captain of Setting Sun, here to form an alliance. Long Yi replied nonchalantly. And you agreed? Let's see how they act first. As long as we don't suffer any losses, just as he said, it's beneficial for everyone to have someone to rely on here, Long Yi said, picking up the iron weight once more to resume his training. Meanwhile, Wang Ji was continuously analyzing the current situation. The outside world was becoming increasingly treacherous, and he believed that soon, the Dawn Tower would introduce a collaborative system, fostering teamwork among various squads. However, if that day came, the absence of constraints from the Dawn Tower would inevitably lead to infighting, resource plundering, and other such phenomena. This posed a very contradictory turning point. If the Dawn Tower truly intended to take such a step, Wang Ji needed to strategize in advance to prevent such events from occurring to himself. After a day of training, Wang Ji collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. After a few days of rest, this sudden high-intensity training had taken its toll on him. No sooner had he laid down than Su Muing and Lu Li entered, requesting Wang Ji to massage their shoulders. Once the massages were complete, a fatigued Wang Ji sprawled on the bed. Concluding his arduous day, the following day, Wang Ji dragged his heavy head out of bed. Su Muing and Lu Li had already risen and departed. He groaned as he made his way downstairs to the living room, where Fatty had returned with breakfast and the others were seated, enjoying their meal. Come quick, Captain Wang. The Dawn Tower has successfully developed a virus antibody vaccine, Fatty exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing about the vaccine's success, Wang Ji hurried over to examine the announcement released through Ling Ling Yao. The virus antibody vaccine has been successfully developed. Teams receiving this notification are requested to proceed to the first-floor medical room for vaccination. Note: this vaccine has undergone multiple clinical trials, and its efficacy has been confirmed. Please administer it with confidence. Excellent. It seems the medications we brought back were effective, Wang Ji remarked while reading the announcement. Alas! If only this virus antibody had been developed sooner, Zhang Ming wouldn't have had to suffer a minor injury to his arm, Fatty lamented. With the virus antibody, we need not fear injuries in the future. Old He said, somewhat excited. Are you truly certain the vaccine is effective? Nobody wishes to become a guinea pig. Even if Fatty were to receive the vaccine, would he dare let a zombie bite him? Even using animals for experimentation, achieving immunity does not guarantee its efficacy for humans. As Su Muching sat beside and filed her nails, she remarked, are you suggesting that the efficacy of this viral antibody vaccine has yet to be validated in humans? Old He inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. It's merely my conjecture. Nobody truly knows its effectiveness, do they? Upon finishing her statement, Su Muching shifted her gaze towards Wang Ji, eager to hear his thoughts. Chapter 88. Investigation. Wang Ji, bowing his head as he partook of his breakfast, pondered the hypothesis Su Muching had just presented. I believe we should first observe the reactions of other teams post-injection. As long as there are no significant adverse effects, we can still consider proceeding with the vaccination. After all, we have nothing to lose. If by chance we encounter any injuries, we can reassess to determine its true utility. He spoke while nibbling on the bun in his hand, articulating his perspective. Indeed, that makes sense. Ultimately, we have nothing to lose. We can treat it as if the vaccine is ineffective. Old He concurred from the side. Once Wang Ji finished his breakfast, the five of them made their way to the medical room, only to discover that the teams summoned were remarkably few. Tang Qilan and his group were among them. They had just completed their injection and were exiting. Fatty, follow Tang Qilan and observe whether they exhibit any abnormal reactions. Remember, be overtly vigilant. If he questions you, just tell him the truth, Wang Ji whispered, leaning closer. He opted for this approach to avoid raising any suspicions. Once doubt takes root, no matter what you do, the other party will perceive you as having ulterior motives. Thus, Wang Ji chose to be forthright from the outset, clarifying their intentions. Understood, Fatty responded, turning to follow suit. Lioli, you should accompany Fatty, Wang Ji added after a moment's thought, still feeling uneasy about anyone acting alone despite the well-maintained order within the Dawn Tower. After a brief interval, another team emerged, and the trio followed them. Wang Ji noted that the teams prioritized for vaccination were predominantly Tier 3 squads, quickly deducing that the supply of viral antibody vaccines at the Dawn Tower was currently limited. Hence the preference for higher-ranked teams. The fact that the Dawn Tower had not permitted Tier 1 teams to be vaccinated first indicated their confidence in this batch of vaccines. If, as Su Muqing suggested, the vaccine were truly ineffective, the Dawn Tower would likely have chosen Tier 1 teams for observation rather than risking Tier 3 teams in an experiment. With this thought, Wang Ji found his doubts regarding the viral antibody vaccine considerably alleviated. The trio shadowed that team for a full 2 hours, during which their captain noticed them and approached Wang Ji. Upon learning that they wished to observe their injection reactions, he mockingly called them cowards before turning away. Wang Ji paid no heed to others' remarks. In this apocalyptic world, should anything go awry, no one would stand up for you. Thus, exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. Fatty, how is it going over there? Wang Ji called out through the radio. All is well, Captain Wang, came Fatty's reply, causing Wang Ji to pause momentarily. Did Tang Qilin notice you? He did, but it seems he doesn't care. He has consistently ignored us. Understood. Then let us gather at the medical room. Since neither team exhibited any abnormal reactions, they could proceed with confidence for their own vaccinations. Once the 5 of them were assembled, they entered the medical room, where the nurse responsible for their registration, who had previously delivered supplies to them, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing them, but quickly regained her composure and registered their magnetic cards. After the registration, they proceeded inward, where Chief Nurse Sophie personally administered the vaccine to the survivors. Why are you only arriving now? I've been waiting for you, Sophie said with a frown, appearing somewhat displeased. Apologies, we were delayed by some matters. Chief Nurse Sophie, how many doses are in this first batch? It seems to be administered rather swiftly, Wang Ji inquired as he took a seat and bared his left arm. We have currently mass-produced only 100 doses. Due to a shortage of raw materials, we require survivors to gather additional supplies before we can commence a second round of production. All right, next, Sophie declared, withdrawing the needle. Heh, Chief Nurse Sophie, aren't your own people getting vaccinated? Fatty asked jovially as he settled onto the chair. Well, we don't venture outside, so it hardly matters whether we take it or not, Sophie chuckled lightly, as if amused by Fatty's question. Once all 5 had received their vaccinations, they departed the medical room. As Wang Ji listened to Sophie mention the shortage of raw materials, he surmised that their upcoming tasks would likely involve gathering those materials. Such supplies typically resided within urban areas, and after their harrowing experience in the city, he still felt a twinge of fear. Had it not been for Jieshi's timely arrival that day, they might have been overwhelmed by the tide of countless corpses. Upon returning to their quarters, Wang Ji donned his weighted suit and headed to the training ground. Ever since the restoration of the reward system for training tasks, it seemed as though everyone's motivation to train had surged. Commander, the team tasked with investigating the whereabouts of the Eternal Apocalypse has shown no signs of activity, reported Adam, the commander, who stood alongside Jieshi in the commander's chamber. Not a single survivor remains. The commander's voice was laced with a hint of anger. Indeed. Have they reached their destination? They have. They are situated near the vicinity of the Eternal Apocalypse. The commander lifted his gaze skyward. Commander, should we continue the pursuit? Jieshi asked, noting the commander's prolonged silence. How many survival points remain on the Eternal Apocalypse's magnetic card? The commander pondered before inquiring. Only 20,000 survival points remain. Jieshi replied. Very well, Adam. Go to the mission hall and post a bounty. Any team that retrieves the magnetic card of the Eternal Apocalypse will be rewarded with 20,000 survival points. The commander stated slowly. Commander, this may instill panic among the survivors, Adam cautioned. They have lived in fear for long enough, and I wish to see them confront true terror head-on, overcoming and annihilating it. I understand, Commander, Adam acknowledged before turning to leave. Sighing, the commander watched Adam's retreating figure, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Jieshi, what is your perspective on this matter? The magnetic card of the Eternal Apocalypse still holds 20,000 survival points from the Dawn Tower, indicating that they had not intended to abandon their return prior to their departure. It was an unpremeditated exit. If they encountered a more formidable sanctuary than ours, they would likely have returned along the same route, converting the survival points on the magnetic card into resources before integrating into the new sanctuary. Even if they had employed reverse thinking to bypass this and attempted to return with others to raid us, they would still need the magnetic card as a key to unlock the entrance. Moreover, our pilots have not observed any signs of other sanctuaries within a 100-meter radius. Therefore, we can conclude with certainty that the demise of the Eternal Apocalypse is genuine, and there is a high probability of the presence of mutated species there. Jieshi articulated her viewpoint. Haha, Jieshi, you never cease to impress. So tell me, why should I not abandon the pursuit? The commander chuckled lightly, turning his gaze towards Jieshi, Chapter 89. Observation: I do not know. Jieshi replied after a moment of contemplation. In her view, it was most likely the work of mutated species, rendering further investigation unnecessary, as it would only lead to increased losses. However, if they continued to pursue knowing the adversary was a mutated species, their objective must be to eliminate it. If the ultimate goal is to eradicate the mutated species, what could possibly justify such a blood price? Could it be? As Jieshi pondered this, she raised her head in astonishment to meet the commander's gaze, which glinted with an unusual light beneath his platinum mask. Now that you comprehend, hasten back to prepare, the commander instructed, resuming his focus on the books laid out on the table. Captain Wang has encountered trouble again. Fatty rushed towards Wang Ji, panting heavily, noticing Fatty's state. Wang Ji, who was engaged in training, instinctively sensed that something was amiss. What has happened? He inquired, gradually lowering the equipment he had been using. The Dawn Tower has issued a bounty mission, Fatty said mysteriously. Oh, what is the bounty mission? This is the first time I've heard of the Dawn Tower issuing a bounty. The objective of the mission is to retrieve the magnetic card of the Eternal Apocalypse from outside. What? Does that not mean everyone will know that the Eternal Apocalypse has been annihilated? That's beyond my knowledge. All I know is that this bounty mission offers a whopping 2,000 survival points. 2,000? Fatty noted Wang Ji's astonished expression and nodded in satisfaction. That sum of survival points would be sufficient for a comparable team to meet the requirements for promotion to a Tier 3 team. However, a question arose. Wang Ji had learned of the annihilation of the Eternal Apocalypse 2 days prior through Anqing, and in reality, the event occurred even earlier, as Anqing had not been the first to relay the news to Fatty. Wang Ji contemplated the connections, pondering why the Dawn Tower had not issued a bounty immediately but had waited several days to do so. The only explanation he could muster was that the Dawn Tower had sent its own personnel to the site of the Eternal Apocalypse incident beforehand. But the results were dire, resulting in their demise as well. If that were the case, the Dawn Tower would not simply let this matter rest. Let us not dwell on that for now. We shall remain steady here for training this month. Wang Ji decided, as they had only recently returned, and he had no intention of taking on more tasks before the month concluded. With nearly 30,000 survival points remaining in their team, they had ample resources to sustain themselves for quite some time. As night fell, after a rigorous training session, Wang Ji and his 4 companions returned to their residence. It was then that Wang Ji noticed a new message had appeared on Lingling Yao's device. Curiously, he inquired about the message while changing his clothes. The correspondence was from the Flying Tigers, expressing their interest in collaborating on the bounty titled Twilight's Last Gleaming. Upon reading it, Wang Ji couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was quite amusing that the Flying Tigers sought not merely assistance but a partnership. However, he had no intention of wading into murky waters. Since they had reached out to him, he felt it prudent to advise Long Yi to remain cautious and observe from a distance. After ensuring Lingling Yao replied, Wang Ji turned off the device and retired to his room for the night. The following morning, upon waking, Wang Ji glanced at Lingling Yao, only to find that no reply had been received. He decided not to dwell on it. He had conveyed his message, and whether they chose to heed it was their prerogative. In fact, since the bounty had been announced, numerous second-tier teams had been eager to seize the opportunity for the promised survival points. The potential reward of 20,000 points was too enticing to ignore, and success could elevate them directly to a third-tier team. At that point, the women in the lower-tier teams would be within easy reach. After lunch, Wang Ji made his way to the training ground, where he immediately spotted the Flying Tigers engaged in their practice, seemingly adhering to his earlier suggestion to maintain a watchful stance. A fundamental principle he had established for himself was to refrain from impulsive actions when faced with ambiguity. This bounty task was shrouded in uncertainty. Despite its allure, he remained disinterested, preferring to observe from the sidelines. "Are you Wang Ji, the captain of Twilight's Last Gleaming?" An unfamiliar voice broke his concentration. Turning to face the source, he saw a young man with a crew cut, whose demeanor appeared amiable. Behind him trailed 3 men and 1 woman, all laden with baggage. "Who might you be?" Wang Ji inquired, his gaze scrutinizing. "I am Cheng Hao, the captain of the Flowing Years team. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your team has always been our benchmark. Today marks our ascension to a third-tier team, and our first order of business is to meet Captain Wang in person. I hope you will extend your guidance to us in the future." "Ha ha," Captain Cheng jokes. "We are merely ordinary survivors here, always aiding one another." "There is no need for such formalities," Wang Ji replied, shaking Cheng Hao's already extended hand, though he found little of interest in the group's unremarkable appearance. "Indeed, mutual support, mutual support. Haha. Well, Captain Wang, we shall return to store our things. Let us meet again soon," Cheng Hao concluded, waving goodbye as he departed. "That fellow is quite shrewd. Just arrived on the 3rd tier and already trying to forge connections," the portly one remarked disdainfully to her. How many fools are there among those who reach this place? Wang Ji began, but caught himself upon noticing the portly man's expression. After a moment of contemplation, he ceased training and proposed that they all have lunch on the long-neglected second tier. Hoping to gain insight into its current state, upon their arrival on the second tier, Wang Ji was struck by the sheer number of people. The bustling atmosphere was a stark contrast to the quieter days of their previous visit. It appeared that the recent recruitment had filled every available residence, with many others wishing to join the ranks of citizens relegated to a waiting list for admission. Throughout their journey, Wang Ji and his companions were frequently recognized, engaging in brief conversations, with some even inquiring whether they were still accepting new members. Observing such opportunism caused Wang Ji to frown. He would prefer a resilient individual over one lacking conviction. Upon entering the dining hall, Wang Ji was astonished to discover that the prices for food on the second tier were 10% higher than those on the third tier. There's such hidden privilege on the third tier? The portly one mused. Such is life. Class distinctions will always persist, Su Mu-ing remarked, as she selected an assortment of affordable dishes. Meanwhile, in the first-tier preparation hall, 30 soldiers donned in protective gear and armed with automatic rifles gathered. Their expressions grave, ready for action. During their meal, Wang Ji and his companions overheard discussions predominantly centered on the bounty from Eternal Apocalypse. The news of deaths within the ranks only intensified the atmosphere of fear and trepidation, solidifying the divide between those who were fearful and those who remained reckless. Despite the significant temptation posed by the bounty, the moment they were called to action, their resolve faltered. In the preparation area, Deputy Commander Wu Changjing addressed the soldiers with fervor. Warriors, this mission is both special and critical. We shall confront a relentless horde of zombies, and our ultimate objective is to retrieve the head of the enemy leader at all costs. Do you understand? Understood, the soldiers replied in unison. All right, warriors, follow me, let us depart. With that, Wu Changjing turned and boarded the helicopter. After finishing their meal, Wang Ji hurriedly led his companions away from the second tier. He felt discomfort by the attention they had drawn, as word had evidently spread about their presence in the dining hall, attracting a crowd of onlookers. It felt as if they were akin to animals on display in a zoo. The most captivating of them were Su Mu-ing and Jiali, the former remaining unfazed, while the latter blushed profusely, focusing intently on her food. Wang Ji was acutely aware that the onlookers were not there out of admiration. Instead, they were either curious about the veracity of the rumors or seeking to familiarize themselves to avoid future missteps. In this environment, admiration was scarce, overshadowed by selfishness and envy. Upon returning to the third tier, Wang Ji encountered Cheng Hao once more. Initially, he had dismissed the notion of Cheng Hao idolizing their team, as he had detected no glimmer of admiration in the young man's gaze. Hello, Captain Wang. What have you been up to? Cheng Hao approached as Wang Ji and his companions re-entered the third tier. You're asking too many questions, Wang Ji replied tersely, furrowing his brow. Very well, Cheng Hao shrugged and turned to leave. Cut it out. Does he really think he has something special? The portly one exclaimed, ready to confront Cheng Hao, but was restrained by Su Mu-ing. Why are you getting worked up when Captain Wang remains calm? She teased. Wang Ji watched Cheng Hao depart, finding the encounter unexpected yet fitting. It was unsurprising that someone as duplicitous as Cheng Hao would exhibit such behavior. Shaking his head, he resumed his training. But once again his attention was drawn to the Flying Tigers, who had seemingly recruited a new member, a burly man, indicating that Long Yi had a penchant for robust individuals. He contemplated the recruitment of a new member. Wang Ji felt a headache coming on. While others were generally manageable, Su Mu-ing would not tolerate anyone she disapproved of. Later that evening, after training, Wang Ji broached the topic of recruitment with his companions. They all agreed, yet he soon faced a new dilemma. If he sought someone with formidable abilities, he would need to poach from other teams, which contradicted his disdain for betrayal and opportunism. Consequently, his options were limited to selecting from among the displaced individuals hoping to become citizens. With only 3 days remaining until the second recruitment ended, finding a suitable candidate within that time frame would save them the 1,000 survival points required for citizenship. Wang Ji was not driven by greed. He simply believed that a team of 6 would be more efficient, allowing them to split into 3 groups for tasks. With only 5 members, one would inevitably be left isolated. If he found someone he truly valued, he would not hesitate to invest the necessary survival points, seeking only reassurance and a dependable ally. Wang Ji had chosen Zhang Ming for his innate goodness, a quality that was tragically validated by Zhang Ming's sacrifice. Lying back on the sofa with his eyes closed, Wang Ji felt utterly at a loss. Hey, why don't you all share your thoughts instead of fixating on that ridiculous soap opera? He said, his irritation evident as he opened his eyes. Well, my thoughts align with yours, Su Mu-ing replied, her gaze glued to the screen. Me too, Lao He chimed in. Same here, the portly one added. Wang Ji sighed, his gaze eventually settling on Lu Li. Noticing his attention, Lu Li looked from her companions to Wang Ji, her expression one of contemplation. I feel the same way. Once Liu Li had arranged herself in formation, Wang Ji finally reclined back on the sofa with satisfaction, closing his eyes to ponder. Early the next morning, Wang Ji and his 4 companions arrived at the first floor's affairs hall, perusing the candidate list for those wishing to join the citizen team. The information recorded there included photographs, names, genders, ages, heights, weights, and pre-apocalypse professions. As Wang Ji leafed through the list, he could distinctly sense a trace of murderous intent each time he lingered on a female profile. Since he had become aware of his ability to perceive the threats posed by mutated species, Wang Ji had increasingly trusted his instincts. The murderous aura he sensed nearby was no jest. He decisively swiped away the profile, and the ominous presence slowly dissipated. After the intimidation exerted by Su Muing, Wang Ji had completely dismissed the idea of including female members. He understood that if another woman were to join, it would either mean his demise, hers, or, in a rare scenario, the death of both. What a chaotic situation. A pre-apocalypse profession in the underworld. Can being part of the underworld even be considered a profession? Lao He remarked, somewhat displeased, as he scrutinized the candidate information. Wang Ji naturally recognized that the list primarily consisted of those whom others had overlooked. I have a thought. Just as Wang Ji was about to give up on searching at random, a name suddenly sprang to mind. Chapter 91. In search of the light he has longed for, I've thought of someone, Wang Ji exclaimed, raising his head to address the others. Who have you thought of? Lao He turned to look at Wang Ji. How about, we seek out Duan Qingtian, Wang Ji suggested. Him? Are you certain he can handle the situation with Zhang Ming? His wounds are barely healing, and you want to drag him into another conflict? Su Muing found it somewhat amusing. Alas, I know this is not ideal, but at this point, I feel we must inform him about Zhang Ming, regardless of whether he decides to come or not. Wang Ji sighed. Since his return, he had lacked the courage to confront Duan Qingtian, uncertain of how to explain the situation. Before joining the team, he had assured Duan Qingtian that he could trust Wang Ji with Zhang Ming. Now, that assurance felt like a slap in the face. I agree. We should inform him and let him decide whether to join us, Su Muing replied nonchalantly. After inquiring around, Wang Ji learned that the reason for the second summoning had caused many without teams or combat capabilities to be downgraded to refugees, and Duan Qingtian was no exception. Wang Ji made his way to the refugee area and found the industrial district chief, Wang Yaoxing. At that moment, Wang Yaoxing was reprimanding several managers. Hello, Chief Wang, may I have a word? Wang Ji approached, addressing Wang Yaoxing. Noticing someone was looking for him, Wang Yaoxing scolded a few more times before sending the managers away. Who are you? Wang Yaoxing inquired, gazing at the 5 individuals clad in identical uniforms. Ah, we are from the Sunset Dawn team, here to find someone named Duan Qingtian. Wang Ji replied candidly. So, you are that level 3 team. Come with me to my office to look for some information. Wang Yaoxing said, his demeanor improving significantly upon learning they were a level 3 team. Wang Yaoxing returned to his office and searched for Duan Qingtian's information on his computer. Found him. He works in Industrial Zone B, Area 5, and resides in Dormitory 8105. He should be on duty now. I'll accompany you. Otherwise, he won't come out. Wang Yaoxing chuckled. Great. Thank you, Chief Wang. Wang Ji expressed his gratitude. Not at all, as far as I know. Duan Qingtian was once a captain of a level 3 team. I never imagined he would fall to such depths. Wang Yaoxing remarked with a hint of sympathy. Oh, you were here to invite him back, aren't you? After walking for a while, Wang Yaoxing turned back and asked. We just came to bring him some things and have a chat. Wang Ji smiled. Wouldn't he discuss unfinished matters with others? If he spoke of something before it was completed, the probability of success would diminish, however mystical that seemed. But it was his way. They arrived. I'll go fetch him, Wang Yaoxing said before entering Area 5. From a distance, Wang Ji could see Duan Qingtian working in a grimy uniform, noticeably thinner than before, with unkempt hair and stubble that hadn't been shaved in ages. The stark contrast between his current disheveled state and his previous spirited demeanor was a cruel irony. Wang Ji, Duan Qingtian, brought out by Wang Yaoxing, looked at Wang Ji in confusion. You all chat. I have some matters to attend to. Wang Yaoxing excused himself. Long time no see, Lao Duan. Wang Ji forced a smile. You? What brings you here? Where's Zhang Ming? Duan Qingtian scanned the 5 of them, noticing Zhang Ming was absent. This is not the place for a conversation. Let us discuss it in your dormitory, Wang Ji proposed. However, Duan Qingtian seemed to sense something was amiss. The atmosphere among the 6 was heavy, with no one speaking, only the sound of their footsteps echoing on the ground. Upon reaching the dormitory, they entered a cramped, filthy room of about 20 square meters, barely accommodating 6 beds, and filled with a musty odor. Seeing the harsh conditions, Wang Ji's brow furrowed even deeper. Speak up. What exactly is going on? Duan Qingtian's voice trembled slightly. Wang Ji recounted the events of the past few days, detailing everything from their departure to their return. This is Zhang Ming's handgun, along with his magnetic card and message. Finally, Wang Ji produced Zhang Ming's Lazinger pistol, along with his magnetic card and note, handing them to Duan Qingtian. Duan Qingtian covered his forehead with one hand, gazing at Zhang Ming's words, his expression unreadable. Ha, you foolish child. Everything is perfect except for your flaw of caring too much for others. You could have come here to keep me company without anyone saying anything about your broken arm. Duan Qingtian muttered to himself, desperately concealing his emotions, but Wang Ji still noticed a few tears fall to the ground. The five of them remained silent, allowing Duan Qingtian ample time to collect himself. So, you're here to invite me back to the team, right? After a long silence, Duan Qingtian slowly lifted his head, the bloodshot veins in his eyes still visible. Wang Ji did not deny it, but merely gazed at Duan Qingtian with a complex expression, awaiting his decision. Wang Ji understood that Duan Qingtian already had the answer in his heart, and there was no need for him to say more. I have become a refugee, not out of fear of death, and I am not returning with you because I cannot endure this impoverished life. I am doing this for Zhang Ming, to live on for him, to seek the light he has longed for. Duan Qingtian's hands trembled as he held the gun and magnetic card, looking resolutely at the five of them. At this moment, Lao He could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward to embrace Duan Qingtian. Both being soldiers, they shared a moment of mutual understanding. Sitting opposite, Wang Ji exchanged a glance with Su Mu Ying before rising to say, Lao Duan, welcome to Sunset Dawn, let us head back. After leaving, Wang Ji approached Wang Yaoxing's office. I've taken him away. I truly appreciate Chief Wang's assistance this time. Wang Ji greeted Wang Yaoxing. No problem. I'll handle the remaining procedures myself. You all can go back now. Wang Yaoxing replied readily. Wang Ji was not surprised by Wang Yaoxing's attitude. The authority of the district chiefs managing refugees was not particularly high. In many instances, the Dawn Tower tended to favor teams with greater value. Among the departments within the Dawn Tower, those with significant authority included the Security Department, Command Department, Medical Room, Biological Research Room, and Research Room, all of which contributed greatly to the Dawn Tower. As Wang Ji and his five companions exited the refugee area, since Zhang Ming's magnetic card identity had not yet been cancelled, Duan Qingtian directly assumed Zhang Ming's identity and existed in Wang Ji's team under his name, thus saving them the hassle of completing the tedious onboarding procedures. Just as Wang Ji and his team were about to return to the third floor, they suddenly witnessed several bloodied individuals bursting out from the entrance area. Chapter 92. Redesign. Wang Ji observed the fleeing individuals, somewhat bewildered. When he recognized one of them as Wu Changjing, the vice captain of the security team, he was taken aback. Wang Ji halted, gazing at Wu Changjing at the entrance. Accompanied by 7 disheveled soldiers, he was unsure of what they had encountered, but the circumstances that compelled members of the Dawn Tower to venture outside were undoubtedly serious. However, one thing Wang Ji could confirm was that Wu Changjing was affiliated with Jieshi, and this incident must be related to her. It seemed he would have to pay her another visit. By the way, you all head back first. Lao Duan and I need to get fitted for some new clothing. Wang Ji gestured to the heavy load-bearing suit he wore. The two made their way to the trading hall, where Wang Ji instructed the personnel to replicate his suit for Duan Qingtian, custom-fitting it to him with a weight capacity of 35 kilograms, just like Lao He. Wang Ji also purchased a Nepalese long curved knife and a fully equipped automatic rifle for Duan Qingtian, totaling 1,000 survival points. The price reductions at the armory had indeed saved Wang Ji's team a considerable amount of survival points. Lao Duan, do you need anything else? Feel free to speak up. Wang Ji gently patted Duan Qingtian's arm. This is sufficient. Purchasing too much would be unwieldy, Duan Qingtian replied, lifting the Lazinger in his hand. Considering Duan Qingtian's comment, Wang Ji also recalled their weight-bearing issue. The protective suits recommended by the Dawn Tower still had room for design improvements. For instance, the current protective combat suit only allowed for the carrying of 3 grenades and 5 spare magazines. And the fit of the combat suit was somewhat lax, slightly affecting the details during combat. Contemplating these matters, Wang Ji conceived the idea of redesigning a new combat suit. Exiting the trading hall, Wang Ji escorted Duan Qingtian to the medical room. Upon learning about the availability of a virus antibody vaccine, Duan Qingtian was taken aback, fully aware of the significance it held. Once inside, Wang Ji approached Sophie and inquired whether any vaccines remained. Consider yourselves fortunate. The higher-ups have allocated your team a configuration for 6 members. After 5 of you have received the vaccine, indeed, 1 dose remains. Sophie glanced at Duan Qingtian, naturally understanding that he was the new addition to Wang Ji's team. After receiving the virus antibody vaccine, the two returned to their accommodations, where Wang Ji assigned Duan Qingtian to the room previously occupied by Zhang Ming. He then requested Lao He to discuss recent events with Duan Qingtian, facilitating his smoother integration into this new environment. Upon entering the living room, they found Su Muing and the others engrossed in the soap opera from their last viewing, seemingly uninterested in training now that Duan Qingtian had just arrived. Wang Ji, feeling somewhat helpless, sought a notebook and pen, beginning to conceive designs for a new type of combat suit. He pondered that if he could create a set that was more practical than the previous one, he could submit the design to the Dawn Tower, subsequently marking up the price for external sales. However, most teams already possessed protective gear, and those lacking financial resources typically refrained from pursuing such extravagant equipment. Even if his design surpassed that recommended by the Dawn Tower, few might actually purchase it. He sketched on paper. He envisioned 5 pockets on either side of the ribcage for carrying spare magazines, one side for handgun ammunition and the other for rifle cartridges. The chest should be reinforced, Wang Ji murmured softly while drawing. Su Muing, who was intently watching the soap opera, suddenly turned around, regarding Wang Ji with a puzzled expression. What's the matter, Yingjie? Wang Ji was startled by her unexpected movement. What did you just say? I mentioned that the chest should be reinforced. Wang Ji began but abruptly realized something was amiss. Oh? Are you implying someone's chest needs reinforcement? Su Muing raised an eyebrow, teasingly. It's not about anyone's chest. I'm designing our chemical warfare combat suit, and the chest area needs to be thickened. Wang Ji hastily clarified, then continue. But remember to use black for the final color, Su Muing replied after a moment's thought, returning to her show without further comment. Reinforcing the chest of the combat suit would effectively mitigate fatal injuries. If the virus antibody vaccine proved effective, preserving life would be the priority, with other concerns being secondary. Regarding the color, Wang Ji would have chosen black regardless. They certainly could not venture out at night clad in green or white. Could they? He then designed a pocket on each arm for additional storage, as well as straps on either side of the legs to carry daggers. On one side of the waist, he planned to install a grenade pouch with a capacity for 5 grenades. On the opposite side, Wang Ji intended to incorporate a grappling hook propulsion device. This device would allow the user to launch the grappling hook like a bullet, which would then extend claws to secure itself in position. When the user pressed the retraction trigger, gas would drive a fan, retracting the cable and bringing the user to the fixed point. Wang Ji had previously encountered this grappling hook. Its price and fuel costs were somewhat steep, and its practicality seemed limited, so he had opted not to purchase it. However, he now realized that such a mobility device could indeed be life-saving. Upon completing the sketch, Wang Ji nodded with satisfaction, admiring the design of the combat suit that only he could comprehend. Let us go. It's time for dinner, he declared, tucking away the sketch and addressing the 3 who were captivated by the soap opera. Wang Ji then called for Duan and he, and the 6 of them proceeded to the dining hall on the 3rd floor. Why this time? Duan Qingtian had transformed significantly from their first encounter. He had changed his clothes, shaved his beard, and had his hair tidied up by Lao He, appearing much more spirited. Today, with Lao Duan joining us, let us order something special. Everyone should eat heartily, Wang Ji proclaimed, primarily selecting nutritious dishes for Duan Qingtian to expedite his recovery from temporary malnutrition. Following the meal, they engaged in a clean plate initiative. As with the presence of the plump one, they never left leftovers. Ah, it's been ages since I've eaten so well, the plump one remarked, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his belly. Wang Ji had indeed ordered a bit too much, spending 80 survival points. After the price hike, their previous meals had been carefully controlled to around 20 survival points each, with breakfast costing 10 points and lunch and dinner 20 points each, perfectly offsetting their daily training supplement of 50 survival points. Upon leaving the dining hall, the 6 entered their free activity period. Wang Ji once again took Lily to the first floor's guard headquarters, recalling the unforgettable encounter with Wu Chongjing and the 7 soldiers at the entrance.